A sudden bloody rain, like the coming of the god of death, ravaged the entire earth. Whether in the city or the countryside, everyone who was soaked in the bloody rain turned into a zombie in a very short time. The once prosperous city is now filled with rotting corpses and the smell of blood. Jiang Feng, as a grid worker in Jingyuan community, watched the world move towards destruction step by step, and his once comfortable life was gone forever. Facing the threat of zombies, he felt helpless and almost desperate. However, when Jiang Feng was almost in despair, a sudden miracle appeared before his eyes. When he woke up in the morning, a transparent panel appeared in front of his eyes, displaying a shopping mall system. This system may seem ordinary, but it is extremely special. It provides food, medicine, and various necessities of life. But what shocked Jiang Feng even more was that these goods could be purchased with gold coins, and the source of the gold coins was actually earned by establishing relationships with beauties above 8 points. However, for Jiang Feng, this was simply a fantasy, because he had never pursued a girl and had no experience at all. But as time went by and various supplies were in short supply at home, Jiang Feng had no choice but to establish a relationship with his neighbor Lin Sairu. Gold coins, 18,134, plus 10,000/day. Lin Sairu, indeed, is the woman who can become a wealthy man. She is naturally beautiful and a beauty with a score of more than 8. The system is really conscientious. Today's earnings have already been credited to my account. Jiang Feng originally thought that Lin Sairu's earnings would not be credited until the next day, but unexpectedly, they had already been credited today. This should be the first time to conquer a beauty, so the system issued the day's income in advance. In peacetime, a daily income of 10,000 is a high income that most people can hardly achieve. Jiang Feng had 10,000 gold coins every day, which he couldn't spend on buying daily necessities. What he needs to consider now is how to protect his own safety while also taking into account Lin Sairu's safety. After all, she is his source of income. Right now, order has not completely collapsed, and most people still have a residual sense of rules. But if the apocalypse continues for a few more days, the situation may not be maintained. It's a pity that there are no weapons for sale in the mall. Otherwise, it would be much easier. No, I have to block the door. It's not enough to just lock it. If someone knows how to unlock it, it will be troublesome. Jiang Feng bought 40 boxes of mineral water directly from the mall and piled them behind the door. When the door needs to be opened, just collect the water into the space. I have to remind Lin Sairu to block the door tomorrow. After cleaning up everything, Jiang Feng turned on his phone and found that many people in the Building 13 grid group him, all asking for some water. Jiang Feng ignored him. The end of the world has come. He still wanted to get something for nothing? Didn't he see that beautiful girl Lin Sairu worked for 40 minutes to get a meal? There were also several people who applied to become Jiang Feng's friend, and he clicked to check. Jiang Feng was a grid worker in the community, and he had an impression of some people with outstanding looks, and he also made notes in the group. The people who requested to be my friends were not pretty, so there was no need to approve them. I just blocked them. Huh? Someone is going to broadcast a live broadcast of going out to look for supplies. Jiang Feng suddenly saw a live broadcast room on D-Music, where several people from a certain community were planning to go to a convenience store to find supplies. Jiang Feng clicked on it and found that there were quite a lot of people watching, already over 1,000 people. These were the 1,000 people selected after the apocalypse, so the popularity was already good enough. One person was in charge of filming, and the camera was facing the 3 men in front. The 3 men were wearing raincoats, rain boots, and holding umbrellas. The blood rain was poisonous, and once touched, they would mutate into zombies. The few people were well prepared. The convenience store was located not far from the entrance of the corridor, and there were no zombies passing by. The 3 men walked out of the corridor holding umbrellas, looked around, and then walked towards the convenience store cautiously. The cameraman did not go out, but stayed in the corridor and pointed the camera at the 3 people. After a while, the 3 people successfully arrived at the convenience store, and when they saw that the door was not closed, they walked in directly. Seeing the 3 people successfully enter the convenience store, the audience in the live broadcast room became excited and the barrage of comments instantly exploded. That's great! I hope we can find something useful so they can return safely. Humph, I think they're just wasting their energy. What good stuff can this crappy convenience store have? Hurry up, don't dawdle, be careful of the zombies coming. Run. Suddenly, shouting came from the convenience store, and the person filming the video obviously had a trembling hand. Inside the convenience store, 3 men were seen rushing towards the door in terror, followed closely by several hideous-looking, blood-stained zombies. The zombies bared their teeth and claws, making low roars, and caught up with the last man in an instant. A zombie pounced on him and bit the man's neck, and blood splattered everywhere. The other 2 ran desperately, their faces full of despair and fear. However, they were soon pounced on by other zombies, bitten madly, and their screams echoed throughout the street. The cameraman was so frightened by this horrific scene that he stood there in a daze and almost dropped his phone. When he came to his senses and wanted to turn around and run away, it was too late. The zombies spotted him and quickly pounced on him. The last scene in the live broadcast room was frozen on the hideous face of a zombie, with bits of flesh and blood still hanging from its bloody mouth. The audience in the live broadcast room were frightened by the sudden horrific scene and screamed continuously. The barrage of comments paused for a few seconds, followed by a wave of horrified messages. "Oh my God, this is too scary. This is a nightmare. It's over. The world is ending. I can't bear to watch this anymore. Help." Jiang Feng stared at the content in the live broadcast room, and a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. The zombies in reality were completely different from those depicted in TV dramas. The zombies in front of him moved as fast as the wind, almost like normal people. Their speed far exceeded that of the slow-moving, stiff-limbed creatures. This made him determined not to go out easily before he had enough ability to protect himself. After washing up, Jiang Feng climbed onto the bed and prepared to rest. Since there was no good news, it would be better to escape this cruel reality in a dream. He immersed himself in dreams and tried not to think about the deteriorating situation outside. After waking up in the morning, Jiang Feng looked out the window as usual. The bloody rain was still falling, but it seemed a little smaller. Breakfast consists of steamed dumplings and soy milk purchased from the mall, which can be enjoyed after simple processing. He sat at the dining table, eating absent-mindedly, but in his mind he kept wondering when this annoying blood rain would stop. After finishing his meal, Jiang Feng turned on his computer and prepared to play some games. He had not yet completed the game, Black Myth, that he had purchased before, so he planned to continue the challenge today. He played the game for 2 hours and finally met the boss of the second level, Yellow Wind Monkey King. Standing up from the computer, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart whether he should join the Feng Ling Wing sect. Perhaps that would provide more protection. At this time, he picked up his phone and saw several messages from Lin Sairu. They had added each other as friends yesterday. "Jiang Feng, are you awake? Do you want me to come over now? I have a set of underwear that I haven't tried on yet. Can you help me see if it fits?" Jiang Feng smiled slightly and raised the corners of his mouth. This woman really racked her brains and tried every possible way to get food. He replied, "You should come over at dinner time. Remember what I said yesterday." In the next room, Lin Sairu lay lazily on the bed with her long legs crossed, her fair skin glowing charmingly in the dim light. She picked up her phone and saw Jiang Feng's reply. She couldn't help but snorted coquettishly. "I've shown it so obviously, but he can still hold it back?" Lin Sairu was eager to go there as soon as possible, not just for the meal. She was fascinated by the fight with Jiang Feng yesterday, and the wonderful taste was unforgettable. Today, she wanted to get back at the opponent. She turned over, pressed the pillow under her body, changed to a comfortable position, and continued to browse her phone. The rise and fall of her chest was even more attractive. Jiang Feng had self-heating rice for lunch. In this end times without takeout in restaurants, this kind of fast food has become a luxury. He browsed the news on his phone, but failed to see any encouraging news. The screen was full of reports about zombies rampaging, cities falling, and various desperate cries. Suddenly, a video caught Jiang Feng's attention. The video was only a dozen seconds long, but the number of likes and comments exceeded 10,000. The video is titled Superpower Awakening Superpower Lightning Control, and it features a man demonstrating his lightning powers. The man was wearing a black tights. He waved his hands lightly and several blue electric currents quickly sprayed out from his fingertips, making crackling sounds in the air. As soon as the surrounding objects came into contact with the current, wisps of black smoke emerged. Jiang Feng's eyes widened, and he was shocked and confused. This world has really changed. Even people with special abilities have appeared. He muttered to himself, "Does my mall system count as a special ability? But this mall system has no lethality. If it were exposed, it would probably be locked up as a granary." He couldn't wait to open the comment section, and netizens also discussed it. This must be a special effect, right? It's too fake. How could such a thing happen in real life? If it is true, I hope it is false. If it is false, I hope it is true. Stop dreaming. Even if it's true, what can a person with superpowers like this change? The world is already like this. I just want to know how this power awakened. The power will go out soon. I want to use this power to recharge and watch short videos. Suddenly, a comment from an author caught everyone's attention. "After I killed a zombie, I dug out a crystal from its forehead. I held the crystal in my hand, and it disappeared after a dozen seconds. Then I found that I had mastered the power of lightning." The comment area exploded instantly. Crystal? Could it be the crystal core in the novel? The author of the post is really awesome. He can actually kill zombies. It's fake, right? I killed 3 zombies and didn't see any crystals. The person above is bragging. It's really not against the law. Crystal? Killing zombies can give you superpowers. Jiang Feng muttered to himself. He walked to the balcony and looked downstairs. He saw dozens of zombies wandering around the community. Forget it. Let's just stay safe for now. Superpowers are too dangerous. If you don't get the superpowers and lose your life instead, that would be a big loss. Jiang Feng shook his head and sighed, then turned back to his room and turned on his phone again. At this time, he found that the official account had posted a message and it was pinned on all major platforms. The title of the message was "A Few Notes on Zombies and Superpowers." Jiang Feng quickly read through it and extracted several key pieces of information. 1. Killing zombies has a certain chance of obtaining crystal cores, but the probability is extremely low. The military has hunted down a large number of zombies, but the number of crystal cores is still limited. 2. If the crystal core comes into contact with the human body for more than 15 seconds, it will be absorbed by the body, and the absorber will randomly awaken special powers. 3. Each person can only awaken superpowers once. After absorbing the crystal core, the mental strength will be improved, but no new superpowers will be awakened. 4. The mutants can initially become immune to the virus, but if they are exposed to blood rain for a long time, they will still mutate. It's not that simple. It turns out there's only a small chance of it happening. Jiang Feng thought to himself. He guessed that the official announcement was intended to warn everyone not to impulsively hunt zombies. After all, the threat of zombies is far greater than the probability of obtaining crystal cores. Moreover, at this stage, most people do not have enough weapons, and if they act rashly, they may just become food for zombies. However, Jiang Feng believed that many people would still choose to hunt zombies. After all, who wouldn't want to gain extraordinary powers in the end times? At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. An unknown power system has been detected in the real world. The mall system will be updated. New products will be launched after the update. Please stay tuned. Update countdown. 59:59, 59:58, 59:57. Jiang Feng's heart beat faster, and he stared at the decreasing number excitedly. Sure enough, the system is not simple. After the update, I can directly obtain superpowers, right? Chapter 6. A reliable dining table. Jiang Feng was waiting for the system to be updated, aimlessly scrolling through his phone. The internet was in an uproar over the matter of the supernatural crystal core, and the messages for help were almost drowned out. Some people were eager to hunt zombies, some were buying crystal cores at high prices, and some were even discussing how to give birth to children for lightning mutants. The grid group in Jingyuan community was also very lively. Several young people in Building 10 were clamoring to open the unit door and let the zombies in to kill them. How stupid. Are zombies so easy to deal with? Jiang Feng looked at these impulsive young people with impatience in his heart, but he did not try to stop them. After all, everyone has their own choices. However, there are still rational people. One person calmly advised, zombies are not easy to deal with. If we bring them in, the whole building may be in trouble. But several young people didn't listen at all and responded angrily. You are a coward. If you don't dare, don't get in the way. Others in the group either tried to dissuade him or just watched the fun. Jiang Feng just shook his head and didn't take these people seriously at all. He knew that these people were not enough to fill the gaps between the zombies' teeth. He looked down at the time. Building 10 didn't seem to have anything particularly attractive to him. Forget it, it would be safer to stay at home. Suddenly, a mechanical voice broke the silence. The mall system has been updated and can be used normally. Jiang Feng was immediately refreshed and quickly opened the mall system to check. The system interface did not change much, except for the special interface, where a product appeared. The product name was Crystal Core Female, level 1 to 9, and the price started at 1,000 gold coins. The higher the level, the more expensive it was. Is this the Crystal Core? 1,000 gold coins isn't expensive, but why is female written in the name? Jiang Feng looked at the screen in confusion. He focused his consciousness on the level 1 Crystal Core, and detailed information immediately appeared in his mind. This Crystal Core is only for the host's beauty to use. The host can simultaneously obtain the user's superpowers, levels, and mental power amplification effects. For the superpower user using this crystal core, all harmful or negative superpowers will be ineffective against the host. The host's mental power is the sum of the mental powers of all the beauties. It only increases and will not be affected by the decrease in the number of beauties. The host will no longer be able to use other crystal cores. I see. Only women can use it, and they have to be beautiful women who have a certain relationship with me. Jiang Feng immediately understood. With so many restrictions, it's no wonder the price is so cheap. Lin Sira was the only person who met his requirements. It seemed that if he wanted superpowers, he could only let Lin Sira use the crystal core. Looking at the time, Jiang Feng knew that Lin Sira was almost there. He began to prepare dinner, took out a few bags of pre-prepared dishes and boiled water. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Jiang Feng walked to the door and saw Lin Sira through the peephole. She was indeed very punctual, even more punctual than his previous girlfriends. After confirming that she was the only one there, Jiang Feng opened the door and coldly let her in. Lin Sira walked into the room with a smile. Today, she was wearing a tight black short skirt, which just reached her thighs, revealing her long and beautiful legs. She was holding a bag, which seemed to be a change of clothes. Wow, it smells so good, she exclaimed as soon as she entered the door. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and responded coldly, "Let's eat." Lin Sira went to the kitchen to get some rice first, while Jiang Feng waited quietly. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Feng suddenly stood up, walked to Lin Sira, pulled her up, and gently kissed her lips. After a moment, he whispered in her ear, "You're quite obedient. It's really convenient without a crotch." Lin Sira's cheeks flushed instantly, and she lowered her head and nodded silently. 40 minutes later, Jiang Feng got dressed and checked the dining table. Fortunately, it was not damaged. After taking a shower, Lin Sira came out wearing a loose bathrobe. The bathrobe was slightly open, revealing her fair collarbone and the faint lines of her breasts. Her wet hair was scattered randomly, with water drops sliding down her hair. She asked somewhat ashamedly, "Am I leaving now?" Jiang Feng pointed to the sofa and asked her to sit down. "Do you know about superpowers?" Lin Sira nodded. "Hasn't it been said on the internet? Even the government has acknowledged the existence of superpowers." There was a hint of desire in her words. "It would be great if I also had superpowers." Jiang Feng took out a white crystal core. "This is the crystal core, which can give people superpowers." Lin Sira looked at it in surprise. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Did you get superpowers after using it?" Jiang Feng nodded, feeling somewhat satisfied. Lin Sira was a smart woman. "I already have superpowers, so this crystal core won't have much effect on me." Lin Sira's eyes flashed, and she spoke carefully. "Then, can you give me this crystal core? I can listen to you." She knew very well that people with supernatural powers would occupy a very high position in the end times. Moreover, she also knew that only a man as capable as Jiang Feng would be qualified to exchange with her. "I can give you this crystal core, and I will even help you increase your mental strength and upgrade your level." Jiang Feng paused. His tone became stern. "But you can't betray me. If you dare to betray me, I will kill you. Don't have any luck. My ability is much stronger than yours." Chapter 7. Lin Sira Awakens. Lin Sira nodded excitedly, obviously not paying much attention to Jiang Feng's warning. She knew she had no intention of betraying Jiang Feng. After all, Jiang Feng had food and drink here, and he was very powerful, which was much better than her previous life of being kept by someone else. Now, Jiang Feng was even going to give her superpowers, which made it even more impossible for her to betray him. She even felt that she seemed to really start to like Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng handed the crystal core to Lin Sira. He tried and found that he could not use the crystal core. No matter how long you hold it in your hand, the crystal core still exists and cannot disappear. Lin Sira placed the crystal core in the palm of her hand, and soon, the crystal core emitted a faint light. Her eyes widened instantly, nervous and expectant, and her breathing became rapid. After a few seconds, the light disappeared, and the crystal core seemed to disappear from her hand, as if it had never existed. "Strange, it seems like there is some more information in my head." Lin Sira closed her eyes and carefully felt the new information in her mind. Jiang Feng also felt a piece of information appear in his mind, which was obviously an introduction to superpowers. He felt a superpower called Element Wind, which was currently at level 1 and had only one wind blade skill. He could clearly feel that as long as he thought about it, the wind blade would be released naturally, like picking up something with his hands. Lin Sira opened his eyes, his expression full of hesitation and disbelief. "What ability has been awakened? Let's try it out and see the effect." Jiang Feng knew the answer, but he couldn't help asking. What was awakened was the Element Wind ability, with only the wind blade skill. Lin Sira did not hide anything and told Jiang Feng directly. After that, she raised her hand and concentrated on gathering energy. A breeze blew by, and a light blue wind blade slowly took shape in front of her palm. The air fluctuated slightly, making a slight humming sound. Lin Sira aimed at the coffee table and swung it gently, and the wind blade flew out quickly. Crack! With a crisp breaking sound, the coffee table was instantly cut into 2 pieces by the wind blade. She looked at Jiang Feng excitedly. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Jiang Feng looked helplessly at the coffee table that was cut in half, muttering in his heart that this girl might be a spendthrift woman. Lin Sira stuck out her pink tongue. "There's no better target in this room. At worst, I can just accompany you." What can you give as compensation? Jiang Feng looked at her curiously, guessing that she was not wearing anything under her bathrobe. Lin Sairu smiled mischievously. Of course it's me. As she spoke, she untied the belt of her bathrobe, ready to show Jiang Feng her compensation. At the same time, in Building 10 of Jingyuan Community, four young men were nervously watching the zombies outside the glass door in the lobby. Brothers, can we really succeed? I'm scared. Shaoli held the wooden stick with the kitchen knife tied to it, his voice trembling. What are you afraid of? We are so well prepared, we will definitely succeed. Xiao Wang gritted his teeth and encouraged himself, the baseball bat in his hand flashing with cold light. They decided that Xiao Zhang would go outside and make some noise to attract the zombies. Xiao Zhang carefully opened the door and threw a can out, making a bang 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 sound. Although it was drizzling, the sound still echoed clearly in the community. Several zombies were attracted by the sound and walked towards them. Xiao Zhang turned around and shouted, "Here they come, get ready." They planned to lure a few zombies outside the door and kill them one by one with the help of the sturdy door. However, fate played a cruel joke on them. I thought there were only a few zombies, but zombies farther away were also attracted by the sound, and dozens of them gathered in an instant. Fuck, why are there so many? Xiao Zhang shouted in horror. He hurriedly tried to close the door, but he was too scared to do anything. The zombies poured in like a tide, so fast that they barely had time to react. The hall was suddenly filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Run! Xiao Zhao screamed, his face full of despair. The simple weapons in their hands were completely ineffective under the crazy charge of the zombies. In a few seconds, the four were knocked down and torn apart by the zombies. Xiao Wang's cries for help became weaker and weaker until they disappeared completely. After the zombies had eaten the four, they were not satisfied, but became even crazier. They began to crash around in the hall, making creepy roars. The old man who lived on the first floor heard the noise and quietly opened the door to see what was going on. A zombie suddenly reached into the crack of the door. The old man tried to close the door, but the zombie forced it open. In an instant, the old man was knocked down and died. A child on the second floor cried out of fear, and the cry attracted the attention of the zombies. They smashed the door frantically, and gradually, the door began to crack. Don't cry, baby, don't cry. The parents tried to cover their child's mouth, but to no avail. Finally, the door was smashed open by the zombies, and crazy zombies poured into the house. In just a few seconds, the parents and children were thrown to the ground, blood splattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight. The entire corridor was filled with the roar of zombies, and the air was filled with despair. The residents on the lower floors have already hidden in their homes, quietly. Some enthusiastic people reminded everyone in the group chat not to go out, as zombies have already invaded the building. Chapter 8. The decorator is violent. Jiang Feng was lying on the bed, reading the messages in the group chat. He learned that Building 10 had been occupied by zombies, and the survivors were hiding in their houses and dared not come out. He knew that the trouble caused by those young people finally harmed the entire building, and in the end they themselves did not survive. People in the group scolded them and said they deserved it. Jiang Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Fortunately, they died. Otherwise, the angry owners might have beaten them to death. After this incident, no one dared to mention killing zombies or taking crystal cores. Everyone knows that compared to superpowers, one's own life is the most important. Lin Sairu has returned to her room, and the two of them no longer sleep together. Jiang Feng felt that there still needed to be enough space between people. Before leaving, Jiang Feng bought 10 crystal cores from the system for Lin Sairu to use. Lin Sairu felt that when she first awakened, she could use the skill 10 times in a row. And every time she used a crystal core, she could increase the number of times she could use the skill. The mental power increased by each crystal core is just enough to use a skill once. Of course, after Lin Sairu used the crystal core, Jiang Feng also gained the corresponding mental power gain effect. Jiang Feng looked at the news and found that there was no good news. Someone uploaded a video on a certain audio platform, reminding everyone that the internet and power supply might be cut off soon, so everyone should prepare in advance. Although the video was well-intentioned, the comment section was full of insults. Everyone knows that it is only a matter of time before the internet and power are cut off. Who can change anything? With blood raining down and zombies rampant, how much preparation can one make? Of course, Jiang Feng is an exception. He has a shopping mall system and can buy whatever he needs. After a moment of silence for those who were in dire straits, Jiang Feng lay down to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Feng woke up awake and felt refreshed. After becoming a superpower, especially using the crystal core to improve his mental power, he felt that his mind was clearer. Can the crystal core promote brain development? It would be great if it could also strengthen the body. Although Jiang Feng is young and strong, his system destined him to conquer a large black forest, so a strong physique is essential. I hope the mall system can continue to update. Jiang Feng couldn't control the system and could only pray. Breakfast was steamed buns, siumai and soy milk, all of which were semi-finished products Jiang Feng bought from the mall and heated by Lin Siro in the microwave. Since Lin Siro has awakened her special powers, it would be fine to cook occasionally, saving Jiang Feng from having to cook by himself. After breakfast, Jiang Feng bought 10 crystal cores from the mall for Lin Siro to use. He found that yesterday's earnings had been credited to his account, which should be the gold coins from the previous day that were distributed at midnight. No matter how many gold coins there are, they must be converted into strength to be reliable. He kept more than 6,000 gold coins as a backup and exchanged the remaining 10,000 gold coins for crystal cores. After using the crystal cores, the two's mental strength increased significantly again, and they could use the wind blade's skill 30 times in a row. Lin Siro was surprised that Jiang Feng took out the crystal core again. She was confused. She couldn't figure out where Jiang Feng got so many crystal cores. Maybe it's his special ability. Lin Siro thought so in her heart, but did not ask more questions. She knew that a capable man like Jiang Feng must have some unknown secrets. Jiang Feng looked out the window. The bloody rain still did not stop. He continued to play games, while Lin Siro sat on the sofa watching TV series, occasionally picking up her phone to chat. At the same time, in room 1904, Building 13, Jingyuan Community, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Uncle, the water prepared by the owner has been finished. Chen Bo, a short-haired young man, shook the empty water bottle in his hand and said to Chen Yong, a middle-aged man sitting on a cardboard, "There's no food left. What should we do?" Chen Yong frowned, his eyes flashing with anger, and he stood up and shouted angrily, "If there's nothing left, go rob it. Go rob the neighbors around." Chen Bo was startled and stammered, "Uncle, this isn't good, is it? It's the end of the world now, and no one has extra food. It's not right for us to do this." Chen Yong glared at him coldly and said angrily, "Unkind? When you die of hunger, you will know what is authentic. In this end times, kind-hearted people can only die." The two were decorators, Chen Yong and Chen Bo, who were doing work here, but unexpectedly got trapped in this building. Fortunately, the owner had prepared some water and food, which barely kept them going until now. It was already the 5th day, and there was no hope of rescue. Chun Yang, who had a bad temper, could no longer bear it and decided to take extreme measures. "But uncle, if we rob our neighbors, what if they call the police? Besides, can we defeat so many people?" Chen Bo was still a little hesitant. "Call the police? I hope the police come to arrest me. We have 2 big hammers in our hands. Who can beat us?" As Chen Yong spoke, he picked up a big hammer and swung it a few times, his eyes full of ferocity. Chen Bo hesitated for a while, but finally gritted his teeth, picked up another hammer, and followed Chen Yong to the door of the neighbor next door. They stood in front of the door, and Chen Yong kicked it a few times, causing it to shake violently. "Open the door. Open the door quickly." A panicked voice came from inside the house. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Chen Yong sneered in response. "Stop talking nonsense and hand over the food and drinks, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." A trembling voice in the room said, "Please, let us go. We really don't have much food left." Chen Yong was impatient and raised the hammer to smash the door. Bang! There was a loud noise and the door shook violently. "Stop smashing it. Stop smashing it." The voice in the house was crying. Chapter 9. The End of the World? Heaven. An hour later, Chen Yong and Chen Bo were carrying large bags filled with food and water and preparing to leave room 1902. Behind them, a man was lying in a pool of blood, and at the door of the bedroom, a child was lying on the ground with blood all over his head. On the big bed in the bedroom, the hostess lay there like a corpse, her eyes wide open, her eyes numb, and her neck full of pinch marks. "Uncle, that young woman just now is really good, much better than the wild girl you took me to find last time." Chen Bo licked his lips, his tone full of aftertaste, completely without the guilt and worry from before. Chen Yong turned around, slapped him hard, and said coldly, "How dare you say that? If you hadn't been pinching my neck, I could have played a few more times." Chen Bo scratched his head awkwardly. It was too exciting. I couldn't help it. "By the way, uncle, these things are only enough for us to eat for 2 or 3 days. Do we need to continue to rob them?" "Of course, we still have to find a place to live. Do you want to continue sleeping on the concrete floor?" Chen Yong said as if it was a matter of course. Although the residents on the 19th floor and several nearby floors heard the noise in room 1903, no one dared to go out to check or lend a hand. Urbanization has led to a long-standing coldness in neighborhood relations, not to mention that it is the end of the world. Some people wanted to call the police, but the call was simply unreachable. Some enthusiastic neighbors reminded everyone in the group that someone was breaking down the door and robbing, and suggested that everyone block the door. Chen Yong and his partner carried a sledgehammer and walked to room 1902 and continued to smash the door. Bang, bang, bang. The huge sound of banging on the door echoed in the corridor like a devil's roar. A trembling and frightened voice came from inside the house. Who is it? Stop smashing it. Qin Yang roared viciously, opened the door and handed over the food and water. After a moment of silence, there was no response. Qin Yang became more and more angry and continued to bang on the door. Finally, with a loud bang, the door was smashed open. Inside the house, a gorgeously dressed young woman with tattoos curled up on the sofa, her eyes full of fear. There was a mysterious butterfly tattoo on her slender waist, and the patterns on the wings were delicate and complex, exuding an alluring charm. She was wearing a cool, short suspender and ultra-short shorts, which should have made her look sexy, but she looked particularly miserable. Her face was haggard, her lips were chapped, and it was obvious that she hadn't eaten for 2 days. Her name is Lin Na. She grew up in a broken family. Her parents divorced and never took care of her. In order to survive, she entered society early, but due to lack of education and background, she eventually entered the nightclub to make a living. Lin Na is not the owner of this room, but a tenant. She cried and said weakly, I have no food or water at all. Don't waste your energy. Qin Yang remained unmoved. He stared at her fiercely and said, Stop talking nonsense and hand over the food and water quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Suddenly, Lin Na noticed the bag in Shenbo's hand, which contained water and bread. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, as if she saw hope, and she hurried to stand up. But because of long-term hunger, she couldn't stand and fell to the ground. She lay on the ground and begged in a trembling voice, almost humbly, Please, I have not eaten or drunk for 2 days, and I can't hold on any longer. Give me some food and water, just a little bit, just enough to keep me alive. I can do anything as long as you give me food and water. Uncle, this girl is really out of stuff. Shenbo held the bag and did not respond to Lin Na's begging. Qin Yong ignored her and stared at Lin Na's perky buttocks, saying meaningfully, Anything is fine? Although Lin Na's appearance is not particularly beautiful, she has a good figure and is still full of temptation even though she is wearing revealing clothes. Even though she looks haggard now, her beauty is still hard to hide. Well, as long as you give me water and food, I'll do anything. Lin Na had lost her dignity due to hunger and no longer cared about anything. Qin Yong and Chunbo looked at each other and smiled. The latter took out a piece of bread and half a bottle of water from the bag and threw them in front of Lin Na. Lin Na quickly sat up, picked up the water bottle and drank it hastily, not caring at all about the 2 pairs of rough hands wandering over her body. Uncle, this girl is amazing. I haven't showered for a few days, but she can still eat. What they say on the internet, eat without washing, is probably what it means. Shinbo said with a smile. Qin Yong yelled, Can you please stop saying these disgusting things? Change it later. I haven't tried such beautiful red lips. Hee hee. Uncle, this is not the end of the world, it's heaven. Now you understand, right? You were unwilling to let me come to grab the food. More than an hour later, Lin Na was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, while Qin Yong and Qin Bo were sitting on the sofa with their upper bodies naked. The 2 of them had consumed a lot of energy from the series of actions, so they began to eat the food that 1903 had snatched. Qin Yong threw a piece of bread to Lin Na on the ground. Eat it. After you are full, you can rest in the house. We will go see if there is any food next door. Qin Bo bit off a piece of chocolate and said, Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, we will never let you starve to death. Lin Na got up with difficulty and finished her bread. Although she felt humiliated, she didn't care too much. In the past, she had done many things to survive. As long as she had food and drink, she could accept everything. The only thing she couldn't stand was not being able to take a bath. The smell of the 2 people was too strong, and she really couldn't stand it. After eating, Qin Yong and Chun Bo picked up the big hammer again and prepared to smash the door of 1901. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sound of knocking on the door echoed in the corridor, but no one in the house responded. Qin Yong frowned impatiently and kicked the door open. The 2 of them entered the house impatiently and quickly scanned the room. There was no one in the house, but there were a lot of supplies stored in the corner. Whole boxes of instant noodles, several large bottles of mineral water, and some canned food were neatly arranged. Qin Yong showed a greedy smile. His eyes almost narrowed into slits. Haha, this is a great harvest. Driven by extreme survival pressure and desire, Qin Bo and Qin Yong began to frantically pack supplies into bags without hesitation. Qin Yong pretended to be proud and said, Boy, did you see that? In the end times, robbing others is the best way to go. If you don't rob, will women and food come to you on their own? Chapter 10. A Special Way of Comfort. Bang! Jiang Feng slammed the mouse on the table, and the cassock of the yellow-browed king on the screen fluttered on its own in the windless environment. The scarlet blood rain outside the window hit the glass, reflecting Jiang Feng's profile in a flash. The old demon with yellow eyebrows is bullying me too much. Jiang Feng angrily pulled off his headphones and threw them on the keyboard, and the mechanical axis made a crisp click sound. The door lock clicked gently, and Lin Sairu came in carrying a crystal glass plate. The watermelon cut into cubes on the plate was dripping with bright red juice. These watermelons were all bought by Jiang Feng from the mall. Lin Sairu was almost stunned when she saw the watermelon. It was already the 5th day since the end of the world, and she could still eat chilled watermelon. The weather was so hot that people couldn't help but miss watermelon. When Lin Sairu took the first bite, she felt like she was in heaven and almost cried. The great sage has been bullied by the little demons again. She chuckled, revealing half of her creamy calves under her silk nightgown. Jiang Feng looked at her teasing expression and shook his head helplessly. He would not get angry over such a small matter. Okay, let's eat a piece of watermelon first. Lin Sairu used a toothpick to pick up a piece of watermelon and put it into Jiang Feng's mouth. Don't be angry. Eat some watermelon to calm down. She then gathered her long hair together, tied it into a ponytail with the rubber band on her left wrist, and began to gently massage Jiang Feng's head. Half an hour later, Lin Sairu rubbed her sore hands and walked out of the room. Jiang Feng stretched himself, walked to the sofa, and sat down refreshed, and turned on his phone to see if there was any new message. Huh? Someone broke into the 19th floor and robbed it. Jiang Feng frowned. Did you hear anything? The group said someone broke into the 19th floor and robbed it. Jiang Feng asked Lin Sairu, who had just finished rinsing her mouth. I seemed to hear some noise, but I turned up the volume of the TV drama quite loud, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Lin Sairu shook her head, a trace of worry on her face. Someone is robbing? What should we do? Will they come to our place to rob? I'm not afraid of them. Jiang Feng smiled easily. Have you forgotten that you are a psychic? The wind blade is no worse than a pistol. He was not worried at all. After all, there were 2 psychics here. In the narrow corridor, even if dozens of people came, they would be wiped out. Oh, yes. I have superpowers. Lin Sairu stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Your awareness is too poor. After dinner, go to the balcony and practice your skills. Oh. Lin Sairu agreed and nodded gently. At noon, we still had pre-prepared meals, but we changed some of the dishes. Make fresh meals? Jiang Feng was too lazy to do it. Lin Sairu was already so sensible, so she wouldn't make any more excessive demands. Ding. Jiang Feng was just watching Lin Sairu practicing wind blades in the blood rain with boredom when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a friend request. Fei? Who is this? There is no note. Grid groups usually require room numbers to be noted, but this person only had an online name, which made Jiang Feng a little confused. Maybe it's a new resident? Jiang Feng agreed to the application and planned to see what the other party was doing. After the application was approved, the other party quickly sent a message. Hello, can you give me some food and water? This is my photo. Jiang Feng clicked on the picture, and the young girl in the photo immediately caught his attention. The girl had a high ponytail, was full of youth, had delicate facial features and bright big eyes, fair skin, a straight nose, red lips, and white teeth. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a blue denim skirt, simple but full of vitality. She was tall, with a slender waist and long legs that attracted attention. No problem, come over here, Building 13, Room 2304. Judging from the photo, the other party obviously met the system's 8-point requirement. How could Jiang Feng refuse for the gold coins? I'm on the 27th floor. I heard there was a robbery in the building. Can you come and pick me up? Poor. I can't possibly pick you up. If you want to eat, come here by yourself. If you don't come, you'll starve to death. Jiang Feng didn't have extra time to pick anyone up. This was no longer a peaceful time. If he wanted to eat, he had to do it himself. But the other party did not give up and replied anxiously, Please, brother. I am really scared and dare not go out alone. Jiang Feng frowned and replied coldly, I don't have time to pick you up. Come if you want. Don't bother me. After a while, the other party finally replied, Okay then. Jiang Feng didn't care whether the other party would come or not. She was just a beautiful woman. With the mall system, he didn't worry about lacking women. After exiting the chat software, he casually browsed the news on the internet. At the same time, Yifei was sitting in the rental house, staring at the screen of her mobile phone. When she saw the message of Jiang Feng's rejection, she almost couldn't help crying. She used to be the most beautiful girl in the school and had an enviable life. She was living a comfortable life until the end of the world came suddenly. She couldn't stand her boyfriend's philandering anymore, so they broke up and she came to this city to rent a house to start a new life. But the end of the world came suddenly, the city fell into chaos, and Yifei was trapped in this rental house. She originally thought that she could solve everything with her charm and ability, but at this moment, Jiang Feng's indifference made her feel bitter and lost. After 2 days without food, her body became weak and hunger and thirst almost made her collapse. Yufei bit her cracked lips and tried to calm herself down. She was only 22 years old, the best age, and she didn't want to die here. Hunger was like two merciless hands tightly gripping her throat, and her stomach was churning as if in angrily protesting. She wanted water and food. Standing up, Yufei picked up a kitchen knife from the kitchen. Although she was not sure if she dared to use it, it at least gave her some courage. The corridor was empty, and the dim lights flickered, making people feel uneasy. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the elevator, and Yufei's heart suddenly rose. She clenched the kitchen knife, and her body trembled unconsciously. Who is it? However, there was no response, only the strange sound continued to come. Yufei did not dare to stop, quickened his pace, and walked down the safe passage. After a thrilling experience, she finally arrived at the door of room 2304 and knocked on the door impatiently. Bang, bang, bang. The knocks were particularly loud in the silent corridor. Chapter 11. Who hasn't been to college? When there was a knock on the door, Jiang Feng was using his mobile phone to download an offline map of the entire country. If the apocalypse continued, the internet would probably be disconnected soon. If he had a chance to go out, it would always be more convenient to have a map. As for movies and TV series, Jiang Feng has already found a hard drive full of resources in the mall and can purchase them at any time. Of course, all resources must be legitimate. As for the indecent ones, after all, with the beauty around him, Jiang Feng feels that he does not need any spellcasting materials. Lin Siro has returned to her room to sleep. She has used her skills 30 times in a row, and her mental strength is almost exhausted. She greeted Jiang Feng with a tired face, and then went back to rest. She was used to going back to her room to sleep, and Jiang Feng told her to lock the door. After all, as long as someone entered the room, Jiang Feng could respond at any time. Jiang Feng stood up from the sofa and walked to the door. Through the peephole, he saw Yufei outside with a panicked look on her face. Her face, which was originally delicate, now looked haggard, with messy hair and eyes full of fear and helplessness. Her clothes were also torn, and she looked in a state of utter disgrace. Jiang Feng recognized her as the Fei who had added him as a friend before. After confirming that there was no one else outside, Jiang Feng quickly opened the door. Quick, close the door, Yufei cried. Jiang Feng immediately closed the door and turned to look at her. What's following you outside? Yufei panted heavily and answered anxiously. I don't know. There seemed to be movement in the elevator, so I ran down in one breath. Jiang Feng frowned slightly, thinking that there wouldn't be any zombies in the elevator. If there were people in the elevator, they should have come out long ago. Now the power was not cut off, and the elevator was still normal. However, no matter what the situation was, it didn't matter to Jiang Feng. He shook his head and said to Yifei, "Don't worry about it. Just stay here first." Yifei calmed down a little and realized that he was almost fainted from hunger. Jiang Feng seemed to see her condition and said softly, "Since you are here, you should be mentally prepared, right?" Yifei knew that Jiang Feng was talking about the mental preparation for survival. Hunger had made her put aside her former pride and self-esteem. A hint of helplessness and compromise flashed in her eyes, and her former pride had been replaced by the desire to survive. She nodded and whispered, "Can you give me some food and water first?" Jiang Feng took out a bag of bread and a bottle of water from the space and handed them to her. Yifei took the food and water and began to eat them voraciously. Her throat kept swallowing, and she stuffed the bread in her hand into her mouth bite by bite, as if she had been hungry for a long time. Water slid down the corners of her mouth. She didn't bother to wipe it off. She just ate and drank desperately, trying to fill her empty stomach. Jiang Feng looked at her quietly, and a trace of pity rose in his heart. But soon, this thought was thrown out of his mind. In the end times, pity didn't mean much. After finishing a bag of bread, Yifei finally felt a little more at ease in her stomach. She let out a long sigh, and her originally pale face gradually regained a hint of color, and her eyes became less distracted and more spirited. Jiang Feng looked at her changes and asked, "What's your name? How old are you? When did you move in?" Yifei. Her face turned red instantly, and she covered her mouth and smiled embarrassedly. Hick. She herself did not expect that the contrast between her wolfing down the food just now and the accidental burp now formed a sharp contrast, which made her feel a little embarrassed. "I'm 22 years old. I just graduated from college, and I moved in the day before the bloody rain." Jiang Feng didn't care. He glanced at Yifei's disheveled appearance. There seemed to be a bad smell coming from her body. "Go wash up first." You can take a shower here." Yifei felt embarrassed about her dirty appearance, but suddenly realized what Jiang Feng meant and opened her mouth in surprise. Jiang Feng nodded. "I have enough water here, but I don't have any washing tools or clothes to change into." Yifei was eager to clean herself. After all, she hadn't had a good bath for a long time. Jiang Feng opened them all and soon took out a bunch of things: toothbrushes, underwear, estimated size 36D, panties, clothes, towels. Do you have supernatural powers? Yifei had heard about the existence of people with special abilities on the internet, but she had never seen someone with the ability to produce something out of thin air like Jiang Feng. I guess so, Jiang Feng replied calmly. Yifei took the items, took a look at them, and her face instantly turned red. The underwear was lace and very narrow. A sailor suit was not suitable for wearing in this situation. She didn't say much and walked towards the bathroom with her things in her arms. After entering the bathroom, Yifei looked at herself in the mirror. Her greasy hair was tangled, her face was dirty, and her clothes were wrinkled. She turned on the faucet and let the warm water wash over her body, feeling a long-lost relaxation. Half an hour later, Yifei came out. She actually wanted to wash a little longer, but she was a little worried that the water would be used up too quickly and there would be no water left. She was tired of living without water. When she walked out of the bathroom, the moisture on Yifei's body had not completely dissipated and her skin was shining like pearls under the light. The black lace was faintly visible and the short skirt covered it just right. Her long, straight legs were smooth and delicate, and a drop of water slid down her legs like a dewdrop on a lotus leaf in the morning. The sailor suit fits tightly to the body, highlighting the slender waist and graceful curves. The neckline is slightly open, revealing the charming collarbone and a small piece of white chest. Yifei's cheeks turned slightly red, and she tugged at the hem of her skirt, feeling a little uncomfortable. This outfit was too sexy and revealing for her, and was obviously very different from her usual style. But she didn't say much. Jiang Feng's previous indifference made her realize that this man with superpowers was different from the boys she had known before. Jiang Feng pointed at the sofa and motioned Yifei to sit down. You just graduated, so let me ask you, how's your college life now? Yifei walked to the sofa and sat down. Her skirt was too short, so she had to keep her legs together as much as possible. Thinking back to college, Yifei's eyes became soft and full of nostalgia. Of course it was good. There was no pressure in studying. I played games when I had nothing to do, went out to eat delicious food with my roommates, and dated my boyfriend. Jiang Feng had a bunch of questions in his mind. Do I need you to reminisce about my college life here? It's not like I didn't go to college. Indeed, Jiang Feng had never experienced college life. He and his ex-girlfriend got together only after they started working. In college, he was addicted to games and had no time to care about anything else. He had just graduated and had no job, so he could barely be considered a college student, right? Chapter 12. Security guards surround and kill zombies. Jiang Feng stood on the balcony, staring at the blood rain that was getting smaller and smaller, and his mind began to wander. Who invented QyunY? Such a great invention has not been recorded in history. He suddenly thought that the attack speed bonus of the sailor suit was too much. On the sofa behind him, Yifei curled up slightly, covered with a thin blanket brought by Jiang Feng. Her hair was scattered messily on both sides of her cheeks, and her skin still had the redness of passion. Her originally delicate face now looked a little pale, and her brows were slightly wrinkled, as if she had not yet gotten rid of the previous fear and anxiety in her sleep. Jiang Feng stood on the balcony and tried to use the wind blade to attack the zombies wandering downstairs, but found that he couldn't do it. The attack range of the wind blade was only about 50 meters, and the 23rd floor was beyond this range. Will the superpower be like a bow and arrow, which will lose its killing power at the farthest distance? Jiang Feng said to himself, and began to think about whether the superpower will follow the rules of physics. If it really follows the rules of physics, superpowers cannot exist at all. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Feng couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up. He bought some fruits from the mall, apples, grapes, bananas, etc., and placed them on the newly bought coffee table. He sat on the single sofa and watched a movie. The volume was turned down so as not to disturb Yifei, who was sleeping soundly. At the same time, in the property service center on the first floor of Building 13, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Captain, we have run out of bottled water, and we ran out of food yesterday. The brothers are starving. Should we think of a solution? The speaker was the community security guard Xiaoli, who looked anxious, frowned, and stared at the captain. The security captain, Lao Wang, sat on a chair, rubbing his temples with both hands, his face gloomy. He was short and fat, with a round belly and sparse hair greasy and sticking to his scalp. Hearing Xiaoli's words, Lao Wang raised his head, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and determination. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to go out to find supplies. But there are zombies everywhere outside, and the blood rain hasn't stopped yet. It's too dangerous to go out. Another team member, Xiao Zhang, said in a trembling voice. Lao Wang stood up, looked around at the 4 subordinates in the room, and said seriously, we have to go even if it's dangerous, otherwise we will all starve to death here. Everyone fell silent, and the air was filled with tension and anxiety. At this time, Shally seemed to suddenly remember something and said in a low voice, "Captain, I remember there are a lot of supplies in the storage room of Manager Lu's office, and there are mid-autumn festival benefits there. If we can get them, it will be enough for us to eat for several days." When Lao Wang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and his greedy eyes seemed to have seen the supplies. But soon, he frowned again and said, "The storage room is a good place, but there is a corridor between Manager Lu's office and there is a female zombie wandering back and forth in the corridor. It's not easy to deal with. Captain, why don't we just kill this female zombie?" Shally clenched the rubber baton in his hand, his eyes full of determination. Lao Wang was silent for a moment, gritted his teeth, and finally said, "Okay, let's do it. But everyone be careful, don't make any noise and attract other zombies." Xiao Zhang on the side said with a face full of acne, "That zombie is Sister Shanshan from the finance department. Although she doesn't look good, her weapons are really big. Every time I see them, I can't wait to touch them." After saying that, Xiao Zhang licked his lips. When Lao Wang heard this, he slapped him in anger and said, "It's such a fucking time, and you're still thinking about this. After we kill the zombies, we'll go find something to eat, and you can just stay there and touch it as long as you want." The others laughed, and the atmosphere suddenly eased a little. Xiao Zhang covered his face and muttered, "I just said it casually." Lao Wang glared at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Everyone, be alert and get ready." Several people picked up riot shields, rubber batons, and riot forks, preparing to open the door and go out. Lao Wang suddenly remembered that there was a fire axe in the corner of the security room. It was used in the previous fire drill. It should be enough to deal with the female zombie. "You wait here. I'll get the fire axe. With this thing, we will be more confident in dealing with the female zombie," Lao Wang said, turning around and running to the inner room. After a while, Lao Wang came back with the fire axe, holding the axe handle tightly with both hands, his eyes full of ruthlessness. "Let's go," Lao Wang shouted. Everyone opened the door carefully. Outside the door was the corridor. The female zombie not far away seemed to have sensed the movement and rushed towards them with a roar. Lao Wang was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He raised the fire axe and chopped at the female zombie's head. The female zombie flexibly turned sideways to avoid the attack, and her claws went towards Lao Wang's arm. Lao Wang reacted quickly and quickly blocked it with the axe handle. Shally took the opportunity to hit the female zombie's legs with a rubber baton, and the female zombie staggered. At this time, Xiao Zhang, holding a riot shield, quickly stepped forward and pushed the female zombie into the corner of the wall. Another security guard stabbed her waist with a riot steel fork, restricting her movement. The female zombie struggled like crazy, struggled to break free from the restraint of the steel fork, and pounced on the crowd again. Lao Wang roared, holding the fire axe with both hands, and chopped down the female zombie's head with all his strength. The axe was so powerful that the female zombie's head was instantly split open, blood splattered, and she fell to the ground and did not move. Several people were panting, with some scratches and blood on their bodies, but they finally succeeded in killing the zombie. Suddenly, Lao Wang noticed that there seemed to be something glowing on the zombie's bloody head. He walked forward boldly and used the handle of the fire axe to push aside the zombie's hair. He saw a small crystal embedded in the zombie's head, and the light was coming from this crystal. Old Wang excitedly dug the crystal out of the zombie's head. As soon as he took the crystal in his hand, a cool feeling spread throughout his body. Shally walked over and took a look. "Captain, isn't this the crystal core that can awaken superpowers that is said on the internet?" A trace of greed flashed in Shally's eyes, and his hand unconsciously reached out for the crystal core. But seeing that old Wang was holding the fire axe tightly with a vigilant look on his face, Shally hesitated for a moment, but still held back. Others gathered around, their eyes full of excitement and anticipation. During the few seconds of discussion, the crystal core suddenly emitted a faint light and then merged into Lao Wang's body. Lao Wang only felt a powerful force surging in his body, and then the skin of his hands began to glow like bronze. "I seem to have awakened a superpower. It's metallization," Lao Wang shouted in surprise. "Wow, Captain, you are so awesome now." Several subordinates were very excited. Shally at the side was full of jealousy and unwillingness, but he didn't dare to show it. Lao Wang nodded, feeling the changes in his body, full of confidence. "Okay, don't dawdle. Go get the supplies first." Lao Wang put away his supernatural power, waved his hand, and everyone continued to walk towards Manager Lu's office. Chapter 13, Desperate Property Manager. Manager Lu? Lao Wang and 4 security guards broke down the door of the manager's office, only to find a young woman in her 30s sitting behind the desk. She was the property manager Lu Hanyu. The makeup on Lu Hanyu's face was smudged, and her hair was messy. He was wearing a white shirt under the black suit jacket. The collar of the shirt was slightly open, revealing his slender neck. His eyes were full of fear and fatigue. Although she looks a little disheveled at the moment, her plump figure still can't hide her former charm. "Manager Lu, why don't you open the door when you are in the room?" Lao Wang asked with dissatisfaction in his tone. I and others were hungry and banging on the door for a long time, but I didn't expect that there was someone in the house. This is not like before the apocalypse. Who cares whether you are a manager or not? Lu Hanyu's lips trembled, and she cried, I didn't dare to open it. I thought it was a zombie. Lao Wang snorted coldly. Afraid? We are almost starving to death outside, and you are hiding here eating and drinking. Captain, don't say that. It's normal for Manager Lu to be afraid, as she's a woman. Xiao Zhang advised from the side, his eyes constantly scanning Lu Hanyu, who exuded a mature charm. Lao Wang stopped talking and walked towards the storage room nearby. When he opened the door of the storage room, the things inside made Lao Wang smile instantly. Dozens of cartons of mineral water were neatly stacked against the wall, along with a dozen cartons of milk. In addition, there are bags of rice, flour, mooncakes, instant noodles, and some snacks. Haha, now we are saved. Lao Wang shouted excitedly. When the others heard Lao Wang's voice, they all gathered around. When they saw the abundant supplies, they all showed joy on their faces. The 5 people had been hungry all day, so they opened a box of mooncakes and started eating. Lu Hanyu curled up and hid behind the desk, praying that these big men would not notice her. What are you always looking back at? Lao Wang was eating a mooncake with milk. Seeing that Xiao Zhang kept looking back, he looked in the direction of his gaze. Through the hole under the desk, I saw Lu Hanyu curled up with his legs kneeling on the office chair. The plump and round thighs were tightly wrapped in black stockings. The holes on the stockings not only did not diminish their charm, but instead added a bit of unique charm. Through the holes, the fair skin is faintly visible. Lao Wang paused for a few seconds while eating. Then, he finished the food in his hand in a few bites, stood up, and walked towards the desk. Seeing this, the other 4 followed with ill intentions. Captain Wang, what are you going to do? Lu Hanyu's voice trembled. Her body couldn't help but shiver, and her eyes were full of fear. Lao Wang walked towards her step by step with a lewd smile on his face. Manager Lu, we've been trapped here for 5 days. It's really boring. Let's play some games with the brothers. Yes, Manager Lu. Don't worry, we promise to double your happiness. No, quintuple it. Captain, you can't use your superpowers. If you mess it up, no one will be able to play anymore. Lu Hanyu shouted in despair. You can't do this. I want to call the police. I wanna. Click. Lin Sairu opened the door to room 2304 and walked in. Jiang Feng was at home during the day, so there was no need to block the door. For convenience, he gave Lin Sairu a key to the house. Seeing Yi Fei still sleeping soundly on the sofa, Lin Sairu instantly understood what had happened between the two. Lin Sairu felt a little disappointed, but she quickly recovered. From the messages Jiang Feng sent in the group, we know that he will never be satisfied with just one woman. The materials and abilities that Jiang Feng possesses are more than enough to support his ambitions. As a professional mistress, Lin Sairu would not be dissatisfied because her sponsor has other women. Walking to the coffee table, Lin Sairu picked up a banana, opened her red lips slightly, and took a bite of the banana. Preparing food for one more person today? Nodding, Jiang Feng was very satisfied with Lin Sairu's performance. He thought Lin Sairu would be dissatisfied with Yi Fei's existence. Maybe you just don't care? This doesn't matter to Jiang Feng, as he won't really fall in love with someone. When you have only one tree, you put all your heart and soul into it. But when you own a forest, you will find that the disappearance of a tree will not have any impact. Lin Sairu went to prepare dinner. Jiang Feng patted Yi Fei's smooth face and said, It's time to wake up. Don't you want to eat dinner? Yi Fei woke up from her sleep. This was the best sleep she had had in 5 days. She slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of sleepiness still in her eyes, but more of it was contentment and relaxation. She tried to get up, only to find that she was only covered with a thin blanket. As for the sailor suit, it had been torn into pieces by Jiang Feng. Here, were this. Jiang Feng handed Yi Fei a set of clothes, which was a t-shirt and denim shorts he bought from the mall. Yi Fei's face turned red instantly. She grabbed the clothes and wrapped herself tighter. Can you turn around? Yi Fei said with some embarrassment. Jiang Feng shrugged and turned around as he was told. When the rustling noise behind him stopped, Jiang Feng turned around and saw Yi Fei wearing a slightly loose t-shirt and denim shorts, which still couldn't hide her freshness and cuteness. Her hair was a little messy, her cheeks were still flushed, and her eyes showed a bit of shyness and uneasiness. Lin Sairu had already prepared dinner. The two girls introduced themselves to each other and quickly became familiar with each other. After eating a piece of braised spare ribs, Yi Fei couldn't help but shed tears because of the long-lost taste. What's wrong, Fei Fei? Lin Sairu asked quickly. I miss my mother. She used to make braised pork ribs for me. Yi Fei's voice was a little choked. Can you still contact your parents? I called yesterday, but when I called again today, the number didn't go through. Don't worry, The local base station may be destroyed. In the current situation, with no one to maintain it, it is only a matter of time before the communication is cut off. People should be fine. Lin Sairu comforted her. Yeah. Yi Fei nodded hard. It's no big deal. Once you awaken your powers and become stronger, you can go back to find them directly. Jiang Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks and said to Yi Fei, awakening superpowers? How can I awaken them when I can't kill zombies? Yi Fei also envied the superpowers mentioned on the internet. I can let you awaken your superpowers, but you have to listen to me from now on. Really? Yi Fei still couldn't believe it. There were so many people on the internet, but only a few were truly awakened. Jiang Feng actually made it sound so easy to awaken himself. Really, Fei? Jiang Feng has awakened my superpowers. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't believe her, Lin Sairu raised her hand. A sharp wind blade instantly condensed in front of her palm. The air around the wind blade seemed to be cut apart, making a slight, buzzing sound. Lin Sairu was about to shoot the wind blade towards the coffee table when she suddenly felt Jiang Feng's unfriendly gaze from the side. She quickly changed direction and shot the wind blade out from the balcony. Yi Fei's eyes widened in surprise, staring at the wind blade that disappeared in the rain in disbelief. This is incredible. Chapter 14 Space Power. Yi Fei did not refuse Jiang Feng's request. Even though she did not have special abilities, she had to obey Jiang Feng under the temptation of food. Jiang Feng bought a crystal core from the mall, took it out, and handed it to Yi Fei. Put it in the palm of your hand and wait for 10 seconds. After capturing Yi Fei in the afternoon, Jiang Feng received another 10,000 gold coins. After more than 10 seconds, the crystal core disappeared, and Yi Fei closed his eyes to digest the information that entered his mind. Yi Fei opened her eyes, and Lin Sairu couldn't wait to ask, Fei, what superpower did you awaken? Space EX. The skill is teleportation, which can instantly teleport to the marked location. Yi Fei's face was full of excitement when he awakened for the first time. Of course, Jiang Feng also acquired this ability at the same time, and he knew it in more details. The first skill of the superpower is teleportation. 1 second after activating the skill, you can teleport yourself to the marked location. Marking is the process of leaving an imprint on an object with mental power, which can be fixed or movable. Using mental power, others can convey simple messages to psychics through markings. When teleporting, you can roughly sense the environment around the mark and cancel the teleport at any time. Level 1 teleportation can only have 2 markers at the same time, and can carry 2 people together for teleportation, with a maximum teleportation distance of 1 kilometer. Yi Fei concentrated his mental power on the dining table, and a silver hexagram the size of a coin slowly appeared on the table. If you look closely, you can see Yi Fei's head in the middle of the hexagram. After the mark appeared, Yi Fei quickly ran to the bathroom and closed the door. Jiang Feng and Lin Sairu were sitting at the dining table, wondering about Yi Fei's strange behavior, when suddenly they saw a flash of silver light, and Yi Fei's figure instantly appeared in front of the dining table from the bathroom. Ouch! Yi Fei stumbled. Her hair was a little messy, and her face was full of excitement and nervousness. Lin Sairu was quick to act and supported Yi Fei. Yi Fei's body was trembling slightly, as if she had not yet recovered from the dizziness of teleportation. She leaned in Lin Sairu's arms, breathing heavily. Yi Fei stood firm, his eyes wide open, full of disbelief, muttering to himself, I actually have superpowers. Fei, why did you leave another mark on the dining table? Lin Sairu suddenly pointed at a hexagram that appeared again on the dining table and asked, I don't have it. Yi Fei looked at the other hexagram with confusion. Jiang Feng on the side said calmly, I left it here. The 2 women took a closer look and saw that the center of the hexagram was indeed Jiang Feng's portrait. You can teleport too, the 2 women said in unison, with surprise on their faces. Isn't your skill going to let me on? The same wind blade as mine? Lin Sairu was so excited that she almost blurted out what Jiang Feng had lied to her. I'm not lying to you. I can also use wind blade. Jiang Feng looked calm. He raised his right hand, and a green wind blade appeared in his hand. Lin Sairu and Yi Fei were both stunned. Lin Sairu couldn't help but ask, how do you know our skills? What exactly is your special ability? Because you are my women, I can have your superpowers. Jiang Feng said casually. Yi Fei was stunned for a moment. Doesn't that mean that the more women around you, the more supernatural powers you will have? Jiang Feng nodded. That's right. I'm different from you. You can only have 1 superpower, but I can't have countless. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Yi Fei felt a little disappointed. Jiang Feng possesses such special powers, which means that there must be many beautiful women around him. Although her relationship with Jiang Feng is transactional in nature, she still fantasizes about having a pure relationship. After a while, Yifei adjusted himself. Now that they were in the end times and survival was a problem, how could he care about these things? Jiang Feng was in a good mood at the moment. With the teleportation skill, he could try to go out after the rain stopped. Then do you also have a portable space? Yifei asked Jiang Feng after adjusting her mentality. Also, you have a portable space? How big is it? Jiang Feng really didn't know that this space AX ability also comes with a portable space. About 1 cubic meter. Oh, I do have one. It's a little bigger than yours. Mine is infinite space. Jiang Feng understood that the portable space of the space AX ability should have been merged into his backpack space. Since the backpack space was infinite, he didn't feel anything at all. Infinite, infinite. Yifei's eyes opened wide, full of shock and envy. Lin Sairu couldn't help but exclaimed, "You are so amazing." Jiang Feng smiled and said, "It's normal for people to have some differences. Don't take it too seriously." Since Yifei's ability has no killing power for the time being, and level 1 teleportation is sufficient for now, Jiang Feng plans to prioritize improving Lin Sairu's ability. In addition to the need for the lethality of the wind blade, Jiang Feng also has a guess that needs to wait until Lin Sairu is promoted to a level 2 mutant before it can be verified. Yifei had no objection to this, and Jiang Feng also said that because her special ability was not suitable for combat, if she performed well, he could accompany her to find her parents in the future. As smart as Yifei is, of course she understands that the performance Jiang Feng described was most likely not that he asked her to work, but that she asked him to do the work. Jiang Feng discovered that after his supernatural powers awakened, although his physical strength did not increase, his recovery ability and endurance did increase a lot. Especially after acquiring the second superpower, this increase is even more obvious. He found that his waist, which had been slightly sore from the strenuous exercise in the afternoon, had fully recovered. Then, in the early morning, Yifei and Lin Sairu were sleeping soundly. Yifei had one foot on Jiang Feng and held Lin Sairu tightly with both hands. Taking off the beautiful legs from his body, Jiang Feng stood up and opened the curtains. The bloody rain outside had become lighter, and the fine raindrops hit the window, making a slight dripping sound. The world outside the window was dead silent, and the dark red earth dyed by the blood rain looked eerie and terrifying. Looking back into the room, the two women were sleeping quietly. Lin Sairu's hair was scattered on the pillow, and Yifei had a faint smile on her lips. In sharp contrast to the cruel world outside the window, the two beauties on the bed are like the only trace of warmth and beauty left in this doomsday. If there were no mall system, I would have been dead. As for the two beauties, Lin Sairu and Yifei, their lives will probably not be easy either. Shaking his head and getting rid of these meaningless fantasies, Jiang Hong bought 10 first-level crystal cores from the mall and placed them on Lin Sairu's exposed white skin. Anyway, as long as the body is touched, there is no need to wake up Lin Sairu. The rain was still falling, and he couldn't go out, so Jiang Feng began to think about how to spend the new day. Chapter 15. The Decorator Arrives. After breakfast, Jiang Feng accompanied Yifei to the 27th floor to move things. She planned to move to 2304. Girls do have a lot of stuff. After Yifei filled up her own 1 square meter personal space, there were still quite a few things left. Jiang Feng waved his hand and took away all the slightly useful things. With mental power, you no longer have to touch the objects with your hands to put things into space. Jiang Feng's mental power can roughly sense objects within a 10 m radius around him and can directly store them into the backpack space, of course, without any resistance. After staying in the house for several days, Jiang Feng took the stairs to move around, so he did not use the teleportation skill to return to 2304. Jiang Feng walked behind Yifei, admiring her graceful figure as he walked. The fullness of Yifei's chest trembled slightly as her center of gravity shifted, and the ups and downs of her chest were like surging waves, one after another. "Uncle, isn't Lin not too slutty? It's only been 1 day, and I've already done it 5 times. Shin Bo held the hammer in one hand and scratched his itchy crotch with the other. 5 times? Aren't you afraid of dying on her belly? Shin Yong glared at him and scratched his crotch. Uncle, how many times did you do it? I heard Lin Na practicing her voice before going to bed last night. Only 6 times. But I, your uncle, am much stronger than you, so a few more times won't hurt." Shin Yong looked a little proud. "Uncle, you are awesome." Shin Bo gave him a look of admiration. "By the way, uncle, don't we still have food? Why are you in such a hurry to come out and look for it? Are you stupid? If you go to someone's house too late, won't the food be eaten up? If there is no one in the house, not only will someone else move in first, but the food will also go bad if left there for a long time." Chen Yong looked at Chun Bo with a look of disappointment. However, these bastards have learned their lesson. They blocked the door tightly and couldn't get in even if we broke it down. We didn't find much in those empty rooms. Jiang Feng and Yi Fei were about to open the door when they suddenly heard a noisy conversation coming from the stairs at the end of the corridor. The two men turned around and saw two men carrying sledgehammers. "Uncle, there's someone here. Damn, that woman is so beautiful." When Chun Bo saw Yi Fei wearing denim shorts, his eyes widened instantly, filled with greed and desire. Yi Fei subconsciously hid behind Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng protected her behind him and looked at the two uninvited guests calmly. "Kid, get out of here if you know what's best for you. This woman stays here, and the food in the house is all ours," Chen Yong said viciously with a fierce look on his face. Chen Bo was even more arrogant. He waved the big hammer in his hand and showed an evil smile. "Little white face, I want this girl. If you dare to say no, I will smash you into a pulp." Chen Bo was still shouting and cursing arrogantly, but Jiang Feng could no longer tolerate it. He took a deep breath, swung his right hand forward suddenly, and a wind blade appeared instantly. The wind blade glowed green and flew towards Chun Bo with a sharp whistling sound. The arrogance on Chun Bo's face froze in an instant. He widened his eyes in horror and tried to dodge, but found that he had nowhere to escape. The wind blade pierced through his chest in an instant at astonishing speed. Puff! With a muffled sound, a huge bloody hole appeared on Chun Bo's chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His body shook a few times and then fell heavily. Chen Yong, who was standing by, was so frightened by this horrific scene that he stood there in a daze. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Feng waved his right hand again without any pause, and another wind blade whizzed out. "Oh!" Chen Yong screamed in despair, but the sound was instantly drowned out by the whistling sound of the wind blade. The wind blade ruthlessly slashed across his neck. His head flew up instantly. Blood spurted out, staining a large area of the ground red. Yi Fei was behind Jiang Feng. Seeing this bloody scene, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. After Jiang Feng dealt with the two people, his face turned pale. This was his first time killing someone, and the realistic and bloody scene made him feel extremely uncomfortable. His hands were shaking slightly and his stomach was churning, but he managed to hold it in and not vomit. After calming himself down, Jiang Feng walked forward and put the two bodies into his backpack with an expressionless face. Then he walked to the window of the safe passage and took the body out of midair. Bang! Two dull sounds were heard, and Jiang Feng looked at the bloody scene below indifferently, with no ripples in his heart. Yi Fei walked over timidly, her eyes showing both dependence on Jiang Feng and fear of the cruel reality before her. Jiang Feng turned to look at Yi Fei and patted her on the shoulder. "Learn to adapt. There will be more and more scenes like this." Yi Fei nodded slightly, but her body still couldn't help shaking. Jiang Feng and Yi Fei returned to the house. Yi Fei's face was still a little pale. She told Lin Sairu what had just happened in a trembling voice. After hearing this, Lin Sairu's face revealed an expression of fear that was hard to conceal, and her body trembled uncontrollably a few times. But just a moment later, she took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner fear and calm herself down. She patted Yi Fei's shoulder gently. "This is the end of the world. Killing and being killed will be commonplace. If Jiang Feng didn't have superpowers, I don't know how miserable our fate would be." Yi Fei nodded. "Yes, I know, Sister Sairu." Having said that, there was still a look of palpitations on her face. Seeing that Yi Fei was still a little scared, Jiang Feng simply pulled her into the bedroom and decided to counsel her alone for an hour. Lin Sairu was left stunned. "Why didn't you invite me to join you?" 1902, Lin Na was eating instant noodles with big mouthfuls. When Chun Yong and his nephew were around, they only let her eat bread. The uncle and nephew kept hot food like instant noodles for themselves. While the two of them were out looking for supplies, Lin Na quickly cooked herself a bowl of instant noodles. As for whether she would be blamed by her uncle and nephew at that time, she didn't care. Nothing was more important now than having enough food and drink. At worst, we can just donate the local areas when the time comes. Anyway, she has been drinking too little water these days and is a little constipated. Lin Na thought it would be a good idea to ask them for help. "Captain, it's been a night. Should we let Manager Lu take a break?" Security guard Xiao Zhang looked at the three security guards beside the sofa, frowned, and said to Lao Wang, who was sitting on the sofa in the reception room, "You're quite gentle with women." Lao Wang cursed with a smile. His metallization ability strengthened his body, and he came several times that night. "But you're right. It's time to take a break." After saying that, Lao Wang urged a few security guards. "Did you hear that, Manager Lu? Hurry up and work harder. I'll let you rest when you're done." Xiao Li said to Manager Lu, whose face was numb, with a wicked smile. The 16th chapter has been updated, but I still think I am T0. In a room on the second floor, Song Jiang slowly put on his raincoat and rain pants, trying his best to wrap himself tightly. In the corner of the room, dozens of boxes of mineral water were neatly stacked. They were the ones his friend had sold to him at a low price. There was no room for them in the store, so he had to keep them at home. Pan Xiao walked forward and helped him tidy up the corners of his clothes. She was wearing a slim-fitting knitted skirt, which made her slightly plump figure look even sexier, and her plump breasts made the skirt look fuller. "Honey, do you really want to go out now? Or you should wait until the rain stops?" Pan Zhao's eyes were filled with anxiety and uneasiness. "No, once the blood rain stops, everyone in the building will go to our supermarket to grab things." Song Jiang shook his head and said, "Don't worry, it's not raining very much now. I'll be fine if I take precautions." As he spoke, Song Jiang put on his high rain boots and tucked his trouser legs tightly into the boots. I also wrapped the joints with tape several times, for fear that even a little rain would seep in. Lin Xiao was handing out tapes, his hands trembling slightly, and he kept repeating, "Be careful, be careful. Close the door and wait for me to come back." After saying that, Song Jiang put on a full-coverage motorcycle helmet to protect his face tightly. Then he put on his backpack, held an umbrella in his hand, and walked out of the room. Song Jiang walked out of the building. At this time, bloody rain was falling. He held the umbrella tightly in his hand and looked around vigilantly. Faint drops of blood fell on his helmet and raincoat, making slight sounds, and the air around him was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. Song Jiang walked with cautious steps, constantly scanning his surroundings, guarding against any zombies that might suddenly appear. The back door of the supermarket is only a few dozen meters away from Building 13, but Song Jiang feels that the road is extremely long. God seemed to be blessing him. He successfully reached the back door of his own small supermarket, took out the key, and opened the door carefully. As soon as the door opened, the familiar supermarket atmosphere hit me. Everything in the supermarket was the same as before, with shelves neatly arranged and goods displayed in an orderly manner. Song Jiang walked in quickly and went straight to the food area. He quickly opened his backpack and put various foods into it, including instant noodles, sausages, canned food. He put everything into his bag as long as it was storable and easy to eat. At this moment, there was a slight noise outside the door. Song Jiang stopped instantly, clenched the umbrella in his hand, and looked towards the door vigilantly. It sounded like something was blown by the wind. Song Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, but did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly zipped up his backpack, put it on his back, held the umbrella tightly, and walked quickly towards the supermarket entrance. Along the way, he kept walking, praying secretly in his heart that no more accidents would happen. Drop. After swiping the access card, Song Jiang reached out and pulled the door of the building hard, but the door did not move at all. He looked carefully and saw an old woman inside the door, holding the door handle tightly with her two fat hands. The old woman's face was distorted, and she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Xiao Song, I know it's you. Give me half of the food in your bag, or don't even think about coming in." When Song Jiang heard this, he was furious and shouted with his eyes wide open, "Get out of here, old woman. I risked my life to get it back. Why should I give it to you?" Song Jiang knew this old lady. Her surname was Li, and she picked up waste in the community all day long. At the entrance of Song Jiang's supermarket, as long as there is a cardboard box, you can take it away without even asking, regardless of whether you need it or not. Old Lady Li had no intention of letting go. Instead, she held on tighter, and her voice became even sharper and harsher. "If you don't give it to me, no one will live." Song Jiang was extremely anxious, fearing that a zombie would suddenly appear. However, what you fear will come true. When he looked back, he saw a zombie actually appeared not far away. The zombies seemed to sense him and began to slowly move towards him. Seeing that the zombies were getting faster, Song Jiang gritted his teeth and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He put down his umbrella and pulled the door with all his strength, and he actually pulled open the door and old lady Li who was holding the handle. Song Jiang kicked the old woman into the rain of blood without hesitation. Then he rushed into the building like a gust of wind and quickly closed the door. The old woman who was kicked out screamed in fear in the rain of blood. The zombie was instantly attracted by her voice and pounced over. The old woman's screams stopped abruptly, and she was obviously bitten to death by the zombies. Song Jiang didn't dare to look back and rushed upstairs like mad. It's been a few days since the update, and I thought I was T0. While gasping for breath, Song Jiang cursed, his voice trembling with fear. "Do you know who just rushed in from outside?" At the property service center, Lao Wang asked as he looked at the zombies eating not far outside the window. I saw him use a key to open the supermarket door. He should be the supermarket owner Song Jiang. He looks similar. Xiao Zhang took a piece of mooncake and stuffed it into his mouth. On the sofa behind the two of them, Lu Hanyu, who was covered in dirt, had fallen into a deep sleep. After being tossed around for a day and a night, she really couldn't hold on any longer. By the way, Captain, there's a lot of water in Song Jiang's house. Xiaoli stood up from the ground, holding his waist. How do you know? Lao Wang asked. I saw him move in. Just the day before the end of the world, he used his cart to go back and forth several times. Lao Wang stroked his stubble-covered chin, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, his family can't use so much water. Let's go get some. Captain, we have enough water for now. Is it necessary? Xiaoli was a little reluctant to go. Yes, Captain. Why do we need so much water? Xiao Zhang didn't want to move either. He wanted to rest for a while, and then wait for Manager Lu to wake up. Wash Manager Lu. Can you guys go to Dior like this? Old Wang pointed at Lu Hanyu, who was lying on the sofa, dirty and emitting an inexplicable smell. As a noble psychic, Lao Wang would not want to share women with his subordinates unless he had no other choice. When the security guards heard this, they all agreed. So, Xiao Zhang was left alone to look after Lu Hanyu. Lao Wang took 3 other people and walked towards the property monitoring room, where the door led to the corridor. When passing by the surveillance screens, Lao Wang suddenly pointed at one of the screens and said, "Isn't this the mistress who was kept?" On the screen, Lin Sairu, wearing a tight black dress, walked out of the door of 2304. She takes a bite of the apple in her hand with her beautiful lips from time to time, and her curvy figure is very attractive even through the screen. Really, this body is fucking amazing. If I can sleep with her just once, I'd be willing to awaken my superpowers. A security guard stared at the screen intently until Lin Sairu disappeared behind door 2303. You are the only one who wants to awaken your superpowers. Xiaoli gave him a contemptuous look. But maybe we can really sleep with her. The captain is a superpower, and all the women and food in the building belong to him. When the captain has had enough fun, we can have a taste of her too. Old Wang was very pleased to hear this and waved his hand. Let's go to Song Jiang's house to get some water first, and then we'll go to the 23rd floor later. But Lao Wang was thinking in his heart that Lu Hanyu would be enough for a few of his subordinates, and he planned to enjoy the beauty on the 23rd floor all by himself. Chapter 17 Zombies enter the building. Song Jiang entered the bathroom and first wiped off the rain on his body with a towel. Then he carefully took off all his clothes bit by bit, fearing that they would get wet with rain. When Song Jiang came out of the bathroom, Pan Xiao immediately rushed over to him and asked with concern, "How are you? Did you get wet in the rain?" "No, I'm very careful," Song Jiang responded, and then said bitterly, "I just met that damn old lady downstairs. She blocked the door and one of my things. I kicked her right into the zombies. Go cook me some noodles and put 2 sausages in them. I'll have strength only when I'm full." After saying that, Song Jiang went to rest on the sofa. "You're so unruly all day long." Pan Xiao rolled his eyes at him, picked up a pack of instant noodles and a bag of sausages, and walked towards the kitchen with a smile in his eyes. Bang! Song Jiang had just sat down when he jumped up in surprise at a loud noise. I saw a middle-aged man waving a pair of bronze arms and breaking into the room, followed by 3 young men in security uniforms. "Captain Wang." Song Jiang's face darkened instantly, his eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Lao Wang glanced at the corner of the room and saw a lot of mineral water stacked there. "You can't drink all the water by yourself. We'll help you. No need to thank us." After saying that, Lao Wang waved his hand, and the 3 security guards didn't take Song Jiang seriously at all. He strode straight towards the neatly stacked bottles of mineral water in the corner and started moving them without saying a word. Song Jiang's face turned red with excitement. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. But he hesitated again and again, and finally chose to endure and did not resist. Just then, Pan Xiao in the kitchen heard the noise outside and came out. Pan Xiao asked in horror, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Her pretty face was full of confusion and horror. The moment Lao Wang and others saw Pan Xiao, a lewd light suddenly flashed in their eyes, and that greedy look seemed to want to devour Pan Xiao whole. Although Pan Xiao's appearance was not as good as Lu Hanyu's, she was still pretty and had a rather plump figure. In addition, there was no shortage of water at home, and it was very clean. The security guards rested for a whole morning and had recovered the energy they had spent on Lu Hanyu. Seeing the plump and mature Pan Xiao at this moment, they all felt itchy again. Xiaoli looked at Pan Xiao with a lewd smile on his face. "This butt is really big. I'm afraid we are blessed today." Several people stopped carrying water, showed ferocious smiles, and surrounded Pan Xiao, saying obscene words that were unbearable to the ears, and began to touch and abuse Pan Xiao. Seeing this outrageous scene, the anger in Song Jiong's heart instantly erupted like a volcano. Song Jiong roared, "You bunch of beasts, let her go." His eyes instantly became bloodshot, and he let out an angry roar, rushing forward desperately, trying to pull these beasts away from Pan Xiao. However, Old Wang snorted coldly and swung his bronze arm violently, with such powerful force that Song Jiong was thrown out of the door like a rag doll. Song Jiong spat out a mouthful of blood and listened to his wife's screams in the house. His heart felt as if it was pierced by thousands of arrows, with pain and anger intertwined. "Wife," he screamed, his voice full of despair and unwillingness. Song Jiong knew that he could not defeat these 4 security guards, not to mention that one of them had supernatural powers. In that case, then let's all die. Song Jiong gritted his teeth, his eyes were red, and his face was distorted with extreme anger and despair. He picked up a piece of the door fragment, and with a trembling hand, he used the sharp part to cut a long bloody wound on his arm. "Oh!" Song Jiong let out a low roar, and blood gushed out, quickly staining his sleeves red and dripping down his arms to the ground. Dragging his bleeding arm, Song Jiong walked towards the first floor step by step. When he arrived at the door of the first floor, he took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. Then, as if he had let go of everything, he sat quietly at the door, using his body to hold it against the door. In the open space in front of Building 13, a large group of zombies had already gathered because of old Mrs. Li's body. These zombies were once again attracted by the smell of Song Jiong's blood and rushed into the building like crazy beasts. There were more zombies coming from not far away, wanting to join in the feast. Song Jiong looked at these hideous monsters without any fear in his heart. There was even a hint of a relieved smile on his face, and he just sat there motionless. He let the first zombie that rushed up pounce on him madly and bite his body mercilessly. Not long after, Song Jiong lost his breath of life under the gnawing of zombies. And those greedy zombies followed the trail of blood and rushed towards the room on the second floor like a torrent. When the zombies rushed to the room on the second floor, the 4 security guards were still violently assaulting Pan Xiao, and the rushing zombies interrupted them rudely. Several people were so frightened that they forgot to react for a moment. Pan Xiao took the opportunity to break free and curled up in a corner, his eyes filled with fear and despair. However, the zombies did not give them a chance to breathe and instantly pounced on 3 of the security guards. Screams echoed throughout the room, blood splattered everywhere, and the 3 security guards were quickly torn to pieces by the zombies and died. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lao Wang was shocked. But he did have special powers after all, and at the critical moment, his metal limbs came in handy. He swung his bronze arms vigorously to repel the zombies that rushed over. He kicked his legs hard and rushed out of the door desperately. Finally, Lao Wang rushed out of the room and ran desperately upstairs. Pan Xiao in the corner was not spared and was bitten mercilessly by several zombies. Lao Wang rushed up the stairs to the 20th floor in one breath. He stopped only when he saw that there were no more zombies chasing him. After his supernatural power was removed, Lao Wang bent down, supported his hands on his knees, and gasped heavily. Although his supernatural powers strengthened his body, running up so many flights of stairs in one breath was also a huge drain on him. Damn you, Song Jiong. He just played with your wife and actually lured the zombies into the building. Old Wang was breathing heavily and cursing viciously. His face was full of ferocity and resentment, and he did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for his evil deeds. The 20th floor? Lao Wang looked at the numbers on the wall representing the floors. That flirtatious mistress is on the 23rd floor, right? I'm really pissed off right now, so I'd go find her to vent my anger. An evil smile appeared on Lao Wang's lips, and his eyes flashed with malicious intent. He stood up and stretched his stiff limbs a little. The anger in his heart made him eager to vent it. Chapter 18, Killing Lao Wang. Lao Wang came to the 23rd floor. Due to his previous panic, he couldn't remember which room Lin Sire was in. But it doesn't matter. Lao Wang decided to search room by room. Bang! The door of room 2301 was broken open and there was no one inside. Except for Lin Sire and Jiang Feng. The other 2 households on the 23rd floor are all office workers. They all went to work when the apocalypse broke out. After walking around 2301 and not finding anyone, Lao Wang continued to go to 2302. Jiang Feng heard some noise outside the door and checked the situation in the corridor through the video doorbell. Looking through the peephole might lead to an attack. For safety reasons, Jiang Feng bought 2 video doorbells at the mall and installed them on both 2304 and 2303. On the high-definition display, A middle-aged man with bronze hands and blood all over his body was walking out of room 2301. Jiang Feng looked at the middle-aged man on the screen and frowned. Security Captain Lao Wang? What is he doing here? His hand. Has he also awakened his superpowers? Seeing Lao Wang smashing the door of room 2302 again, Jiang Feng knew that he must have bad intentions. Jiang Feng opened the door. He didn't want this guy to smash down the door of his and Lin Sairu's room. Hearing the door open, Lao Wang turned around and said, Xiao Jiang, you live here too. Jiang Feng is a grid worker in the community. He deals a lot with property management, so Lao Wang knows him. Captain Wang, what are you doing? Jiang Feng asked calmly, standing at the door. I'm looking for that little. Lao Wang was halfway through his words when he suddenly saw Yi Fei behind Jiang Feng. Brother Feng, what happened? Yi Fei stood behind Jiang Feng and was not too worried. Jiang Feng had just killed 2 big men with his wind blade. Yi Fei was wearing a pair of tight black hot pants that showed off her perky buttocks and long, straight legs. She was wearing a tight pink suspender top, and her full breasts were about to burst out from under the restraint of the clothes. Lao Wang didn't know Yi Fei, but the moment he saw her, his eyes widened. He secretly exclaimed, "This woman is no worse than that mistress. No, I have to have this woman too." Old Wang looked at Yi Fei unscrupulously, as if Yi Fei was already in his pocket. Waving his bronze arm towards the 2 men, Lao Wang said arrogantly to Jiang Feng, Xiao Jiang, since we know each other, if you give me this girl, I won't bother you anymore, and I'll leave the things in your room to you. Oh, what if I don't let you? Jiang Feng asked back in a calm tone with an indifferent look. Lao Wang snorted coldly, and the flesh on his face trembled with anger. You won't let me? I'm a supernatural being. I can slap your head off with one slap. If you hand this girl over to me today, everything will be fine. If you dare to say no, I will kill you without a burial place. Just because you have the ability to turn your body into metal, does that make you think you are invincible? Jiang Feng's tone remained calm, but with a barely perceptible hint of sarcasm. Lao Wang laughed in anger and said viciously, Just a nobody? Today I'll let you see how powerful a superpower is. After saying that, the old king rushed towards Jiang Feng, his bronze arm whirring as he smashed towards Jiang Feng's face, shouting, Boy, today I'll let you know how to write the word regret. Jiang Feng was not panicked at all. His eyes focused and a wind blade instantly condensed in his hand, shooting towards Lao Wang. Old Wang was shocked. He didn't expect that Jiang Feng also had superpowers, and they were long-range ones. But at this point, there was no way to stop the attack, and they could only keep charging forward. The wind blade hit Lao Wang's bronze arm accurately, with a loud bang and sparks flying everywhere. Lao Wang only felt a sharp pain in his arm, and his attack was halted. Humph, is that all you can do? Jiang Feng sneered and waved his hands quickly, sending wind blades flying towards Lao Wang one after another. Lao Wang dodged left and right, looking a little embarrassed, but relying on the hardness of his bronze arm, he managed to block some of the wind blades. Jiang Feng, don't be too proud. Old Wang roared and pounced on Jiang Feng again. Old Wang roared and pounced towards Jiang Feng again. Jiang Feng's eyes were cold, his hands danced faster, and the wind blades flew towards Lao Wang like dense raindrops. Lao Wang was unable to dodge and was cut by the wind blade, leaving wounds on his body and blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Feng's mental power is the sum of Lin Sairu and Yi Fei's mental power, and he can release 60 wind blades continuously. Lao Wang is not fast and has no dodging skills, so he is a complete sitting duck. Old Wang screamed, but still refused to retreat and continued to approach Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng's wind blades became more and more fierce and dense. Finally, a wind blade slashed straight across Lao Wang's neck. Lao Wang's movement stopped instantly, his eyes widened, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Then, his head slowly rolled off his shoulders and his body fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Feng looked at Lao Wang's body, breathing slightly. The door of room 2303 suddenly opened, and Lin Sairu stood at the door with a look of astonishment on her face. Her eyes first fell on Lao Wang's body on the ground. The bloody scene made her cover her mouth instantly. Her stomach churned, and she almost vomited. What's going on? Lin Sairu asked in a trembling voice. Jiang Feng frowned, and was about to explain, but Yi Fei spoke first. This bad guy wanted to bully me, but was killed by Brother Feng. I saw him banging on doors in every room. I guess he was here to cause trouble. Jiang Feng added, and walked forward. Just like last time, he put the body into the space and threw it downstairs. After cleaning up the scene, Jiang Feng turned and went into the house. Lin Sairu hurried forward, hugged his hand, and pressed her full chest tightly against Jiang Feng's arm. I'm so scared. Can you comfort me like you comforted Fei Fei? Besides, I'm wearing garter stockings this time, which are more convenient than crotchless stockings. Lin Sairu pulled up her tight dress a little, revealing her white thighs. The edges of her black garter stockings were decorated with delicate lace. The slender straps gently hung on her tender skin, full of fatal temptation. Of course, Jiang Feng would not refuse and took Lin Sairu to the bedroom. The process of comforting is nothing more than repetitive words and gestures. There is nothing new about it, so I will not go into details here. Who is so wicked? Leading all the zombies into the building. An owner shouted angrily in the grid group. It seems to be the owner of the supermarket downstairs. I saw through the peephole that several security guards went to his house and insulted his wife. They were so angry that they all died together. These security guards are simply beasts. Even if he plays with his wife, he can't bring zombies in. No one will die if he plays with her. 6 sixes. In the property manager's office, Xiao Zhang looked at the lively network group on his phone and was filled with fear. Isn't the captain a superpower? How could he be wiped out by zombies like this? He didn't watch the surveillance video, so naturally he didn't know that Lao Wang was killed by Jiang Feng. However, he was not sad about the death of Lao Wang and others, but rather felt happy. Originally, he wanted to enjoy Lu Hanyu by himself before Lao Wang and the others came back. He would not be satisfied if there were too many people around. Now that I'm alone, I can play however I want. Chapter 19. The rain stopped. Throwing his cell phone onto the sofa, Xiao Zhang pounced on Lu Hanyu, who was still sleeping. Lu Hanyu, who was awakened, saw a mobile phone that was not locked yet. She took it quietly while Xiao Zhang was not paying attention. The mobile phone interface is still in the grid group, and the owner's condemnation of the security guard continues. After knowing that Lao Wang and 3 security guards were killed by zombies, Lu Hanyu felt extremely happy. She turned her head and looked around, looking for something that could be used as a weapon. Looking up slightly, Lu Hanyu saw a utility knife in the pen holder on the desk, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. While Xiao Zhang wasn't paying attention, she quickly reached for the utility knife. Lu Hanyu held the utility knife tightly in his hand and slowly pushed out the blade. After a moment, Lu Hanyu made up his mind and slashed Xiao Zhang's throat with the utility knife. Xiao Zhang's eyes widened instantly, and a ho-ho sound came from his throat. He covered the wound with both hands desperately, and blood flowed out from between his fingers. He tried to resist and used his last bit of strength to grab Lu Hanyu's arm. Lu Hanyu struggled to break free and kicked Xiao Zhang away. Xiao Zhang fell to the ground, his body twitching continuously. Lu Hanyu was breathing heavily, his hands were shaking uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with fear and tension. She looked at Xiao Zhang, who was still twitching on the ground. The blood had dyed the ground red. The pungent smell of blood made her stomach churn. I killed someone. I killed someone. Lu Hanyu muttered to himself, his body involuntarily backing away until he leaned against the wall. At this moment, there were chaotic footsteps outside the monitoring room door. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, accompanied by the roars of zombies. Oh no, the zombies in the corridor are attracted by the smell of blood. Lu Hanyu stared at the door nervously, praying that the zombies would not rush in. But things don't always go as planned. The door of the monitoring room was pushed open by a huge force, and several zombies rushed in. Lu Hanyu screamed in horror and waved the utility knife in her hand around. Her resistance seemed insignificant in front of the ferocious zombies. One zombie pounced on her and bit her neck in an instant. Early in the morning, Jiang Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes as usual, put on the short-sleeved shirt hanging on the bed, and walked towards the living room with a slightly lazy pace. The moment he stepped into the living room, he was surprised to find that the bloody rain that had been raging for some time had finally stopped. After a long period of rain, the warm and bright morning light, like a naughty elf, happily jumps through the window and sprinkles on every corner of the living room. Jiang Feng's attention was unconsciously attracted to the figure on the balcony. Lin Sairu and Yi Fei were standing there, enjoying the long-lost morning light. The sunlight is like a pair of gentle hands, shining through their silky, translucent pajamas, delicately outlining their amazing figures. Jiang Feng's eyes slowly slid down, and after staying there for a long time, he exclaimed, "It turns out that light also has a shape. I didn't realize it before." Lin Sairu and Yi Fei heard the noise and slowly turned around. Lin Sairu had a gentle smile on her lips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with laziness and comfort, and she said softly, "Jiang Feng, you're awake. The bloody rain has finally stopped. The sun is shining brightly." Yi Fei blinked playfully, her lively eyes full of joy. "Brother Feng, come and take a look. The sky outside is so blue." Jiang Feng looked at the two beautiful women and was in a good mood. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and he responded, "Well, it is indeed a rare good weather." At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the distance, and the sound came closer and closer, breaking the silence of the early morning. The sound became louder and louder. Jiang Feng quickly walked to the balcony, and the three of them looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a military helicopter hovering low over 11 buildings not far away. The huge propeller rotated rapidly, making a deafening, buzzing sound. The plane slowly lowered the rope ladder, and several agile soldiers in camouflage uniforms slid down the ladder quickly. They moved skillfully and quickly entered a house on the 20th floor of Building 11 through the window. The silk pajamas of the two women were blown tightly to their bodies by the airflow, further highlighting their exquisite figure curves, but Jiang Feng had no time to look at them. Lin Sairu's hair was flying around her face in a messy manner. She said loudly, "What's going on? Are these soldiers the government's rescue? Why are they only going to the household in Building 11? Jiang Feng frowned, his eyes fixed on the movement over there, his expression slightly mocking. Government aid? It's nothing more than misappropriation of public resources for private gain. But it's the end of the world, so there's no such thing as fairness or injustice. The zombies wandering aimlessly downstairs in the community were attracted by the huge noise of the helicopter and gathered towards Building 11 from all directions. They staggered, letting out blood-curdling roars, and their rotting bodies looked even more terrifying in the morning light. Soon, densely packed zombies gathered under Building 11. They raised their heads and screamed wildly at the helicopter hovering in the sky. After a while, the soldiers helped an elderly couple out of the building and carefully carried them onto the helicopter using the rope ladder. The zombies seemed to be aware of the presence of their prey and became even more restless. Some zombies even jumped up and rushed towards the rope ladder, but they could not reach the rope ladder, which was dozens of meters above the ground. A window on the 21st floor suddenly opened, and a woman leaned out. Her hair was disheveled, her face was full of fear and anxiety, and she shouted at the soldiers, "Save me! Please take me with you." But the soldiers ignored him and just carefully guarded the rope ladder. After calling for help for a long time and seeing no one responding, the woman started to yell, "Why did you save these two old men and not me? You soldiers, are you just going to watch someone die without helping him?" While yelling and cursing at the top of her lungs, she leaned out most of her body, regardless of the danger, and tried to grab the rope ladder that was carrying the old man. There were still soldiers who hadn't gone up, so the rope ladder hadn't been taken away and was not far from the woman. The woman stretched out her arms and swung desperately at the rope ladder, almost grabbing it several times. A soldier shouted a warning, "Stop, or I will shoot." However, the woman turned a deaf ear to him and tried even more frantically to pull the rope ladder towards her, shouting, "If you don't save me, no one can leave." Seeing the woman like this, a soldier below raised his gun without hesitation and aimed coldly at the woman. A gunshot rang out. The woman's body stiffened instantly, her eyes full of disbelief, and then she fell straight from the window and smashed into the group of zombies below and was instantly eaten by the swarming zombies. The helicopter slowly gained altitude and flew off into the distance, leaving behind only the gradually fading roar and the still restless group of zombies downstairs. Chapter 20. A very lucky yoga instructor. The scene of the soldier killing the woman shocked the owners of Jingyuan community. They were originally watching the helicopter rescue operation from their windows or balconies, hoping to be rescued too. But at this moment, their hearts were filled with fear and despair. In particular, some owners said in the group that the elderly couple were not scientists or senior government officials, but their sons served in the military. The owners expressed their anger and dissatisfaction in the group, but they seemed to have nothing else to do except vent their emotions. "Brother Feng, weren't those soldiers sent by the government? How could they kill people?" Yifei looked puzzled. Jiang Feng had anticipated this and said calmly, "The situation has gotten out of control. I'm afraid the army no longer represents the government. With zombies everywhere, the government departments are probably already collapsed, and no one can say whether the military will organize a large-scale rescue. The internet is also full of accusations against the military's selective and violent rescue efforts, but there has been no official response to these." The three of them didn't think anymore and went back into the house to prepare for breakfast. Jiang Feng used the proceeds from the two women yesterday to buy 20 crystal cores and gave them all to Lin Sairu for use. Not counting the one she first awakened, Lin Sairu has used 60 crystal cores. Lin Feng guessed that it would be possible to upgrade after using 100 crystal cores. Ding dong. The three had just finished breakfast when the doorbell rang. "Brother Feng, it's a woman." Yifei walked quickly to the door and looked at the screen of the video doorbell. Jiang Feng was a little confused when he heard this, because he hadn't sent or received any messages from beautiful women in the group in the past 2 days. There aren't many beauties with scores above 8, so it's pretty good to receive 2 in a community. Arriving at the door, Jiang Feng glanced at the screen. Coach Zhou? All I saw on the screen was a beautiful woman wearing yoga pants. Her originally graceful figure had become thinner due to not eating for many days, and her neat short hair had become messy, completely devoid of her former spirit. At this moment, her eyes were full of anxiety and fear. Her delicate face turned slightly pale due to tension and hunger. Her lips were cracked and chapped, revealing a distressing haggardness. Mr. Jiang, are you in the room? Can you open the door and let me in? Zhou Qingyu cried out in a crying voice, looking back frequently, fearing that zombies would suddenly appear behind her. Zhou Qingyu opened a yoga studio outside the community and served as a coach herself. Before this, when Zhou Qingyu taught yoga classes, there were always many men standing outside the store, peeking at the beauties practicing yoga through the glass windows. After the yoga class, there is always a pile of cigarette butts left in the corner outside the store. As a community grid worker, Jiang Feng sometimes goes to check whether the 3 guarantees are in place in front of the doors of the basement shops. As there were always a pile of cigarette butts in front of the yoga studio, Jiang Feng sought negotiation with Zhou Qingyu many times. Finally, Zhou Qingyu had to draw the curtains every time she had class. Zhou Qingyu had a good impression of the handsome Jiang Feng and took the initiative to add Jiang Feng on WeChat. When adding her, she joked that Jiang Feng only gave her a work number, and there must be a personal number that he hadn't added her. Jiang Feng simply added Zhou Qingyu's WeChat on his secondary account. It was not bad for the beautiful and sexy yoga studio owner to stay on his secondary WeChat account. When the blood rain came, Zhou Qingyu was in the yoga studio. In the first few days, Zhou Qingyu could still survive on some snacks and fruits stored in the museum. But as time went by, even if she only ate a little at each meal, the food ran out 2 days ago. Zhou Qingyu saw the message Jiang Feng sent using his secondary account in the grid group and thought he was playing a prank. But as the food ran out and hunger set in, Zhou Qingyu had already thought about going to find Jiang Feng. But with the bloody rain and the zombies, she couldn't get out at all. The scene of the helicopter rescuing people in the morning made Zhou Qingyu give up the idea of waiting for rescue. She was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore. There were zombies everywhere outside. Who knew if there would be any rescue? Even if there is rescue, it will be her turn only after all the important people have been rescued. Can she hold on that long? So, while the helicopter attracted all the zombies together, Zhou Qingyu went out from the back door and ran to the underground parking lot of the community through the ground exit not far away. Zhou Qingyu heard Jiang Feng mention that he lived in room 2304, building 13. She didn't dare to take the stairs, so she had to try the elevator. Fortunately, there were no zombies in the elevator, and she was successfully taken to the 23rd floor. Coach Zhou, why are you here? Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Jiang Feng immediately opened the door. Zhou Qingyu almost stumbled into the house and begged, Mr. Jiang, can you save me? I haven't eaten for several days. At this time, Lin Sairu suddenly said in surprise, Coach Zhou, it's you. I learned yoga in your yoga studio. I didn't expect to see you here again. Zhou Qingyu was slightly startled, raised her head. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and smiled weakly. It's Miss Lin. I didn't expect it. Jiang Feng was not stingy towards people he had a good relationship with, and quickly took out food and water and handed them to Zhou Qingyu. Zhou Qingyu took the food and started to eat it ravenously. After eating, Zhou Qingyu thanked Jiang Feng repeatedly. Jiang Feng asked her how she got here. After listening to Zhou Qingyu's experience, the 3 of them sighed that she was so lucky. The helicopter attracted all the zombies away, and there were no zombies in the underground parking lot. There were 2 elevators, one of which stopped on the 27th floor. Yifei had heard some noise inside before, and the one Zhou Qingyu caught happened to be the one with no problems. Qingyu, you are saved if you can find this place. Jiang Feng has a lot of supplies here. Lin Sairu glanced at Jiang Feng and said, however, if you want to stay here for a long time, it depends on your performance. Jiang Feng coughed lightly. Coach Zhou, you can stay here first. Food is fine. You can leave when rescue arrives. The 2 of them had some friendship before, so it was no big deal for Jiang Feng to provide her with food and drink for a period of time. As for using food to force someone to become his woman, Jiang Feng couldn't do that to someone he knew. But he didn't plan to support Zhou Qingyu forever. It was only a matter of time before the government or the military established a base. When the time came, Zhou Qingyu would go to the base to make a living. Zhou Qingyu understood what Jiang Feng meant, and thinking of the message he had sent, Zhou Qingyu blushed slightly and looked at Jiang Feng. Can I follow you all the time? Jiang Feng was slightly stunned. I don't exude a domineering aura. Why did this beautiful woman approach me on her own initiative? What he didn't know was that Zhou Qingyu had been trying to contact her family since the first day of the apocalypse, but had been unsuccessful, and her parents might have been in great danger. She had no one to rely on, and after being trapped for so many days, her only thought was to have a full meal. Jiang Feng saved her, just like lighting a faint lamp for her in the endless darkness, and she didn't want this lamp to go out again. Moreover, looking at the condition of Lin Sairu and Yi Fei, it is almost the same as before the apocalypse. They obviously have enough food and water. She even found that the two of them were very clean, without any smell of not having taken a shower for a long time. Zhou Qingyu couldn't imagine it. The tap water had been cut off for so many days. Could it be possible that these two beauties could still take a bath? Chapter 21 Cat-Eared Girl. Sure, Jiang Feng naturally would not refuse Zhou Qingyu's request, as her appearance completely met the requirements of the mall system. Seeing Jiang Feng agreed, Lin Sairu and Yi Fei were also very happy. The three of them had all experienced hunger before, and they were all smart people, so they didn't have any jealous thoughts. In the end times, we can no longer go shopping, so it will be more lively with one more person. If there are three of them, they can play poker together. Well, it was real poker, the kind that plays landlord, not the kind that I played with Jiang Feng. Then Qingyu, go take a shower first. I bought several sets of clothes for yoga practice before, so I'll get you a new set. Lin Sairu stood up and planned to go to her room to get clothes for Zhou Qingyu. I can actually take a shower here. Zhou Qingyu was full of surprise and joy, and her eyes instantly lit up. After being trapped for many days, her clothes were already stained with sweat and emitted an unpleasant odor. Of course, Jiang Feng is very powerful and has prepared everything. You will be able to taste something even more powerful in a while, Lin Sairu said with a smile. Zhou Qingyu lowered her head shyly, with a blush on her face. After a while, Lin Sairu returned with a set of yoga clothes, took Zhou Qingyu to the bathroom door, and handed her the clothes and the toiletries bought by Jiang Feng. Go ahead, take a good wash, and everything will be fine. Zhou Qingyu walked into the bathroom and gently closed the door. When the hot water poured over her body, she couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. The hot water seemed to take away all the fatigue and fear of the past few days, allowing her to temporarily forget the terrible doomsday world outside. When Zhou Qingyu walked out of the bathroom in her yoga clothes, she found that Jiang Feng was the only one sitting in the living room. She seemed to realize what was going to happen next. The yoga pants tightly wrapped around her slender and straight legs. Her leg lines were smooth and powerful, and the tight fabric showed her round and firm hip curves without reservation, exuding a healthy and charming charm. Walking to the sofa, Zhou Qingyu sat down next to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng hugged Zhou Qingyu and gently stroked the faintly visible waistline. Everyone can guess what the next hour will contain, and it's not interesting, so I won't write about it. Practicing yoga makes your body more flexible. I never thought I could do such an incredible pose. Jiang Feng sat on the single sofa, recalling what had just happened, and was amazed. On the side, Zhou Qingyu's face was flushed. She was breathing slightly, and the clothes on her chest rose and fell with her breathing. There was still a lingering confusion and shyness in her eyes. She bit her lower lip lightly, glanced at Jiang Feng with a slightly coquettish look, then slowly stood up and put on the sportswear that Jiang Feng had given her. Jiang Feng watched Zhou Qingyu's every move, and the desire in his heart rippled again. But Zhou Qingyu had just escaped, and he was afraid that she could not withstand it again. Jiang Feng bought a crystal core from the mall, took it out, and handed it to Zhou Qingyu. This is for you. Is this a crystal core? Zhou Qingyu widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Feng in disbelief. Yes, Sister Qingyu, you should use it soon. Let us see what superpowers you will awaken. Yi Fei and Lin Sairu walked in from outside. Have you all awakened your special powers? Zhou Qingyu felt it was unbelievable. Aren't crystal cores difficult to obtain? How could Jiang Feng just give her one so easily? Jiang Feng nodded. Only if you become my woman can you use my crystal core. Zhou Qingyu thought of the madness just now and shyly took the crystal core from Jiang Feng. After a while, as the crystal core disappeared, a large amount of information flooded into her mind. Qingyu, tell me quickly, what superpower have you awakened? Seeing Zhou Qingyu open her eyes, Lin Sairu asked hurriedly. Beast Heart. The skill I have now is Cat Heart. After using it, I can conceal my own aura, reduce the chance of being detected, and become as agile as a cat. As she spoke, Zhou Qingyu activated her skill, and her ears turned into a pair of cute cat ears. The three of them instantly felt that Zhou Qingyu's presence had decreased a lot. If they didn't look at her, it would be as if she didn't exist. If I continue to use it, I can only last for 1 hour. Zhou Qingyu withdrew her supernatural power, and her ears returned to normal. Brother Feng, you won't become a cat-eared girl too, right? Yi Fei suddenly remembered that Jiang Feng could possess their superpowers. It would be interesting if Jiang Feng also turned into cat ears. What are you thinking about? Jiang Feng tapped Yi Fei's head. You can control your ears so they don't change. Yes, I didn't control myself well. Zhou Qingyu stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly. Jiang Feng was very satisfied with this special ability. It was a magical skill to avoid zombies. When the level was high, he might be able to become invisible directly. As per convention, the 10,000 gold coins that Zhou Qingyu had just contributed were also exchanged by Jiang Feng for crystal cores and given to Lin Sairu. At noon, in order to welcome Zhou Qingyu to join Jiang Feng's harem family, Jiang Feng bought a lot of pre-prepared dishes and fruits from the mall and asked Lin Sairu and Yi Fei to prepare a very rich lunch. Zhou Qingyu was so surprised that her jaw dropped. She had already experienced Jiang Feng's athletic talent. Unexpectedly, in addition to this, Jiang Feng is also a mysterious, wealthy, and powerful psychic. After dinner, Jiang Feng went to the balcony and looked around. There were very few zombies in the community, and most of them had chased the helicopter outside. Seeing this, Jiang Feng decided to go outside for a walk. With 3 superpowers, especially the teleportation skill, as long as he does not walk out of the 1-kilometer range, there is basically no need to worry about his own safety. After telling the 3 women about his idea, they all advised him not to go out, but Jiang Feng would not easily change his decision. He is willing to have women around him, but he is unwilling to let women control him. Seeing that Jiang Feng had made up his mind, the 3 women stopped trying to dissuade him. They just told him to be careful and to teleport back immediately if he found something wrong. Jiang Feng first threw a bank card with a mark on it down the stairs, then concentrated his mind on sensing the situation around the mark. After making sure there was no danger, Jiang Feng disappeared from the living room with a flash of light. Level 1 teleportation can leave 2 marks at the same time. Jiang Feng handed the other bank card with the mark to Yi Fei. To be on the safe side, Jiang Feng also kept a bank card with Yi Fei's seal on it. In this way, no matter where the situation occurs, they can teleport to a safe place. Jiang Feng made up his mind that if he had the chance, he would ask someone to order a batch of high-end cards specifically for leaving his mark. If you always use bank cards, it will be a bit cheap. Chapter 22. Sacrifice for yourself. A flash of light appeared in the open space in front of Building 13, and Jiang Feng's figure instantly appeared. He looked around vigilantly. Not far away, 2 zombies were wandering aimlessly, making creepy roars from time to time. The foul smell filled the air, causing Jiang Feng to frown. Jiang Feng had activated the cat's heart skill in advance to conceal his own breath, so the 2 zombies did not notice him for the time being. There were only these 2 zombies around, so Jiang Feng decided to try out the effect of the wind blade. Jiang Feng focused his attention on the taller zombie on the left. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand. There was a slight fluctuation in the air, and a light green wind blade gradually took shape in his palm. The edge of the wind blade flashed with sharp light, as if it could easily cut through any object. Just as the tall zombie turned around, Jiang Feng waved his hand suddenly, and the wind blade flew towards the zombie like a flash of lightning. The wind blade hit the zombie's neck accurately. The sharp wind blade instantly cut into the zombie's flesh, and black dirty blood splashed out. Accompanied by a dull roar, the zombie's head rolled down with a gurgle, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. The noise immediately attracted the attention of another zombie. It let out a sharp roar, and its blood-red eyes locked onto Jiang Feng. Then it quickly pounced towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not dare to slack off at all. He quickly gathered his supernatural powers, and a wind blade quickly took shape in his palm. When the zombie was about to pounce on him, Jiang Feng suddenly shot out the wind blade in his hand. The wind blade pierced straight into the zombie's chest with fierce momentum. With a puff sound, the wind blade penetrated into the zombie's body, and the powerful force knocked the zombie back several meters. The zombie fell to the ground, but just shook its body, then stood up again and continued to pounce on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's heart trembled. He realized that it would be difficult to kill a zombie by just attacking its body. He had to destroy its head. Seeing the zombies rushing towards him again, Jiang Feng quickly condensed a wind blade and threw it hard at the zombie's head. The wind blade turned into a green light and hit the zombie's head accurately. With a click, the zombie's head was instantly cut open by the wind blade, and dirty blood splattered everywhere. The zombie's body shook a few times and finally fell to the ground with a bang, and there was no movement anymore. Walking forward, Jiang Feng checked the foreheads of the 2 zombies and found no crystal cores. It is indeed not easy to obtain crystal cores from zombies. If there is no system, even if Jiang Feng is lucky enough to awaken his superpowers, it will be extremely difficult to upgrade or improve his mental power. After getting rid of the two zombies, Jiang Feng walked towards the entrance of the community. When he passed by the entrance of the supermarket, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a couple carefully entering from the back door of the supermarket, probably wanting to go in to find food. These two people are quite brave, but they are also right. If it is any later, when more people come out, there will probably be nothing left in the supermarket. However, Jiang Feng discovered that a zombie was slowly wandering around the supermarket. Jiang Feng had the cat's heart skill and was at a long distance, so he was naturally not discovered. Inside the supermarket, the woman and her husband were hiding behind the shelves looking for supplies, and she was already feeling very nervous. When she looked up, she found a zombie swaying slowly not far away, and her face turned pale instantly. She knew that if the zombie noticed them, their lives would be in danger. In a panic, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Feng not far away, and an idea suddenly popped into her head. She bent down, fumbled around her feet for a while, grabbed a can, gritted her teeth, and threw it hard at Jiang Feng's feet. Bang! The can fell to the ground, and the sound was particularly harsh in the silence. The zombie suddenly turned its head, its cloudy eyes glowed red, and it walked towards Jiang Feng roaring. Sure enough, there is always a shortage of smart people who are willing to sacrifice others for their own benefit. Jiang Feng sneered in his heart at the woman's actions, and his eyes instantly turned cold. In the end times, the ugliness of human nature will be infinitely expanded. Jiang Feng raised his hand, and a wind blade took shape instantly and flew towards the zombies with a whoosh. The wind blade accurately cut the zombie's head, and the zombie fell to the ground with a plop without even a grunt. Maybe the noise made by the can was too loud, so two more zombies were attracted over. The two zombies seemed to have smelled the scent of prey and rushed straight towards the supermarket. They soon discovered the couple hiding in the supermarket and quickened their pace, roaring. The woman in the supermarket was so horrified when she saw this scene that she almost collapsed to the ground. She immediately cried and asked Jiang Feng for help. "Brother, please save us. I was wrong just now. I knew you were a superpower, so I led the zombies to you. You are so powerful, you can definitely get rid of these zombies. Just do us a favor and give us a hand." Seeing that Jiang Feng was unmoved, she immediately changed her face and began to blackmail him morally. "In these last days, everyone has a hard time, so we should help each other. Can you live with your conscience if you watch us die? If you don't save us today, don't expect others to help you when you are in danger in the future. You will just have to wait for your own destruction." Jiang Feng just stood aside. He could have killed the two men directly with his wind blade, but he did not make a move. It would be more comfortable to be bitten to death by zombies, right? If they mutated into zombies, maybe I could get crystal cores from them. Finally, the woman even cursed Jiang Feng viciously. "You are so cold-blooded that you watched us get bitten to death by zombies. You will get your retribution. When I become a ghost, I will haunt you every day and make you have no peace. A selfish guy like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. You might as well let the zombies bite you to death." The man also shouted, "Brother, please be kind and give us a hand. If you don't help, our life will be over today. If you have any difficulties in the future, we will definitely help you." Jiang Feng was not moved at all and looked at them coldly. This woman brought danger to him in order to protect herself, and he had no obligation to be their lifeline. Two zombies rushed into the supermarket in a flash, and the couple was unable to dodge and was instantly knocked down by the zombies. Miserable screams echoed throughout the supermarket, and blood splattered. After the couple were bitten, their bodies quickly mutated. Their skin turned blue-gray and rotten, and the look in their eyes was gradually replaced by madness and bloodthirstiness. The four zombies were running around in the supermarket like headless flies. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and quietly withdrew his cat's heart skill. In an instant, the zombies, like awakened beasts, all fixed their eyes on the direction of the supermarket's back door and then rushed towards Jiang Feng desperately. Jiang Feng looked calm, standing firmly not far from the door, energy surging in his hands. As soon as the first zombie showed up, Jiang Feng raised his hand and slashed out a wind blade, accurately cutting off its head, and the zombie fell to the ground immediately. With continuous wind blades, the three zombies behind were quickly killed by Jiang Feng. If you have enough mental strength, it will not be easy for just a few zombies to get close to you. Unless he encounters a large group of zombies. In that case, Jiang Feng can only choose to teleport away. Chapter 23. Buying for free is the best. I'm overthinking it. How could a zombie like this have a crystal core? Jiang Feng did not find any crystal cores on the four zombies, and could only sigh again that it was not easy to obtain crystal cores. After entering the supermarket, Jiang Feng took a quick look and found that the supplies inside were richer than he had imagined. There were just a few less instant noodles, canned food, and other items, probably because they were taken away by the previous boss. All kinds of daily necessities were available, but some of them were stained with blood. Jiang Feng used his mental power to put food, tissues, stockings, knives, shower gel, etc., as long as it was something useful, into his backpack space. After a round, I found that the supermarket was almost empty except for those items stained with blood. It turns out that buying for free is so cool. No wonder black guys in the US love it so much. Although Jiang Feng can purchase various supplies from the mall system, that requires gold coins. Who wouldn't like not spending money? If I have the chance, I'll go to all those big shopping malls and supermarkets. After all, the backpack has unlimited space and can hold as much supplies as possible. Jiang Feng thought. In this way, his gold coins could be used exclusively to purchase crystal cores, and the speed of upgrading his supernatural powers would be much faster. Suddenly, there were bursts of roars outside the supermarket. The sound came one after another, sharp and piercing, as if a group of extremely hungry beasts were roaring madly. Jiang Feng's heart shuddered. The ones that could make such a roar were most likely zombies, and judging from the sound, there seemed to be quite a few of them. Jiang Feng walked to the door and saw that a large group of zombies were pouring in like a tide on the open space outside the supermarket. Apparently, the smell of blood lingering in the supermarket just now attracted all the zombies in the community. Anyway, all the useful things in the supermarket had been taken away by Jiang Feng, so he didn't stay any longer. Jiang Feng quickly mobilized his mental power and activated the teleportation skill. In an instant, a soft light appeared around him, and then the light suddenly became stronger and then quickly converged. Jiang Feng's figure disappeared in the supermarket in an instant. The next second, Jiang Feng appeared steadily in the living room of 2304. Lin Sairu, Yi Fei and Zhou Qingyu were lying on the sofa watching TV series, with 3 pairs of snow-white and slender legs casually draped on the coffee table. Hearing the sound, the 3 of them turned to look at Jiang Feng at the same time, their eyes full of surprise. You're back," the 3 girls said in unison. Jiang Feng nodded. Looking at the 3 beautiful women in front of him, he began to struggle. Which one should I choose tonight? Or all 3? After thinking about it, Jiang Feng decided to collect a few more beauties. Then he could learn from Sima Yin and have a sheep cart to hope for favor, so that he wouldn't have to worry so much. Jiang Feng took out some ice creams from the supermarket from his backpack. Time was still in the backpack, so there was no need to worry about them melting. Wow, ice cream. It's my favorite. I haven't had it in a long time. Yi Fei's eyes lit up instantly, and she jumped to Jiang Feng's side. She couldn't wait to take an ice cream, her face filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Lin Sairu and Zhou Qingyu also couldn't hide their surprise. It seems that dessert is always a delicacy that women can't refuse. Leaving the 3 girls in the living room, Jiang Feng went back to his room to play games. After the 3 girls finished their ice cream, they still looked unsatisfied. At this time, Lin Sairu's beautiful eyes turned, a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she suggested, "How about we play landlord?" After a pause, she chuckled and added, "Jiang Feng will get addicted when playing games. If anyone wins, she will be rewarded to comfort Jiang Feng." After saying that, he blinked meaningfully. Yi Fei and Zhou Qingyu were both stunned after hearing this. They had never tried this kind of thing before, and they really didn't know how to comfort Jiang Feng. Seeing this, Lin Sairu came closer to the 2 of them and explained with a smile on her face. As Lin Sairu spoke, Yi Fei and Zhou Qingyu's cheeks gradually turned red, and their eyes revealed a hint of shyness and curiosity. After looking at each other, they nodded with blushing faces. So, the 3 girls sat around the coffee table in the living room. Lin Sairu quickly found a deck of cards and shuffled them skillfully. When the game started, Yi Fei's luck was extremely good. In half an hour, she kept calling cards, and she had either bombs or big cards in her hands, which made Lin Sairu and Zhou Qingyu retreat step by step. Every time Yi Fei played a good hand of cards, her face turned red with excitement, her eyes sparkled, and she waved the cards in her hand proudly. "I win again." Yi Fei excitedly threw the last card in his hand on the table. Bang! The sound of Jiang Feng dropping his mouse suddenly came from the bedroom. When Lin Sairu heard the noise, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, a mischievous smile flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Yi Fei and said, "It seems that Jiang Feng is not playing the game well. Fei, it's your turn to comfort him." When Yi Fei heard this, her originally fair cheeks instantly turned red. She hesitated for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed, and then walked towards the bedroom with slow and slightly shy steps. At this time, Yifei was wearing a tight t-shirt, which perfectly outlined her youthful and energetic upper body curves. The neckline was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. The pair of denim shorts on her lower body showed off her long and straight legs. Her fair skin had a delicate luster under the light. With every step she took, the thigh muscles under her shorts trembled slightly, full of youthful vigor. She walked to the bedroom door, took a deep breath, and gently pushed it open. Jiang Feng was sitting in front of the computer with a look of annoyance on his face, muttering softly, "Am I not the Monkey King? How can this little monster be so fierce?" Yifei walked to Jiang Feng lightly, bent down slightly, revealing her deep white ravines at her neckline, and said softly, "Brother Feng, don't be angry. Relax." After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Feng to reply, Yifei stood beside him and began to massage him carefully. More than half an hour later, Yifei returned to the living room, took a sip of mineral water, and then rubbed her sore hands. "Fei, are you tired? Do you want to take a break first?" Lin Sairu looked at Yifei puzzledly. Didn't she comfort Jiang Feng in the same way she did before? It's okay. Let's continue." Yifei's big eyes flickered, and he was full of fighting spirit. Lin Sairu couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand, and said with a smile, "Are you going to be addicted to playing poker? I really like giving Brother Feng a massage. I'll go again when I win." Yifei tilted her head, with a shy and proud look on her face, and her eyes revealed the innocence of a little girl. Zhou Qingyu was also a little speechless. "You can always win? I will beat you to a pulp this time." Chapter 24. The power went out. Jiang Feng stretched and sat up from the bed. The bright morning sunshine shone through the window and gently fell on him. Last night, he let Zhou Qingyu activate her supernatural powers and experience what it was like to be a real cat-eared girl. Fortunately, Zhou Qingyu's mental strength could just last for 1 hour, otherwise Jiang Feng's spellcasting would be interrupted when he sprinted. How about improving Qingyu's mental strength first? Jiang Feng thought about it. Forget it, let's prioritize upgrading Lin Sairu to level 2. People can't always think with their lower body. 1 hour is enough. Jiang Feng walked into the living room in slippers and found Zhou Qingyu wearing a sports outfit in the living room. The tight sportswear reveals her beautiful curves. When Zhou Qingyu saw Jiang Feng coming out, she thought of their ridiculous behavior last night. Her face flushed, and she said to Jiang Feng in a slightly unnatural tone, Jiang Feng, the power is out." Lin Sairu and Yifei also came out of the second bedroom. Looking at their sleepy eyes and slightly messy hair, it was obvious that they slept together last night. Lin Sairu casually stroked her hair with her hand. "Without electricity, there is no way to heat food. We can only eat bread, biscuits, or something like that for breakfast. As for natural gas, it was cut off shortly after the end of the world, and everyone knew it. We will not have hot water." Yifei sighed helplessly. Fortunately, the weather is still relatively hot now. It would be difficult in winter. Faced with the power outage, Jiang Feng was not as pessimistic as the three women. He had long understood that the electricity would go out sooner or later, and it was lucky for their city to be able to hold out until the 7th day. Many people on the internet have been complaining about the power outage. As the protagonist who owns the shopping mall system, Jiang Feng is naturally not troubled by a small matter like power outage. "I looked at my gold coins in the system, 23543 plus 30,000/day, which is still quite rich." Originally, Jiang Feng was planning to buy 20 more crystal cores for Lin Sairu to use today, but since there was a power outage, it would be okay to delay the upgrade speed a little for the sake of living a more comfortable life. Electricity will be available soon. A confident smile appeared on Jiang Feng's lips, and under the puzzled gazes of the three beauties, he walked straight to the balcony. With a slight movement of mental power, a small 5 kilowatts generator suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "What is this?" "A gasoline generator." The three women opened their mouths in surprise. They didn't expect that Jiang Feng even prepared a generator. Jiang Feng nodded. "Well, it's a silent variable frequency one, with automatic start and stop. The noise is not very loud when it's running, so it's acceptable to put it on the balcony." After saying that, Jiang Feng bought a few barrels of gasoline from the mall system and skillfully added them to the generator. For the convenience of use, he specially bought an extended power cord, which was 20 meters long. With a few socket strips, you can use all the electrical appliances in the house, such as TV, computer, induction cooker, floor lamp, etc. After connecting the wires, he pressed the start button and the generator made a slight humming sound. Then the TV screen flickered a few times and slowly lit up. "Wow, that's great." Yifei jumped up excitedly, a happy smile on her face. Lin Sairu and Zhou Qingyu looked at each other. their eyes full of surprise and admiration. The difference between having electricity and not having electricity in terms of quality of life is like heaven and earth. After thinking for a while, Lin Sairu asked with a little concern, Jiang Feng, how much gasoline do you have? Should we save electricity? No need. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said generously, as long as you behave well, you will have enough food and drink, and the water and electricity will be all covered. The gasoline in the mall system is only 7 gold coins/L, and 1 L of gasoline in the generator can generate about 3 kilowatt-hours of electricity. What a few people use every day are TV, computer, water heater, induction cooker, plus charging their mobile phones. It is estimated that they only use 5 to 6 kilowatt-hours of electricity a day, which is equivalent to 2 L of gasoline. Apart from the fact that the generator is a bit expensive at 5,000 gold coins, the gold coins consumed to generate electricity are not even a drop in the bucket for Jiang Feng. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the 3 girls blushed slightly, obviously understanding what Jiang Feng meant by performance. Weimei Hospital is a large-scale beauty hospital just across the street from Jingyuan Community. A group of people stumbled to the entrance of Weimei Hospital. The man in the lead was tall and burly with a neat crew cut. This man was Li Hao. Beside him, Zhang Yu, who looked slightly thin, was anxiously supporting an injured companion. The other few people also looked exhausted, their clothes were tattered, and their bodies were covered with scratches of varying degrees of severity, looking extremely disheveled. They were employees of the same electronics factory and lived in the same dormitory. The end of the world has come, and the supplies stored in the dormitory have long been consumed. After the bloody rain stopped, the surviving employees ventured out to look for supplies. As roommates, Li Hao and his friends have a very close relationship. With his tall stature and generous personality, Li Hao naturally became the backbone of the group. Li Hao was quick-witted and knew that there were only a few small shops around the dormitory building and there were many survivors, so it was impossible to find much supplies there. In order to obtain more sufficient supplies, Li Hao made a decisive decision to lead everyone to the slightly farther Daeunfa supermarket. Along the way, they moved forward carefully. Although they encountered several zombies on the way, thanks to everyone's caution and luck, they finally arrived at the supermarket safely. The supermarket had not suffered large-scale damage, and supplies were piled up like mountains. Seeing this, several people hurriedly stuffed their backpacks full. However, just as they were about to leave the supermarket with their full loads, they were violently attacked by a small group of zombies. Several people fought with all their might and finally got rid of the zombies and fled all the way to Weimei Hospital. At this moment, Zhao Yang and the team was seriously injured. When he was running away in a panic, his left leg was scratched by a fallen branch, leaving a deep wound. Blood was gushing out and kept flowing out, staining his trouser leg bright red. Li Hao was extremely anxious. He banged on the hospital door and shouted, "Is anyone there? Please open the door. Someone here is injured and needs bleeding-stopping medicine urgently." Su Qing is also the owner of this hospital. After the end of the world, she and several nurses were trapped in the hospital. They have been relying on fruits and snacks that the hospital had prepared for its customers to survive until now. Hearing the shouting outside the door, Su Qingyi frowned, his eyes revealing deep vigilance and hesitation. She knew very well that in the end times, people's hearts were unpredictable and danger was everywhere. Su Qingyi looked at the nurses beside him and said seriously, "We can't open the door easily. No one knows who they are. We are all women here. If they have bad intentions, we will have no way to stop them." However, several nurses were moved with sympathy, especially the pretty Lin Xian. She looked at Su Qingyi with wide eyes and an angry face. "Dean, how can you be so cold-blooded? There are hemostatic drugs and bandages in the hospital. How can you just stand by and watch someone die?" The other nurses nodded in agreement. Lin Xian ignored Su Qingyi's objection, walked straight to the door and reached out to open it. Seeing this, Su Qingyi felt a surge of anger in her heart. In desperation, she turned around and hurried to the dean's office on the 4th floor and hid there. Chapter 25, The Price of Our Lady. With a creaky sound, the door slowly opened, and several young men hurriedly supported Zhao Yang and staggered into the hospital. Lin Xian hurriedly stepped forward and asked them to sit down in the hall. She quickly instructed 3 nurses to find hemostatic drugs and bandages, and then skillfully bandaged Zhao Yang. After a busy and intense period, Zhao Yang's injuries were temporarily under control. Li Hao looked at Lin Xian and the others with gratitude, and said sincerely, "Thank you so much. You are simply angels in white. By the way, we found a lot of supplies in the supermarket. You can try them later. I guess you don't have much food left, right?" Lin Xian nodded gently. "Well, during this period of time we can only eat biscuits, small breads, and other things. A petite nurse couldn't help but say, "Wow, you actually found food? That's great. The dean was worried that you were bad guys. I think she was just overthinking." "Oh, isn't your dean here?" Li Hao asked puzzledly. "I don't think she would welcome you. Let's go upstairs," Lin Xian replied. Li Hao didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and called Zhang Yu. The two of them took a backpack and took out some instant noodles and canned food. "Brother Hao, these nurses are pretty good." While Zhang Yu was getting something, he approached Li Hao and lowered his voice. "This is much better than the Chinese cosplay we saw before." Indeed. Li Hao glanced at Lin Xian implicitly. The nurse's uniform tightly outlined her graceful figure, and her every move revealed a unique charm. He couldn't help licking his lips. A trace of greed and desire flashed in his eyes. "We'll find a chance later and get them all. It's the end of the world. Do you really think you can be an angel?" Zhang Yu smiled knowingly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Okay, Brother Hao, I'll do whatever you say. But what about the dean? She doesn't seem easy to deal with." Li Hao frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "Don't worry about her for now. As long as we control these nurses, what tricks can the dean come up with alone? Besides, we have food in hand, and the dean might even have to beg us for help." After the two men finished discussing, they pretended to be calm as they distributed the food to the nurses and said with a smile on their faces, "Nurses, food is hard to find in this apocalypse, so don't be polite and eat more." The nurses looked at the instant noodles and canned food handed over, and their eyes flashed with surprise. Especially Lin Xian, she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's instant noodles. I haven't eaten it for a long time." The other nurses also gathered around, their faces full of anticipation. Lin Xian looked up at Li Hao and the others and said gratefully, "Thank you so much. I can finally have a hot meal." Then she turned to the nurse beside her and said, "Quick, boil some water so we can make some instant noodles." The nurse ran to boil water. After a while, the water was ready and the aroma of steaming instant noodles filled the air. Li Hao was eating instant noodles while keeping an eye on his surroundings. He noticed that the lights in the hospital were bright and the equipment seemed to be functioning normally. He couldn't help but feel curious. He pretended to ask Lin Xian casually, "Sister, isn't the power out? How can your hospital still boil water?" Lin Xian was enjoying the delicious instant noodles at this time, and without thinking too much, she answered casually, "The hospital has a backup power supply that can maintain basic electricity needs for a period of time, such as boiling water and lighting." Li Hao's heart moved. This is a good place. If I occupy it, there will be electricity and women. It will be so beautiful. But his face remained calm. Instead, he showed an expression of surprise and said quickly, "Sister, it's getting late, and there are so many zombies outside. We have been busy all day, and we don't have the energy to continue. Besides, we were all injured, and it was too dangerous to go out. You have backup power here, and it's safe. Can you let us stay for one night? We promise to leave at dawn tomorrow morning." As he spoke, he looked pitiful. The nurses looked at each other. Lin Xian was a little hesitant. After all, Su Qingyi's previous worries were not unreasonable. But when she saw Li Hao and the others looking tired and injured, and she had just eaten their instant noodles, she felt obliged and finally nodded in agreement. Night gradually enveloped the entire hospital. The darkness was like a huge curtain, covering up the hidden evil. The nurses dragged their tired and somewhat uneasy bodies back to the rest area on the second floor to rest. Li Hao and others were in the hospital lobby, glancing in the direction where the nurses were resting from time to time, as if waiting for the best opportunity. Finally, after making sure that the nurses were all asleep, Li Hao waved his hand and left the injured Zhao Yang behind. Li Hao and others have promised him that they will send him a fully automatic nurse later. The other three people followed Li Hao like ghosts, tiptoeing towards the nurse's room on the second floor. Their first target was Lin Xian because she was the most beautiful one. Li Hao walked in front, with a twisted desire on his face and disgusting greed in his eyes. They came to Lin Xian's door quietly. Li Hao gently turned the doorknob and found that the door was not locked, which made him happy. The door slowly opened, making a slight creaking sound, which was particularly harsh in the quiet night. Inside the house, Lin Xian was sleeping peacefully, unaware of the approaching danger. Li Hao walked into the room first, and several people behind him followed in. They gathered around Lin Xian's bed, and Li Hao reached out and roughly covered Lin Xian's mouth. Lin Xian woke up from her sleep, her eyes wide open in horror, and struggled desperately. Her legs kicked wildly, and she tried to pry Li Hao's hands apart with her hands, making a whimpering sound. "Stop struggling and be obedient, otherwise you will be in trouble," Li Hao whispered viciously. However, Lin Xian did not give up resisting. She bit Li Hao with all her strength. Li Hao felt the pain and loosened his hand. He angrily slapped Lin Xian on the face, "You bitch, how dare you bite me?" Afterwards, Li Hao wrapped Lin Xian's mouth with a bandage and tied her hands behind her back. But the noise still woke up another nurse in the next room. She heard the noise and got up in a daze to check. When she opened the door and saw the evil deeds of Li Hao and others in Lin Xian's room, she screamed in fear. "Oh no, we've been discovered," one of them said in panic. Li Hao turned to look at the nurse at the door, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "Let's solve it together. Don't let them get away." Several people pounced on the nurse at the door like wolves. The nurse turned and ran, shouting as she ran. "Help! Someone come quickly!" The other nurses were also awakened by the shouting and came out of the room. Li Hao and others no longer held back and used violence to control the other 3 nurses. A nurse was held tightly by Zhang Yu. She twisted her body desperately, and her nails left bloody marks on Zhang Yu's arms. Zhang Yu didn't care at all. He had a ferocious smile on his face and muttered obscene words that were unbearable to the ears. Another nurse tried to run towards the stairs, but Li Hao grabbed her hair and pulled her back. The nurse cried out in pain and cried miserably. The petite nurse struggled hard, but to no avail. She could only yell at Li Hao and others. "You beasts, let us go. You will be punished for what you did." Li Hao pulled her in front of him, lifted her chin with his hand, and said viciously, "Retribution? In this end times, fists are the truth. You all have to obey me today, or you will suffer. Zhang Yu, take her down to find Zhao Yang. Tonight, she belongs to both of you." After saying that, Li Hao walked into Lin Xian's room, and the other 2 companions also dragged a nurse into the next room. Chapter 26. Promotion to Level 2. Income Source. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Sairu, hurry up and get up. At dawn, Jiang Feng came to the second bedroom and knocked on the door, urging Lin Sairu to get up. Lin Sairu no longer goes back to her own room to sleep. She usually sleeps in the same room with Yi Fei. Of course, sometimes I also stay with Jiang Feng if Jiang Feng asks to stay overnight. Yawning, Lin Sairu opened the door in her translucent pajamas, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and didn't care about the spring light leaking out at all, muttering, "What are you doing so early? Look at this." Jiang Feng reached into his trouser pocket and took out the 40 crystal cores he had just purchased. He put them in his pocket when he knocked on the door. Due to the large number, his hand fumbled in his pocket several times. Are you in such a hurry today?" Lin Sairu looked at Jiang Feng's movements, which seemed to be about to take out a big thing. "Can you at least let me wash my face and brush my teeth first?" Jiang Feng took out a handful of crystal cores, spread them out in front of Lin Sairu, and asked in confusion, "Why are you washing your face while absorbing the crystal cores?" "Oh, crystal core? I thought." Lin Sairu took the crystal cores, and soon, all 40 crystal cores were absorbed by her. I saw a soft light all around her, and as the light flickered, it seemed that strands of energy were flowing into her body. She closed her eyes tightly, and the expression on her face gradually changed from initial concentration to surprise. "I've been promoted and am now a 2nd-level mutant." Lin Sairu suddenly opened her eyes shining, and shouted excitedly. Yi Fei and Zhou Qingyu heard the noise and came over, congratulating Lin Sairu with envious looks on their faces. Jiang Feng looked at the excited Lin Sairu in front of him, his eyes full of smiles and relief. "It seems to be just as I guessed. After absorbing 100 crystal cores, it will automatically advance to the next level. Let's try the effect of the 2nd-level skill." After saying that, Jiang Feng bought a piece of steel plate from the mall system and placed it on the edge of the balcony to prevent Lin Sairu from destroying the coffee table again. Nodding, Lin Sairu moved her mind, and a wind blade in her hand shot towards the steel plate on the balcony like lightning. With a loud bang, the metal plate was directly penetrated by the wind blade, leaving a hole with extremely smooth edges. The powerful impact force also caused the steel plate to fly back several meters and then fall down the stairs. "Wow, this power is much stronger than the 1st level," Lin Sairu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes full of amazement at the new power. Jiang Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, the attack range and destructive power of the 2nd-level supernatural power have made a qualitative leap." Lin Sairu actually condensed 5 wind blades at once and said excitedly, "Not only has the power become stronger, but I can also send out 5 wind blades at once." Jiang Feng smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. As we continue to improve our rank, our abilities will become more and more powerful. The same goes for Fei Fei and Qingyu. Although your abilities are not lethal at the moment, they are very practical. I will raise your levels." Yi Fei and Zhou Qingyu, who were watching Lin Sairu's performance with envy, suddenly had a look of surprise in their eyes and nodded expectantly. Jiang Feng opened the mall system in his mind, and the gold coin income really changed to +120,000/day. Concentrating his mental energy on the daily income, the detailed income data appeared in front of Jiang Feng. Lin Sairu, Level 2 Psychic, 100,000/day. Yi Fei, First Level Psychic, 10,000/day. Zhou Qingyu, First Level Superpower, 10,000/day. Sure enough, the benefits are related to the level of superpowers. The benefits of second-level superpowers are 10 times that of first-level superpowers and ordinary people. After Jiang Feng saw that the selling price of crystal cores was related to the level, he felt that the gold coin income might also be related to the level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to afford high-level crystal cores with the initial profits. Lin Sairu's current income is 100,000 a day. Tomorrow he will receive 100,000 gold coins, which can be used to directly upgrade Yi Fei or Zhou Qingyu to level 2. The strategy of prioritizing the improvement of one person was indeed correct. Stop playing, go wash up, and come to my room later. I'll teach you how to use the wind blade. Seeing Lin Sairu constantly testing the wind blade, Jiang Feng pretended to be serious and said to her, "Oh." Lin Sairu put away the wind blade and went to the bathroom to wash up obediently, but she was thinking in her heart, "You're still teaching Fengren? You might as well just say, 'Oh' to me." Victoria Hospital. Li Hao touched his crew cut and walked from the second floor to the hall. He saw a female corpse lying in the middle of the hall. It was the petite nurse from yesterday. The female corpse's eyes were wide open, with an expression of fear and despair still on her face. Her clothes were disheveled, and her body was covered with bruises and scars. Bright red blood spread under her and solidified on the cold floor. Li Hao frowned, but there was no guilt or pity in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of annoyance. He spat and cursed. What a fucking bummer. Is she so weak? As he spoke, he raised his foot and kicked the corpse casually, as if it were just an insignificant object. At this time, Zhang Yu came out from the room next to him, and seeing this scene, a flattering smile appeared on his face. "Brother Hao, this little girl didn't want to move last night, and she kept touching Zhao Yang's wound. Zhao Yang got so angry that he couldn't help but kill her. Fortunately, I came here a few times before Zhao Yang, otherwise it would be a pity." Li Hao sneered. "Humph, Zhao Yang is injured this time, so forget it. Next time, be more careful. There are only a few women here, but you killed them all. Are you planning to let us do manual labor?" "Yes, yes." Zhang Yu responded quickly, and then showed a lewd smile. "Brother Hao, how does Lin Xian taste?" Li Hao recalled last night with a lewd look on his face. That little girl was struggling at first, but in the end she still begged for mercy. It was really intense. He rubbed his hands, as if he was still savoring the memory. "Hee, Brother Hao's just awesome." Zhang Yu echoed with a flattering look on his face. "Don't worry, I'll just play with you for one more day. Tomorrow you'll all have a try. But don't let me kill you." Zhang Yu nodded hurriedly, his eyes flashing with an eager and lustful light. "Brother Hao, don't worry, the brothers know what to do." Who is the beauty in this photo?" Li Hao asked, pointing to several photos on the wall on the right side of the hall. Zhang Yu looked in the direction of his finger, and a photo in the middle instantly attracted him. It was the photo of Dean Su Qingyi. In the photo, Su Qingyi has her long wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders, and the collar of her deep V-white shirt is slightly open, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The black hip skirt fits tightly on the perky and round buttocks. The length of the skirt is just right, just covering the base of the thighs, revealing the slender legs wrapped in black stockings. It's Su Qingyi, the owner of this beauty hospital. Zhao Yang limped out from the side of the hall. I looked up the information of this hospital. The owner, Su Qingyi, is 30 years old and very capable. He runs the hospital very well. But now, hee. A malicious smile appeared on Zhao Yang's face. Li Hao rubbed his hands, his eyes full of greed and desire. Such a beauty, I have to have a good time with her. Where is she now? Zhao Yang pointed upstairs and said, according to what the nurses said yesterday, Su Qingyi should be on the 4th floor now. Chapter 27 Entering Weimei Hospital. As Lin Sairu advanced, Jiang Feng's element, wind, ability also advanced to the 2nd level. It can release 5 wind blades at a time. Even when facing siege from zombies or humans, there is no need to be afraid as long as the number of opponents is not too large. So, after personally feeding Lin Sairu the yogurt, Jiang Feng planned to go out for a walk and collect some supplies. Standing on the balcony, Jiang Feng looked at the streets outside the community. The streets were in a mess, with broken buildings everywhere and garbage and debris scattered all over the ground. From time to time, you can see groups of zombies, dragging their incomplete bodies and wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, Jiang Feng focused his attention on the Weimei Hospital opposite the community. The hospital's sign looked a little shabby under the shadow of the end of the world, but Jiang Feng knew in his heart that there was a great treasure hidden inside. Although it is a beauty hospital, There should be a lot of medicines such as antibiotics, hemostatics, anesthetics, etc. In this end times, injuries may occur at any time. These are good things to save lives and are definitely worth a try. Having made up his mind, Jiang Feng directly teleported to the bottom of Building 13 through the marking card. As soon as he stood still, a zombie rushed towards him with a roar. In order to test the effect of the second-level wind blade, Jiang Feng did not use the cat's heart skill. Looking at the zombies rushing towards him, Jiang Feng gently waved his right hand, and a 50 centimeters long green wind blade whizzed away. The wind blade hit the zombie accurately, cutting it into 2 pieces diagonally from the left shoulder to the right waist. The zombie's upper body flew several meters away, dirty blood spurting out, and its lower body shook a few times before falling to the ground with a thump. However, the wind blade did not dissipate. It continued to slash fiercely at the street lamp behind the zombie. With a dull click sound, the lamppost was cut off cleanly and neatly, falling to the ground with a bang, splashing a cloud of dust. Jiang Feng looked at this scene and felt quite satisfied with the power of the second-order wind blade. But this huge movement has attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. After a while, roars were heard from all directions. Roughly estimated, there were probably dozens of zombies. Jiang Feng thought about it and decided that there was no need to fight these zombies to the death. He had no shortage of crystal cores, and there was no benefit in killing zombies. So, Jiang Feng activated the cat's heart skill and walked towards the gate of the community swiftly and silently. Not long after he left, a group of zombies came to the place where Jiang Feng was just now. They wandered around and roared, but could not find any trace of fresh flesh and blood. Jiang Feng walked slowly to the entrance of Weimei Hospital and glanced at the open space in front. In the open space, a zombie was lying on a female corpse and gnawing at it frantically. The clothes on the female corpse were already in tatters, with only wisps of cloth barely hanging on her body. From the style and color of the remaining fabric, one could vaguely tell that it seemed to be the uniform worn by hospital staff. Under the effect of cat's heart, the zombies didn't even notice Jiang Feng, who was not far away. Puff. A wind blade passed by, and the zombie's head fell to the ground. This is just an ordinary zombie. For Jiang Feng, using a first-level wind blade is enough to easily solve it. There is really no need to use the more powerful second-level wind blade. After all, with his current mental power reserves, it is only enough to perform a dozen or so second-level wind blades, so it is better to use it sparingly. Jiang Feng easily cut open the hospital's closed door with the wind blade and came to the first-floor lobby. Tables and chairs were scattered all over the hall, and there were several pools of dried blood on the ground. Jiang Feng carefully observed his surroundings, ready to activate his special abilities at any time. After making sure there was no danger for the time being, he began to search for medicine. He first came to the pharmacy, which was in a mess, with shelves overturned and medicines scattered all over the floor. Jiang Feng squatted down and carefully searched for useful medicines, putting antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, disinfectants, etc. into the backpack space one by one. At this time, on the 4th floor of Weimei Hospital, Li Hao and others were gathered outside the director's office. Dean Su, I know you're in there. Open the door. I have food and water here. Isn't it much better than you staying in there alone? Li Hao knocked on the door and spoke in a coaxing tone, but there was a chilling sense of vulgarity and coercion hidden in that tone. Bah, you bunch of beasts, don't even think about asking me to open the door. If you have the guts, just break in. Su Qingyi's angry and firm voice came from inside the door. She heard the screams of the nurses downstairs last night and had already guessed what Li Hao and others had done. Zhang Yu and Zhao Yong behind Li Hao looked at each other and smiled maliciously. Zhang Yu leaned close to Li Hao's ear and whispered, Brother Hao, this woman is quite stubborn. How about we just break the door open? Li Hao waved his hand. Don't worry. This door looks very strong. It won't be broken open in a short time. We have to think of a way to make her open the door by herself. As he spoke, his eyes rolled and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Li Hao grabbed a nurse with her hands tied behind her back and her mouth blocked, and carried her to the door like a chicken, then tore the cloth out of the nurse's mouth. The nurse gasped for breath, her eyes full of fear and despair, but she still suppressed her fear. Li Hao shouted at the closed door, President Su, look, this is your employee. If you don't open the door, I will be rude to her. The nurse's lips trembled, but she shouted towards the door with all her strength. Dean, don't open the door. These beasts won't let us go even if they open the door. Before he could finish his words, Li Hao became furious and pulled out a fire axe from his waist and slashed at the nurse's neck. Blood splattered out, the nurse's eyes widened, and her body slowly fell to the ground with a thump, and there was no movement. You bitch, how dare you ruin my business? Li Hao kicked the nurse's body away and stared at the door viciously. Su Qingyi, this is what will happen to you. You'd better open the door quickly, otherwise, when I break the door open, you'll be in trouble. There was dead silence inside the door. Su Qingyi covered her mouth with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew very well that once she opened the door, only endless humiliation would be waiting for her. But even though this door is strong, how long can it hold out? MD, I don't believe I can't break open your broken door. Seeing that threats were useless, Li Hao got angry and decided to break in by force. Each floor of the hospital is equipped with a fire axe, and Li Hao and others now have a total of 4 fire axes. Except for the injured Zhao Yang, Li Hao and 3 others each picked up a fire axe. We've all used all our strength. No matter how strong this door is, it can't withstand our continuous hacking. Li Hao waved the fire axe in his hand, signaling everyone to get ready to take action. As he shouted, "Let's get started," the 4 of them raised their fire axes at the same time and chopped hard at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The dull and powerful impact sound echoed in the corridor, and sparks flew everywhere. The thick wooden door began to show deep cracks under the heavy blows of the fire axe, and wood chips flew everywhere. Su Qingyi, who was inside the door, heard the increasingly frequent chopping sounds outside the door, and her heart rose to her throat. She knew that this door would not hold out for much longer. Chapter 28. Beauty, do you need help? Huh? Are there any survivors in this hospital? As soon as Jiang Feng reached the 2nd floor, he heard fierce chopping and smashing sounds coming from upstairs, accompanied by heavy cursing and shouting from Li Hao and others. This noise sounds like someone is committing violence. Jiang Feng frowned slightly and decided to go upstairs to find out what was going on. As we got closer to the 4th floor, the chopping and smashing sounds became clearer. Arriving at the corner of the 4th floor, Jiang Feng looked over and saw 4 young men wielding fire axes and chopping wildly at the door of an office. A nurse's body was lying on the ground nearby. Blood was spreading freely from the wound on her neck, staining the surrounding ground red. With a loud bang, the door of the dean's office was finally opened. Li Hao and the other 4 rushed in impatiently. Su Qingyi in the room widened her eyes in horror. She leaned against the wall, holding a pair of scissors tightly in her hands. Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and her eyes were full of despair and fear. Dean Su, I advise you to put down the scissors. It's not that easy to commit suicide with this thing. Just surrender, and I can be gentle with you later. Li Hao had an obscene smile on his face and approached Su Qingyi step by step. The other 4 people also echoed in the conversation, letting out bursts of disgusting laughter. Su Qingyi stepped back repeatedly, and one of her high-heeled shoes fell off in panic. Her jade feet wrapped in black stockings stepped on the cold floor tiles, and the touch was just like her desperate heart. Beautiful lady, do you need any help? Just when Su Qingyi mustered up the courage to stab the scissors into his throat, a cold and steady voice came from the door. Li Hao and others were stunned and turned to look, only to see a handsome young man standing at the door. The young man was wearing simple and neat clothes, clean and tidy, without a trace of mess or stains, as if he was not affected by the end of the world at all. Can you help me? There was a gleam of disbelief in Su Qingyi's eyes, and her voice was trembling with fear and despair. As if she had grasped the last straw, she looked at the young man for help. Of course. All I need is for you to pledge yourself to me. Jiang Feng's mouth curled up slightly with a teasing smile. Li Hao's face darkened and he cursed fiercely. Where the hell did you come from? Mind your own business. Get out if you don't want to die. Su Qingyi was slightly stunned, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes, which were originally filled with hope. She quickly glanced at Li Hao and others, thinking of the screams last night and the nurse who died outside the house, and then looked at the young man in front of her who was smiling but calm and confident, and she knew in her heart that she had no other choice. Gritting her teeth, she said with a hint of determination, "Okay, I promise you. As long as you can save me, I, Su Qing, am willing to give myself to you." Li Hao was furious when he heard Su Qingyi's words. He waved the fire axe in his hand and shouted, "You stinky bitch, how dare you? Neither you nor that brat can leave today." After saying that, he looked at the younger brothers beside him. Except for Zhao Yang, the other 2 rushed towards Jiang Feng like wolves, holding fire axes. Jiang Feng looked calm, with the faint smile on his lips unchanged. When everyone got a little closer, Jiang Feng waved his hand gently, and a sharp whistle instantly sounded in the air. In the blink of an eye, 5 wind blades appeared out of thin air and shot towards Li Hao and others. Zhang Yu didn't even have time to dodge before the wind blade had already scratched his neck. His head rolled like a ball and blood gushed out. Superpower. Zhao Yang, who was watching the fight on the side, screamed in horror, but Jiang Feng's attack did not stop at all. He moved his feet lightly, raised his hand again, and 5 more wind blades shot out. The wind blades were like the god of death's scythe. One of them easily pierced through the chest of a younger brother, and another wind blade cut Zhao Yang's neck in half. The 2 men fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this, Li Hao was extremely frightened and turned around to escape. Jiang Feng snorted coldly, and his figure flashed, appearing behind Li Hao like a ghost, and raised his hand to release another wind blade. The wind blade instantly penetrated Li Hao's back. Li Hao staggered forward a few steps, fell face down on the ground with a thump. His limbs twitched a few times and then he became motionless. At this time, there was still one little brother left, who had already collapsed to the ground in fear, and no one knew where the fire axe in his hand was thrown away. Jiang Feng didn't even look at him. He waved his hand casually and a wind blade flew out, directly ending his life. In just a short moment, Li Hao and others fell to the ground in a mess, becoming cold corpses. The scene before my eyes was like hell, with blood flowing everywhere, broken limbs scattered all over the ground, and the air filled with a disgusting smell of blood. Su Qingyi witnessed this scene. Her stomach churned and she felt a strong sense of nausea. She had to cover her mouth to barely resist the urge to vomit. But at the same time, a strong sense of relief surged in her heart. If Jiang Feng had not appeared in time and possessed such powerful abilities, she didn't know how she would have been played around by these people. Jiang Feng walked to Su Qingyi, looked at the beautiful young woman in a professional suit, and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Su Qingyi shook her head slightly and looked at Jiang Feng, with gratitude and a bit of awe in her eyes. "I'm fine, thanks to you. I didn't expect you to be a psychic. Well, let's change rooms and pay the reward?" Since the other party said it was okay, Jiang Feng didn't hesitate. It's not that he's impatient, but he wants the gold coins. The sooner he finishes the work, the sooner he can get the profit. But then again, he had never tasted such a beautiful and sexy young working woman. Now. Su Qingyi opened her mouth slightly, her beautiful red lips forming a perfect O shape, her eyes full of surprise and astonishment. She has always been confident about her appearance and figure. With her exquisite facial features and proud figure, she attracted countless admiring glances before the end of the world. But even so, Su Qingyi did not expect that this mysterious and powerful young man in front of him would be so anxious. It's better to do it today than to wait for a better day. Jiang Feng nodded firmly, his eyes revealing unquestionable certainty. Su Qingyi felt helpless. After all, she had already promised him in person. Moreover, judging from Jiang Feng's courage and strength in coming to her rescue just now, she had a very good impression of this young man. Su Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly, she bit her lips lightly, turned around and took Jiang Feng to the VIP lounge next door. Jiang Feng followed Su Qingyi into the lounge, which was fully equipped with a bed, sofa, wardrobe, and a separate bathroom. This VIP lounge is where Su Qingyi usually rests, and she occasionally spends the night here, so she prepared some spare clothes in the closet. Taking out a few pieces of clothing from the closet, Su Qingyi said to Jiang Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, "Then, I'll go take a shower first? You still have water and electricity here?" Jiang Feng was very surprised. Hasn't the water and electricity been cut off? The hospital has backup power and water tanks, but the diesel is running out. As for water, we can drink it for a while. The spare water tank only stores tap water, but the hospital's drinking water has been exhausted over time, and Su Qingyi and others have started drinking the water in the tank. Originally, this was water for drinking, but since she was going to do that kind of thing next, Su Qingyi, who loved cleanliness, had to take a bath. At worst, I can just drink less water every day, Su Qingyi thought to herself. She didn't know Jiang Feng had a lot of drinking water. Then let's go together. I also want to take a shower. Jiang Feng said this, stood up and walked towards the bathroom. His tone was so natural as if this was a very common suggestion. No. Su Qingyi suddenly panicked and shook his head repeatedly. Giving herself to him was embarrassing enough for her, and she could never accept taking a bath together. There is no set location for body love, whether in the bathroom or in bed, it makes no difference. Jiang Feng had a sly smile on his face, and when he passed by Su Qingyi, he hugged her. Su Qingyi screamed and began to struggle subconsciously. Jiang Feng seemed unaware, holding her tightly as he walked towards the bathroom, letting her cries and struggles echo in this small space. Chapter 29. New Uses of Superpowers. The VIP lounge on the 4th floor of Weimei Hospital. Jiang Feng stood quietly by the window. The desolation and chaos of the end of the world outside the window seemed to have nothing to do with him. At this moment, an arc-shaped water curtain appeared out of thin air in front of him. The height of the water curtain was about 2 meters and the width was about 3 meters. This water curtain is exactly the supernatural power that Su Qingyi awakened, element, water, which derived from the first skill, water curtain Tianhua, a defensive skill. On the single bed behind Jiang Feng, Su Qingyi was lying down to rest. She was covered in a soft pink blanket that rose and fell slightly with her even breathing. Inadvertently, the blanket slipped down a little, revealing a piece of snow-white shoulder as white as mutton fat shade. Su Qingyi slowly woke up from her sleep. Thinking of the crazy scenes in the past hour and a half, her cheeks became hot. The marriage between her and her husband was originally a product of the balance of family interests. Although they were husband and wife in name, there was not much genuine love between them. Not long after getting married, Su Qingyi separated from her husband on the pretext of business and came here to run this beauty hospital. The passion she just had with Jiang Feng made Su Qingyi truly experience the joy of being a woman. Living in the end times, she doesn't need to care about anything else. It is enough to live happily for one more day. Are you awake? Have some water. Hearing the movement behind him, Jiang Feng dispersed the water curtain, turned around, handed Su Qingyi a bottle of mineral water, and his eyes fell on her beautiful face full of mature charm. Su Qingyi responded shyly, and then said in surprise, "Wow, you actually have mineral water." "I have a lot of mineral water stored in my backpack." After putting on his clothes, Su Qingyi went to the bathroom to wash up. He turned on the faucet, but the expected water flow did not appear. Su Qingyi frowned slightly and poked his head out of the bathroom, looking annoyed. "Oh no, we had so much fun that we used up all the water in the tank. We can't even wash ourselves." Jiang Feng smiled teasingly when he heard this. "Have you forgotten what your special ability is? Can water still be a problem?" As he spoke, he spread out his right hand, and with a wave of energy, a large ball of water appeared in his palm. Elemental powers can simply condense into elemental forms, but element, wind, can only form a breeze, which is useless. But element, water, is different. In the apocalypse, water is the most important thing. Of course, the water condensed by supernatural powers is pure water and cannot be drunk for a long time, but as domestic water, it is much better than tap water. Su Qingyi was stunned at first, then he patted his head gently. Yes. I forgot all about it. The hospital's water tank is on the roof, right? I'll go take a look. If the tank can be filled with water, it will be much more convenient to use water in the future. After saying that, Jiang Feng turned and walked out of the lounge. He had already thrown the bodies in the corridor in the dean's office downstairs. When he reached the roof, he saw the huge water tank at a glance. The capacity was marked on the side wall of the tank, 10 cubic meters. The cylindrical water tank is about 3 meters high. Jiang Feng climbed up through the reserved escalator and opened the water tank cover. Then, he mobilized his mental power and an energy wave appeared in the air. The originally invisible water molecules around him seemed to be pulled by a powerful gravitational force and quickly condensed into thick streams of water, pouring towards the water tank. The water hits the wall of the water tank, making a loud, gurgling sound. As the water continued to flow in, the water level in the tank rose rapidly, and before long, the 10 cubic meter tank was filled. Looking at the filled water tank, Jiang Feng nodded. If 10 tons of water is only used for domestic use, 5 people can use it for about 20 days. This is much more convenient than adding mineral water to the portable shower machine every day, and with the hospital's pipeline, using water will be much more convenient. Jiang Feng estimated the mental energy he had just consumed, and he could still condense hundreds of tons of water. Simply condensing the elements does not consume much mental energy. After all, it has little killing power. Jiang Feng returned to the lounge and saw that Su Qingyi had already washed up and changed into a professional suit. Under the black hip skirt, there is a pair of slender black silk legs. Under the feet is a pair of exquisite black high heels, swaying gracefully when walking. This outfit instantly attracted Jiang Feng's attention. But now is the sage's moment. Jiang Feng is just simply appreciating. Suddenly, Su Qingyi seemed to remember something, his face changed, and he said anxiously, "Oh, I still have 3 employees. They might be tied up in a room on the 2nd floor." Jiang Feng heard this and thought that the body at the door might be one of them, but he didn't say it out loud. "Then let's go and take a look." The two of them walked quickly towards the 2nd floor, the tapping sound of their high heels hitting the ground and Jiang Feng's steady footsteps intertwined. When I arrived at the room where the nurses usually rested, I saw that the room was in a mess. There were bandages used to tie people up on the floor, loosely thrown aside. Jiang Feng looked around, and there was no one else on the 2nd floor. Jiang Feng went down to the 1st floor and found the door that he had closed was wide open. It seemed that the 2 surviving nurses had already escaped from the hospital. They didn't know that Li Hao and others had been killed by Jiang Feng, nor did they think about saving Su Qingyi, although there was a high probability that they could not save her. Jiang Feng told Su Qingyi his thoughts. Su Qingyi had a complicated look on his face and sighed softly. "I hope they can survive." Jiang Feng plans to turn the hospital into his own residence. The water and electricity supply here are much more convenient than in his original house. It is rare to find such a relatively complete place in this end times. Now that he had the idea, Jiang Feng asked Su Qingyi to take him around the hospital to familiarize himself with the environment. After a tour, Jiang Feng was very satisfied. Not only did the hospital have relatively complete facilities, but there were also 7 or 8 VIP lounges on the 4th floor, which were enough for his concubines to live in. Along the way, Su Qingyi's sexy and attractive back was too eye-catching. Her perky buttocks wrapped in a black hip skirt and her beautiful legs and black stockings made Jiang Feng inevitably a little distracted. The hospital's computer room is located on the 1st floor, and the backup power supply is also inside. It is a 500 kW diesel generator with a fuel tank capacity of 1000 L. Jiang Feng looked at the oil gauge of the generator and found that there was very little oil left. The mall system naturally sells diesel at 7 gold coins/L. It just so happened that Su Qingyi had just contributed 10,000 gold coins, so Jiang Feng directly bought 1,000 L of diesel and filled the generator's fuel tank. There are no high-power electrical appliances and no medical equipment is needed. Jiang Feng and others only use a few kilowatt-hours of electricity a day, which is enough for a long time. Since the system is installed, you don't need to worry about whether the generator will break down. As for the gate that had been destroyed by Jiang Feng bought 100 bags of sandbags from the mall system and blocked the door tightly. Chapter 30. Do you still need a room? After cleaning up the hospital, Jiang Feng handed the teleportation card to Su Qingyi. In her shocked and embarrassed eyes, he said with a smile, "This way I can find you at any time, and I can rush to you in time if you're in danger." Su Qingyi's cheeks flushed, and she spat lightly, but she didn't take out the card. Jiang Feng said no more, activated the teleportation skill, disappeared from the spot instantly, and in the blink of an eye he was teleported back to room 2304 of Jingyuan Community. In the room, Lin Sairu, Yifei, and Shou Qingyu were sitting together, their faces full of worry. Seeing Jiang Feng suddenly appear, surprise flashed in the eyes of the three people at the same time. "You're finally back. We were so worried." Lin Sairu stood up first, walked quickly to Jiang Feng, and looked him up and down with concern. Jiang Feng smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'm fine. And I found a good place. We can move there." "What good place?" Yufei asked curiously, with doubts in her big eyes. Jiang Feng sat down and said seriously, "It's the Weimei Hospital across from the community. The water and electricity supply there are more convenient than here. There's more space and more rooms. It's much more comfortable than here." "It sounds like a good idea." Shou Qingyu held her chin up and said thoughtfully, "But is it safe there? There won't be zombies or other dangers, right?" Jiang Feng smiled confidently. "I have checked it carefully. There is no problem." The three girls said no more. Although there were portable shower machines and generators in 2304, there were still many inconveniences in their actual use. Although such conditions are already superior to those of most people in the apocalypse, who would refuse if given the opportunity to enjoy a more comfortable residence. What's more, zombies have already entered Building 13. As time goes by, the surrounding neighbors will either become zombies or cold corpses, and it will not be a comfortable place to live. The decision was made, and without further ado, they immediately started packing up. Anyway, Jiang Feng's backpack has unlimited space capacity, so he collects everything he thinks is useful. This kind of moving efficiency is much higher than those moving companies before the end of the world. But in just a moment, 2304 and 2303 became extremely empty, as if no one had ever lived there. Jiang Feng left a mental mark on the wall of the living room. After all, it was his own house, and he might come back here in the future. The level 1 teleportation skill can only carry one person. Jiang Feng held Shou Qingyu, while Yufei and Lin Sairu held hands. A flash of light passed by, and there was no life in the room. In the lounge on the 4th floor of Weimei Hospital, Su Qingyi was sitting on the bed watching the news. Suddenly, without any warning, a soft light appeared in the open space in front of them, and accompanied by a slight spatial fluctuation, 4 figures appeared out of thin air. Su Qingyi was really frightened, but she felt relieved only after she saw that the person who came was Jiang Feng. Before this, Jiang Feng had already told Su Qingyi and the 3 girls about each other's affairs. The 4 girls all knew that the end of the world was completely different from the peaceful era. When order collapses, those who possess powerful military force and sufficient supplies will undoubtedly dominate everything. For ordinary people, being able to become a vassal of a strong man is considered lucky. More ordinary people are afraid that they will only become slaves of the strong, or even be treated as playthings, with their dignity and lives being worthless. Especially for beautiful women like them, if they don't have strong power or background, they will most likely be treated as RBU. Jiang Feng not only rescued them from the vortex of the apocalypse and provided them with food and drink that was not much different than before, but he also made them into superpowers, giving them the ability to protect themselves in this cruel apocalypse. Therefore, the 4 girls did not have much resistance to the relationship between Jiang Feng and them. After all, if Jiang Feng's abilities and resources were to be made known, countless beauties would throw themselves at him. Without Jiang Feng, I believe that even if they have superpowers, they will not live well. Soon, the 4 girls became familiar with each other and called each other sisters. Su Qingyi led everyone to choose the room they liked. Lin Sairu, Shou Qingyu, and Yufei chose the room on the same side as Su Qingyi, but there was a room between every 2 people. This was something the 4 of them had discussed, in order to avoid Jiang Feng making too much noise when he went to someone's room and disturbing other people's rest. Just as Jiang Feng glanced over and was about to choose a room opposite, Yufei seemed to have suddenly thought of something, blinked playfully, and looked at Jiang Feng with a sly smile. Brother Feng, do you still need a separate room? Can't you just take turns sleeping in our room every day? When the other three women heard this, they also looked at Jiang Feng as if it was a matter of course. Even animals need time to rest. Do you want to squeeze me into a mummy? Jiang Feng glared at Yufei and said unhappily. The four girls immediately burst into laughter, joked around, and then went back to their rooms to clean up. In addition to the VIP lounge and the destroyed dean's office, there is a large conference room and several offices on the fourth floor. Jiang Feng used the space in his backpack to clear out the useless things in several offices and placed a refrigerator, microwave oven, induction cooker, and other electrical appliances in one of the rooms, which served as a kitchen and dining room. Jiang Feng planned to use the other rooms as warehouses to store some food or snacks that could be stored for a long time, and also to make it convenient for the beauties to use them. Otherwise, I would have to take it out from the space for them every time, which would be troublesome. Although food is the best means to control people, Su Qingyi and the other three have already been subdued by Jiang Feng and can be put in at any time, so there is no need to use external objects to control them. As the price for teasing him during the day, Jiang Feng decided to teach Yifei a lesson at night. After searching in the mall system, Jiang Feng walked into Yifei's room with a new JK uniform. So, apart from Yifei studying pinyin in the room for half the night, there was no conversation that night. The next morning, Jiang Feng used the 100,000 gold coins that Lin Sire contributed after her promotion to buy 100 crystal cores and gave them all to Yifei for use. Yifei also successfully advanced to become a second-level mutant, which made the girl feel that her hard work last night was not in vain. The level 2 teleportation skill has a maximum distance of 10 kilometers, can have up to 10 marks at the same time, and can carry 5 people. After feeling the level 2 teleportation information, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Now, he could go to more places. There are supermarkets, shopping malls, universities, and gas stations within a straight-line distance of 10 kilometers, and Jiang Feng doesn't intend to miss out on anything in these places. The Grand Zero Yuan purchase is coming soon. Chapter 31 Teddy is also crazy. Jiang Feng took over all the supplies brought by Li Hao and others, including convenient bags with the words XX Darunfa printed on them. It seems that there is a high probability that some survivors have been to Daeunfa supermarket, but the supplies these people took away are less than 1% of the total supply of Daeunfa supermarket. Moreover, Darunfa is not far from Weimei Hospital. Jiang Feng plans to go there today. If he is late, there may be nothing left. Yufei and other three stayed in the hospital, planning to clean up the entire hospital. After upgrading to level 2, Yifei's personal space increased from the original 1 square meter to 8 square meters. That is, the length, width, and height each increased by 1 m. With Yufei around, most things can be moved away using the portable space. Jiang Feng was teleported outside the hospital and saw dead bodies lying all over the street. In addition to the few bodies thrown out by Jiang Feng, there were many other unrecognizable corpses, and it was impossible to tell whether they were humans or zombies. Not far away, several zombies were wandering aimlessly on the street. At the corner of the street, several stray dogs were looking for food in the ruins. The foul smell permeated every inch of the air, making people feel nauseous. Activating the cat's heart skill, Jiang Feng slowly walked towards the direction of Darunfa in his memory. He did not hunt the zombies around the hospital. With these zombies around, he could also stop some people who wanted to come to the hospital to search for supplies. Although Jiang Feng didn't mind killing people, it would always be good to have fewer flies bothering him. Along the way, many shops on both sides of the street had broken doors and windows. Especially restaurants, convenience stores, fruit stores, etc., all the edible things in them were basically looted. Occasionally, you can see survivors rummaging through shops. Some of them ignored Jiang Feng, while others look at him vigilantly until he walks away. These small shops were not very attractive to Jiang Feng. Even if they had not been robbed, Jiang Feng did not go in. 20 minutes later, after killing a few blind zombies, Jiang Feng finally saw the sign of Darunfa. The signboard was hanging crookedly, the lights on it had been extinguished long ago, and the word leap was missing a corner, and it was swaying in the wind. Jiang Feng approached the Daeunfa supermarket cautiously, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. When he arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, a horrifying scene came into view. A huge creature was lying on a female corpse. At first glance, Jiang Feng did not recognize what it was. This creature is much larger than a normal dog, with bulging muscles all over its body, messy and mottled hair, and even baldness in some places, revealing dark red, pimpled skin. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and its front paws pressed on the shoulders of the female corpse, holding it firmly in place, while its entire body crawled on top of the corpse. Judging from the desperate and painful expression on the female corpse's face, she must have been killed by this monster. Jiang Feng thought of the habits of a certain dog, and after careful identification, he found that it was actually a mutated teddy. The cute appearance was long gone. Eyes were red as blood, flashing with bloodthirsty ferocity, and the hair on the body was stained with countless blood. There were 5 or 6 corpses around, lying on the ground in a mess, with bite marks all over their bodies. It seemed that they were all bitten to death by this mutant teddy. Have animals mutated, too? Jiang Feng murmured. There are many more animals than humans. If all of them mutated, the survival pressure on the surviving humans would be much greater. No, I saw a few stray dogs on the way here. They were no different from the dogs before. If all animals can mutate, then the city should be full of mutated animals. But after so many days, Jiang Feng only saw this mutated teddy. It seems that animals should have a chance to mutate. I wonder if mutant creatures will also have crystal cores after being killed? Jiang Feng pondered secretly, his heart full of curiosity about this mutant teddy, and he approached the mutant teddy step by step. When Jiang Feng approached to within 50 meters, the mutant teddy, who was originally exercising frantically, raised his head instantly, and his red eyes locked directly on Jiang Feng, and a low and fierce roar came from his throat. Jiang Feng's heart shuddered. He didn't expect that this teddy's perception was even more sensitive than that of a zombie. The concealment effect of the cat's heart skill seemed to have much less impact on it. Almost at the same moment when it discovered Jiang Feng, the mutant teddy suddenly kicked the ground with its limbs and pounced towards Jiang Feng quickly. Jiang Feng did not dare to slack off at all. He quickly waved his right hand and a green wind blade was towards the mutant teddy. The mutant teddy reacted extremely quickly, twisting its body violently in the air and narrowly avoiding the wind blade. The wind blade flew past its body and then chopped into the wall next to it with a puff sound. Seeing this, Jiang Feng made a prompt decision and released 5 first-level wind blades at once. 5 wind blades flew towards the mutant teddy in a fan shape, leaving green traces in the air. The mutant teddy had a hard time dodging the wind blade that was blowing towards him. It dodged left and right, successfully avoiding 4 wind blades, but one of the wind blades still hit its head. Ouch! The mutant teddy let out a painful howl, and blood immediately flowed from his head. But this did not cause much harm to it, but instead aroused its ferocity, and it rushed towards Jiang Feng even more frantically. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. Are you like a wolf with a head of steel, a tail of iron, and a waist of tofu? Faced with the mutant teddy that pounced on him again, Jiang Feng quickly adjusted his strategy. When Teddy was about to pounce in front of him, Jiang Feng suddenly used the agility effect brought by Cat's heart and moved to the side quickly like a ghost. The wind blade in his hand flew out, with a fierce momentum, and slashed towards the mutant teddy in an oblique line. With a crack, the wind blade accurately hit the mutant teddy's waist, cutting it in half. The mutant teddy's upper body flew out and fell heavily to the ground. After twitching a few times, it stopped moving. Jiang Feng looked at the mutant teddy's body on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. He was using level 1 wind blades, and this teddy was just a first-level mutant creature. He wanted to try to kill it using skills of the same level. The result was pretty good. After finding the weakness, I killed it with 1 blow. Huh. Walking to the mutant teddy's head, Jiang Feng suddenly found a ray of reflected light coming from its forehead. He took out a pointed kitchen knife from the space, squatted down, and thrust it into the light, prying hard. Soon, a thumb-sized, white crystal core was revealed. Jiang Feng took the crystal core in his hand and examined it. It looked no different from the crystal core he bought from the mall system. However, he could see the level information of the crystal core he purchased, but he could not see any information about this crystal core. The crystal core has been in Jiang Feng's hand for more than 15 seconds, but it still has not been absorbed. It seems that the system is right. He really can't use any crystal core anymore. Jiang Feng took out a glass bottle from the space and put the crystal core in it. This crystal core should be very precious to other people. I wonder if it will work if I change the maid. Chapter 32. You also believe what the experts say. After putting away the crystal core, Jiang Feng stood up and continued walking towards the supermarket. That boy, stop. Just as Jiang Feng was about to enter the supermarket door, a hoarse male voice suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Feng paused and turned around slowly. Not far away, 3 people were staring at him coldly. The leader was a burly man with a face full of flesh, and his worn leather jacket was covered in stains. At this moment, he was holding a pistol in his hand, with the black muzzle pointing directly at Jiang Feng. Behind him were a man and a woman. The man was skinny and had a pale face, as if he was malnourished. He held a dagger tightly in his hand, the blade was shining coldly, and his eyes were sinister, which made people shudder. The woman had dyed red hair, exaggerated makeup on her face, a leather jacket and leather pants, and a good figure. She also held a dagger, with a hint of disdain and greed in her eyes. We were the first to discover this supermarket. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. The big man shouted at the top of his voice, and the gun in his hand swung in the air as he spoke, adding a hint of threat. The big man's name was Wu Tao. and the pistol in his hand was picked up from a policeman's body a few days ago. At that time, he saw the policeman being besieged and killed by several zombies. He took advantage of the gap when the zombies were leaving. Then he bravely stepped forward and pulled out the pistol from beside the corpse. From then on, he regarded this gun as a weapon to save his life and dominate. The man and woman around Wu Tao were originally a couple. After Wu Tao occupied a small convenience store nearby, in order to get food, the woman offered herself and the man was willing to transform into a minotaur. Sometimes, the three of them would even do their favorite sports together, which was extremely stimulating for each other. The reason why Wu Tao did not shoot Jiang Feng immediately was that he was worried that the huge gunshot would attract a large number of zombies. By then, let alone snatching supplies from the supermarket, I'm afraid the three of them won't be able to protect themselves. You discovered it first? Then why didn't you go in first? Are you afraid of that, Teddy? Jiang Feng said sarcastically. Wu Tao's face darkened. He was immediately angry and embarrassed when Jiang Feng said this. Kid, stop talking nonsense. We are not afraid of that teddy bear. We are just waiting for the right opportunity. Get out of here now, or I will shoot you. You all saw me killing Teddy, right? Aren't you afraid that I'm a superpower? Jiang Feng looked a little confused. Hey, can't you just release wind blades? Can you also block bullets? The woman at the side curled her lips in disdain, her eyes full of contempt. What if I have other superpowers? The experts have said that a person can only have one superpower. At this stage, all superpower users only have one skill. The woman looked at him as if he was an idiot. Jiang Feng raised his hand and a wind blade was sent out. The skinny man next to him had no time to react. He only felt a flash of cold light in front of his eyes, and the next second, his head was chopped off by the wind blade. Ah, husband. When the woman saw this scene, she let out a terrified and shrill scream. C&M, you're looking for death. Wu Tao witnessed his companion's tragic death in an instant. The flesh on his face was twisted with extreme anger, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot, a bullet shot towards Jiang Feng. Wu Tao and the woman stared at Jiang Feng, but the expected scene of Jiang Feng being shot and falling to the ground did not occur. A layer of crystal clear water curtain appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Feng, like a huge blue crystal shield. The bullet hit the water curtain hard, making a muffled puff sound. The water curtain trembled slightly, and ripples appeared. The bullet paused on the water curtain for a moment, then slid down weakly and fell to the ground with a slight ding sound. Wu Tao and the red-haired woman were both in disbelief when they saw this. Wu Tao's hands were shaking slightly with anger and shock. The red-haired woman stood there in shock, the fear on her face still not fading away. She kept muttering to herself, impossible. How come you have other skills? Jiang Feng stared at the two people in front of him with cold eyes, his tone full of mockery. You believe what the experts say? Is there something wrong with your brain? Before he finished speaking, he raised his arm leisurely, and two wind blades shot out from his palms, flying in front of the man and woman in the blink of an eye. Wu Tao and the red-haired woman didn't even have time to react before the wind blades easily penetrated their bodies. Jiang Feng stepped forward to pick up the pistol that had fallen on the ground, opened the magazine, and found 3 bullets. He put it into his space. He didn't know if it would be useful. The gunshots just now would most likely attract a group of zombies. Jiang Feng didn't want to fight a meaningless battle with these zombies, so he quickly turned around and entered the Jiang Feng supermarket. The first floor of the supermarket mainly sells beverages, tobacco, alcohol, snacks, and general merchandise. The shelves that were originally neatly arranged now appear a bit messy. Although there were obvious signs that it had been rummaged through, fortunately not many things were missing. Jiang Feng thought to himself that it seemed that so far, only Li Hao and his gang had been here. After all, they only had to carry things in backpacks, and the supplies they could take away were really limited. Jiang Feng scanned the shelves without any hesitation and put everything he thought was of some value into his backpack. Not only that, he also loaded several shelves into it. After returning, these shelves were placed in the hospital, which was just right for storing supplies. The first floor was quickly cleared, and Jiang Feng then quickly went to the second floor. The second floor is the area for fruits, vegetables, meat, rice, flour, grain, and oil. As soon as I stepped onto the stairs, a mixture of rottenness and dampness hit me in the face. Jiang Feng frowned slightly and subconsciously covered his mouth and nose. He looked carefully and saw that the area where fruits and vegetables were originally placed had already rotted, with juice spilling out and swarms of flies were buzzing above. The shelves selling rice, flour, grain, and oil were relatively well preserved, with only some bags torn open and some rice and flour spilled on the ground. This is good stuff. Jiang Feng quickly took away the well-preserved rice, flour, grain, and oil one by one, his movements clean and neat. Suddenly, Jiang Feng found a half-open door at the back of the vegetable area, on which was clearly written, "Warehouse entrance, no entry for unauthorized persons." He was delighted and hurried forward, gently pushing the door open. Behind the door is a spacious warehouse filled with a wide variety of supplies. There are all kinds of daily necessities that have not yet been put on the shelves, neatly stacked drinks, bags of rice stacked together. Jiang Feng's eyes swept over these supplies and he felt very excited. Although he has a shopping mall system and is not short of supplies, being able to obtain so many supplies for free can save a lot of gold coins. He began to quickly put the supplies into his backpack. After a while, the mountains of supplies in the warehouse disappeared. After collecting all the supplies, Jiang Feng was very satisfied with this $0 purchase. He directly used the teleport skill and teleported back to the hospital. A flash of light passed by, and the warehouse that was originally full of supplies became extremely empty. Boss, that kid still hasn't come out of the big leap here. On the 8th floor of Minhwa building, not far from Darunfa, a tall and thin man put down the telescope in his hand and said to a middle-aged man in his 40s next to him. Chapter 33 Puppet Master. Minhwa building is the office location of some government departments. The 9th floor is the office cafeteria, and there is also a small supermarket next to it. Tang Xiaobing was originally just an ordinary cook in the canteen of the agency, but the bloody rain changed everything. When the bloody rain came, it was rush hour and the whole building was crowded with people. However, the property management failed to respond correctly and closed the door of the building in the first place. Countless zombies poured into the building like a tide, and more people were bitten by the zombies. Those who were injured but did not mutate immediately fled in panic through elevators and emergency passages to various floors, and the zombie virus spread. After learning about the appearance of zombies, Tang Xiaobing hid in the kitchen alone and survived safely for 3 days relying on stored food. On the 4th day, a zombie rushed into the kitchen from the serving counter. Tang Xiaobing picked up a kitchen knife in panic and fought a desperate battle with the zombie relying on his survival instinct. Although he eventually killed the zombie, his arm was scratched by the zombie. Just when Tang Xiaobing was about to mutate, he discovered the crystal core in the zombie's head. This crystal core not only eliminated the virus in his body, but also awakened his puppet master ability. With the help of Puppet Master's first skill, slavery, Tang Xiaobing successfully controlled the 3 zombies on the 9th floor. With the help of these 3 zombies, Tang Xiaobing quickly occupied the cafeteria and supermarket and firmly controlled the food supply. In the end times, food is the key to controlling others. What's more, he has 3 loyal zombies. Soon, Tang Xiaobing took control of the survivors on several nearby floors. Moreover, he also learned from these government officials that the government compound had already been occupied by zombies and order was about to collapse. The situation in other provinces and cities was similar. So, Tang Xiaobing completely let himself go. He would play with the surviving women who obeyed his orders and feed the disobedient men to his zombies. At this moment, Tang Xiaobing was casually putting one foot on the back of the woman who was kneeling in front of him. The woman in uniform is called Qin Ziwei, and she is a staff member of a law enforcement department on the 10th floor. On the 6th day, he wanted to go to the 9th floor to find food, but was discovered and captured by Tang Xiaobing's men. Seeing that Qin Ziwei had a good appearance and figure, Tang Xiaobing wanted her to follow him, but he didn't expect that Qin Ziwei had a very stubborn personality. Not only was she unconvinced, she also insulted Tang Xiaobing, saying that she was just a chef and wanted her to follow him, which was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. In anger, Tang Xiaobing locked up a zombie and Qin Ziwei together. After being hungry for a day, Qin Ziwei, whose psychological defenses were completely broken, knelt in front of Tang Xiaobing. However, Tang Xiaobing no longer had the original idea in mind. He just treated Qin Ziwei as an ordinary bastard. After he got tired of her, he let his subordinates enjoy her too. Damn it. I wanted to catch that teddy as a pet, but I didn't expect it to be killed by this bastard. Tang Xiaobing's face was full of anger, and his eyes flashed with ferocity and unwillingness. After cursing, he still didn't feel relieved. He stretched out his big, dirty foot wrapped in heavy military boots and stepped mercilessly on Qin Ziwei's head, crushing it hard, distorting her originally beautiful face into all kinds of shapes. Qin Ziwei could only whimper faintly, tears mixed with dust sliding down her cheeks. Boss, I think I've seen that person before. A thin, shifty-looking younger brother approached Tang Xiaobing cautiously and whispered. Tang Xiaobing frowned, took his foot away from Qin Ziwei's head, and shouted impatiently, Have you seen her? Where have you seen her? Don't keep me in suspense. I was frightened by Tang Xiaobing's momentum and said quickly. Boss, when I went out to look for supplies just now, I saw an unremarkable young man coming out from the direction of Weimei Hospital. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but judging by his figure and clothes, it must be him. Tang Xiaobing touched his chin and murmured, Weimei Hospital? It's the beauty hospital less than 2 kilometers away from us. The owner is a gorgeous young woman. The young man's eyes lit up and a lewd expression appeared on his face. Oh, I wonder if this hospital has been occupied by zombies. If I can get in, I can not only get a beautiful young woman, but also a lot of medicine. Tang Xiaobing raised his lips into an evil smile, his eyes full of greed and desire. In this end times, medicine is an extremely precious resource, and beautiful women are an irresistible temptation for him. Although Tang Xiaobing has gotten a lot of women these days, none of them are particularly beautiful. Qin Ziwei is just a 7-point beauty. She's just wearing a uniform which makes people want to conquer her more. All right, old four. Your information is quite useful. Tang Xiaobing said as he fiercely kicked Qin Ziwei to the ground in front of Lao Si. She's yours today. You can do whatever you want to her, but don't cripple her. Thank you, boss. The fourth brother's eyes lit up as he stared at Qin Ziwei, whose face was covered with shoe prints, and his whole body trembled slightly with excitement. He had never dared to even think about a woman like Qin Ziwei, who was usually so high and mighty. The fourth brother rubbed his hands impatiently and pounced on Qin Ziwei like a hungry wolf. Qin Ziwei had no expression on her face. Her eyes were empty and numb. She leaned against the wall quietly, letting the fourth brother pull her roughly. Seeing this, Tang Xiaobing showed a satisfied and cruel sneer on his face, and then turned around and shouted to his men. Everyone, get ready, pack your stuff. Let's go to Weimei Hospital. Beautiful and sexy nurses are waiting for us to save them. More than a dozen men responded in unison and immediately hurriedly went to pack up their weapons. Tang Xiaobing now has a total of 10 zombie puppets, and he has cleared all the floors below the 9th floor. He gained a small amount of supplies, a dozen men, and several women. As for the upper floors, Tang Xiaobing was not very willing to go there. There aren't many supplies on the office floor, and if there are any survivors, they will be used up over the next few days. Besides, climbing stairs is very tiring. The main purpose of clearing the floors below is to open up a way to find supplies. At present, there are enough people under our command. If there are more, the supplies will not be able to be supplied. Therefore, Tang Xiaobing now only arranges the zombies and his men to guard the stairwell from the 10th floor to the 9th floor. If there are any survivors coming downstairs, they will be captured, and the men will be recruited, and the women will be whipped. Soon, in addition to the fourth brother who was busy working, Tang Xiaobing left another middle-aged man to look after the house. The other dozen or so men stood on one side of Tang Xiaobing with their weapons in hand, and on the other side were 10 motionless zombies. Although there is a puppet space where all the puppets can be put away, Tang Xiaobing never puts away the zombies for his own safety. Under the temptation of team-building activities, a group of people were in high spirits and walked towards the corridor shouting loudly. After all, team building can sometimes be transformed into rotational building. Chapter 34, Driving a Mercedes-Benz. Fourth brother, can I go with you? After Tang Xiaobing took his men away, the middle-aged man who stayed behind stared at Qin Ziwei's exposed beauty in the corner, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and he kept swallowing his saliva. Oh, isn't she your colleague? The fourth brother was immersed in pleasure, panting, and said without turning his head, never played before? Haha, fourth brother is joking. He used to be a leader, high up there. How can I afford to play with him? The middle-aged man had a smirk on his face, but his eyes were filled with uncontrollable desire. In that case, come on. The fourth brother seemed very generous and waved his hand nonchalantly. Big brother Tang gave her to me for one day, so we two brothers have plenty of time to enjoy her slowly. The middle-aged man got the response and walked forward quickly with an obscene smile. When Qin Ziwei saw her once familiar colleague, a trace of humiliation and despair flashed across her eyes, but it quickly dissipated and she returned to a numb expression. Shou Qingyu's room on the 4th floor of Weimei Hospital. Jiang Feng looked at Shou Qingyu, who was facing away from him and about to put on her sports shorts, and fell into deep thought. Didn't I sense the mark in my room? How did it get here? After the teleportation skill was upgraded, Jiang Feng left his mark cards on the 4 girls. But Shou Qingyu didn't want the card, saying that she usually wore yoga pants and sweatpants without pockets, which were inconvenient to carry, so she asked Jiang Feng to leave the mark on her directly. As for the position, Jiang Feng was allowed to choose any one, and he chose defensive midfielder. At this moment, the 6-pointed star mark left on Shou Qingyu's lower back was emitting a faint glow, which was obviously the trace left by the teleportation just now. Shou Qingyu seemed to notice something strange behind her and turned back subconsciously. When she saw Jiang Feng suddenly appear in the room, she was stunned at first, and then a blush appeared on her face. Jiang Feng, why did you suddenly appear here? Shou Qingyu was shocked and embarrassed. She quickly grabbed the shirt beside her and hurriedly covered her upper body, which was only wearing underwear. Why are you wearing a Mercedes today? Jiang Feng did not answer, but looked at the 2 blue straps exposed on Shou Qingyu's tight shorts, and said in a frivolous tone, Shou Qingyu followed Jiang Feng's gaze, understood what he was saying, and her face turned even redder. You gave it to me. Who knows why you have so many of these styles? Jiang Feng just remembered that Shou Qingyu had no luggage, and she bought some clothes from the mall. As for underwear, QQ underwear is also underwear. If you have the chance, you can go to the mall and buy some clothes, shoes, socks, etc. for free. Among the necessities of life, it seems that the only thing missing is clothes. That's perfect. I've never driven a Mercedes before, so I'll try out how it feels to drive today. Jiang Feng put his thoughts aside, stepped forward, and put his arms around Zhou Qingyu's soft yet resilient waist. Zhou Qingyu's delicate body trembled slightly, and the blush on her face deepened instantly. It took Tang Xiaobing, his men, and his zombie puppets an entire hour to finally see the sign of Weimei Hospital. The group was very cautious. They thought that most of the zombies around them had been attracted to the Daeunfa supermarket, but unexpectedly, a small group of zombies still discovered them. Tang Xiaobing let his zombie puppets act as meat shields, and his men held weapons and hacked and killed the approaching zombies. Although he eventually killed the group of zombies, he lost several of his men, and even 2 of his zombie puppets. In order to replenish the zombie puppets, Tang Xiaobing wasted a lot of time. At this time, the Weimei Hospital looked dead silent. Tang Xiaobing looked at the hospital with a hint of excitement and greed in his eyes. He turned to his men and said, "Cheer up. There might be a lot of good stuff in there, including a nurse and a beautiful young boss. If we can catch them, Upon hearing this, the subordinates all smiled maliciously. "Boss, the door is blocked and can't be opened." One of his men pushed the hospital door hard, but found that it didn't move at all. Tang Xiaobing frowned instantly and shouted angrily, "Useless! Find another entrance." The men did not dare to delay and immediately spread out, searching carefully around the hospital. Not long after, a subordinate shouted anxiously from the side, "Boss, there is a window here, but it is blocked tightly from the inside by the hospital's large equipment and sandbags. It can't be opened at all." Tang Xiaobing hurried over and looked out the window with great effort. He saw various large medical equipment and sandbags stacked up inside, blocking the window completely. He thought to himself that it seemed that the people in the hospital were very concerned about defense. "What are you guys doing?" Just as Tang Xiaobing was thinking about how to enter the hospital, a cold questioning voice sounded from behind everyone. Jiang Feng test drove the car for an hour and found the acceleration of the Mercedes-Benz to be exceptionally good. Just when he was planning to hug Zhou Qingyu's soft body and take a nap, he heard some noise downstairs and saw through the window a group of people stealthily hanging around the hospital entrance. For the time being, he was not worried that this group of people who obviously did not have weapons of mass destruction would be able to enter the hospital. He has used various large equipment and sandbags to block the front, back, and windows of the hospital. In order to facilitate entry and exit, Jiang Feng left a mark on the open space in front of the hospital. So, he teleported directly to the rear of Tang Xiaobing and others. Hearing Jiang Feng's voice, Tang Xiaobing and his men were shocked and turned around abruptly, only to see Jiang Feng standing not far away with his hands folded on his chest and a stern face. "It's you, the one who killed Teddy." Tang Xiaobing recognized Jiang Feng and quickly asked the 2 zombies to stand in front of him. He had seen Jiang Feng use Windblade, but Tang Xiaobing did not remind his men. If they knew that the person on the other side was a psychic with long-range skills, they might just run away. "Have you seen me? You brought this group of people to the hospital. Are you trying to steal something or someone?" Jiang Feng raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of disdain for Tang Xiaobing and others. Although Tang Xiaobing was somewhat afraid of Jiang Feng, looking at the dozen men around him, plus the 10 zombie puppets, he felt confident that he had more numbers and could easily kill Jiang Feng. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face, and he shouted, "Boy, don't think you are great just because you have some skills. You have ruined my good deeds today, so don't even think about getting away with it." After that, he waved his hand and ordered his men and zombie puppets, "Go ahead, kill him." More than a dozen men rushed towards Jiang Feng with various weapons. One of them, who had once observed Jiang Feng with a telescope, deliberately fell behind. The 10 zombie puppets also followed behind with their fangs and claws bared, roaring and pouncing towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's face was calm, but a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He just waved his right hand, and in an instant, 5 strong wind elements condensed in front of him and transformed into 5 extremely sharp wind blades, which shot towards the rushing crowd and zombie puppets with a whoosh. The wind blades raged through the crowd, and one of the men in the front was pierced through the chest. He fell straight down without even having time to scream. The head of a zombie puppet was chopped off, and 2 of its subordinates were unable to dodge and had their throats cut by the wind blade. With a crack, the arm of another zombie puppet was cut off. A wind blade flew past the body of one of his men, leaving a deep, bloody mark on his body. The man screamed and collapsed to the ground in fear. In just one encounter, several of Tang Xiaobing's men fell, and 2 zombie puppets were also killed. Not only that, 5 more wind blades appeared in Jiang Feng's hands. Seeing this, the remaining people could no longer suppress their fear and turned around to run away. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tang Xiaobing's face turned pale. He did not expect Jiang Feng to be so powerful. His strength was far beyond his imagination. Saving his life was the most important thing at the moment, so he didn't care about anything else. He quickly ordered the remaining zombie puppets to cover their retreat, and he took 2 of them and fled in panic without looking back. The 6 zombies that were left behind were killed by Jiang Feng before they could reach him, but this also gave Tang Xiaobing time to escape. After dealing with a few zombies, Jiang Feng wanted to continue chasing him and completely eliminate the hidden danger of Tang Xiaobing. However, at this moment, the smell of blood in the air attracted many zombies. There were bursts of creepy roars coming from the distance, and dense swarms of zombies were seen rushing towards this side. Jiang Feng frowned, glanced at Tang Xiaobing who disappeared around the corner, and teleported back to the hospital. Chapter 35, A Gamble. Jiang Feng, these zombies won't rush in, right? Su Qingyi looked at the zombies gathered downstairs in the hospital and asked Jiang Feng beside him, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Except for the 2 men killed by Jiang Feng, the rest of Tang Xiaobing's men became food for this group of zombies. The zombies were biting each other frantically. The scene was bloody and horrifying, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. Don't worry, the front and back doors and windows on the first floor are blocked. These zombies can't get in unless they can fly. Jiang Feng patted Su Qingyi's shoulder, trying to reassure her. He was quite confident in the hospital's defenses. Even if they were eventually breached, he could still teleport the 4 girls back to Jingyuan community. After a long time, the zombies downstairs ate all the men. The zombies raised their heads and looked around aimlessly with their cloudy eyes, as if searching for other prey. After a while, they gradually dispersed, leaving behind only a messy ground, bloodstains, and some body parts and scraps of cloth. 9th floor, Mintai building. 4th brother, zombies, zombies. The middle-aged man, standing in front of Qin Ziwei, suddenly pointed behind the 4th brother and shouted in horror. What are you afraid of? It should be Boss Tang who comes back. The 4th brother didn't care and continued with his own operations. No, it's not Boss Tang. The middle-aged man stepped back in horror, and Qin Ziwei breathed in deep breaths. Puff. Oh. The zombie bit the 4th brother's neck, and he instantly went from heaven to hell. Blood spurted out from Lao Si's neck and splashed on Qin Ziwei's snow-white back. Without the support of the 2, Qin Ziwei, who was already exhausted, collapsed to the ground. After the zombie bit off the 4th man's neck, it still had a piece of flesh in its mouth. It let out a creepy roar from its throat and slowly turned its head towards the middle-aged man beside it. The middle-aged man looked ashen, and his instinct for survival made him subconsciously turn around and run. But due to extreme fear, his movements were not as fast as he expected. The zombie pounced towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man felt a chill on his back and turned back subconsciously, and saw the hideous face of the zombie was close at hand. He screamed in fear and reached out to defend himself in panic, but the zombie grabbed his arm. The sharp claws instantly pierced his flesh, and blood flowed down his arm. No, let me go. The middle-aged man struggled frantically, twisting his body constantly, trying to break free from the zombie's grip. In the fierce struggle, the man and the corpse unknowingly approached the window. Faced with the threat of death, the middle-aged man used up his last bit of strength and kicked the zombie hard. The kick was so powerful that the zombie's body staggered backwards, but its claws still held on to the middle-aged man's arm tightly. Under the influence of inertia, the middle-aged man's body crashed towards the window along with the zombies. With a click, the window glass shattered instantly, and the 2 figures fell rapidly from the 9th floor. Qin Ziwei, who was lying on the ground, opened her eyes wide and watched them disappear from her sight. Then a dull noise came from downstairs. Qin Ziwei stared blankly at the broken window, her mind going blank. Suddenly, she remembered something and stood up to look at the 4th brother who was bitten to death by zombies. Sure enough, the 4th brother's body began to show strange changes. The skin turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood vessels spread wildly under the skin like green vines. Qin Ziwei's heart tightened. She understood that the 4th brother would soon mutate into a zombie. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the fear in her heart, Qin Ziwei took a boning knife from the dining table not far away. This was originally the weapon of the 4th brother. Seeing the corpse that had not yet completely transformed into a zombie, Qin Ziwei did not chop it down immediately. She held the boning knife tightly, her hands trembling slightly due to nervousness. She decided to take a gamble. After waiting for a while, Lao Si's body began to twitch, his eyes turned red, and his bloodthirsty gaze was fixed on Qin Ziwei. He struggled to sit up. The time is now. With his swish, the boning knife chopped into the fourth brother's neck, but due to insufficient force, the head was not completely cut off. The fourth brother's body twisted violently, and he waved his hands wildly towards Qin Ziwei. Qin Ziwei gritted her teeth, exerted force again, pulled out the boning knife, and chopped it down again. This time, accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of flesh and bones being torn apart, the fourth brother's head finally rolled to the side. Qin Ziwei was breathing heavily, her legs went limp, and she almost collapsed to the ground again. After taking a breath, Qin Ziwei hurried forward and turned over the fourth brother's falling head. At the center of his eyebrows, a thumb-sized white crystal core was flashing a faint light. An excited look appeared on Qin Ziwei's face. She actually made the right bet and obtained a crystal core from the zombie that had invaded her. After quickly digging out the crystal core and placing it in the palm of her hand to absorb it, a message of supernatural power appeared in Qin Ziwei's mind. Is this my special power? The requirements are a bit difficult, right? But compared to the benefits, it's worth it. After Qin Ziwei digested the information in her mind, she carefully thought about the next plan. After thinking for a while, Qin Ziwei threw the blood-stained boning knife to the broken window, found a pointed kitchen knife, placed it on the ground, and covered it with waste paper. Then she wiped the blood off her body, put on her clothes that were torn in several places, and sat on the cardboard pretending to be terrified and helpless. Under the cover of 2 zombie puppets, Tang Xiaobing fled all the way and finally returned to the downstairs of Mintai building. He was panting, his face full of fatigue and vigilance, and his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Tang Xiaobing saw 2 corpses downstairs. One was a middle-aged man who was twisted and deformed from the fall, and the other was a zombie with a cracked head and black blood splattered all over the ground. Although the body of the middle-aged man without pants looked familiar, Tang Xiaobing just glanced at it quickly and walked quickly into the building. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to return to the relatively safe base on the 9th floor as soon as possible and find a woman to vent his anger. The 2 zombie puppets protected Tang Xiaobing, one in front and one behind, and safely returned to the cafeteria hall on the 9th floor. As soon as he came out of the corridor, Tang Xiaobing saw Qin Ziwei, who was slumped on the ground in dishevel. Not far away was a naked, headless corpse with its head rolled to the side. It was the fourth brother. Qin Ziwei's eyes were empty, and she looked like she had lost her soul. The hall was filled with a strong smell of blood, mixed with the unique stench of zombies, which made people feel nauseous. Tang Xiaobing was stunned for a moment. Then he walked forward quickly with the 2 zombies, looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no other danger, he stood in front of Qin Ziwei and asked condescendingly, "Qin Ziwei, what's going on?" Qin Ziwei slowly raised her head, as if she had just come to her senses, and stared at Tang Xiaobing with a dull look, her lips trembling, and it took her a long time to squeeze out a few words. The zombies came in, bit him, mutated, then Lao Zhao killed him, wrestled with the zombies, and fell down together. Chapter 36 Plunder. MD. Tang Xiaobing was so angry that he started cursing. This trip was a huge loss. All his men were dead, 8 zombie puppets were lost, and his house was robbed. No wonder I felt that the corpse downstairs looked familiar. It turned out to be my own subordinate. With a heart full of anger and nowhere to vent, Tang Xiaobing looked at the spring light leaking out from Qin Ziwei's torn uniform, and a surge of evil fire rushed into his heart. "You weren't hurt by the zombies, were you?" Tang Xiaobing asked angrily. "But it doesn't matter. If you mutate, I'll just turn you into a puppet." Qin Ziwei lowered her head slightly. A hint of anger flashed across her face, and then she returned to her numb expression and allowed Tang Xiaobing to fiddle with her head. After a while Tang Xiaobing raised his head and closed his eyes, Qin Ziwei quietly reached out and took the pointed kitchen knife she had hidden in advance. Puff! But there was a flash of knife light, and Tang Xiaobing's throat was accurately cut by the kitchen knife, and bright red blood spurted out like a fountain. His eyes widened instantly, filled with shock and fear. He instinctively covered his neck with both hands, but blood still flowed out from between his fingers. As Tang Xiaobing was attacked, the 2 zombies that were originally under his mental control instantly lost their mental restraints and stood aside with empty and lifeless eyes. Qin Ziwei's face was splattered with Tang Xiaobing's blood. She looked crazy and determined, and kept muttering, "Go to hell! Go to hell!" Immediately afterwards, Qin Ziwei placed her right hand on Tang Xiaobing's chest and concentrated on activating her own supernatural powers. Plunder. You can absorb a recently deceased psychic, gain the psychic's abilities and all mental strength, and inherit the psychic level. Let me see if this power is really as described. After a while, Tang Xiaobing's body emitted a faint light, which was like starlight, slowly converging towards Qin Ziwei's right hand. The two zombies stood there motionless, still without any reaction in this weird and bloody scene, just standing there quietly. A minute later, all the light dissipated in Qin Ziwei's right hand, and a new supernatural information appeared in her mind. Puppeteer, skill slavery. Level 1 can control zombies or mutant creatures. The puppet's level cannot exceed its own. The number of puppets controlled is affected by the psychic's mental power. Qin Ziwei was slightly stunned, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. At this moment, she not only got her revenge, but also gained powerful superpowers. She quickly calmed down her excitement and focused her attention on the two zombies according to the method of using the supernatural power that came to her mind. She could feel an invisible force establishing a subtle connection with the two zombies. Gradually, there seemed to be a change in the zombies' eyes. A faint red light appeared in the originally lifeless eyes, which was a sign of being controlled by her. Finally, the two zombies slowly lowered their heads, as if paying tribute to their new master. Qin Ziwei successfully controlled the two zombies. She stood up, with Tang Xiaobing's blood still on her face, but her expression was filled with a morbid excitement. Very good, from now on, you are my subordinates. Qin Ziwei said in a low voice, with unquestionable majesty in her voice. The two zombies let out a low roar, as if responding to her order. Qin Ziwei brought two zombie puppets to the door of a room, let the two zombies break the door open, and she followed the zombies and walked in. Zombies! A woman's scream was heard from the room. 5 disheveled women huddled in a corner of the room, their terrified eyes fixed on the zombies and Qin Ziwei, who suddenly broke in. Several people's faces were filled with fear, and their bodies could not stop shaking. One of them seemed to know Qin Ziwei. Chief Qin, why did you bring zombies in? From now on, you belong to me. After a pause, Qin Ziwei took 2 steps forward, and the 2 zombies followed suit. Do you have any objections? The 5 women looked at each other and nodded. We all listen to you. If they had the courage to resist, the 5 people would not have been used as hot weapons by Tang Xiaobing and his gang. Now that Qin Ziwei can control the zombies, they naturally won't oppose her. Following a female boss, they shouldn't have to make hot weapons. Qin Ziwei recruited these 5 people as her subordinates, not because she was too kind, but because there were many things she needed them to do. Her original mental power plus Tang Xiaobing's mental power are enough to control 20 zombies, but there are still many vacancies now. Nothing can attract zombies more than living people. The rising sun symbolizes hope, but no matter how brilliant the morning light is, it cannot illuminate the darkness of the end of the world. In the restaurant on the 4th floor of Weimei Hospital, Jiang Feng divided the 200 crystal cores into 2 parts and placed them in front of Zhou Qingyu and Su Qingyi. Now, all of us can become second-level psychics. Zhou Qingyu and Su Qingyi were also very excited and quickly grabbed the crystal core. After a moment, they absorbed the crystal core and successfully advanced. The improvement in rank is huge. Zhou Qingyu's level 2 Cat's Heart not only increases agility, but also achieves visual invisibility. Su Qingyi's level 2 Water Curtain Tianhua has changed from the original arc-shaped water curtain to a circular water curtain that covers the user and his surroundings in all directions with a radius of 2 meters and a height of 2 meters. The thickness has also increased to 15 centimeters, and it will automatically protect itself after being attacked. The improvement of auxiliary skills has further enhanced Jiang Feng's own strength. Jiang Feng, are you going out alone today? Lin Sairu held her cheek and stared at Jiang Feng with her charming almond eyes. Shaking his head, Jiang Feng said to the others, I'll take you out today. The target is K12. K12? Isn't that a shopping mall? Su Qingyi asked puzzledly. K12 department store is a large shopping mall that sells everything from digital products to clothing and restaurants. Su Qing has been there several times before. Jiang Feng nodded. That's right. We have enough food and water now. Let's go and plunder all the supplies in the mall before the end of the world comes. If we wait too long, someone might get there first. Zhou Qingyu clapped her hands excitedly. Wow, that's great. Are we going to the mall? Can we buy a lot of beautiful clothes? I haven't worn anything nice in a long time since the end of the world. Aren't those things I gave you very nice? Jiang Feng looked at Zhou Qingyu in confusion. Although she didn't bring any clothes, Jiang Feng bought a lot for her from the mall system. Those are nice looking, but most of them have too little fabric. Yi Fei and the other 2 girls covered their mouths and chuckled. They all understood Jiang Feng's hobbies very well. Chapter 37: The Farmer and the Snake. K12 Shopping Mall is less than 2 kilometers away from Weimei Hospital and in the opposite direction of Durunfa. The road was littered with corpses and abandoned vehicles. It would be impossible to drive without clearing it, so Jiang Feng and his companions had to walk to the K12 shopping mall. Jiang Feng walked in front, observing his surroundings vigilantly, with Lin Sairu, Su Qingyi, Zhou Qingyu, and Yi Fei following closely behind him. On the roadside, mutilated corpses lay scattered all over the place, some of which had already begun to rot, emitting a disgusting stench. Some of the corpses still showed signs of being bitten by zombies, with bones exposed. The scene was horrific. Several zombies rushed over, but before Jiang Feng could make a move, Lin Sairu had already solved them one by one with her wind blade. At the doorstep of a real estate agency, a man stood behind the half-open door, staring outside with a vigilant look. After a while, a bald middle-aged man walked to the door of the real estate agency, took out a box of Oreo cookies, and gestured behind the door. The man behind the door opened the door carefully, took the biscuit, tore it open, ate a piece, and nodded. The man stepped aside to open the door, pointed his mouth towards the house, signaled the middle-aged man to go in, and said coldly, "No more than 30 minutes." An obscene smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He nodded hurriedly, and then walked towards the house with a slightly anxious pace. Sitting on the sofa in the room was a young woman in a suit. She looked haggard, and her eyes were full of fatigue and helplessness. The skin-colored stockings on her legs were full of holes, revealing her snow-white and attractive thigh skin. The man turned and walked to the door, gently closing it, then took out a small bag of Oreos from his pocket. He ate a few pieces, chewed them with satisfaction, and then carefully put away the remaining small bag. "Can I ask you who the woman inside is to you?" Jiang Feng and his companions happened to pass by and saw the whole scene. Out of curiosity, Yi Fei couldn't help but ask the man at the door of the agency. The man had actually noticed these 5 well-dressed people a long time ago. In this apocalyptic world, they can still dress so neatly and cleanly. Although he couldn't guess their origins, he knew in his heart that these people were not people he could afford to mess with. Therefore, the man just couldn't help but look at the 4 sexy and attractive beauties a few more times, and then he tactfully withdrew his gaze. At this moment, facing the beautiful young girl wearing denim shorts at the bottom of the stairs, the man smiled bitterly and replied slowly, "She is my wife." The 4 girls were all stunned when they heard this, and sighed in their hearts. At the end of the world, the miserable plight of ordinary people is fully exposed. It is really heartbreaking that a man puts his wife in such a situation just for a little food. Jiang Feng was not surprised by this. The woman in the room did not seem to be forced, and she must have a close relationship with this man. In the end times, the bottom line of human nature is constantly being broken, and the constraints of morality are gradually disintegrating. As the end of the world continues, selling your wife is nothing. I'm afraid that some people will even eat your wife. Jiang Feng walked forward on his own. Seeing this, the 4 girls stopped talking, calmed themselves down silently, and quickly followed Jiang Feng's pace. Several people continued to move forward along the dilapidated street, and from time to time zombies rushed in from shops and street corners. Lin Sairu looked calm. Wind blades condensed into shape in her palms, and then flew out, accurately cutting the zombies' bodies. As more and more zombies were hunted, Lin Sairu's technique became more and more skilled. Each wind blade was just right. Under her attack, the zombies that rushed up fell to the ground one after another. However, as they moved forward, zombies appeared more and more frequently, gradually forming wave after wave of attacks. Jiang Feng frowned. It seemed that these zombies were not coming for him and his group, but were gathering towards the K12 shopping mall. Only after some of the lagging zombies saw the 5 people did they change their target and run towards them. Jiang Feng smelled it carefully and smelled a faint smell of blood mixed in the foul air. "It looks like there may be someone fighting zombies ahead," Jiang Feng said to the 4 women beside him. "Then are we still going to K12? Lin Sairu swung out 2 wind blades, took the heads of 2 zombies, turned around, and asked Jiang Feng. "Of course. Such a small number of zombies is no big deal," Jiang Feng said in a relaxed tone. After turning the corner, the group finally saw the K12 shopping mall. At this moment, the downstairs of the shopping mall was very lively. There is a bakery on the first floor of the shopping mall, and a group of zombies are madly besieging the bakery. Jiang Feng could see 5 survivors in the bakery from a distance. One of them was a thin man who kept condensing fireballs with his hands and threw them at the group of zombies. Each fireball could kill a zombie. The other 4 people each held a simple weapon, including iron bars, kitchen knives, and steel chisels, and stood guard at the door of the bakery, vigilantly watching the zombies that might break in at any time. As long as a zombie approached, they would swing their weapons without hesitation. Is that the power of the fire element? This person is very lucky, Zhou Qingyu said, pointing at the person who released the fireball. Lin Sairu killed more than a dozen zombies along the way, but didn't get a single crystal core. This made the four girls admire Jiang Feng even more. Jiang Feng had more crystal cores than candy beans. Jiang Feng had no intention of saving people. He took a look at the chaotic scene, turned to Lin Sairu and said, "Clear the zombies at the entrance of the shopping mall, and we will go in directly." Lin Sairu nodded slightly, and a series of wind blades flew towards the zombies at the entrance of the shopping mall. Wherever the wind blades passed, the zombies' bodies were easily cut, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Dozens of zombies fell to the ground under her attack, and the number of zombies at the entrance of the shopping mall gradually decreased. This action also indirectly saved the 5 people in the bakery. The zombies that originally attacked the bakery were attracted by Jiang Feng and others, and turned around and rushed towards them, and the pressure on the bakery was immediately reduced. Jiang Feng also had to take action and use wind blades to get rid of the zombies that were pouring in. As the two continued to attack, the number of zombies quickly decreased. The 5 people in the bakery saw the zombies retreat and successfully escaped, with expressions of relief on their faces at having survived the disaster. "Brother, those girls are so hot. If I could have sex with them just once, it would be worth dying for," the man with the power of fire said to a tall man with a stubble on his face. The bearded man stared fiercely at Lin Sairu and the others. "Indeed, those 2 psychics are quite strong. Don't act rashly. Find a chance to kill them quietly. The remaining 3 beauties will be enough for us to play with. Big brother, you still have a lot of ideas." The others also laughed. The bearded man led the 4 people out of the bakery and came to Jiang Feng and the others. He rubbed his hands and said to Jiang Feng with a smile on his face, "Thank you for your help, brother. If it weren't for you, we would have died here. There must be a lot of supplies in this K-12 shopping mall. We would like to go in with you so that we can take care of each other. What do you think?" While the bearded man was speaking, the 4 people behind him were secretly looking at Lin Sairu and the other 3 girls in obscene ways. Jiang Feng refused coldly. "No, I'm not used to taking care of others. If you want to find supplies, go somewhere else." Hearing Jiang Feng's refusal, the faces of the 5 people changed instantly. A man with dyed yellow hair and a scoundrel-looking face cursed. "Humph, don't be so shameless. Don't think you're great just because you're a superpower. We have superpowers too." Another tall and thin man echoed. "That's right. If we are not allowed to go in today, you can forget about going in either." "The farmer and the snake?" Jiang Feng curled his lips into a sneer. "What did you say?" The bearded man didn't understand what Jiang Feng meant for a moment. But Jiang Feng was not in the mood to explain anything to them. With a slight thought, a wind blade appeared in front of him out of thin air. A green light flashed, and the wind blade scratched the yellow-haired man's neck. Warm blood gushed out. The yellow-haired man widened his eyes and fell to the ground with disbelief on his face. The other 4 people were stunned when they saw this. They didn't expect Jiang Feng to start fighting as soon as he said so, and to be so ruthless. But soon, they reacted, raised their weapons and rushed towards Jiang Feng. The bearded man led 2 people and rushed forward, while the other one condensed a fireball at the back and threw it out fiercely. Su Qingyi immediately used water curtain Tianhua. The circular water curtain unfolded instantly. The fireball hit the water curtain, and with a hiss, it turned into a burst of water vapor. Jiang Feng took this opportunity and waved his right hand, and 4 wind blades shot out. The wind blades were as fast as lightning, instantly penetrating the bodies of the 4 people. The 4 men fell straight down without even having time to scream, and blood spread all over the ground. Chapter 38 Mutated Crow. Crash. The glass door of K-12 shopping mall was instantly shattered by the wind blade, and broken glass splashed everywhere. Jiang Feng was the first to step into the shopping mall, followed closely by the other 4 women. After all, it was only the 11th day since the apocalypse, and the shopping mall had not been damaged much. The shops on the first floor were basically kept as they were, and the goods were mostly neatly displayed, but there was a faint stench in the air. The first floor is for mobile phones and digital products, while the second floor and above have clothes, cosmetics, and the like. The 4 girls are obviously more interested in the things on the second floor and above. Facing the 4 girls who were ready to make a move, Jiang Feng did not put too much pressure on them. "You all go to the second floor together. If there is any situation, just call me directly through the mark." Among the 4 girls, some have both offensive and defensive abilities, so they have no problem facing zombies or survivors. After Yifei reached the second level, she had 8 square meters of personal space. She emptied the space before going out. It was enough to store clothes, cosmetics, and the like for 3 people. After all, they would only pick out what they could use, unlike Jiang Feng, who would not let go of anything. The four girls went upstairs happily, leaving Jiang Feng alone on the first floor. After entering a mobile phone store, Jiang Feng went directly to the warehouse behind the service counter. The machines on the booth were all plugged in with anti-theft wires and could not be directly stored into the space. Jiang Feng was too lazy to dismantle them one by one. There were brand new unopened ones, so why should he care about these prototypes? After packing up all the machines in the warehouse, Jiang Feng continued to walk to the next shop. Computers, watches, cameras, TVs, game consoles, a great harvest. Far ahead. Suddenly, Jiang Feng saw the logo of the Chrysanthemum Factory. If I remember correctly, this company has several mobile phones that support satellite calls. In the past 2 days, the network signal has been getting worse and worse. It is estimated that the network will be disconnected soon, and then there will be no way to communicate remotely. Unfortunately, there is no place to apply for a card that supports satellite calls, so these phones can only be put away for now. Maybe they can be useful in the future. Anyway, Jiang Feng has a teleportation mark. Although it can only transmit simple messages, it is enough. After a round, Jiang Feng visited all the shops on the first floor. When I got to the second floor, just after I got out of the escalator, I saw a sporting goods store. Jiang Feng glanced at the dazzling array of sports equipment and gear, thinking that they might come in handy in the future. With a sweep of his mental power, he collected all the items on the shelves, such as baseball bats, climbing ropes, protective gear, etc., into the space. Jiang Feng shopped very quickly, and soon he met 4 girls in front of a cosmetics counter. The 4 girls were choosing cosmetics that suited them, and from time to time they would hand over the selected cosmetics to Yi Fei to put into her personal space. Jiang Feng noticed that there were several bags full of clothes, shoes and socks on the ground not far from the 4 girls. Fei, why don't you put these away? Is there no more space for them in your space? Jiang Feng pointed at a pile of bags on the ground and asked Yi Fei. Ah, Brother Feng, you're here. Yi Fei was checking a lipstick and looked up in surprise when she heard the voice. Those are the clothes we picked for you. Jiang Feng was slightly startled, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. The 4 girls actually thought of choosing clothes for him, which was really a rare thought. You guys are so thoughtful, Jiang Feng said to the 4 girls with gentle eyes. Lin Sira chuckled and walked forward. You are our boss. Of course you have to dress up handsomely. By the way, don't you need socks? Jiang Feng pointed to the wall of an underwear store, where various kinds of stockings were displayed. Haha. I said Jiang Feng would definitely ask. Shou Qingyu had an expression as if she was proven right by me, and the other 3 girls also chuckled. We have already taken a lot. Su Qingyi smiled for a while and replied to Jiang Feng. You still have so much left? You are simply wasting resources. Jiang Feng was very angry about the wasteful behavior of the 4 girls. Materials were so precious in the apocalypse. It was unknown whether such high-end handicrafts could be produced in the future. This is torn. One piece is gone when one is worn out. After criticizing the 4 girls, Jiang Feng came to the store and bought out all the stockings. An hour later, Jiang Feng and 4 others walked out of the gate of K-12 shopping mall. After a fierce battle and looting of supplies, the 4 women's faces were filled with excitement and satisfaction. At this moment, a buzzing sound coming from far away came into everyone's ears. Lin Sira pricked up her ears in confusion. What's that sound? Jiang Feng's face darkened slightly. From the sound, it sounds like a helicopter. Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from, and sure enough, they saw an armed helicopter appear in their sight. The helicopter gradually approached, and when it flew above everyone's heads, a large black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Looking closely, it turned out to be a dense group of mutant crows. These mutated crows are huge in size, longer than an adult man's arm. Their jet black feathers gleam with a metallic luster, and their eyes are filled with a bloodthirsty red light. I saw a flock of mutant crows rushing towards the helicopter like a black wave, surrounding the helicopter in an instant. Some crows scratched the helicopter's fuselage with their sharp claws, while others pecked at the glass and cabin with their sharp beaks. Under the attack of the flock of crows, the helicopter began to shake violently, and the fuselage made a creaking sound, as if it would fall apart at any time. In the helicopter, a pale-faced young man grabbed the handrail and shouted, "Where did these damn crows come from? Lao Zhao, think of a solution." The driver, called Lao Zhao, had his brows twisted into the shape of a Chinese character. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, but he had no time to wipe them off. He stared at the flashing warning lights on the dashboard, trying to control the violently shaking helicopter while shouting. "Don't panic, Zhang Xiao. Sit still." After saying that, he suddenly turned the joystick to the left, and the helicopter tilted, trying to shake off the mutant crows that were following him closely. In the co-pilot seat, the machine gunner next to Lao Zhao was also not idle, and the machine gun in his hand kept spitting out flames. The d-d-d sound of the gunfire hurt people's eardrums, but compared with the overwhelming flock of crows, it seemed like a drop in the bucket. Every time the trigger was pulled, a few crows were hit by bullets and fell from the sky, but more crows still came forward. The ammunition is almost gone, the machine gunner shouted while struggling to change the magazine. Old Zhao gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hold on. We have to find a chance to break out." At this time, a technician sitting in the back row shouted, "Lao Zhao, the communication equipment has been damaged by them. We can't call for support." Lao Zhao's heart sank. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Without support, they could only fight their way out on their own. Lao Zhao took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He quickly scanned the surrounding terrain and found an area with tall buildings not far away. There are densely populated buildings there, so perhaps the narrow space could be used to restrict the crow's movements? Chapter 39 Crash. Zhang Jijie regrets it now. He would rather tighten his belt, live frugally, and stay in the villa waiting for rescue by large forces than be besieged by a group of crows in the air at this moment. As the son of a general, Zhang Jijie lived a very privileged life. He is currently in college and has no interest in studying. He spends all day picking up girls and having sex with a bunch of rich second generations and power-seeking second generations. The night before the bloody rain, Zhang Jijie was having a party in his villa with a group of people, one of whom was the school beauty he wanted to win over recently. When he and the beauty woke up from bed, the end of the world had already broken out, and Zhang Jijie was trapped in a villa with several second generations. However, Zhang Jijie originally had a doomsday complex. When he had nothing to do, he liked to stockpile supplies in preparation for the end of the world. He didn't expect that they would actually come in handy. Therefore, after the bloody rain stopped, he did not immediately ask his father to send people to rescue him, but wanted to enjoy his own shelter for a few more days. A group of people were trapped in a villa, and there were not many entertainment activities except doing the things they loved. Zhang Jijie generously gave up the school beauty, thinking that sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. The feeling of multiplayer PK was fascinating. Zhang Jijie liked this grand scene very much and stayed in the villa for a few more days. It was not until his father contacted him and said that the internet was about to be completely cut off that Zhang Jijie reluctantly agreed to leave the villa. The helicopter couldn't accommodate everyone, and Zhang Jijie couldn't favor some over others, so he simply didn't bring any of his friends. Anyway, the supplies in his villa can be used for a while, so he can arrange someone to rescue them when there is a chance. As for the department flower? Of course I left it to my friends. If I took it away, how bored these friends would be. Zhang Jijie has always been great in treating his friends. Besides, women are like clothes and brothers are like siblings. He felt ashamed to carry around a piece of clothing that was almost worn out. Unfortunately, I didn't get the school's most beautiful twin girls, and I don't know whether they are still alive. Bang. Just as Zhang Jijie's thought shifted from regret to imagination of beautiful things, a crow flew into the side glass. An obvious crack appeared on the glass instantly. The crow fluttered on the glass a few times, and its black feathers stained with blood slowly slid down. Zhang Jijie was frightened by the sudden impact and his thoughts were instantly pulled back to the cruel reality. He looked at the crack and said, "It's over, it's over. If this glass breaks, we will all die." Zhang Jijie couldn't help but scream, his voice full of fear and despair. While trying to control the helicopter to fly between the tall buildings, Lao Zhao shouted, "Don't panic, Zhang Xiao. This glass won't break that easily." The machine gunner had already used up his last burst of bullets. He threw his machine gun away in anger and cursed, "These damn beasts, there's no end to it." After saying that, he drew a military dagger from his waist, ready to fight the crows in close combat when they approached. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull impact sounds rang out one after another, and more glass was cracked by the crows, and fine lines spread rapidly like a spider web. Everyone in the helicopter was shocked and confused by the dense collision sounds, and each sound seemed to be a death warrant. The pilot, Lao Zhao, knew the situation was critical and shouted, "Mr. Zhang, put on your parachutes quickly and be ready to jump at any time. I'm afraid the plane can't hold on." Zhang Jijie heard this and immediately began to frantically search for his parachute. The machine gunner and the communicator also put on their parachutes. Just as the three of them were hurriedly putting on parachutes, an extremely large mutant crow, like a black cannonball, rushed towards the glass of the driver's seat at an extremely fast speed. With a loud crash, the glass shattered instantly, and the crow hit Lao Zhao directly with a powerful impact force. Old Zhao didn't even have time to scream before he was knocked sideways into the driver's seat, with blood splattered all over the dashboard. Zhang Jijie watched as Lao Zhao suddenly became motionless, his eyes widened in horror. "No," he screamed subconsciously. At this time, the cabin was in chaos, and the remaining two people didn't care about their sadness and shouted, "Jump." Zhang Jijie subconsciously squeezed towards the cabin door, and followed the machine gunner and the communicator to jump out of the helicopter one after another. In the air, Zhang Jijie only felt the wind whistling in his ears, and he hurriedly opened his parachute. However, soon after the two machine gunners jumped out, they were targeted by several sharp-eyed crows. The crows stretched out their sharp claws and grabbed the two people at once, pecking at them with their sharp beaks, and their shrill screams echoed in the air. Boom! The out-of-control helicopter crashed directly into an office building not far from the K-12 shopping mall. With thick smoke and flames shooting into the sky, a huge hole was blown out in the outer wall of the office building. Zhang Jijie closed his eyes tightly, fearing that the terrible crows would catch him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself slowly falling towards the ground. Hey! The parachute actually fell there. Yifei pointed at the parachute less than 100 meters away from them and said to Jiang Feng and others. Coincidentally, Zhang Jijie landed right in front of Jiang Feng and others. Because they were covered by the parachute, the crazy crows were attracted by the aura of Jiang Feng and others, and instantly changed their targets and rushed towards them. Facing the flock of crows flying towards him, Jiang Feng's eyes became stern, and he took the first step without hesitation. He raised his right hand, and several wind blades condensed in his palm, like transparent deadly scimitars, shooting towards the flock of crows. Puff, puff, puff. The wind blades accurately hit several crows rushing in the front, directly tearing their bodies apart, and black feathers and bright red blood were scattered in the air. Seeing this, Lin Sairu immediately joined the battle. Continuous wind blades shot out from the hands of the two men, madly cutting at the crow that was trying to break through the defense line. For a moment, the cries of crows were heard one after another. In the air, a huge crow was particularly eye-catching. The feathers all over its body shone with an even more eerie metallic luster, and its body size was nearly twice as large as its peers. It flapped its wings suddenly and let out a sharp cry. Then the feathers on its body became like black arrows, shooting towards Jiang Feng and the others. These feathers were extremely fast, leaving black afterimages in the air and making sharp sounds of breaking through the air. But Su Qingyi had already activated his special ability, and a layer of crystal-clear water curtain enveloped the five people, like a transparent fortress. Puff, puff, puff. Black feathers like sharp arrows shot onto the water curtain, causing ripples, but ultimately they could not penetrate this layer of defense. Su Qingyi frowned slightly, looking focused. Although maintaining water curtain skyhua requires continuous consumption of mental energy, she has advanced to the next level with full mental energy, which is 10 times more than the mental energy of a psychic who directly uses a level 2 crystal core to advance. This amount of consumption is totally insignificant to her. As the water curtain flowed, the incoming feathers were firmly blocked and could not move any further. Chapter 40. The Threat from the Commander's Son. The crow that seemed to be the leader saw that the feather arrows could not hurt the few people, and the other mutant crows wanted to get close, but they were slaughtered by Jiang Feng and the others with wind blades. It raised its head and let out a sharp and long cry, with a hint of unwillingness and a command to retreat in its voice. The mutant crows that were attacking frantically stopped after hearing the cry. After circling in the air, the group of mutant crows grabbed the two corpses and flew away into the distance, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. Why did those crows retreat? Zhou Qingyu asked puzzledly. Those crows that can only shoot feathers seem to have gained some intelligence. They know that if they continue to attack, they will all die here. Jiang Feng replied. Creatures that can fly naturally have an advantage. If this group of crows wanted to leave, he really had no way to stop them. I don't know if the ability to fly will appear after the level of supernatural power is higher. Zhang Jijie hid under the parachute and witnessed the fierce fighting ahead, and was shocked. The continuous wind blades fired by Jiang Feng and Lin Sairu are more powerful than machine guns. After all, the killing area of bullets is far smaller than that of wind blades. And that water curtain was able to block so many arrows at once. I'm sure it would be able to withstand machine gun fire as well. His older brother is a person with superpowers, but when he called him before, his older brother told him that he can only send out one fireball at a time, and he can only send out more than a dozen times in a row. Just this alone made Zhang Jijie extremely envious. But look at the man opposite. Not only can he shoot out 5 wind blades at a time, but he can also shoot continuously, just like a pistol with unlimited bullets in the game. No wonder he has 4 beauties. My brother's stamina is not good enough. These days, although flowers fade and bloom again, if you ejaculate prematurely, women will leave you. Thinking of those 4 beauties, Zhang Jijie was even more amazed by their beauty. Royal sister, goddess, young woman, fitness beauty, each one is better than the previous one and has her own characteristics. Evil thoughts suddenly arose in his mind, and he wanted to monopolize the 4 women. However, Zhang Jijie soon realized that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him. It's the end of the world now, and without any army to protect us, it's even a question of whether we can survive. Although he was filled with reluctance, he still had to force himself to put away his thoughts on the 4 women. After the crows retreated, Jiang Jijie crawled out from under the parachute, dusted himself off, and walked towards Jiang Feng and others. After he stood still, he smiled and said, "Everyone, thank you very much for today. I, Jiang Jijie, owe you a favor." Although he expressed his gratitude, there was an innate arrogance in Jiang Jijie's tone. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Jijie and asked, "Who are you? Why are you on the helicopter?" Jiang Jijie crossed his arms across his chest, looking proud. "My father is the commander of the 11th Army stationed in Linhai City. He sent a helicopter to pick me up. I didn't expect to encounter this damn crows." Then, he raised his chin slightly and said, "Can you protect me temporarily before my father sends someone to pick me up again? Don't worry, as long as you do as you were told, you will definitely benefit from it. Not only will I provide you with plenty of food, I will also be able to take you to the newly built base." "A newly built base?" Lin Sairu asked doubtfully. Jiang Jijie looked at Lin Sairu, who was wearing a tight skirt, and couldn't help but stay on her for a few more seconds, with a hint of lust in his eyes. But he quickly came to his senses, cleared his throat, and said, "That's right. After the military realized the serious situation of the end of the world, they have begun to build a survivor base. There is a complete defense system and sufficient supplies, so there is no need to worry about zombies at all. My father is the top leader of the base. Follow me and I guarantee that you will be able to enter the base and be safe from now on." Jiang Jijie talked incessantly, his eyes revealing a condescending look, as if what he was giving was a gift that Jiang Feng and others had been longing for. But he was secretly thinking that as long as he arrived at the base, these 4 beauties would fall into his hands sooner or later, and then he would have to try to fight 4 of them alone even if he was taking drugs. No matter how powerful a psychic is, can he be stronger than machine guns and cannons? Not interested. Jiang Feng interrupted Jiang Jijie coldly. He could go to the base if he wanted, so why should he be a babysitter? Hearing Jiang Feng's answer, Jiang Jijie was stunned. He seemed not to have expected the other party to refuse. After a moment, Jiang Jijie came back to his senses, a slightly awkward smile appeared on his face, and he quickly said, "Brother, please think about it again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once you go to the base, you won't have to live in fear and sleep outdoors. There is food and drink there, it is safe and secure, and with your abilities, you will definitely thrive at the base." Jiang Feng frowned slightly, his eyes showing impatience. "How the hell did you tell that we were living in the open air and were so scared? I told you I'm not interested, so stop talking." After saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave with the 4 girls. When Jiang Jijie saw this, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a ferocious look. He roared in anger, "Don't refuse a toast. Who do you think you are? In this end times, without the protection of the military, you will die sooner or later without a burial place." Jiang Feng stopped and looked back at Jiang Jijie coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "Threatening me? I'm afraid you are not qualified enough." Seeing that Jiang Feng was still unmoved, Jiang Jijie was so angry that he was shaking all over. He suddenly raised his finger and pointed at a hidden drone in the air, saying viciously, "Look what that is. This drone has been monitoring us, and my father can see what's going on here at any time. If you change your mind now and escort me obediently, my father will spare your life when he arrives. Otherwise, when my father finds out that you rejected me and were disrespectful to me, he will definitely send someone to kill you, and then you won't be able to keep your body intact. As for the 4 women around you, I will definitely arrange a company. No, a battalion of people to entertain them." When the 4 girls heard Jiang Jijie's words, they stared at him fiercely and trembled with anger. Jiang Feng took a look at the drone in the air. It was a small reconnaissance drone with a wingspan of less than 2 meters, about 100 meters from the ground. The attack range of the 2nd-level wind blade is only 80 meters, which is still far from reaching the drone. Jiang Feng took out a card with a teleportation mark on it, waved his arm, and the card shot towards the drone like a black meteor. When the card reached the highest point and was about to start falling, there was a flash of light, and Jiang Feng's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared at the location where the card was. A wind blade instantly formed in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the wind blade was like a blue lightning, slashing straight towards the drone. Bang! With a loud bang, the small reconnaissance drone was instantly split into 2 by the wind blade. A dazzling spark burst out from the fracture, and the wreckage fell to the ground with black smoke. At this time, after completing the attack, Jiang Feng's body began to fall rapidly under the influence of gravity. But Jiang Feng looked calm. He sensed the mark on Shou Qingyu's waist in his mind. A flash of light flashed in the air, and Jiang Feng's figure instantly disappeared in the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was steadily teleported back to the 4 women. Chapter 41. I Won't Kill You. "Wow, Brother Feng, you're so handsome." Yifei's eyes lit up, and she jumped up excitedly. The other 3 girls also looked at her in admiration. "You, what kind of supernatural power do you have?" Jiang Jijie was stunned by the scene before him and stammered, You, even if you destroyed the drone, the footage has already been transmitted back. If you continue to mess around, my father will never let you go. Jiang Feng sneered. I just don't want a fly flying over my head. As for your so-called father, the military commander. Jiang Feng's eyes were full of disdain. I'm sorry, I don't even take it seriously. The city is full of zombies, so it's not easy for a large army to get in. As for using large-scale long-range weapons, it has only been less than half a month since the end of the world. How dare a mere army commander bombard a city where so many people live? Moreover, Jiang Feng has teleportation, shield, and invisibility, so he is not worried no matter how many people come. And as the price for your rude words, I decided not to kill you. Jiang Feng's mouth curled up with a cruel arc, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhang Jijie just felt a glimmer of hope in his heart, but before he could open his mouth, Jiang Feng had already waved his right hand, and 4 wind blades shot out like lightning. There were 4 muffled, puff 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 sounds, and Zhang Jijie didn't even have time to scream before his limbs were cut off by the wind blades. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhang Jijie's eyes widened, his face full of fear and pain, and then he let out a shrill scream. Ah! Zhang Jijie rolled on the ground in pain, blood gushing from the broken limbs, staining a large area of the ground red. Jiang Feng watched all this coldly, without any mercy. He turned to look at the 4 girls and said, "Let's go." The 4 girls nodded slightly. Although there was reluctance in their eyes, when they thought of Zhang Jijie's vicious words, they also felt that he deserved it. Jiang Feng's mental power enveloped the 4 women, and with a flash of light, they were instantly teleported back to the hospital. Only Zhang Jijie was left lying there in pain and helplessness, screaming in pain. As time went by, Zhang Jijie's voice became weaker and weaker, and excessive blood loss made his consciousness gradually blurred. Soon, a group of zombies came to Zhang Jijie. One of the zombies leaned forward first, opened its mouth full of rotten flesh, and bit Zhang Jijie's body. Zhang Jijie's remaining consciousness was awakened by the severe pain. He used up his last bit of strength and let out a desperate roar, but was soon overwhelmed by the swarm of zombies. The zombies devoured his body frantically, and soon, only a pile of body parts and a pool of blood were left. Linhai City Zhonggang Base. In a 5-story gray-white building, the conference room on the 3rd floor was filled with smoke, and a dozen middle-aged and elderly people in military uniforms were discussing issues intensely. Zhang Jijie's father, Zhang Jinlong, sat in the main seat, frowning as he looked at the group of noisy colleagues. In the novel, there is only one military commander in the army. Please do not substitute this for reality. At this time, the guard walked into the conference room in a panic, whispered a few words in Zhang Jinlong's ear, and then handed over the tablet computer in his hand. Zhang Jinlong looked down and saw Zhang Jijie confronting a man and 4 women. Then Zhang Jijie started cursing. Jiang Feng threw out a card and appeared more than 20 meters in the air. The last scene was a 50 centimeters long green wind blade. His eyes instantly turned red and he slammed the table hard. With a loud bang, the teacups on the table jumped up. What about the later scenes? Huh? How's my son? Zhang Jinlong roared, his eyes bloodshot, staring at the guard as if he wanted to eat him alive. The guard turned pale with fear, his body trembling slightly, and he stammered. Captain. Commander, the drone was destroyed by the enemy, and then the footage was interrupted. It is not clear what happened to the young master yet. Zhang Jinlong grabbed the guard by the collar, lifted him up, and shouted. What a bunch of rubbish. You can't even keep an eye on a drone. Find a way right now. Even if you have to dig deep into the ground, you must find my son. After saying that, he threw the guard out fiercely. The guard staggered and fell to the ground, then quickly crawled to his feet and ran out in a hurry to arrange for personnel. At this moment, the conference room was dead silent, and everyone was so frightened by Zhang Jinlong's anger that they dared not speak. After a while, Zhang Jinlong slowly sat down, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the anger in his heart, but his clenched fist revealed that he was still unable to calm down at the moment. He glanced at everyone coldly and said, Whoever dares to touch my son, Zhang Jinlong, will have to pay a heavy price. No matter how difficult it is, I will make them pay with blood. An older general to the lower right of Zhang Jinlong could not help but advise. Old Zhang, don't be too impulsive. We are still unsure about Xiaojie's situation. Maybe he will be lucky. The base has just been established, and there is a lot of work to be done. The manpower is very limited, and with zombies running rampant, there is no way to mobilize a large force. Let's wait for news and figure out the situation first. Zhang Jinlong snorted coldly and said, Wait? How can I wait? My son's life or death is uncertain. How can I sit still? Chief of Staff Shen Lingyun also spoke up. Commander Zhang, Deputy Commander Chen is right. The base has just been established and troops are needed everywhere. The Zhonggang oil field has not been taken over yet. The 721 Institute is still waiting for rescue. We have received many orders from Beijing, asking us to speed up the rescue, as there are test samples there. I think we should send out a few reconnaissance teams to look for Xiaojia's whereabouts first, and then make other plans after we have confirmed the news. Zhang Jinlong pondered for a moment and felt that the chief of staff's words made sense, so he nodded slowly and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say. Send out a reconnaissance team immediately and find my son as soon as possible. If anything happens to him, I'll make that kid and the people around him pay the price 100 times." The people in the conference room continued to discuss the attack plan of Zhonggang Oilfield and 721 Institute. 1 hour later, Shin Lingyun returned to his residence with a tired face. As soon as he opened the door, Shin Lingyun saw his daughter in military uniform sitting in the house. When Shinchinga saw his father coming back, he immediately stood up, his face full of resentment. She is responsible for maintaining security at the base, and the constant incidents at the base during this period have exhausted her both mentally and physically. "Dad, you're finally back." Shinchinga walked quickly to Shin Lingyun and couldn't help complaining. Zhang Jiming is doing atrocities again in the base. Today, he even forced a woman with a child to visit his home. When she refused, he cut off her family's food supply. He really thinks of himself as Xiaomingda. Shin Lingyun frowned, and a hint of worry appeared on his tired face. He sighed heavily and said, "Zhang Jiming has been spoiled by Zhang Jinlong since he was a child, and he has become even more lawless after the end of the world. But Zhang Jinlong holds great power and influence in the base, so we cannot offend him easily. Are we just going to let him bully people like this?" Shinchinga said unconvincedly it was not easy to establish some order in the base, but it was destroyed by people like him. The civilians are angry but dare not speak out. If this continues, the morale of the people in the base will be dispersed. Shin Lingyun rubbed his temples, thought for a moment and said, "Chinga, you usually maintain law and order and pay more attention to Zhang Jiming's movements. But you also need to be strategic when doing things and don't confront him head-on. If I have a chance, I will talk to Zhang Jinlong and ask him to control his son's behavior." "But Dad, Zhang Jinlong is so protective. Will he listen to you?" Shinchinga asked worriedly. Shin Lingyun shook his head helplessly. "Whether he listens or not, I have to give it a try. The stability of the base is related to the life and death of everyone. We cannot let everyone's efforts be ruined because of Zhang Jiming alone." Shinchinga nodded. Although she was still very angry, she knew that what her father said made sense. "Dad, don't be too tired. In the end times, we have too many things to worry about," Shinchinga said with concern. Shin Lingyun patted his daughter's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Dad is fine. You should also pay attention to safety when you are out there maintaining law and order. In the apocalypse, there are not only zombies but also human hearts that are scary." Chapter 42, Shoe Covers Must Be Worn. Boom boom boom. Jiang Feng was lying on the bed counting today's gains and sorting out the things in his backpack when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. "Come in, the door is not locked." The person who came in was Shou Qingyu, wearing yoga pants and a sports vest. The yoga pants perfectly outlined the lines of her long, straight legs, and the livable layout was also clearly displayed. Walking in front of Jiang Feng, Shou Qingyu's originally fair face showed a hint of depression. Jiang Feng raised his head and saw Shou Qingyu's appearance. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. "What's wrong, Qingyu? Are you worried about something?" Shou Qingyu hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and said a little embarrassedly, "Jiang Feng, I feel very depressed. My special ability seems to be useless. It didn't help at all today." As she spoke, she lowered her head and rubbed her index fingers together in circles. Jiang Feng chuckled, pulled Shou Qingyu over to lie on top of him, and gently stroked her ear with his right hand. "Useless? I've already used it, haven't I? Show me the cat ears, and I'll teach you how to use your supernatural powers." Zhou Qingyu's face flushed, and she gently punched Jiang Feng's chest. "Oh, that's not what I meant." Having said that, she still activated the cat heart skill and turned her ears into cat ears. In an instant, a pair of cute furry cat ears emerged from her short hair, and the pink tips of the ears were trembling slightly. Everyone should be able to imagine the following scene, so I won't go into details here. Hurry up and check the news. The official has released information about the survivor base. Su Qingyi, who was drinking hot milk, suddenly said to Jiang Feng and the other three. Upon hearing this, several people hurriedly picked up their phones and opened them. All major platforms were forwarding an official message, detailed situation of official bases in various places. Jiang Feng frowned and clicked on the link first. Others also came closer and stared at the screen. The document only listed in detail the information of the survivor bases established by local authorities, including the base's location, size, current capacity, defense facilities, and resource reserves. Apart from this, there was no mention of any official rescue or escort to the base. After checking, a few people found out that the closest base to them was the Zhonggang base. According to official descriptions, the base was built on an abandoned large factory and is surrounded by a 5-meter high wall. It is equipped with advanced monitoring systems and weapons defense facilities. It currently accommodates nearly 10,000 survivors and has a steady supply of materials. Yifei's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Wow, this Zhonggong base looks really great. It feels like it would be very safe to live in it." Although the conditions seem good, with so many people gathered together, there will be many problems, such as material distribution and personnel management. Lin Sairu was more rational. Besides, so many people will attract more zombies. Su Qingyi nodded slightly and added, "That's right. And it's 50 kilometers from here to the Zhonggong base. The authorities didn't say they would arrange military rescue." Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and said slowly, "It's too far. Don't consider going to the base for now. However, you can still go and have a look when you have the chance in the future. After all, humans are social animals, so life in the base will certainly be a lot more fun." But Jiang Feng didn't plan to go to the base casually. Now he was only a second-level mutant, and he could not withstand high-destructive thermal weapons. If we go to the base now, we might be controlled by others. Moreover, Zhang Jijie's father might be in the Zhonggong base. Without sufficient strength, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Naturally, the four girls had no objection to Jiang Feng's decision. After breakfast, the four girls found an empty room and started practicing yoga under the guidance of Shou Qingyu. Jiang Feng admired it for a while, then went back to the house to play games. However, after playing for a while, a prompt box suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the screen indicating that the network connection was interrupted. Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment and had a bad feeling in his heart. He picked up the phone, and sure enough, it was out of service. It seems that on the 12th day of the apocalypse, the internet was finally completely cut off. Jiang Feng put down his phone, stood up, and walked out of the room. He came to the next room, where four girls were still practicing yoga intently. The sunlight shone through the window onto them, outlining their graceful curves. The authorities probably anticipated the network outage, otherwise they would not have released all the information of the official bases before the outage. I am afraid that these bases will become independent dictatorships in the near future. However, the internet outage did not have much impact on Jiang Feng and others, except that they could no longer watch TV series, chat, or play online games. After a while, the four girls finished their yoga practice and walked into the room, talking and laughing. Seeing Jiang Feng standing by the window with a thoughtful look on his face, Shou Qingyu was the first to ask, "Jiang Feng, what's wrong?" Jiang Feng turned around, looked at the four girls and said, "The internet is completely disconnected." "Really? No signal at all?" The four girls opened their phones to check. "Oh, I won't be able to watch TV shows anymore." Lin Sairu lamented loudly, "I should have downloaded all the TV shows earlier." The other three women also looked disappointed. Watching TV and watching videos are the most important entertainment activities nowadays, but now they are gone. "That's not necessarily true," Jiang Feng said with a smile. Brother Feng, can you still create a network?" Yifei looked at him with surprise. "I'm not a base station. How can I turn it into a network?" Jiang Feng shook his head. "But you don't have to use the internet to watch dramas. I'm going to the meeting room first. You guys can come over later." After saying that, Jiang Feng walked towards a meeting room on the 4th floor. The four girls looked at each other, not knowing what Jiang Feng was going to do. They had just finished exercising and decided to wash up before going to find Jiang Feng. The conference room is not very big, and there is a 100-inch 4K ultra-high-definition monitor on the wall. Jiang Feng used the backpack space to collect all the original chairs and benches in the room, and then took out 2 sets of multi-person sofas from the space and placed them there. There is a furniture store inside K12, and Jiang Feng collected a lot of sofas, beds, and bedding. The 2 sets of sofas are large enough for lying, sitting, and sitting, which is very convenient and comfortable. Afterwards, Jiang Feng opened the mall system and began searching for a mobile hard drive full of resources. Movies, American dramas, Korean dramas, Chinese dramas. RB Action? Sorry, we are a serious system and firmly resist all prohibited products. There were too many hard drives, so Jiang Feng took out a supermarket shelf from the space and placed all the hard drives on it, filling up 2 floors. The system also thoughtfully posted a directory on each hard drive. Jiang Feng connected the mobile hard drive to the monitor via USB, operated it with the remote control, and the latest American blockbuster appeared on the screen. "Wow, Brother Feng, where did you get so many hard drives?" Yifei, wearing hot shorts, stood at the door of the conference room with her eyes wide open in surprise. The other 3 heard the sound and gathered around. Lin Sairu came to the door with a look of amazement on her face. "Are all these hard drives filled with TV series? I'm afraid I can't finish watching them all in my lifetime." The 4 girls exclaimed as they prepared to walk into the meeting room. Seeing this, Jiang Feng hurriedly stopped the 4 girls. "Wait, this room is full of important electronic equipment. You must wear shoe covers when you come in." What shoe covers?" Shou Qingyu was confused. Like this. If you are not used to it, you can also choose to wear it on your feet. Jiang Feng took out several pairs of stockings of different colors and handed them to the four girls with a smile. Then look at me, is this what I'm wearing okay? Su Qingyi pulled up the trouser legs of her suit, revealing her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, and looked at Jiang Feng with affectionate eyes. You three should watch a movie first. I need to discuss the future plans of the hospital with Dean Su. After saying that, Jiang Feng hugged Su Qingyi and went in her room. Chapter 43 Holy See. On the street leading to Minai Building, a group of fully armed people were moving forward steadily. Leading the group was a tall, handsome man in black combat uniform, holding a strangely shaped knife in his hand. Holy See, the plane that will pick us up will arrive in half an hour. Should we find a place to rest or continue hunting small groups of zombies? A team member who was also wearing combat uniform but was slightly shorter put away the satellite phone, walked up to the man and asked respectfully. His eyes were full of awe for the leading man. He held an assault rifle tightly in one hand and had a uniform short-handled battle axe on his waist on the other. The battle axe's blade was broad and sharp, flashing a cold light. The axe handle was made of black steel, engraved with simple and powerful patterns. Continue hunting. Yin Mingyu's voice was deep and powerful. Collect as many crystal cores as possible. Be careful not to use your gun easily, so as not to attract a large number of zombies. Yes. Several team members responded in unison. The group continued to move forward along the street, vigilantly observing the movements around them. Hurry. Run. There's a female devil in the Mintai Building who feeds living people to zombies. A terrified voice suddenly came from in front of them, and a ragged man stumbled towards them. Hearing the sound, Yin Mingyu frowned and signaled two team members to stop the man. Two team members quickly stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, and stopped the man steadily. The man struggled desperately, his eyes full of fear, and he kept shouting. Let me go. That female devil is about to catch up with us with the zombies. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Yin Mingyu put the knife in his hand on the man's neck, his tone as cold as a blade. Come, tell me, what's the situation with that female devil? The man felt the chill on his neck and dared not struggle anymore. He said tremblingly. That woman is Qin Ziwei, a cadre in the building. I don't know how she got the ability to control zombies. In order to expand her zombie minions, she captured the survivors in the building, let the zombies bite them, and then controlled them after they mutated. An interested look appeared on Yin Mingyu's face. Oh? It sounds like it is very similar to the methods of our Chamber of Commerce. The man looked confused, obviously not understanding what Yin Mingyu said, but he didn't dare to ask more. Yin Mingyu thought for a moment and asked, how many zombies and people does she have? Do they have weapons? The man quickly replied, there are probably more than 20 zombies. As for the people, there are only 5 women. They have knives but no guns. They usually stay on the 9th floor of the building. Yin Mingyu nodded, put away the knife, and said to himself, it's interesting. Let's go and take a look. If possible, it would be nice to hire him as a waiter. He looked at the man in front of him and said to the team member beside him, inject him with some virus and try your luck. The team member nodded, took off the backpack behind him, and took out an insulated box from it. Opening the incubator, there were several sealed syringes neatly arranged inside, filled with dark red liquid, which was blood extracted from zombies. The man was so frightened when he saw the liquid that was obviously not a good thing that his face turned pale. He shook his head desperately and begged in a trembling voice. No, don't inject me with this. I don't want to die. 2 team members held him tightly, while 1 team member walked towards him with a syringe. Yin Mingyu smiled and comforted him. Relax, it will be quick. But to the man, these words of comfort sounded more like the devil's whispers. The team member ignored his pleas, grabbed the man's arm, and inserted the needle into his vein. Dark red blood flowed into the man's body through the needle. The man's expression twisted instantly, he roared in pain, his body twitched violently, his eyes widened, and veins bulged on his forehead. After a while, the man's skin began to turn a strange blue-gray color, his eyes emitted a bloodthirsty red light, and his struggles became more and more intense. Just when the 2 team members were about to lose control, Yin Mingyu suddenly took action. The strangely shaped knife in his hand flashed with a cold light and accurately cut across the man's neck. The man's head rolled off, and his body fell heavily to the ground, with a stream of black blood gushing out from his neck. Holy throne, there is no crystal core. A team member turned the man's head over and checked his forehead. What a pity. Yin Mingyu looked a little regretful. It seems that my luck is not very good. Let's go and meet that female devil. After saying that, Yin Mingyu walked towards the Mintai Building not far ahead, and several team members followed him. The group soon arrived at Mintai Building. Entering the first floor, the hall was dimly lit and filled with a pungent stench. In such a large space, there were only 3 zombies wandering aimlessly. The 3 zombies had twisted bodies, tattered clothes, and emitted a disgusting smell. Use guns to quickly resolve this situation and go upstairs. In Mingyu ordered several team members. There is no need to worry too much about attracting a large group of zombies in the building. Qin Ziwei only has about 20 zombies under her command, and she can handle it with her own firepower. The team members quickly picked up their assault rifles. Da-da-da. After a few bursts of gunfire, 3 zombies fell to the ground one after another. After dealing with the zombies on the first floor, everyone walked up the corridor. The corridor was dark and quiet, and the group needed to rely on flashlights for lighting. Every time they climbed a level, 1 or 2 zombies would occasionally be attracted by the sound and rush over with a roar, but as soon as they showed their heads, they were knocked down. In this way, everyone easily reached the 9th floor. The door at the entrance of the corridor was half open, and faint light came through the gap. A team member stepped forward and gently pushed open the door. The scene before them made the team members immediately raise their guns and become alert. In the spacious corridor, more than a dozen zombies were arranged in a fan shape, staring at the group of people who had just appeared with their bloodthirsty eyes. Behind these zombies, Qin Ziwei, dressed in a black tight leather jacket, stood quietly, her originally delicate face full of ferocity. Are you Qin Ziwei? In Mingyu seemed to not take the group of zombies in front of him seriously at all. He looked past these ugly zombies and asked Qin Ziwei, who was dressed sexy. You killed my zombie? Aren't you afraid that I will turn you into my zombie puppet as well? Qin Ziwei's eyes were sinister, her red lips slightly parted, and her words were filled with deep hatred. In Mingyu had a mocking smile on his face. Just you, and these dozen zombies? You can try to see if you can rush to me. Qin Ziwei's face turned cold and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes, but she did not order the zombies to attack. She still had some self-awareness. Facing 6 assault rifles, her zombie puppets were still not enough. Unless she has a level 2 zombie puppet. What do you want? Qin Ziwei suppressed the anger in her heart and stared at In Mingyu's handsome face. Chapter 44 Dawn Chamber of Commerce. I want you. In Mingyu looked at Qin Ziwei with burning eyes, as if he was looking at a precious and rare object. An expression of resentment emerged on Qin Ziwei's face as she recalled the humiliating experience she had not long ago. But before she could speak, the man in front of her continued. Don't think too much. I just want you to be my subordinate. Subordinates? What are the benefits of being your subordinates? Qin Ziwei felt a little sad. Do I still have to work even if I become a superpower? In Mingyu seemed to have anticipated her question and said calmly. You turn living people into zombie puppets, isn't it just to become stronger? You should know that whether it is to improve mental strength or ability level, crystal cores are needed. However, the probability of a normal zombie producing a crystal core after death is only about 10. How long will it take you to become stronger? Qin Ziwei was slightly stunned. In Mingyu's words really hit her sore spot. She had killed many zombies in the past few days, but only got 1 crystal core. Do you have a way to obtain the crystal core faster? In Mingyu did not directly answer Qin Ziwei's question, but looked at the zombies beside her and asked, Can we talk in another way? If I really want to kill you, these zombies may not be able to stop me. Qin Ziwei knew that what the other party said was right. After hesitating for a moment, she waved her hand and received all the zombies into the puppet space. The corridor was suddenly empty. After seeing the opponent's operations, In Mingyu also signaled the team members to put away the assault rifles. In Mingyu walked up to Qin Ziwei and stretched out his fair and slender right hand. Let's get to know each other again. The Dawn Chamber of Commerce, the Heavenly Sword Holy Throne, In Mingyu. After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Qin Ziwei was obviously stunned for a moment, slowly stretched out her hand, and gently shook hands with In Mingyu. Qin Ziwei. Taking his hand back, In Mingyu said to Qin Ziwei, Our Chamber of Commerce has crystal core duplication technology. 1 original crystal core can be duplicated into 10. 10. Qin Ziwei was shocked. Are there no side effects from the copied crystal cores? In Mingyu glanced at her with admiration. Yes. After awakening, each level can absorb up to 100 crystal cores of the same level, but the copied crystal cores contain impurities, so it can only absorb up to 50. Of course, after 50 coins, you will also be promoted. Qin Ziwei thought about it carefully and this side effect seemed to have no effect. Most people don't have the chance to absorb 100 crystal cores to advance to a higher level. That means they have to hunt down about 1,000 zombies of the same level, which is no easier than hunting down zombies of a higher level. Experts have analyzed on the internet that there are 2 ways to improve the level of supernatural powers. 1. After absorbing 100 crystal cores of the same level, it will automatically upgrade to the next level. 2. Absorbing a higher level zombie crystal core can directly upgrade to the next level. When awakening for the first time, only first-order crystal cores can be used, and crystal cores that are 2 orders or higher than the own level cannot be absorbed. After Qin Ziwei thought for a while, In Mingyu continued, I think Miss Qin has already understood that this side effect is not necessarily a bad thing. Nodding, Qin Ziwei looked at Yin Mingyu and said, "What do I need to pay? It's easy to deal with smart people." Yin Mingyu smiled. "The Chamber of Commerce will provide you with supplies, weapons, and manpower. All you have to do is provide the Chamber of Commerce with survivors or original crystal cores on a regular basis. 10 survivors can be exchanged for a crystal core of the same level as your own, and 1 original crystal core can be exchanged for 3 duplicate crystal cores." "What do you need so many people for?" Qin Ziwei asked puzzledly. She could understand why they needed the original crystal core, but it was rather strange why they needed people. Blood crystal, or the replicated crystal core, needs a carrier, and the carrier is the human body. There was a hint of coldness in Yin Mingyu's eyes, and he explained calmly, as if he was talking about just an ordinary matter. Qin Ziwei's face turned pale after hearing this. "So, I have to use the lives of these 10 people to exchange for a crystal core? This is too cruel. Hasn't Miss Qin already turned normal people into zombie puppets? Do you still care about this?" Yin Mingyu said nonchalantly, "A general's success is built on the bones of thousands of soldiers. Do you want to be a general, or a dead bone under the general's feet?" Qin Ziwei began to struggle internally. She didn't want to become a devil, but the humiliating scenes from the past few days kept flashing through her mind. She wanted to gain power and be above everyone who wanted to play with her. After a moment of silence, Qin Ziwei gritted her teeth. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes. "I promise you." Yin Mingyu showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Very good. From now on, you are my servant, under the holy throne of Heavenly Sword. T-City will be under your charge, and I will arrange a team of people to assist you later." Buzz. A huge roar sounded outside the building, and a helicopter was hovering outside. "Your Highness, the helicopter for pickup has arrived." A team member stepped forward and said to Yin Mingyu. Yin Mingyu nodded, then turned to Qin Ziwei and said, "Although I didn't catch Zhang Jinlong's youngest son this time, I got a satisfactory waiter, so it wasn't a wasted trip. These few people are left to you. Your authority is much higher than theirs, so you can even ask them to commit suicide." After saying that, Yin Mingyu walked to a window without glass with a knife in his hand, jumped up and jumped out of the window. Qin Ziwei hurried to the window, only to see Yin Mingyu easily grab the rope ladder lowered by the helicopter. The rope ladder slowly rose and carried Yin Mingyu away. "My dear waiter, the Dawn Guard is at your command." 6 fully armed soldiers walked up to Qin Ziwei and saluted respectfully. Looking at the subordinates in front of her, a crazy look flashed in Qin Ziwei's eyes. "In this case, then I will start my road to rise from Mintai Building." After being severely tortured by Jiang Feng, Su Qingyi had to change into a pair of shoe covers to go to the conference room to watch a movie. A wise man always makes people think clearly, and Jiang Feng is no exception. He suddenly remembered that there was an above-ground oil tank at a gas station not far from Jinyuan Community. The day before the bloody rain came, he saw a tanker truck delivering oil to the tank from upstairs. There is no need to think about the underground oil storage tank, but the capacity of this above-ground oil storage tank is not small, and it can be stored in the backpack space. Having made up his mind, Jiang Feng got up from the bed, went to the conference room, and personally checked the shoe covers of the 4 beauties. After making sure there was no damage, Jiang Feng said hello to the 4 girls and teleported to the open space outside the hospital. The gas station is 3 kilometers away from Weimei Hospital, and it takes about half an hour to walk there. Jiang Feng actually wanted to drive. Su Qingyi's Porsche was parked in the carport on the side of the hospital, but the street was full of abandoned vehicles and corpses, so he couldn't drive there at all. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Feng walked towards the gas station, just as a form of exercise. Although I often exercise with Su Qingyi and the other 3, those exercises only strengthen the waist, so the legs also need proper exercise. Chapter 45, The Hunted Policewoman. After killing a few zombies and a few short-sighted survivors, Jiang Feng could already see the huge red and white sign of the gas station. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 gunshots were heard from the direction of the gas station. Jiang Feng's heart trembled, and he stopped. These people are just shooting like this. Aren't they afraid of attracting a horde of zombies? For safety reasons, Jiang Feng activated Cat's Heart and walked towards the gas station after becoming invisible. Jiang Feng quietly approached the gas station, using a scrap car as cover and carefully observing the situation inside the station. The gas station was in chaos. Several zombie corpses were lying next to the gas pumps. Black and red blood was all over the ground. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gasoline, rotten smell, and gunpowder. Next to the convenience store at the gas station, a female police officer was being chased by several male police officers at gunpoint. The female police officer used obstacles to dodge bullets and tried to fight back, but she was clearly at a disadvantage. Her police uniform had been torn, A few strands of hair were sticking to her beautiful cheeks, and there were a few tiny scratches on her fair skin. Jiang Feng was suddenly confused. Why would two police officers kill each other? However, he came here to get the oil tank, so it was more important to get his business done first. After looking at the terrain, Jiang Feng discovered that the above-ground oil tank was located diagonally behind the convenience store, some distance away from the police officer's battlefield. In the invisible state of cat's heart, the people fighting fiercely naturally could not find Jiang Feng. He bypassed the battlefield and came to the oil tank. The oil tank in front of me was like a huge steel monster, lying there quietly. Jiang Feng took a look and found that it had a volume of 30 square meters, a length of about 6 meters, and a diameter of less than 3 meters. At this moment, the liquid level gauge on the tank shows that it is full of diesel. 30,000 liters of diesel would be enough for a long time if used to generate electricity, Jiang Feng thought. He no longer hesitated, concentrated his mind, and spread out his powerful mental power to cover the entire oil tank. After the four girls reached the second level, his mental strength increased significantly, and he had no problem covering the oil tank. A strange ripple appeared in the surrounding space, and the huge oil tank disappeared in an instant. Get out of the way. Jiang Feng had just put away the oil tank when he heard the police officers exclaiming from the convenience store. He turned around and saw a male police officer circling around the corner of the convenience store, ready to catch the turtle in the jar. Sensing the danger, the female police officer pierced an oil barrel with a dagger, and thick gasoline poured out, quickly spreading on the ground. Then she took out a grenade from her waist, pulled the safety pin, and threw it at the male police officers. With a loud boom, the fire produced by the grenade explosion instantly ignited the gasoline on the ground. In an instant, a raging fire spread rapidly from the explosion point, turning the surrounding area into a sea of fire. The rolling heat waves make it difficult to get close. Taking advantage of the chaos and fire, the female police officer quickly fled to a KFC next to the gas station. The male police officers staggered to and fro under the impact of the explosion, but soon struggled to get up and, regardless of the pain in their bodies, chased in the direction the female police officer fled. However, one of the male police officers was seriously injured and fell heavily to the ground just after he stood up, wailing in pain. The huge explosion attracted the surrounding zombies. A tall zombie was the first to discover the fallen male police officer. He roared and pounced on him, biting his neck, and blood gushed out immediately. Seeing this, the other zombies also surrounded them, and the scene was horrific. Inside the gas station, the fire grew larger and larger, gradually spreading to the oil storage area of the gas station. A hissing sound came from somewhere, as if the gasoline was about to cause a bigger explosion under the high temperature. Sure enough, a moment later, an even more violent explosion sounded, and the entire gas station seemed to be overturned by an invisible giant hand. The strong shock wave blew away the surrounding zombies, and many zombies were directly swallowed by the fire. For a moment, the roars of the zombies and the howling of flames were intertwined. Throwing a grenade at a gas station, so fucking brave. Jiang Feng had already walked far away when the gas station caught fire. Looking at the burning gas station, he was extremely glad that he had collected the oil tanks in advance. Several male police officers took a look at the gas station, and without stopping for too long, they quickly came to the KFC store. Don't rush up, block the door first. The zombies are chasing us from behind. The leading male police officer shouted loudly while panting. The others looked back and saw more than a dozen zombies chasing them, with more zombies gathering near the gas station. Fearing that shooting would attract more zombies, they hurriedly piled up the tables, chairs, shelves, and other movable obstacles in front of the door. When the zombies were about to rush in, several people finally blocked the door tightly. The zombies banged on the door frantically, making a dull sound. The door panel trembled slightly under the huge impact force, but there was no sign of collapse. The leading male police officer let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and shouted, "Go upstairs. That woman must be on the second floor. We can't let her get away." Everyone quickly moved towards the stairs, holding their guns tightly in their hands, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. They walked up the stairs carefully, taking each step with extreme caution, and the stairs creaked under their feet. When they arrived at the second floor, they found it very empty. Apart from the rows of messy tables and chairs, there was almost no place to hide. Just as they were looking around, suddenly, a male police officer spotted a female police officer sitting on a chair. The policewoman's beautiful face was full of coldness, and the gun in her hand was pointed at them. The male police officers became nervous instantly and pointed their guns at the female police officers, resulting in a standoff. The policewoman pulled the trigger without hesitation. However, there was only an empty sound of click, and her face changed slightly. It was obvious that there was no bullet left. She had lost her dagger while running, and at this moment, she was unarmed except for an empty gun. Seeing this, the male police officers showed smug smiles on their faces. The leading male police officer took a step forward and sneered. Tang Li, you have nowhere to run now, right? How about you stay with me for a while, and I'll let you go. Captain Sure, the chief wants us to take the person back. A police officer on the side whispered. Bang! Before the police officer could finish, the male police officer named Sure slapped him in the face. Fuck you, director. What has the world come to? Why are you still here licking your boss's ass? Then, Captain Sure pointed at Tang Li and said, you don't want to play with the most beautiful policewoman in Linhai City, and you tell me you want to bring her back to give to that bald guy? The police officer who was slapped covered his face, glanced at Tang Li, lowered his head, and said nothing more. Captain Sure turned his gaze back to Tang Li, his eyes full of lust. How about it, Officer Tang? Stay with me for a while in exchange for your own life. Isn't it a good deal? Tang Li showed a sneer on his face. I'm afraid I'm not the only one accompanying you, Captain Sure. Do I have to serve your subordinates as well? Of course, my brothers are willing to go through fire and water for me, Captain Sure said, as if it was a matter of course. When the other male police officers heard this, they also laughed in unison. After a pause, Captain Sure said, it's just a few more people. Once you close your eyes, it will be over quickly. If you die, no one will avenge your parents. When Tang Li heard this, a complex look flashed across his eyes, with anger, hatred, and unwillingness intertwined. Her parents who came to visit her were killed by the director. She wanted revenge, but failed. She glared at them with her beautiful eyes. You beasts, even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Chapter 46. The fish will die, but the net cannot be broken. In the face of Tang Li's harsh words, Captain Sure didn't care and just let out a disgusting laugh. Be a ghost? I'll still do it, even if you're a ghost. Be smart and don't force me to do it. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Tang Li, his footsteps sounding particularly heavy in the silence of the second floor. Crash. At this moment, a glass window on the second floor suddenly shattered, and then a card fell to the ground. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, a light flashed above the card, and a handsome young man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Policewoman. Oh no, officer, do you need help? Jiang Feng asked Tang Li with a faint smile. Jiang Feng had already seen a group of people entering KFC one after another, and the appearance of the female police officer seemed to meet the requirements of the mall system. With great skill and courage, he directly used the wind blade to shatter the glass window on the second floor, threw out a marked card, and then teleported to the inside of the second floor. Who the hell are you? How did you appear? Captain Sure was startled by Jiang Feng's sudden appearance and raised his gun to aim at him. The other male police officers also reacted and pointed their guns at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not answer. He looked calm and did not care about the guns pointed at him. Instead, he looked at Tang Li who was sitting on the chair. When he got closer, he realized that Tang Li was breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was whiter than snow, and under her high nose bridge, her bright red lips were pursed in anger. The long black hair that was originally hidden in the hat was simply tied behind the head, and a few strands of hair fell beside the cheeks, adding a bit of messy beauty. MD, are you trying to pretend to be profound in front of me? Seeing that Jiang Feng ignored him, Captain Sure became angry and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out, and the bullet went straight towards Jiang Feng's chest. Seeing this, the other male police officers also started shooting. For a moment, gunshots rang out and bullets rained down on Jiang Feng. However, just when the bullet was about to hit Jiang Feng's body, a layer of crystal-clear water curtain suddenly appeared around him, protecting him completely. The bullets hit the water curtain, making a series of ding-dong sounds, splashing only a few tiny ripples before sliding down one after another. The water curtain trembled slightly under the impact of the bullets, but there was no sign of breaking. Captain Sure and the other police officers were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, Captain Sure came to his senses. A superpower? A superpower with defensive skills. The police officers woke up as if from a dream, stopped attacking, looked at Team Sure, and waited for the next instruction. Brother, we were wrong just now. I'll give this woman to you, and we'll leave now. After saying that, Captain Sure and several of his men quickly put away their guns and slowly retreated towards the stairs. This man is quite capable of bending and stretching, Jiang Feng thought. You help me kill them, and I'll do whatever you want with me. Just when Captain Sure and others were about to turn around and go downstairs, Tang Li's cold voice suddenly rang out. Captain Shi's face turned pale and he cursed. You bitch, you want to die? We are colleagues, and you actually want to kill us. But he forgot that they, as colleagues, not only chased Tang Li all the way, but also wanted to do something indecent to her together. Okay, remember what you said. Jiang Feng nodded to Tang Li. Just because these people had just shot at him, he would naturally not let them go. However, he certainly would not tell Tang Li about his thoughts. It would be great if he could reach a good deal with the policewoman. Brother, we have already apologized. There is no need to fight to the death, right? Seeing Jiang Feng agreed, Captain Shi's face turned fierce. Shaking his head, Jiang Feng said calmly, Don't worry, the fish will die, but the net will not break. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and 5 wind blades appeared out of thin air, like a series of rotating sharp blades, whizzing towards Team Shi and others. The wind blades cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and the speed was so fast that the members of Team Shi could only open their eyes wide and were unable to make any evasive moves. With a few muffled puff, puff, puff sounds, the wind blade accurately hit Team Shi and others. 3 of the wind blades slashed the necks of the 3 police officers respectively. Blood splattered instantly, their heads rolled down like watermelons, and their bodies fell straight to the ground. The other 2 wind blades, one cut off the arm of a police officer, and the police officer collapsed to the ground, holding the broken arm in pain. The other one embedded deeply into Captain Shi's shoulder. Captain Shi let out a shrill scream and was knocked back a few steps by the huge impact force of the wind blade and fell heavily to the ground. Captain Shi struggled to get up, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. He trembled as he reached for the gun with his uninjured hand, still cursing. You bastard, I won't let you go. Puff. Without waiting for Captain Shi to continue speaking, Jiang Feng cast 2 more wind blades, killing him and the police officer with the broken arm. Tang Li looked at the bodies lying all over the place and covered in blood, his eyes full of disbelief. The few people who had just been showing off their power and trying to do something bad to her were instantly reduced to this miserable state. Are people with special abilities so powerful? Questions arose in Tang Li's mind. The director who killed her parents was a person with superpowers, but when faced with her with a gun, he still ran away in fear. But the handsome young man in front of him could actually ignore the attack from the pistol and kill so many people in an instant. Is the gap between people with special abilities so huge? Just as Tang Li was thinking, Jiang Feng walked to the corpses, enveloped several corpses with his mental power, and threw the corpses outside the KFC through the backpack space. Smelling the blood, he was instantly injected with stimulants, roaring and rushing towards the corpse. Tang Li, thank you. Tang Li stood up and walked to Jiang Feng to thank him. She raised her head slightly. A faint blush appeared on her delicate face, and the dust of the end of the world could not hide her charming grace. Jiang Feng, there's no need to thank you verbally. I like substantive things. As Jiang Feng spoke, his eyes inadvertently swept across Tang Li's beautiful face, and then caught a glimpse of her fair skin exposed under the torn uniform, and a hot breath suddenly rose in his body. Tang Li was slightly stunned. Looking at Jiang Feng's somewhat unnatural expression, she seemed to understand something, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. She bit her lower lip, feeling a little conflicted, but when she thought of the promise she had just made, she hesitated for a moment and said softly, As long as I can do it. Of course you can do it. Not only that, you can also sit on me, Jiang Feng thought. He gently took the beauty in front of him into his arms. When Jiang Feng's hand touched her body, Tang Li trembled slightly, but did not resist. Jiang Feng's hand slid down Tang Li's back slowly and untied the belt around her slender waist. There are roaring zombies outside the window and shouting spring inside the window. Chapter 47 Projection. 1 hour passed, and the raging fire at the gas station was still burning, with no sign of diminishing. But the fierce battle on the second floor of KFC was over. Jiang Feng condensed a large number of water balls to wash away all traces of battle on the 2 men. Afterwards, Jiang Feng took out a sports suit from his backpack and handed it to Tang Li. Tang Li was stunned by this series of operations. She blushed as she put on her clothes and asked, How many superpowers do you have? Aren't they said that superpowers only have one skill at this stage? Jiang Feng calmly replied, The differences between people are so great. The differences between people with special abilities are of course even greater. Is that so? After Tang Li put on her clothes, she stared at Jiang Feng for a long time with her beautiful big eyes, but she still couldn't figure out what he was doing. After sighing, she said, I don't know when I can become a superpower. If I had superpowers, it would probably be easier to avenge my parents. It can be done right now. Jiang Feng took out a handful of crystal cores and handed them to Tang Li. Oh. Tang Li opened his mouth in surprise. You actually have so many crystal cores. That rosy little mouth was very tempting, but Tang Li was about to wake up, so Jiang Feng was not in a hurry. Jiang Feng said, I have plenty of crystal cores here. As long as you are obedient, I will give them to you as candy beans. Tang Li understood what he meant by being obedient, and her face, which had just regained its fair complexion, was flushed again. After giving Jiang Feng a slight glare, Tang Li took the crystal core from Jiang Feng with a red face. She held the crystal core, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down from her shyness. After a while, the crystal core disappeared, and a faint light appeared around Tang Li. She directly became a second-level mutant from an ordinary person. At the same time, Jiang Feng also obtained new information about his abilities. He carefully looked at his abilities and the first skill. Space, Y. Skill projection. Level 2. The caster can summon a projection of itself from a parallel dimension. The projection has all the abilities of the original body, but has no independent consciousness and no sense of pain. After being injured, the caster can return to the parallel dimension to recover on its own. The projection can be sent back to the parallel space or summoned at any time before it is completely destroyed. After being completely destroyed, it will take 24 hours to summon it again. Up to 3 projections can be summoned at the same time, and each projection consumes 1/4 of the main body's maximum mental power. Level 1 projection can only summon 1 projection, thanks to the fact that Lin Sairu and the other 3 girls are all second-level psychics. Jiang Feng now has a lot of gold coins remaining, so he directly upgraded Tang Li to a second-level psychic. After digesting the information in his mind, Jiang Feng sighed. The projection skill is simply perfect for him. Generally, a psychic can only have 1 superpower and only 1 skill in the initial stage. Even if the projection possesses all the abilities of the original body, except for not being afraid of pain or death, the projection is made of flesh and blood just like the original body and has no additional abilities. Just like Tang Li, she now just has 3 more fearless subordinates. Of course, compared to ordinary people, this is already very powerful. But compared to Jiang Feng, this is a completely different world. The projection will have all of Jiang Feng's skills: Windblade, teleportation, invisibility, and shield. With just the Windblade skill, 3 projections, and Jiang Feng's real body, if there were no large-scale thermal weapons, he would not be afraid of hundreds of people. I really became a psychic, and a second-level psychic at that. Tang Li's exclamation interrupted Jiang Feng's thoughts. As soon as she finished speaking, she activated the projection skill. With a flash of light, 3 projections that looked exactly like Tang Li appeared in the open space in front of them. Although these 3 projections are consistent with the outline of Tang Li's body, upon closer inspection, one can clearly feel that they are slightly illusory. Tang Li's mind moved, and the 3 projections walked to the stairs and picked up the pistols and daggers left behind by the Sure team. Each of the 3 projections left behind a gun and a dagger. Then, 1 projection handed the remaining pistols and daggers to Tang Li. Can the projection understand complex commands? Jiang Feng did not summon the projection to test, but asked Tang Li. Yes, I can also read their memories and share their vision. However, they only have memories of what happened after they appeared, not what happened before they were summoned. Tang Li explained excitedly and said proudly, by the way, I also have a portable space, which is 8 cubic meters. Jiang Feng said calmly, well, I have one too, the one with infinite space. Ah. Tang Li opened her rosy little mouth again. Jiang Feng was so impulsive that he decided not to bear it anymore. Tang Li's mouth was blocked. More than half an hour later, Tang Li kept rinsing her mouth with mineral water, looking at Jiang Feng with a resentful look from time to time. Jiang Feng looked calm. Do you want to follow me? I have everything in my house. Tang Li put down the water bottle and shook his head. I'm going to the municipal bureau to seek revenge on the director. I won't follow you anymore. Municipal police station? Jiang Feng recalled that the municipal police station seemed to be about 5 kilometers away from here. Do you need me to go with you? He frowned slightly. A 5-kilometer journey was not a short distance in the apocalypse, and there were many hidden dangers along the way. No need. You have helped me awaken to become a second-level mutant. I can take revenge on my own. Tang Li's expression was firm, and her beautiful face was full of determination and decisiveness. She is an independent person, and she wants to take revenge on her own. With 3 projections, she is very confident. Seeing Tang Li say this, Jiang Feng said no more, but took out a mark card. When there is danger, use your mental power to focus on the mark and call me. I can get there if the distance is not too far. Of course, you can also miss me when you want to. Tang Li took the card and looked at Jiang Feng gratefully. Thank you. After thinking for a while, Jiang Feng took out a lot of food, water, and clothes from the space. He ignored Tang Li's surprised look and looked at her and asked, 36. Tang Li was obviously stunned, and only when she saw Jiang Feng's gaze did she understand what he was saying. She glared at Jiang Feng with shame and annoyance, then nodded slightly. Jiang Feng chuckled, then found a few pieces of underwear that fit his size from the space. Of course, they were all selected according to Jiang Feng's own preferences. Tang Li put the pile of supplies in front of him into the space, his heart filled with mixed emotions. She secretly looked up at Jiang Feng, this man who possessed extremely powerful strength in the end times, but also had such a delicate side. From saving her from danger, asking her to marry him, to helping her awaken her special powers, and now to preparing various supplies for her, Tang Li had a little admiration for Jiang Feng in her heart. However, with a great vengeance on his hands, Tang Li decided to put his feelings aside for the time being. She checked the pistol and dagger, then said to Jiang Feng, I'm leaving. Jiang Feng looked at her and nodded slightly. Go ahead, you can call me if you need me. Tang Li hesitated for a moment, took a step forward, and kissed Jiang Feng on the cheek. Her lips were soft and warm, with a hint of shyness and determination. After the kiss, Tang Li quickly turned around and walked towards the door with firm steps, but her back looked like she was running away. Jiang Feng stood there in a daze, with Tang Li's lip print and warmth still on his cheek. He looked at Tang Li's departing back, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. The protagonist's halo is indeed powerful. Chapter 48, Gene Medicine. China Hong Kong base. The security guard knocked on an office door, and after a long while, the door opened. A long-haired woman hurried out with her mouth covered. The guard lowered his head and did not look at the woman's face. After the woman walked away, the guard walked into the office and saluted Zhang Jinlong, who was sitting behind the desk. Report. Commander, the second young master, has been killed. We only brought back his body. The pin in Zhang Jinlong's hand fell on the table with a click. He stood up suddenly, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly with anger. What did you say? Say it again. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, with a chilling coldness that made people shudder. The guard lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Zhang Jinlong's eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, and repeated with a slightly trembling voice. Commander, the second young master has been killed. Waste. A bunch of waste. Zhang Jinlong roared and threw the things on the desk to the ground. After venting his anger, Zhang Jinlong sat back in his office chair and asked, Tell me, what's going on? We found a body where the drone disappeared. It had been bitten beyond recognition by zombies, but judging from the clothes on the body, it should be the second young master. The guard looked at Zhang Jinlong cautiously and continued. Also, the body's limbs were all cut off, and the cuts were very smooth. It's very likely that the person who destroyed the drone used the wind blade ability to cut them off. Hearing this, Zhang Jinlong's emotions, which had just calmed down, were instantly ignited again. He slammed the table, TMD. Zhang Jinlong's eyes were red, and he roared angrily, You bastard. I will make sure you die miserably. He suppressed his anger and hurriedly ordered the guards. Call Zhao here immediately. Hurry. The guard did not dare to delay for even a second. After saluting, he turned around and ran out. After a while, a middle-aged man in a neat military uniform and with the insignia of colonel's rank on his shoulder hurried over. As soon as I stepped into the office, I felt the extremely suppressed atmosphere of anger in the room. He quickly stood at attention and saluted, Commander. Zhao from the Night Owl Task Force is reporting in. Zhang Jinlong threw his phone on the table. You should have this video, right? Find this man and 4 women and bring them back to me. Zhao took a glance and saw a handsome man and 4 extremely beautiful women on the screen. Isn't this the drone surveillance footage of the second young master's plane crash? Is the second young master really dead? Zhao didn't dare to think too much. He knew that Zhang Jinlong was in grief over the loss of his son. If this matter was not handled properly, his life would not be easy. Yes, Commander. I will ensure that the mission is completed, he answered firmly. Before you leave, bring more people and weapons and equipment. The enemy is a superpower who can even destroy drones. He is not an ordinary person. Zhang Jinlong added, his eyes full of viciousness. Understood. Don't worry, Commander, we will definitely bring the person back. Zhao saluted again, then quickly turned around and walked out of the office. Zhang Jinlong leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly narrowed. The image of his son's mutilated body kept appearing in his mind. The seeds of hatred grew wildly in his heart. No matter who you are, you will never live well if you kill my son. And as for those 4 women, I will let the soldiers of the entire army entertain you. He whispered to himself, his voice full of murderous intent. In a small independent building within the base, Shinchinga changed out of her military uniform and put on a cool home dress. She tiptoed into the living room and saw her father Shinlingyun sitting on the sofa, looking at a document intently. Shinchinga walked over with a smile, sat down on the sofa opposite Shinlingyun, picked up an apple and started peeling it. "Dad, what are you looking at so intently?" Shinchinga's clear voice broke the silence of the living room. Shinlingyun raised his head, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said with a smile, "The latest mission report, the researchers from the 721 Institute have been successfully rescued." Shinchinga paused while peeling the apple and said in surprise, "Really? That's great. Now you can report to the capital." Shinlingyun nodded and said, "Delivering on the mission is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the technology and test samples that these researchers have in their hands." "Technology and test samples?" Shinchinga raised his head in confusion. "Do you know why I didn't find you a crystal core to awaken your superpowers? And none of us high-ranking military officials use crystal cores either. Although crystal cores are rare, it is not difficult to obtain some crystal cores under the firepower of the army." Without waiting for Shinchinga to answer, Shinlingyun continued, "Because, once you awaken your superpowers, you can no longer use genetic drugs to strengthen your body. According to the conclusion of the 721 Research Institute, the awakening of the crystal core's special powers will completely change the human gene chain." Shinchinga asked, "Gene medicine? Is it the test sample brought back by 721? "Yes." Shinlingyun nodded. "This is a drug developed by the 721 Research Institute based on zombies, mutant creatures, and crystal cores. It can stimulate the body's own potential and improve all aspects of the body's functions, including strength, speed, reaction ability, and even self-healing ability. However, gene medicine is only effective for normal people. The gene chain of mutants has been changed, so they cannot use gene medicine." Shinchinga suddenly realized, so that's it. Moreover, the acquisition of crystal cores has a probability, which is not suitable for developing the army at all. If the gene medicine can be mass-produced, a group of powerful gene warriors can be produced in a short period of time. Shinlingyun looked at her with admiration. "Yes, this is also the idea of the capital and many high-ranking officials. With genetic warriors and powerful thermal weapons, zombies and mutants are nothing to be afraid of." There is one thing that Shinlingyun did not tell his daughter. Genetic drugs can greatly improve body functions. Even elderly and frail people can become like Supermen after using genetic drugs. This is extremely important for the top executives. After all, those in high positions are already quite old. Therefore, even if Zhang Jinlong has independent ambitions, he dare not monopolize the achievements of the 721 Institute. If so, he will be surrounded by enemies all over the world. Suddenly, Shinchinga seemed to remember something. What about Zhang Jiming? How did he become a superpower? Shinlingyun sneered. Him? An uneducated second generation who saw that the psychic had some fancy tricks and thought that the psychic was very powerful. Didn't you see Zhang Jinlong spend a lot of effort to get him a crystal core every day? Even so, after so long, he is still a first-level mutant. He just sets off a few small fireballs without even considering the damage done to his body. When Zhang Jinlong uses the genetic medicine, I'm afraid he will have to train a new trumpet." Hearing this, Shinchinga's pretty face turned red. Shinlingyun then realized that it was inappropriate to say these things in front of his daughter, so he quickly laughed it off and started reading the report. Little did he know that his daughter actually wanted to become a superpower. Chapter 49 Exposed. "Brother Feng, how about we watch this? Investiture of the Gods 2 foot. People on the internet say it's bad. Let's see how bad it is, okay?" Yufei stood next to the TV, picked up a mobile hard drive, and asked Jiang Feng and the other three sitting on the sofa. "Okay, let's look at this. Even if it's shit, let's taste it together to see how salty it is." Jiang Feng nodded. Lin Siro at the side couldn't help but laugh. "Jiang Feng, you're really direct in saying that. But I'm also curious about how bad it can be." Su Qingyi and Shou Qingyu also came over. "Hurry up, Fei Fei." Yufei smiled and plugged the mobile hard drive into the TV. After a few skillful operations, the opening credits of Fengshen 2 soon appeared on the screen. "Hey, isn't Yuan Shenzhen a saint? How could he be sucked dry by a mortal?" After watching for a while, Zhou Qingyu suddenly spoke in confusion. "That's right, he's far worse than Jiang Feng." Lin Siro echoed and winked at Jiang Feng seductively. As the sky gradually darkened, the fiery clouds spread wildly across the sky. A transport helicopter hovered near the K-12 building, its propellers making a loud roar. The rope dropped quickly from the helicopter, and then 25 soldiers in black combat uniforms slid down the rope quickly. They were agile and moved in unison. The moment they landed, they quickly dispersed in a fan-shaped formation to guard against the enemy. The leader was a middle-aged man with a stern face. It was Zhao Hu. After standing still, Zhao Hu said in a deep voice, "Everyone has seen the target's photo. Use this building as the center for radiation reconnaissance. Once you find the target, report immediately." "Got it." The 24 soldiers responded in unison, their voices firm and powerful. Afterwards, the 24 people were divided into 4 groups, with Xiaohu personally leading one group and setting off in 4 directions. Xiaohu led 6 soldiers along the west side of the building. There was not a single living person on the street, and it was so quiet that it made people feel creepy. Suddenly, there was a sound of dragging footsteps coming from the corner ahead, and several zombies staggered towards them. Prepare for battle and try not to shoot, Xiaohu ordered in a low voice. The 6 warriors quickly drew their daggers and prepared for battle. When several zombies approached, the soldiers would either dodge the attacks sideways and stab the zombies with their daggers, or take the initiative to face them and kill the zombies in an instant with neat movements. In just a few moments, several zombies were killed cleanly and neatly and fell to the ground. After cleaning the blood that splashed on their bodies, Xiaohu and his companions continued to move forward. Boss, there's someone at the door of that agency, a soldier suddenly reported, pointing at a real estate agency not far away. Xiaohu took out a telescope and looked around. There is indeed someone there. Let's go over and ask. A group of 7 people quickly approached the real estate agency. As they got closer, they saw a man standing at the door of the real estate agency, eating half a bag of bread in small bites, and he took a long time to chew each bite before swallowing it. The man seemed to be on the lookout, and when he saw Xiaohu and others approaching, his face changed and he wanted to turn around and go back to the house. Stop! A soldier called out to the man and aimed his assault rifle at him. The man paused, a look of horror appeared on his face, and the bread in his hand almost fell to the ground. He slowly raised his hands and stammered, Don't shoot. I didn't do anything. Xiaohu walked forward and looked at the man. Don't be nervous. We won't shoot without reason. We just want to ask you a few questions. Just answer them truthfully. The man swallowed and nodded nervously. If you ask, I will tell you everything I know. However, before Xiaohu could open his mouth, a burst of shouting and cursing suddenly came from inside the door. Old Wang, isn't this a bit unfair? I haven't even finished my work yet, and you're going to do other people's business. A middle-aged man came out with a big belly and said in a very dissatisfied tone. Ouch. The middle-aged man was suddenly shocked when he saw the soldier at the door and the black muzzle of the gun in the soldier's hand. The fat on his face trembled and he almost fell to the ground. His eyes widened in horror, his hands raised instinctively, and he stammered. Who are you? What are you going to do? Xiaohu walked past the middle-aged man and saw a disheveled woman sitting on the sofa behind him, and frowned. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes, but he also understood that there were countless such things in the apocalypse and he couldn't take care of them all. Without saying anything more, Xiaohu took out the photos of Jiang Feng and others and handed them to the middle-aged man and the man. Have you seen these people? Have you seen them around here? The middle-aged man just took a glance and shook his head, while the man stared at the photo for a long time. Then the man said, I saw them passing by here yesterday morning. Xiaohu was delighted when he heard this. Do you know where they came from? Where do they live now? The man shook his head. I don't know. I know. A female voice came. Xiaohu looked up and saw that it was the woman on the sofa who had come up to them at some point. At this moment, the disheveled woman was standing behind the man called Lao Wang, staring at the photo in his hand. Do you know? Where are they? Xiaohu asked hurriedly. What good will it do if I tell you? The woman did not answer directly, but asked back calmly. Xiaohu frowned. Although he was annoyed by this woman's taking advantage of others' misfortune, he also understood that it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to live in the end times. He said patiently, as long as the clues you provide are useful, food, water, and weapons, you can get whatever you want. A hint of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. I want 10 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of purified water, a pistol and 50 rounds of bullets. Don't go too far. A soldier couldn't help but scold. Even if I give you a gun, it's useless if you don't know how to use it. The woman snorted coldly. How do you know I won't shoot? Xiaohu raised his hand to stop the soldier, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Okay, I promise you. But if you dare to lie to me, or the clues you provide are useless, you should know the consequences. The woman showed a satisfied smile, then pointed at Su Qingyi in the photo and said, I know this woman. Her name is Su Qingyi. She is the director of Weimei Hospital. Lime Hospital? Xiaohu seemed a little confused. It's not far ahead. The woman raised her hand and pointed in the direction of Weimei Hospital. Besides, they came from that direction yesterday. I think they are most likely in the hospital. After listening to the woman's words, Xiaohu thought for a while and said, Okay, I'll give you the things first. We'll go to the hospital now. I hope you didn't lie to me. He turned around and signaled a soldier to leave the things the woman asked for, then led his men towards the direction of Weimei Hospital. Chapter 50 is coming. Boss, the front door and windows are blocked from the inside. We can't get in at all. There's probably someone inside. At the entrance of Weimei Hospital, a soldier checked and reported to Zhao. Zhao looked solemn as he raised his head toward the hospital building that was enclosed on all sides. He judged that the person he was looking for was most likely inside. After thinking for a moment, Zhao decisively ordered, "Use the grenade to blow the door open." "Yes," a soldier responded quickly, and then skillfully took out a grenade from his equipment bag. He pulled the safety button quickly, and then threw the grenade towards the door. The grenade drew an arc in the air and landed precisely at the door of the hospital. Boom. With a loud bang, a huge gap was blown in the door, and the sandbags behind the door were blown everywhere. "Clear the obstacles, leave some people behind to provide support, and the rest of you rush in." Zhao gave an order, and more than a dozen soldiers covered each other and rushed into the hospital. The fourth floor of the hospital. The four girls were watching the costume drama with great interest. Jiang Feng, who seemed a little sleepy, rested his head on Lin Sairu's thighs, who were wearing black stockings, and took a rest. Yufei fed him a peeled grape from time to time. The sudden explosion startled everyone. Jiang Feng jumped up from Lin Sairu's legs in an instant, his eyes becoming alert and cold. "What's going on?" The four girls were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Yufei was still holding the grapes that she was going to feed to Jiang Feng. Someone must be causing trouble. Jiang Feng stood up and stretched his body. "Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine. Qing, be ready to release water curtain and the others at any time." Su Qing also nodded. "Well, be careful." The other three women also looked at him with concern. Jiang Feng came to the window and saw a group of fully armed soldiers at the hospital gate who were about to enter the hospital. Summoning two projections, Jiang Feng asked projection number 1 to teleport outside the hospital, while projection number 2 went up the stairs to the first floor to guard the gate. Projection number 1, which was teleported to the outside of the hospital, made some noise. After a soldier noticed it, he shouted, "Boss, the man who killed the second young master is here." Zhao, who was planning to enter the hospital, turned around after hearing the voice. After seeing Jiang Feng's projection, he immediately ordered, "Shield. Find cover." Hearing the noise below, Jiang Feng frowned. Are they really here to avenge Zhang Jijie? It's obvious that these people are from the military. Jiang Feng's only conflict with the military is over Zhang Jijie. Since he is an enemy, there is nothing to say. Jiang Feng gave the order directly in his mind, letting projection number 1 launch an attack. Projection number 1, upon receiving the order, immediately waved his hand, and 5 wind blades whizzed out. Bang! The projection released a level 2 wind blade, which directly cut through the soldiers' bulletproof shields. The 2 soldiers were unable to dodge and were killed directly. Zhao's heart tightened when he saw this. He didn't expect this man's ability to be so powerful that he lost 2 people in an instant. He had been prepared and even carried a bulletproof shield, but he didn't expect that it could not block the opponent's wind blade at all. "Everyone, spread out, don't gather in groups, and find cover." Zhao shouted loudly while quickly turning sideways to hide behind a scrapped car in front of the hospital entrance. Seeing the other party condense the wind blade again, Zhao knew that it was wishful thinking to capture him alive, so he shouted orders to his men around him. Shooting. The commander's order was only for him to take the people back. Dead people are still people. In an instant, the soldiers opened fire with their guns at full power, and dense bullets poured towards projection number 1 like a storm. The water curtain sky of projection number 1 had already been unfolded. The bullets hit the water curtain as if hitting a tough and elastic barrier and were instantly bounced off, emitting sparks all around. The water curtain rippled under the impact of the bullets, but it still firmly blocked the attack and showed no signs of breaking in the short term. Seeing that the bullets were unable to break through the opponent's defensive ability for a while, Zhao was glad that he had made extra preparations. "Where's the rocket launcher? Shoot him for me," Zhao yelled. Beside him, 2 soldiers quickly brought out a rocket launcher. One of the soldiers stood up steadily, locked onto projection number 1, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a whoosh, a rocket, trailing a blazing tail flame, shot towards projection number 1. Projection number 1 reacted extremely quickly and sensed the deadly threat of the rocket. He waved his hand and several wind blades slashed towards the incoming rocket. Boom! In midair, the wind blade accurately hit the rocket, causing a violent explosion, flames shooting into the sky, and a powerful air wave rushing out. However, just when projection number 1 was about to attack Zhao and others again, another rocket came from another direction. It turned out that Zhao had already made arrangements, having the 2 groups of soldiers attack from different angles to prevent interception by the other side. The rocket came with great force and hit projection number 1 directly. With a loud bang, the Shuemu Tianhua shattered like broken glass in an instant, turning into countless water droplets that splashed everywhere. Under the powerful impact, projection number 1 was blown away, and with a loud bang, it fell heavily to the ground, without any sound. Success. The soldiers couldn't help but cheer. But Zhao did not relax at all. He knew that there was at least one female mutant who could use Windblade. Don't leave the cover yet. There is another mutant. Jiahu shouted loudly. Jiang Feng was shocked when he saw projection number 1 was killed. He didn't expect that the other party even brought an RPG. If it weren't for the special powers brought by Tang Li, he would have had to teleport away with the 4 girls. But now, Brother Feng, they even have a bazooka. Your clone is gone. Should we teleport back to the community first? Yu Fei asked from the side. The 4 girls also saw the fight downstairs and looked worried. It's okay. It's just one projection. Give them 2 more and try. After saying that, Jiang Feng summoned projection number 3 again and had it teleport outside the hospital. Afterwards, projections number 2 and number 3 activated the cat's heart skill, and in stealth mode, shot 10 wind blades at the soldiers behind the cover. For soldiers were killed instantly, and the rest immediately realized something was wrong and shouted, "There are still enemies." Everyone looked around but didn't see anyone. 2 more soldiers were cut in half by the wind blades. Jiahu looked towards the place where the wind blades came from, but there was no one there. He suddenly realized that the other party also had the skill of invisibility. Find cover against the wall, stack shields in pairs, and use them to turn the enemy invisible. While roaring, he raised his gun and fired desperately in the direction where the wind blade was coming from. Sure enough, in the open space ahead, some of the bullets seemed to have hit an invisible wall, unable to move forward, and fell to the ground one after another. After being reminded by Jiahu, the remaining dozen or so soldiers also reacted, quickly found cover in the corner of a building, and stacked their shields to protect both sides. Chapter 51 Infrared Breaking Invisibility. Although Jiahu used his gun to find the location of the projection in the first place, the projection had combat awareness and would not stand there stupidly and be a living target. Before the other soldiers could open fire, projection number 3 had already quickly avoided the enemy's shooting path. There was a burst of gunfire, and countless bullets poured towards the location where the number 3 projection was previously located, but they only made holes in the surrounding walls and did not hit the target at all. Damn it! Jiahu couldn't help but curse. The opponent's mobility and adaptability were beyond imagination. It was too difficult to hit the opponent in invisible state. Everyone, don't panic, keep in formation and follow my instructions. Jiahu tried to keep his voice calm, while his brain was working rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. A scream was heard, and Jiahu turned his head to look. A soldier was hit in the abdomen by a wind blade because the gap in his shield was too large. He widened his eyes, his face full of pain and unwillingness, and then he fell heavily to the ground. No. The comrade beside him cried out in grief, and even wanted to remove his shield and fire. Jiahu shouted to stop him. Don't be impulsive. Stay calm. Jiahu was extremely anxious. Every soldier was a valuable fighting force. If this continued, they would sooner or later be defeated one by these 2 invisible psychics. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he shouted loudly, "Don't panic. Everyone, put on your infrared night vision goggles." The soldiers reacted quickly and took out infrared night vision goggles from their equipment bags and put them on. In an instant, 2 figures emitting faint thermal images appeared in front of everyone at the entrance of the hospital, which was originally empty. "Found it," a soldier shouted excitedly. "Suppress fire." Jiahu gave an order, and the guns in the soldiers' hands spewed flames again, shooting wildly at the locations of projections number 2 and number 3. Bullets poured out like a rainstorm, hitting the surrounding walls and ground, sending sparks flying. Projection number 2 and number 3 seemed to have not expected that Jiahu and the others could see through their invisibility, and they were a little flustered. Projection number 3 flashed and tried to rush to the nearby shelter to hide, but dense bullets blocked its way. Countless bullets hit the Shuemu Tianhua, splashing ripples. Projection number 2 waved his hands quickly, instantly condensing several wind blades and throwing them towards the warriors. "Be careful of the wind blade," Jiahu shouted. The soldiers quickly hid behind the cover, and the wind blades hit the wall, splashing large pieces of debris. Projection number 3 took advantage of the opponent's dodging shooting to move to the side, waved his right hand, and released 5 level 2 wind blades. Several bulletproof shields stacked on top of each other were hit and broke into pieces with a loud bang. Although the soldiers hiding in the rear were not injured, they were completely exposed. "Get out of the way." Jiahu heard the movement on the side and turned his head to look, just in time to see the wind blade condensed again in the hand of projection number 3, and hurriedly shouted to several soldiers. Hearing the shout, several warriors immediately dodged to the side, but 2 warriors were still a beat too slow, and were hit by the wind blades, falling to the ground. "Grass." Jiahu cursed angrily. He had made such thorough preparations and lost nearly half of his men, but so far he had only killed 1 person. "You know, I lead the most elite special forces. When did the superpowers become so powerful?" I judged the distance between the 2 sides, and it was less than 50 meters. Zhao Hu shouted to the remaining soldiers, "Prepare the grenades. Give these two guys a hard time." The soldiers quickly took out the grenades from their waists and held them tightly in their hands. "Wait for my order. Throw them together," Zhao Hu shouted while staring at the movements of the two projections. At this time, projection number 2 seemed to have noticed their intention and was moving towards them quickly, trying to launch an attack before they threw the grenade. "Don't panic. Stay calm." Zhao Hu felt a little nervous when he saw the movements of projection number 2, but he still pretended to be calm and steady the soldiers' emotions. Just as projection number 2 was about to condense the wind blade to attack again, Zhao Hu shouted, "Throw it." The soldiers threw the grenades in the direction of projections number 2 and number 3 without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the entire hospital, and the open space in front of the hospital was instantly covered by smoke and dust. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated, and projection number 2 was seen shaking due to the explosion, with scars and blood all over his body. The situation of projection number 3 is not optimistic either. One of its arms was directly blown off. When Zhao Hu saw that the two projections were injured, he was delighted and was about to order his men to shoot. But he saw two people with flashing light around them, and they summoned out the water curtain that he hated so much again. As soon as the water curtain took shape, several wind blades shot out from it and flew towards Zhao Hu and others. "Be careful," Zhao Hu shouted a warning, but the wind blade was too fast and 3 soldiers were unable to dodge it. They were hit in the vital parts by the wind blade and died on the spot. Watching his men fall one after another, Zhao Hu's eyes turned red and his heart was filled with grief, anger, and unwillingness. He knew very well that if he continued to fight under the current circumstances, all his men would die here. Zhao Hu made a prompt decision and shouted to the communicator beside him, "Call the helicopter to help us retreat." "Yes," the communicator responded and quickly picked up the communicator to call the helicopter. "Boss, the helicopter will arrive in 3 minutes. After a while, the communicator reported the results to Zhao Hu. "Okay." Zhao Hu gritted his teeth, turned around and looked at the remaining soldiers and shouted loudly, "Everyone, prepare to retreat. Use grenades and rocket launchers alternately to cover the retreat." Several grenades were thrown out, and the two projections quickly moved back. The grenades exploded in the open space, causing no damage to the projections, but also causing their attacks to come to a halt. Zhao Hu took the opportunity to order his men to retreat. Projection number 3 reacted extremely quickly and released a wind blade as if it had predicted before the smoke produced by the grenade dissipated. The two warriors were caught off guard, and the wind blades pierced through their chests directly. Without even having time to scream, the two men fell straight down. "No," Zhao Hu was furious. "Bazooka cover." He only brought 4 rocket launchers in total. Now there are 2 enemies. It may not be easy to kill them, but he should be able to cover the retreat. A soldier quickly picked up the rocket launcher and pulled the trigger in the direction of the projection. With a whoosh, the rocket shot out with a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for projection number 2. Just as the rocket was about to hit projection number 2, the two projections, as if in telepathy, each sent out 5 wind blades in an instant. 10 wind blades intertwined in the air to form a sharp blade net, heading towards the rocket at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The wind blade and the rocket collided in the air, and the huge explosion made everyone's eardrums hurt. The rocket was accurately destroyed by the wind blade. Flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke spread in all directions along with the impact of the explosion. Damn it! Although he had expected it, Zhao Hu still couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, with the help of rocket launchers, everyone has gradually distanced themselves from each other. Chapter 52 Escape. Bang, bang, bang. Fierce gunfire rang out again in Zhao Hu's team, but it was not aimed at Jiang Feng's 2 projections. I saw a large group of zombies rushing towards the direction where Zhao Hu and others were retreating. Damn it! How could it attract so many zombies? Zhao Hu cursed in his heart. This was undoubtedly making the situation worse. But he did not panic at all and made a quick decision. Get through the zombies and fire the remaining rocket launchers to stop those 2. Dense bullets were fired at the zombies like raindrops. The zombies in the front were shot and fell to the ground one after another, but the zombies behind them still stepped on the bodies of their companions and rushed forward one after another. Boom! A soldier threw a grenade, which exploded in the zombie group. The surrounding zombies were blown to pieces, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Everyone took the opportunity to retreat to the side. After Jiang Feng's 2 projections dealt with another rocket, they were about to chase Zhao Hu and others, but a large number of zombies rushed in from behind. Although the projection is called a projection, it is still a flesh and blood body and can also be attacked by zombies. Moreover, there are so many zombies that even if you use the cat's heart skill, you will be discovered by the zombies. Jiang Feng had no choice but to send the two injured projections back to the parallel space and let them recover on their own. After the group of zombies that rushed towards the projection lost their target, they were attracted by the gunshots of Zhao Hu and others and turned to rush towards them. Zhao Hu and his group fought and retreated, but there were more and more zombies around them, and they were about to break through the defense line. One soldier's gun jammed, and before he could react, a zombie pounced on him, bit him on the shoulder, and dragged him into the crowd of zombies. Zhao Hu looked at the chaotic and critical situation with great anxiety and kept looking up to see if the helicopter had arrived. Just when he was extremely anxious, the roar of helicopter propellers finally came from the distance. The helicopter is here. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Zhao Hu shouted loudly, his voice a little hoarse from fatigue and excitement. Upon hearing this, the others seemed to be injected with a shot of adrenaline and burst out with even greater fighting power. They frantically shot at the surging horde of zombies while moving with difficulty towards the direction where the helicopter was landing. The zombies continued to pour in like a tide, with no signs of retreating. Every step forward was accompanied by the roars of the soldiers and the howls of the zombies. Suddenly, a huge zombie rushed out from the side and knocked down a soldier. Before the soldier could get up, he was overwhelmed by several zombies and only had time to let out a short scream. No, Zhao Hu was furious, but he had no time to care about anything at this moment and could only continue to command everyone to retreat. The helicopter finally landed slowly, and the strong airflow blew the surrounding zombies all over the place. The machine gunner on the plane suppressed the zombie group with firepower. Under the flames of the machine gun, the zombies fell down in groups. "Hurry, get on the plane," Zhao Hu shouted loudly. The soldiers began to rush towards the helicopter desperately. However, there were too many zombies. They ignored the hail of bullets and rushed towards the soldiers frantically. A soldier was bitten on the ankle by a zombie when he was about to board the plane. He struggled desperately, but was entangled by more zombies. In the end, he watched his comrades being dragged back to the zombie group by the zombies, shouting in despair. Zhao Hu stood at the door of the helicopter cabin, firing to cover the enemy and anxiously urging the remaining soldiers, "Don't stop, run." Another soldier fell while running, and zombies swarmed over him instantly. Zhao Hu felt a pain in his heart, but at this moment he had to ensure that other soldiers could board the plane safely. Finally, after paying the price of several soldiers, the remaining soldiers boarded the helicopter thrillingly. Zhao Hu looked at the only 6 soldiers left on the plane. Each of them was exhausted and had more or less injuries on their bodies. His heart was filled with grief and helplessness. "Take off," Zhao Hu shouted to the pilot. The helicopter slowly rose and left this place full of blood and death. Zhao Hu looked through the window at the zombies swarming like ants below and felt bitter in his heart. Jiang Feng, they retreated. Lin Sairu pointed at the helicopter that was gradually moving away. Jiang Feng nodded and frowned. "I didn't expect that the 3 projections didn't leave them behind. You are already very strong." Su Qingyi hugged one of his arms, her full chest pressed against him. "The other side is a well-trained army, and they are carrying powerful weapons. If it were another psychic, they would have died countless times." Yi Fei and the other 2 girls also spoke up to comfort Jiang Feng. "That's right. If it weren't for the helicopter, none of them would be able to escape." Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled slightly and felt relieved. He thought about it and summoned projection number 2 again. At this moment, projection number 2's injuries had recovered a little. Jiang Feng asked projection number 2 to go to the rooftop to be on guard to prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack or directly attacking the hospital from the air. Projections have no autonomous consciousness and do not feel tired. Their energy comes from the omnipresent force of space and can exist for a long time. With the projection warning, even if someone attacks from the air, Jiang Feng can teleport people away in the first time. After arranging the projection, Jiang Feng came to the first floor. A gap was blown in the gate, and Jiang Feng bought a large number of sandbags from the mall and blocked the door again. If you have a chance, you can go to the base to have a look. There shouldn't be any need to worry about bombing every moment, right? However, you must first ensure that you can occupy a high position in the base. If I become a 3rd-level psychic, my skills will be greatly improved, and then I can deal with this army commander. Jiang Feng thought to himself and returned to the conference room on the 4th floor. On the sofa in the conference room, the 4 women snuggled together. Today's fierce battle made several people very worried. Seeing Jiang Feng coming in, they all looked over at him, with a hint of relief at surviving the disaster and admiration for him in their eyes. "What? Are you scared?" Jiang Feng walked to the sofa and sat down, chuckling and teasing. Zhou Qingyu pretended to be angry and punched Jiang Feng. "Humph, no? But those people today were really difficult to deal with. Your projection clone was so powerful, but one of them was still destroyed. Jiang Feng rubbed the place where he was hit, smiled, and said, "It's okay, my projection can be summoned again if it dies." Yifei blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Brother Feng, if there are more projections, can we keep them all here?" Jiang Feng thought for a moment and said slowly, "Indeed, but I can only summon 3 projections at the same time. After upgrading again, I should be able to summon more." "Okay." Jiang Feng stood up and said to the 4 girls, "It's getting late. Let's all go to rest." Jiang Feng, Lin Sairu said shyly, "We are all a little scared today. Can you accompany us? Some things are always hard to refuse." Chapter 53 Tang Li and Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Under the cover of night, a military helicopter slowly landed at the Zhonggong base. The cabin door opened, and Zhao Hu walked out, looking exhausted. His military uniform was covered in dust and blood, and his eyes showed deep remorse and unwillingness. Behind him, there were several soldiers who were in equally miserable states. Zhao Hu walked straight towards Zhang Jinlong's office without any delay. Along the way, the soldiers in the base looked at them with surprise and concern when they saw their appearance, but Zhao Hu didn't care about them. His mind was full of the failed operation and the death of his comrades. Arriving at the door of Zhang Jinlong's office, Zhao Hu took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the door. "Come in." Zhang Jinlong's low voice came from inside. Zhao Hu pushed open the door and walked into the office. With a snap, he stood at attention and saluted, saying loudly, "Report to the commander." Zhao Hu from the Night Owl Task Force reports in. Zhang Jinlong was sitting behind his desk. Seeing Zhao Hu's embarrassed look, he already guessed in his heart that the operation was not going well. He frowned slightly and motioned Zhao Hu to continue. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth and said, "Commander, we have found the 5 people who killed the second young master and started a fierce battle with them. But the other party's abilities are extremely strong, and we suffered heavy losses. We only killed one of them. And..." After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Hu continued, "Moreover, I suspect that the person we killed was just a clone of that man." Zhao Hu used grenades to blow up the stealth effects of projections number 2 and number 3, and saw that the 3 people fighting with them were exactly the same. Doppelganger. Zhang Jinlong was slightly surprised. This person can cast wind blades, can teleport, and now he can also clone himself? Aren't they saying that people with special abilities only have one skill now? Damn, these experts are still the same as before. None of them are reliable. By the way, how many people did you lose this time? 18 soldiers. Zhao Hu replied in a deep voice. What? Zhang Jinlong slammed the table, stood up suddenly, and glared at Zhao Hu. Nearly 20 Special Forces soldiers only killed one of the enemy's clones? How did you command them? Zhao Hu lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Zhang Jinlong's anger. Commander, it is my fault for poor command. I am willing to accept any punishment. But the opponent's abilities are beyond our imagination. They are not afraid of gunfire and can be invisible. It is very difficult for us to deal with them. Zhang Jinlong paced back and forth in the office, his face livid with anger. Humph excuses. No matter what difficulties there are, the mission is not completed. What about the families of those dead soldiers? Where is the face of our 11th Army? Zhao Hu clenched his fists, his heart filled with pain and self-blame. Commander, I request to carry out the mission again. Zhang Jinlong stopped and looked at Zhao Hu. No need. The Zhonggong oil field is about to be conquered, and then the base will send troops to organize a rescue for key groups in the urban area. When the time comes, I will send an armored company to deal with it. As for you, take a rest and go to Zhonggong oil field tomorrow to make amends for your crime. Zhao Hu was very reluctant to hear Zhang Jinlong's decision, but as a soldier, it was his duty to obey orders. He immediately straightened up and answered loudly. Yes, Commander, I accept the arrangement. Zhao Hu saluted and left the office. Zhang Jinlong sat back in his office chair, frowning in thought. They are both people with superpowers, but others can fight more than 20 fully armed Special Forces soldiers alone. But how come his son can only barbecue? Early morning, Linhai City Police Station. In the director's office on the 3rd floor, on 2 single beds joined together, Director Hu Yifeng was sleeping soundly with a long-haired woman in his arms. Crash. A bottle of mineral water was poured on the sleeping Hu Yifeng's face, and he woke up suddenly. Fuck. Who the hell wants to die? You. Hu Yifeng opened his eyes angrily and was about to curse, but when he saw the person in front of him clearly, the second half of the sentence was stuck in his throat. Tang Li sat behind the desk with a cold expression on his face. A projection held a gun and pointed it at the 2 people on the bed. Director Hu is still so arrogant. Tang Li asked mockingly. Tang Li. Hu Yifeng looked at Tang Li behind the desk, then at the projection pointing a gun at him. Dobin ability? Where's the guard at the door? Huh. Tang Li sneered. Since I can stand here, your lackeys can't be alive. Captain Tang? It's really you. Woo woo woo. Before Hu Yifeng could say anything, the woman next to him spoke with a look of surprise, and then started crying again. Xiao Shi. Tang Li carefully identified the woman and found that she was Xiao Shi, a clerk in the gun store. How could you? I was forced to do it. We and several other female colleagues were locked up in the interrogation room on the first floor, which was used exclusively for the entertainment of Director Hu and his subordinates. Those male police officers with a sense of justice were either killed or forced to leave, leaving only a few of us who were good-looking and were controlled by them. Xiaoxi cried and accused Hu Yifeng. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, Tang Li's already angry eyes became even more murderous. She glared at Hu Yifeng, wishing she could cut him into pieces immediately. Hu Yifeng, you are worse than a beast. Tang Li cursed while gritting his teeth. Hu Yifeng was still struggling, his face flushed as he said, Tang Li, she is talking nonsense. She came to my bed on her own initiative just for food. Xiaoxi cried and retorted, I'm not talking nonsense. Look at the wounds on my body. They were all caused by you beasts. As she spoke, she lifted the quilt, revealing bruises all over her body. Hu Yifeng seemed to remember something and quickly said to Tang Li, By the way, Tang Li, I didn't kill your parents. It was a man named Yin Mingyu. Xiaoxi also knows this. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Really? Tang Li looked at the two of them suspiciously. Captain Tang, he's right. Xiaoxi stopped crying. Hu Yifeng fired the gun, but he didn't hit your parents. After you escaped, several people came, and the leader was holding a strange-looking knife. That person went to the director's office to talk, and after seeing your parents, he actually turned your parents into zombies and killed them. Tang Li's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and the anger in his eyes seemed to burn everything to ashes. She rushed to Hu Yifeng, took out a dagger, and put it across his neck, gnashing her teeth and asking, Who is Yin Mingyu? Where is he? You'd better tell me clearly, or I will kill you now. Hu Yifeng felt the cold dagger on his neck, his face turned pale with fear, and he said in a trembling voice, Tang Li, calm down first. Yin Mingyu is the holy see of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. I don't know where he is now. He came here just to ask me to provide survivors to the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. How do you contact each other? Tang Li asked. I just contacted his subordinates. They will send people to pick up the survivors. I handed over those disobedient police officers and prisoners to them. But, swallowing hard, Hu Yifeng continued. However, now there is a message from over there asking me to obey the orders of the waiter in the future. I haven't seen this waiter yet. She is currently at Mintai Building and seems to be a woman. Tang Li exerted a little force on her hand, and the dagger cut through the skin on Hu Yifeng's neck, oozing out a trace of blood. Continue. Chapter 54. Do you have a heart disease? Hu Yifeng gasped in pain and said hurriedly, It's gone. It's really gone. That's all I know. Please let me go. Tang Li stared at Hu Yifeng intently, trying to find even the slightest sign of concealment on his face. However, from Hu Yifeng's desperate and terrified eyes, she confirmed that the other party seemed to have no more news. My parents are dead. Why are you still alive? After saying that, the dagger in Tang Li's hand instantly slashed across Hu Yifeng's throat, and a stream of blood spurted out. Hu Yifeng's eyes were wide open, his hands covered his throat in vain, his body twitched violently, and soon he was motionless. Tang Li looked at Hu Yifeng's face, which was gradually losing its life force, but she did not feel any pleasure in her heart. Instead, she felt even more hatred because the real murderer Yin Mingyu was still alive and well. Captain Tang. Xiaoxi was frightened by the bloody scene, and his face turned pale. He called out in a trembling voice. Tang Li came back to his senses and said to Xiao Shi, Let's go to the first floor and rescue the female colleagues you mentioned. The two men came to the interrogation room on the first floor, broke the door lock with a gun, and rescued 6 disheveled female police officers. Tang Li took out some food and water, and several female police officers immediately wolfed them down. After thinking for a while, Tang Li found Xiaoxi and asked her to help open the armory. The only useful place in the police station is the gun room. It had always been controlled by Hu Yifeng and his men. Now that Hu Yifeng is dead, Tang Li naturally wants to take it for himself. Captain Tang, the equipment in the warehouse is very complete. Except for Hu Yifeng and a few others who took some guns and ammunition, basically no one has touched it. Xiaoxi opened the door of the armory and turned to Tang Li. Tang Li nodded. Well, you go eat something with them first. I'll take a look and then decide where to go. Xiaoxi responded and turned away. Tang Li asked 2 projections to guard the door and went into the armory alone. Just as Xiaoxi said, the weapon stockpile in the armory is quite substantial. On one side of the wall, a large number of Type 92 pistols were neatly arranged on the gun rack, and it was roughly estimated that there were at least hundreds of them. In the ammunition box next to it, 5.8mm bullets specifically for the Type 92 pistol were piled up like a mountain. Calculated at 1,000 rounds per box, there were at least dozens of boxes. Next to the Type 92 pistols were rows of Type 79 submachine guns, about 30 in number. There were also plenty of bullets, with each box containing about 1,000 rounds. Going further into the armory, there are several large cabinets storing various types of explosion-proof equipment. On the other side of the armory, Tang Li saw an area dedicated to storing long guns, where more than 20 Type 88 sniper rifles were placed. This made Tang Li happy. With a sniper rifle, her combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. After all, the projection could perfectly inherit her firearms ability. I checked the number of sniper bullets. It was okay. There were 20 rounds in each box, and there were probably 100 boxes, which was enough for her to use for a while. In addition, there are a large number of shotguns, about 40 in total, and there is plenty of ammunition. Tang Li looked at the many weapons and equipment in front of her, thinking about how to take them all away. Her own personal space was definitely not enough, as there were many other supplies in it. Well, let's see if he can come over. On the 4th floor of Weimei Hospital, the conference room that originally had only 2 sets of sofas now has a double bed. Jiang Feng woke up slowly and shook his head when he thought of the madness of last night. The double bed was naturally what Jiang Feng took out from the space last night. With so many people, the 2 sets of sofas seemed a little small. Without waking up the 4 girls, Jiang Feng got up and went back to the house to wash up. Bang! Jiang Feng was about to put on his clothes when a box of something suddenly fell out. Sildenafil. After picking it up, Jiang Feng remembered that this was a high-end 1v4 game after all. He bought a box of medicine last night, just in case. However, every time he gained a new superpower, the system would strengthen his endurance and recovery ability, so that even after he fought all night, this box of medicine was of no use at all. Suddenly, a vague message appeared in Jiang Feng's mind, as if someone was calling him. Tang Li. After carefully sensing it, Jiang Feng found that it was the message from the mark he left for Tang Li. Is she in danger? Jiang Feng walked quickly to the door of the conference room, greeted the 4 girls who were staying in bed, and then teleported directly to Tang Li's side. Are you really here? Tang Li was surprised when she saw Jiang Feng suddenly appear. But when she saw what Jiang Feng was holding, her pretty face turned red. Why are you still using this? Isn't it a bit too rogue? Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that he was still holding the box of sildenafil in his hand. What are you talking about? Jiang Feng raised the medicine box in his hand and said seriously, this is a medical insurance drug. The government has included it in the medical insurance to treat heart diseases, not the uses you think. Do you have a heart disease? Tang Li asked with concern. Of course not. Jiang Feng said as a matter of course. Are you kidding? If he had a heart disease, he would have died suddenly after seeing such an exciting scene last night. Tang Li rolled his eyes. Jiang Feng couldn't stand this kind of ridicule. He pulled Tang Li over and gave her a severe lesson for an hour. Jiang Feng, there are so many guns here. I can only take a portion of them. You can take the rest. Tang Li put on a set of black combat uniform again and spoke to Jiang Feng in a heroic manner. Jiang Feng was very happy to see so many guns. There is no man who doesn't like guns. He was looking for an opportunity to get some weapons and equipment somewhere, but he didn't expect Tang Li to give him a surprise. He nodded. Okay, you pick first, and I'll take the rest. Tang Li picked up various types of guns, especially sniper rifles, and she took away 10 of them. In addition, she also took some bulletproof vests. She didn't have the defensive skills like Jiang Feng, so having bulletproof vests was much safer. Tang Li prepared another 7 sets of weapons and equipment, and let Jiang Feng take away the rest. Have you completed your revenge? What are your plans next? After collecting the weapons and equipment, Jiang Feng asked Tang Li. The revenge has not yet been taken. Tang Li shook her head, and then told Jiang Feng about Yin Mingyu of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Feng searched his mind and found that he had no impression of it at all. It should be an organization established after the end of the world. Tang Li nodded. I think so too. I plan to take a few female colleagues with me and find an opportunity to take revenge. Okay, remember to contact me anytime if you need anything. Jiang Feng did not interfere too much with Tang Li's plan. After all, everyone has their own obsessions and paths to take, and he believes in Tang Li's ability. Even if there are any problems, he can always take action. Chapter 55 Second Order Garden Spider. After Jiang Feng left, Tang Li called Xiaoxi and 6 female police officers and asked them to each get a set of weapons and equipment. As for her own weapons, they had already been placed in her personal space. After everyone was dressed, Tang Li said, "I'm going to get revenge next. What are your plans? It's better not to stay in the police station. It's very likely that someone will come and rob it for weapons." "Captain Tang, you saved my life. I will follow you to get revenge," said a short-haired female police officer. "Yes, Captain Tang, we will all follow you. We can also use guns and will not drag you down." The other female police officers also echoed. Tang Li looked at their determined eyes and was moved, but she also knew that this journey was fraught with danger. This is not a joke. The other party is very powerful. It is very dangerous to follow me. Think about it carefully. Captain Tang, forget about it. There is no safe place in this apocalypse. Even if you die, it's better than being bullied here. The one who spoke was Xiaoxi. She held the gun tightly in her hand, with determination in her eyes. Okay, seeing that several people said so, Tang Li said no more. Let's go to Mintai building to find that waiter first. When Jiang Feng returned to Weimei Hospital, the four girls had already started their daily yoga exercises. After admiring it, Jiang Feng was about to go back to the house to play with his handheld game console for a while when a message suddenly came from the projection on the rooftop that some unknown creatures were attacking. Jiang Feng quickly reached the roof and saw a huge spider quickly climbing up the wall of the hospital. After careful identification, Jiang Feng could vaguely tell that this was the big-bellied garden spider commonly seen among trees, flowers, and plants, but it was magnified countless times. The body of the mutant garden spider is as big as a car, and its 8 thick long legs are covered with sharp thorns, shining with a metallic luster in the sun. Its huge belly had a mottled pattern, and 2 huge fangs were exposed, constantly dripping green venom with a pungent smell. It made a sizzling sound when it fell on the ground, and instantly corroded small pits. Jiang Feng frowned. Can a spider grow so big? Judging from the green mark on its forehead that is similar to the second-order crystal core, this should be a second-order mutant creature. We can't let the spiders get to the roof. The water tank is there. If it is damaged, it will be inconvenient for us to use water. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Feng shot several wind blades at the mutated garden spider. The mutant garden spider seemed to feel the threat of the wind blades. Its rapid climbing movement paused, and its huge body twisted flexibly. Several wind blades flew past its body and cut off several thorns on its legs. A wind blade accurately hit the mutant garden spider's abdomen, leaving a shallow mark on its mottled shell, and green blood oozed from the wound. Seeing this, Jiang Feng did not feel the joy of hitting the target, but his face darkened. He was using a level 2 wind blade, but it only left a shallow scar on the opponent's abdomen. This spider is a bit tough. I'm afraid it will be like last night, when I was facing 4 girls in the same bed. The mutant garden spider had no idea of Jiang Feng's thoughts. When it was attacked, it let out an angry, hissing sound. It was no longer in a hurry to climb, but stared at Jiang Feng fiercely with its 8 eyes, and quickly spit out spider silk from its mouth, spraying it towards the direction where Jiang Feng was. Seeing this, Jiang Feng quickly activated the water curtain Tianhua. The spider silk hit the water curtain, making a sizzling sound, and could not move forward any further. But the spider silk was extremely sticky and soon stuck to the water curtain, trying to tear it apart. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and adjusted the originally elliptical water curtain into a square shape, standing in front of him like a wall. Letting the spider silk hit the water curtain, Jiang Feng condensed the wind blade again and issued an attack order to Projection Number 2. Projection Number 2 waved his hands and shot out several wind blades, which intertwined with the wind blades released by Jiang Feng and attacked the mutant garden spider together. The mutated garden spider waved its thick, long legs to resist, and the wind blade hit the long legs, making a muffled puff, sound, and splashing sparks. However, this did not make it retreat, but instead aroused its ferocity. It twisted its body and rushed towards Jiang Feng at an extremely fast speed, while spider silk from its mouth continued to shoot out like sharp arrows. Taking advantage of the gap between the mutant garden spider's attacks, the projection seized the opportunity and 3 wind blades formed a V-shape and headed straight for the mutant garden spider's eyes. The mutant garden spider sensed the danger and quickly lowered its head, trying to use its hard head shell to block it. The wind blade hit its head, making a sharp friction sound. Although it did not cause a fatal injury, it made it dizzy. Jiang Feng seized this fleeting opportunity, and 5 wind blades formed a straight line and slashed towards the gaps in the mutant garden spider's leg joints like a string of arrows. The wind blade hit the target instantly with fierce force. With a puff, one of the mutant garden spider's legs was cut off. A piece of limb fell down with green blood, hitting the ground with a dull sound. The mutant garden spider felt pain and was dizzy, so its huge body fell from the wall, and fell to the ground with a bang. At the moment when the mutant garden spider fell to the ground, projection number 2 waved his hands, and 5 wind blades shot out like lightning, accurately cutting its abdomen. With a teeth-grinding friction sound, a huge wound was cut on the mutant garden spider's abdomen, and green internal organs and thick blood flowed out, and a pungent, fishy smell filled the air. The mutated garden spider let out a shrill roar in pain, and just when Jiang Feng and the projection thought it was about to die, the mutated garden spider suddenly raised its head and made a strange cry towards the sky. The cry seemed to carry some special frequency. After a while, more than a dozen garden spiders, which were slightly smaller but still dozens of times larger than ordinary spiders, crawled quickly out of Jingyuan community. These smaller mutant garden spiders were all covered in blood, and some even had unswallowed flesh and blood hanging from their mouths. Jiang Feng frowned slightly, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this mutant garden spider to be able to call its own kind. However, there is no need to worry about these obviously weaker mutant spiders. He took the lead in launching an attack, and several wind blades shot towards those first-level mutant garden spiders. Projection number 2 was not willing to be outdone, and cooperated with Jiang Feng, using wind blades to attack the mutated garden spiders from different angles. As soon as the first-level garden spiders approached the injured second-level garden spiders, they sensed the threat from the rooftop. But they didn't seem to be planning to give up. Several first-order garden spiders even tried to lift the injured second-order garden spider together and wanted to take it away. Jiang Feng saw this scene and sneered. Want to leave? That's not that easy. He waved his hands, and wind blades shot down like rain. Projection number 2 also immediately cooperated, and wind blades flew accurately towards those first-order mutant garden spiders. The first-level mutated garden spiders were dodging in panic downstairs, but Jiang Feng and the projection occupied the advantageous position on the rooftop, and their attack from above left them with nowhere to escape, just like shooting them at a living target. Just as a first-order garden spider struggled to lift one of the second-order garden spider's legs, a wind blade whizzed over and cut off half of its head. The mutated garden spider screamed and collapsed to the ground. The other first-level garden spiders still refused to give up and continued trying to take away their injured companions. However, the wind blade attacks from Jiang Feng and projection number 2 became more and more intense. Another first-order garden spider had just adjusted its position and was about to lift up the second-order garden spider when the wind blade from projection number 2 pierced through its abdomen, and green blood splattered onto its companion next to it. Chapter 56 Space Spider Bag. Although the first-order mutated garden spiders kept struggling to dodge, they fell one after another under the tacit and fierce attack of Jiang Feng and projection number 2. Not long after, all the first-order mutant garden spiders surrounding the second-order mutant garden spider were killed or injured, leaving only the seriously injured second-order mutant garden spider, lying alone on the ground, twitching violently. Jiang Feng looked at the seriously injured second-order mutant garden spider downstairs, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He teleported directly to the downstairs of the hospital, and before the mutant garden spider could react, several wind blades shot out. The mutant garden spider seemed to feel the threat of death. It tried to struggle to get up and hide, but due to its serious injuries, its movements were much slower. The wind blade hit the target instantly, and puff, 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 sounds rang out one after another, and the abdomen and head of the mutant garden spider were hit. The huge body of this second-order mutant garden spider twitched a few times and then became completely motionless. Jiang Feng walked forward and used a knife to break the mark on his forehead, but there was no crystal core inside. It seems that this mark only represents the level of the mutant creature and has nothing to do with whether there is a crystal core. Jiang Feng pondered secretly. His eyes fell on the huge mutated garden spider again. Mutated creatures are different from zombies, so could there be something special on their bodies? Jiang Feng paced around the huge body of the mutant garden spider, and finally his eyes stopped on its abdomen, which had a big cut on it. He walked closer and looked inside, only to see a mess of internal organs and blood everywhere. Suddenly, Jiang Feng seemed to sense a faint light. He patiently turned over the garden spider's internal organs, and a spider sac only the size of a fist emerged from deep within its abdomen. Jiang Feng took out the spider sac and examined it carefully. The spider sac is translucent, emits a strange faint glow, and feels slightly cool to the touch. When his mental power accidentally swept across the spider sac, he actually discovered that there was about 10 cubic meters of space inside. This discovery surprised and delighted Jiang Feng. He tried to concentrate and use his mental power to establish a connection with the spider sac. Soon, Jiang Feng was able to freely control objects in and out of the spider sac space. Space storage items are definitely one of the most precious items. Although Jiang Feng has unlimited backpack space and has no need for spider sacks, he still has 3 concubines who do not have space equipment. However, there is only one spider sack, so it is difficult to distribute it. Jiang Feng hurriedly went to look for the corpses of the first-order mutant garden spiders. Since the second-order mutant garden spiders had spider sacks, these same species most likely had them as well. Sure enough, Jiang Feng also found a slightly smaller spider sack from the corpse of a first-level mutant garden spider. However, when Jiang Feng scanned with his mental power, he found that the space inside was only about 5 cubic meters. It seems that the internal space of the spider sack is related to the rank of the mutant garden spider. Jiang Feng searched through all the garden spider corpses and obtained a total of 12 first-level spider sacks and 1 second-level spider sack. When he injected his mental power into 2 first-level spider sacks at the same time, a vague message suddenly emerged in his mind, as if he could merge the two. Jiang Feng put the 2 spider sacks together and tried to use his mental power to control the 2 spider sacks to merge. Under the guidance of his mental power, the 2 translucent spider sacks began to ripple slightly on their surface, as if testing each other. Jiang Feng continued to increase the output of his mental power, trying to make the 2 spider sacks truly merge together. As mental power continued to work, the spider sack began to change. The parts where they were in contact gradually became blurred, as if they were melted by some invisible force, and then slowly blended together. During the fusion process, the light on the surface of the spider sack flickered, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. After a period of time, the 2 spider sacks actually merged together completely to form a new spider sack. The volume of this new spider sack is about the same as that of a second-level spider sack. Jiang Feng once again probed his mental power into it, and was surprised to find that the space inside the new spider sack had expanded to 10 cubic meters, the same as a second-level spider sack. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. He was hesitant because there was only 1 second-level spider sack, but there were 3 people, Lin Sairu, Zhou Qingyu and Su Qing, so allocating them was a difficult problem. What is worrying is not the scarcity, but the inequality. Jiang Feng was planning to give each person a first-level spider sack, but the internal space would be much smaller. Now it's good, just merge it directly. Jiang Feng once again merged 2 first-level spider sacks, plus the one he originally got from the second-level garden spider. He now had a total of 3 second-level spider sacks. There were still 8 first-level spider sacks left, and Jiang Feng did not continue to merge them. For ordinary people, 5 cubic meters of storage space is already very rare. If it is used for exchange or sale in the future, a first-level spider sack will be precious enough. After solving the spider sack distribution problem, Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the corpses of these mutated garden spiders. He found that there were many other useful things on the garden spiders. The limbs of the mutant garden spider are thick and hard, and even the wind blade cannot cut them off at once. They should be very good weapons and equipment materials. In addition, the garden spider has a poison sac, and the venom contained in it can also be extracted. However, these are not of much use to Jiang Feng himself, but may be more useful for large teams or bases. Jiang Feng didn't think too much about it. With a thought, he collected all the corpses of the mutated garden spiders into his personal space and preserved them. If there is a chance in the future, it can be sold to the base or other teams. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Feng teleported back to his room. The 4 girls heard the noise of fighting and leaned against the window, watching him fight nervously. Seeing Jiang Feng disappearing from downstairs, the 4 girls hurried to his room. "Brother Feng, are you okay?" Yifei rushed into the room first, followed by the 3 women who also cast concerned glances. Jiang Feng smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a few mutant spiders. I can take care of them in a few seconds." Su Qingyi gently patted her majestic chest. The neckline of her low-cut sports top revealed a dazzling white wave. "That's good. That big spider is really scary." Jiang Feng looked at the concerned expressions of the 4 girls, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. "I found some interesting things from these mutant garden spiders." As he spoke, Jiang Feng took out 3 second-level spider sacks. The 4 girls' attention was immediately attracted by the spider sack that was emitting a strange glow. Zhou Qingyu asked curiously, "What is this? It looks so special." Jiang Feng explained, "This is a spider sack found on a mutant garden spider. It has 10 cubic meters of space inside. You can put things in it using your mental power." Lin Sairu's eyes lit up. "Wow, doesn't that mean we can also have a portable space like you and Fei Fei?" Su Qingyi and Zhou Qingyu were also excited. "That's great. We have always envied Fei Fei. Each of you take one, and just use your mental power to connect." After that, if you don't actively cut off the connection, others won't be able to open the inner space. Jiang Feng had already disconnected his mental power in advance, so the three women could use it without worry. While the three girls were happily studying the spider sack, Jiang Feng turned to Yi Fei and said, Fei Fei, you have a portable space that can grow, so I won't give you the spider sack. If there are other things that can be used in the future, I will give them to you. Yi Fei smiled sweetly at Jiang Feng and said very sensibly, It's okay, Brother Feng. I understand. I'm happy for Sister Sairu and the others. When you go out, you don't have to leave their things with me. Chapter 57 Rescue Plan. Jiang Feng, you gave us such a good thing. How about the three of us reward you together? Lin Sairu put away the space spider sack, looked at Jiang Feng with a clever smile, and gently licked her rosy lips. Su Qingyi and Zhou Qingyu also looked at Jiang Feng with affection, waiting for his answer. Jiang Feng looked at the bright sunshine outside the window. It was actually quite interesting to do this kind of thing in broad daylight. However, I just had sex last night, so I can't be so depraved. The land of gentleness is the tomb of heroes. Jiang Feng's self-control was still very strong. He waved his hand with a righteous look on his face and said, A man should have great ambitions. How can he indulge in evil? The four girls were all surprised and were about to ask Jiang Feng why he had changed his personality, but Jiang Feng continued, in the evening. Yi Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother Feng, you are so serious all of a sudden. I thought you were going to give up. Lin Sairu curled her lips and pretended to be dissatisfied. Humph, you just want to spoil my fun. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see it again. Jiang Feng snorted and didn't believe what Lin Sairu said at all. China-Hong Kong base. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn. Army Commander Zhang Jinlong and a group of senior military officials were discussing a rescue plan for key groups of people in the city. Chief of Staff Shen Lingyun stood in front of the electronic map and reported. Everyone, the current situation in the city is very serious. The number of zombies has increased dramatically, and there are second-level and higher zombies. According to reconnaissance information, second-level zombies are difficult to kill with light firearms, which adds a lot of difficulty to the rescue plan. According to the results of previous discussions, this time we will rescue three key groups of people. The City Center Research Institute, where a key new energy project is being carried out, the City North Medical Center, where there are a large number of medical staff and scarce medicines and equipment, the City West Grain Depot, where there are a large number of grains and professional management personnel, which are related to the base's food supply. Zhang Jinlong's face was grim. We must rescue them as soon as possible. It will be meaningless if we delay any longer. Tell me the plan. Shen Lingyun said, There are two plans. Plan 1 is to send multiple special teams to advance by land, each responsible for one place, to clear out the zombies and open the way, but the urban area is complex and easy to be besieged, making rescue difficult. Plan 2. Use armored forces and helicopters to cooperate, with armored vehicles clearing the way and helicopters conducting reconnaissance and transporting personnel. However, armored vehicles are slow and fuel-intensive, and helicopters are vulnerable to attack in the air. The general asked, Which one is more likely to work? After thinking for a while, Shen Lingyun replied, In terms of efficiency, Plan 2 is better, but considering the risks, Plan 1 has a small and flexible team and is more suitable for urban areas. Zhang Jinlong tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Adopt Plan 2. Not only do we need to rescue the three key groups of people, but we also need to rescue as many ordinary people as possible. The base also needs to replenish its population. There is one thing Zhang Jinlong didn't say. He was planning to use the armored troops to avenge his son. Zhang Jinlong sat in the main seat, staring at his phone with a stern expression. On the phone screen were photos of Jiang Feng and the four girls. At the northwest corner of the base, at the door of a large warehouse, Zhang Jiming sat behind a desk with his feet resting on the table. A cluster of flames suddenly emerged from Zhang Jiming's right index finger, and he used the flame to light the cigarette in his mouth. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled a big smoke ring. Several of his men immediately started to flatter him. One of them, with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, smiled flatteringly and said, Brother Ming, your ability is really getting stronger and stronger. You can easily make a fire. In this base, who can disobey you from now on? Another burly henchman also echoed, That's right. If Brother Ming uses this ability to deal with zombies, it will definitely be like beating up weaklings, burning a large area at a time. Those who dare to go against Brother Ming are simply courting death. Zhang Jiming listened to these flattering words. A smug look appeared on his face, and he flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, I'm a second-level mutant now. How many people like me are there in this base? Zombies are nothing compared to me. As he spoke, he glanced smugly at the crowd queuing to receive supplies, his eyes full of arrogance and conceit. The subordinates flattered him, Brother Ming, your talent is definitely one of the best in the base. The base will have to rely on you to support it in the future. That's right. When you level up a few more times, this base will have to obey you. Hey, how can you talk like that? Jiang Jiming pretended to be angry. Of course the base has to listen to my dad first, then me. Yes, I'm wrong. The subordinate who said the wrong thing quickly slapped himself on the face. Suddenly, a figure in the crowd caught Jiang Jiming's attention. She was a sexy and charming young woman. Even though she was wearing simple and somewhat worn clothes, it was difficult to hide her curvy figure. At this moment, the young woman was holding the hand of a timid little girl, and her every move revealed her alluring charm. Jiang Jiming's eyes instantly lit up like a hungry wolf seeing its prey, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. He straightened his collar and walked towards the young woman with a swagger. Seeing this, several of his men hurriedly followed. Coming in front of the young woman, Jiang Jiming smiled what he thought was a charming smile, took out a special card from his pocket, shook it in his hand, and said proudly, "Beauty, this is a special certificate for receiving supplies. With this, you can exchange for supplies far beyond what ordinary people can get. I see it's not easy for you to take care of your child. As long as you come with me, I guarantee that you and your child will have everything you want." The young woman frowned slightly. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She hugged the little girl beside her tightly and said coldly, "No, I don't want your things. Please stay away from us." Jiang Jiming's face changed slightly, but he still didn't give up and continued to seduce. "Beauty, you have to think it over. You should know how important supplies are in this end times. Follow me, and you and this child can live a good life. Otherwise..." He changed the subject and his eyes became gloomy. The young woman stared back at him fearlessly. "I said I don't need it, so stop bothering us." Jiang Jiming was completely enraged. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he yelled at his men, "Take her away. She dared to reject me. I want to see how long she can hold on." Upon hearing the order, several men immediately rushed towards the young woman. They pushed the crowd aside arrogantly and went straight to the young woman, ignoring the screams and curses of the crowd. One of the guys, who had a thick face, reached out to grab the young woman's arm and said viciously, "Come with us." The young woman was startled and quickly hugged the little girl tightly, struggling desperately and shouting for help. "Help! You bastards! Let us go!" The little girl was also frightened and started crying loudly. Her crying sounded particularly harsh in the noisy crowd. Although the people around them dared not speak out against the actions of Jiang Jiming and others, they still couldn't help but cast angry glances at them. "Stop talking nonsense. Our brother Ming wants to invite you. You'd better obey, otherwise you will suffer," another subordinate threatened impatiently. However, the young woman struggled hard and was not willing to give in easily. At this moment, a loud shout came. "Jiang Jiming, what are you doing?" I saw a heroic female officer walking quickly through the crowd with brisk steps. The man was wearing a neat military uniform, and his beautiful eyes were staring at Jiang Jiming with anger. Chapter 58 Conflict. Jiang Jiming saw the person coming and sneered, "Shinchinga, don't bother yourself with this matter. I advise you not to cause yourself more trouble." Shinchinga did not back down. He walked forward and protected the young woman and the little girl behind him, staring at Jiang Jiming with sharp eyes. "Jiang Jiming, you have committed crimes repeatedly in the base. Do you really think the rules of the base are just for show? You raped a woman in broad daylight. Do you have any respect for the law?" One of Jiang Jiming's men bravely said, "Major Shin, please don't mind your own business. Brother Ming is interested in this woman. We all want to live a better life in the end times. Why do you have to?" Shinchinga glared at him and interrupted him, "Shut up. The end of the world is not a reason for you to do evil, nor is it an excuse for you to trample on the dignity of others. Jiang Jiming, I am here today. You can't succeed." Jiang Jiming's face turned pale. Shinchinga had ruined his plan several times, which made him very angry. But at this moment, the sunlight shone on Shinchinga, outlining her graceful and heroic outline. Her delicate face was flushed with anger, adding a bit of beauty. Jiang Jiming looked at Shinchinga, and the anger in his eyes was gradually replaced by a different kind of desire. An idea suddenly came to his mind. If he could get this woman, he could not only satisfy his own selfish desires, but also severely suppress her usual arrogance. Jiang Jiming suppressed his anger, put on a seemingly gentle expression, and said with a fake smile, "Major Shin, why are you so angry? I was just joking with the mother and daughter. You made me look immature by interfering with me." Shinchinga snorted coldly, not buying it. "Jiang Jiming, don't play those tricks in front of me. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. If you know what's good for you, take your people away quickly. Otherwise, I will definitely deal with you according to the rules of the base." Jiang Jiming was in no hurry to leave. He took a step forward, sized up Shinchinga, and said frivolously, "Major Shin, you and I are actually a good match. Your father is the chief of staff, and my father is the army commander. If we can become a couple, who else in this base can compare to us? Why do you always go against me? When Shinchinga heard this, her face was filled with disgust, and she angrily shouted, Zhang Jiming, you are so shameless. How dare you bring this up with me? Even if I, Shinchinga, never marry, I will never have anything to do with a scum like you. Zhang Jiming was humiliated by Shinchinga, and the fake smile on his face could no longer be maintained. He shouted angrily, Shinchinga, don't be shameless. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because your father is backing you up. Today you ruined my plan, so I will show you how powerful a second-level superpower is. After that, he waved his right hand and condensed a fireball the size of a basketball. Before the fireball was fully formed, Zhang Jiming saw Shinchinga pull out his pistol at an extremely fast speed, with the black muzzle pointed precisely at his head. Shinchinga's eyes were cold, and his voice was full of unquestionable majesty. Zhang Jiming, if you dare to move again, I will shoot. Using supernatural powers to hurt people in the base is a blatant violation of the base's ban. How many times do you think your father can protect you? Zhang Jiming's movements froze instantly, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. He never imagined that Shinchinga would dare to point a gun at him in public. The crowd around was originally in a panic, and now they were so frightened by the sudden confrontation that they dared not even breathe, and the whole scene was dead silent. Zhang Jiming gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Shinchinga, you have guts. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you point a gun at me? Try shooting me and see if you can bear the consequences. Although he spoke tough, he knew in his heart that if he dared to throw a fireball, the other party would probably really shoot. Inside the base, shooting him would indeed lead to serious consequences, but at the same time, if he really attacked Shinchinga, he would definitely be severely punished. Shinchinga sneered, consequences? Of course I know. You can try and see if I dare to shoot. You'd better surrender obediently and follow me to the law enforcement team to accept the punishment you deserve. Seeing this, several of Zhang Jiming's men became eager to step forward to help. However, Zhang Jiming raised his hand to stop them. He knew that being impulsive at this moment would only make the situation more out of control. He suppressed the anger in his heart, slowly dispersed the fireball, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Shinchinga, you are so cruel. This matter is not over today, let's wait and see. After saying that, Zhang Jiming turned and left, but not in the direction of the law enforcement team, but the quarters for high-ranking officials' families. Shinchinga did not relax his vigilance. The gun in his hand was still pointed steadily at Zhang Jiming, but he did not speak again. She knew in her heart that the other party had a father who was a military commander and could really do whatever he wanted in this doomsday base. It was simply unrealistic to want to take him to the law enforcement team. After Zhang Jiming and his group left, Shinchinga put away his gun and turned around to comfort the frightened young woman and little girl. Don't be afraid, it's okay now. He won't dare to harass you again. The young woman was filled with gratitude and pulled the little girl to kneel down before Shinchinga, but Shinchinga quickly held her back. Don't do this. This is what I should do. This kind of bully will never be allowed to run rampant in the base. However, Shinchinga knew that Zhang Jiming would not give up easily. With his vindictive character, he would definitely find a way to take revenge. She had no choice but to remind the young woman to be careful and to contact the base guard team in time if there were any problems. On the other side, Zhang Jiming returned to his residence and sat on the sofa with a terribly gloomy face. He kept thinking in his mind how to take revenge on Shinchinga and how to get her. He called his confidants and whispered, keep an eye on Shinchinga, the people around her, and her every move, and report them to me in detail. Also, find someone to bring me the young woman from today. There is nothing I cannot play with if I set my eyes on it. It's late at night. Jiang Feng turned off the lights and prepared to go to bed. Squeak. There was a slight sound of the door opening. Jiang Feng usually doesn't lock the door, mainly to give others a chance. With the help of the light outside the door, Jiang Feng vaguely saw 4 blurry figures walking in. They were Lin Sairu and others. Seeing the 4 people coming together, Jiang Feng was puzzled. I only gave 3 space spider sacks. Wasn't this a reward from the 3 of them to me? Fei Fei, why are you here too? Jiang Feng asked. Yufei's charming voice came from the darkness. You fought hard today? I want to thank you too. You also know that I have fought hard, and you still have to fight me in rotation at night. Jiang Feng was about to speak, but a pair of red lips blocked his mouth. Chapter 59, The Evil of the Evil. Early in the morning, at the gate of the China-Hong Kong base, a group of people surrounded them in 3 layers, whispering to each other, with expressions of fear and pity. In the middle of the crowd, the body of a young woman lay on the ground. The corpse's clothes were torn and the body was covered with various signs of torture, including purple bruises, crisscross whip marks, and some burn marks. The face was distorted and the death was miserable. A little girl was kneeling beside the body, crying her heart out. Her small hands tightly grasped the corner of the young woman's clothes, as if this could wake her up. The little girl's face was covered with tear marks, her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she kept shouting, Mom, wake up, Mom. The childish voice was full of despair and helplessness, like a sharp blade, piercing the heart of everyone present. Although the people around showed sympathy, most of them dared not speak out. A few brave ones whispered, "This must have been done by young Master Jiang. Who else could be so cruel and crazy? Oh, poor mother and daughter. What will happen to the girl in the future?" The news soon reached Shinshinga's ears. After hearing it, her face turned pale instantly. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran towards the gate of the base. When she pushed through the crowd and saw the scene, the anger in her heart suddenly surged up, and she clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Shinshinga slowly walked to the little girl, squatted down, gently held the little girl in her arms, and said in a trembling voice, "Child, don't be afraid. Sister is here." The little girl seemed to have grabbed the life-saving straw. She hugged Shinshinga tightly and cried even more sadly. Shinshinga stood up, eyes burning with anger, and shouted, "Zhang Jiming, you've gone too far. You killed people openly in the base and tortured them so cruelly. I will never let you go." After saying that, she held the little girl in her arms and walked straight towards Zhang Jiming's residence with a few of her men. In a villa, Zhang Jiming was eating breakfast leisurely. Several of his men were chatting casually on the side. "That young woman is really exciting. I've never played with such high quality before." "Yes, it's just too fragile. We didn't even have a few turns before it was gone." Zhang Jiming swallowed a piece of steak, wiped his mouth and said, "Don't worry about it. Are you afraid that you won't have any women if you follow me? When the rescue team comes back, there will be a lot of new people coming to the base. Keep an eye on them all and don't let any of the best ones go." Several men burst into laughter and responded in unison. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Shinshinga kicked open the door of the villa and shouted, "Zhang Jiming, get out." Zhang Jiming heard the noise and walked out slowly. Seeing Shinshinga holding the little girl, he was stunned at first, and then a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "Shinshinga, what's wrong with you? You broke into the commander's residence without permission. Do you have any rules in your eyes?" Shinshinga glared at Zhang Jiming and said through gritted teeth, "Rules? You still know the rules? What's going on with the body at the door? Don't tell me it has nothing to do with you." Zhang Jiming didn't take it seriously. He shrugged and said, "I don't know what you were talking about. It's the end of the world. Isn't it normal for a few people to die in the base every day? Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that I did it?" Shinshinga looked at Zhang Jiming's rogue face and trembled with anger. "Zhang Jiming, don't quibble. Everyone in the base knows that you did it. Today, I will seek justice for this mother and daughter." After saying that, Shinshinga took out his gun and pointed it at Zhang Jiming. Seeing this, several of Zhang Jiming's men drew their guns and aimed at Shinshinga. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. Zhang Jiming looked at Shinshinga with a ferocious smile on his face. "Shinshinga, you pointed a gun at me again. Aren't you afraid that I will order someone to beat you to a pulp?" Shinshinga stared back at Zhang Jiming without fear. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? You can try." Zhang Jiming stared at Shinshinga, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. "Shinshinga, don't forget, this is the end of the world. Fists are the hard truth. Do you think you can beat me?" Shinshinga sneered. "You won't know if your fist is hard until you try it." Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, suddenly, a steady sound of footsteps was heard. Everyone turned around and saw Zhang Jinlong walking quickly towards them, surrounded by a group of guards. Zhang Jinlong's face was terribly gloomy. He looked at the tense situation in front of him and shouted angrily, "Stop it! What are you doing? How disgraceful!" Zhang Jiming saw his father coming and spoke first. "Dad, you came at the right time. Shinshinga came to my place with a gun and made trouble without knowing right or wrong, and even said that I killed someone. You have to make a decision for me." Shinshinga looked at Zhang Jinlong, his eyes full of grief and anger. "Commander, Zhang Jiming has committed many evil deeds. He must have killed the female corpse at the entrance of the base. He also tried to kidnap someone else yesterday. Everyone in the base has seen it. You can't indulge him anymore." Zhang Jinlong's eyes swept back and forth between Zhang Jiming and Shinshinga, finally falling on Shinshinga. "Major Shun, you said that Zhang Jiming killed the person. Do you have any evidence?" Shinshinga felt a chill in her heart when she heard Zhang Jinlong's words. She didn't expect that Zhang Jinlong would intentionally cover up for her. She suppressed her anger and said, "Commander, Zhang Jiming had bad intentions towards that woman before, and many people saw him harassing her at the supply collection point yesterday. There are traces of burns on the female corpse, and Zhang Jiming is a second-level flammability user. Isn't this enough to prove the problem?" Zhang Jiming snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Shinshinga, you want to convict me based on these alone? Who said that the marks must have been burned by supernatural powers? You are clearly deliberately framing me." Zhang Jinlong nodded slightly. "Major Shun, what you said is not evidence. We must be cautious in everything and cannot convict people based on mere speculation. Shinshinga was so angry that she was shaking all over. She knew that arguing any further would be useless. She looked at the little girl who was crying in her arms, her heart filled with helplessness and pity. Commander, since you insist on the so-called conclusive evidence, I have nothing to say. But I will not give up the investigation and will definitely find evidence to bring the murderer to justice. After saying that, she hugged the little girl tightly and turned to leave. Seeing Shinshinga leave in disgrace, Zhang Jiming felt relieved, but he still said to Zhang Jinlong angrily, "Dad, Shinshinga is so unruly. He barged into the commander's residence with a gun. He simply didn't take you seriously." Zhang Jinlong looked at Shinshinga's graceful back outlined by her uniform, and a barely perceptible desire flashed in his eyes. He nodded. Indeed, there are still too many noises in this base. Chapter 60, Small as a Sparrow. Another decadent night. Jiang Feng swung away the jade leg that was across his chest, causing a burst of dissatisfied murmurs. After putting on his clothes, he pulled the quilt over to cover up the blinding spring scenery. Jiang Feng opened the mall system. Gold coins. 1313984. After saving up for so many days, I finally have enough to upgrade to the 3rd level. After sitting on the sofa and thinking for a while, Jiang Feng felt that it would be better to upgrade Lin Sairu's level first. Only Lin Sairu's ability is an attack skill, and the other auxiliary skills are sufficient for the time being. Offense is the best defense. It is right to prioritize attack. Having made up his mind, Jiang Feng immediately purchased 100 second-order crystal cores from the mall. Ding! Consumed 1 million gold coins. 100 second-level crystal cores, female, have been stored in the backpack. Lin Sairu was sleeping soundly, and no one knew what she was dreaming about. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she murmured softly from time to time. However, the ravine on her chest was deep enough, so Jiang Feng could absorb the crystal core without waking her up. After a while, the green crystal core disappeared on the snow-white skin, and Jiang Feng gained new skill information in his mind. Windblade. Level 3 consume mental power to release wind blades. There is no limit to the number. The power will continue to increase with the level of the power. The maximum length is 1 meter and the maximum attack distance is 100 meters. Unlimited quantity. Jiang Feng was slightly stunned when he saw the skill introduction. This meant that he could consume all his mental power at once and release a large number of wind blades. He estimated his mental power. If he released a level 3 wind blade, he could release more than 200. If he changed to a level 1 wind blade, he could release more than 20,000. However, don't forget that he also has the projection skill. When 3 projections release wind blades together, the scene is simply too beautiful. In the suburbs of Linhai City, 3 helicopters were slowly flying over a suburban park, and the scouts in the cabin were concentrating on observing the movements below. One of the scouts said into the communication device, "Report, no large groups of zombies have been found so far, and the surrounding environment is relatively calm." However, as soon as he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. From the dense woods of the country park below, a large flock of birds suddenly flew out. "Oh no, it's a sparrow, or a mutant sparrow," a scout shouted. These sparrows are several times larger than ordinary sparrows. They are like a black cloud, swooping towards the helicopter at an extremely fast speed. The pilots immediately tried to increase their altitude to avoid the flock of sparrows, but these mutant sparrows were incredibly fast and caught up with the helicopter in an instant. A large number of mutated sparrows pecked at the glass and fuselage of the helicopter frantically, and the bang-bang-bang sound was endless. Cracks soon appeared on the helicopter's glass, and the sparrows tried to get into the helicopter, leaving scratches on the metal body with their sharp claws. The pilot of a helicopter tried hard to control the plane, trying to get rid of the sparrow's attack, but a sparrow found the right moment, rushed into the cockpit, and pecked the pilot's arm hard. The pilot felt pain and lost control of the joystick in his hand instantly. The helicopter began to shake violently and then fell towards the ground. With a loud bang, a raging fire broke out. The situation of the other 2 helicopters was not optimistic either. The attack of a large number of sparrows caused the aircraft parts to loosen and various instruments issued shrill alarms. Although the crew members fought back with all their might, shooting at the sparrows with pistols and machine guns, there were too many sparrows and they were unable to stop their crazy attack. Soon, the engine of the second helicopter was damaged by the sparrow and it fell with black smoke. The last helicopter tried to flee the area, however, the mutant sparrows chased it closely. Eventually, the helicopter was overwhelmed by the sparrows and disintegrated in midair, with debris scattering like raindrops. On the highway 10 kilometers away from the country park, a mechanized force of thousands of people was marching in a mighty manner. Tanks and armored vehicles made low roars, like giant steel beasts slowly advancing across the earth, raising dust along the way. Regiment Commander Chu Mingqing sat in the command vehicle, staring at the map in the vehicle with a slightly frown on his face. He had just received the news that the helicopter had lost contact, which gave him an ominous feeling. "Signalman, try to contact the helicopter again and make sure to find out what happened over there," he ordered loudly. The signalman was sweating profusely, his fingers operating rapidly on the communication equipment. "Yes, sir, but we have not been able to get in touch." There was only a brief cry for help before the signal was interrupted. It seems that there was an emergency. Chu Mingqing thought to himself that the helicopter conducting reconnaissance ahead was in great danger. But the rescue team has already arrived here, and even without helicopter assistance, they have to continue to complete the rescue mission. Notify all units to be on high alert. Send a reconnaissance team to explore the terrain and find out the specific situation of the helicopter team. Several reconnaissance teams set off quickly and rushed towards the country park. Not long after, a reconnaissance team arrived near the country park. The sight before them made them gasp. The wreckage of 3 helicopters was scattered across the park, surrounded by black smoking debris and burning flames. Those mutant sparrows seemed to have left, but the tragedy at the scene was still shocking. The reconnaissance team approached the wreckage cautiously, searching carefully for possible clues. A scout found some strange feathers next to the wreckage of a helicopter. The feathers were much larger than those of ordinary sparrows, with a hard texture and serrated edges. "Captain, this feather must have been left by something that attacked the helicopter. Could it be a mutant bird?" The scout handed the feather to the captain. The captain nodded solemnly. "It seems so. Report this to the commander immediately and have the troops prepare to deal with the mutant birds." On the other side, Chu Mingqing's face turned very ugly after receiving the report from the reconnaissance team. The attacks of mutant birds are hard to defend against, and the troops are in open areas, making them easy targets. He looked at the map again and found that it would not take much time to go around the country park. After thinking for a moment, Chu Mingqing decisively ordered, "Notify all units. We will bypass the country park. Our mission is to save people. There is no need to fight to the death with these mutant birds." After bypassing the suburban park, the troops headed towards the city. As they gradually approached the city, Chu Mingqing looked at the map and began to deploy a new battle plan. After entering the city, divide the team into 3 parts. The first part will go to the west of the city, and the second part will go to the north of the city. We must quickly rescue the key people trapped there. I personally led the team to the city center. According to intelligence, the zombie population is the largest there, but the most important scientific researchers are also concentrated there. We must ensure their safety. Just as the troops were about to enter the city, Chu Mingqing received an additional order from Zhang Jinlong. Although he was puzzled by the army commander's order to use an armored company to deal with 5 people, Chu Mingqing was only a regimental commander and had no qualifications to question the army commander's order. He immediately called his communicator and asked him to arrange an armored company to go to Weimei Hospital secretly and capture the 5 survivors in the hospital. If necessary, you can kill them directly. Chapter 61. The first appearance of the 3rd-level zombie. The signalman took the order and quickly conveyed Chu Mingqing's instructions. Soon, the troops entered the city. According to the plan, the 3 parts headed towards the target area. Weimei Hospital is located in the southern part of the city, about 5 or 6 kilometers away from the route of Chu Mingqing's large force. After receiving the order, the armored vehicle broke away from the main force and headed towards the Weimei Hospital. Company Commander Sun Hao sat in the command position of the lead vehicle with a serious expression, holding in his hand the information provided by Zhao Hu from the Special Forces. Windblade, invisibility, shield, clone. Who is this psychic? He has so many superpowers. Sun Hao frowned after reading the information. The opponent has so many special abilities, it is really difficult to deal with. However, he was an armored unit with 5 tanks, plus the machine guns and howitzers on the armored vehicles. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat the enemy. However, it would be difficult to capture it alive. Give him a chance. If he doesn't surrender, just bombard him. It's a pity for these 4 beauties. Sun Hao didn't have any intention of capturing her alive. There were 2 young models waiting for him in the base. It would be a great loss if he failed here. As we moved forward, the zombies on the streets became more and more dense. Ordinary zombies were completely vulnerable to the crazy machine gun fire. They fell down in groups like harvested straw. However, some of the 2nd-level zombies mixed in are different. These 2nd-level zombies have green marks on their foreheads. They are faster and stronger. Ordinary bullets hitting them would only cause some blood splatter and would hardly cause fatal damage to them. But the soldiers of the armored company were well trained. Faced with the resistance of the second-level zombies, they quickly adjusted their shooting strategies and concentrated their firepower to attack the vital parts of the second-level zombies. Amid the dense gunfire, these second-level zombies were quickly killed. Just when everyone had cleared out a wave of zombies and were ready to move on, suddenly, an extremely tall zombie appeared at the end of the street. This zombie was nearly 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body, dark skin, and a blue mark on its forehead, which was the sign of a third level. The third-level zombie opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. The ordinary zombies on the street seemed to be driven by some invisible force and rushed towards the armored company even more frantically. This third-level zombie was not afraid of the machine gun fire at all. It took heavy steps and rushed towards the convoy quickly. Seeing this, Sun Hao quickly shouted into the intercom, "Quick, let the tanks fire, don't let this guy get close." As Sun Hao's order was given, a tank quickly adjusted its gun muzzle and aimed at the third-level zombie. With a loud boom, a shell accurately hit the chest of a third-level zombie. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, and the third-level zombie was pushed backwards by the powerful force generated by the explosion, and its huge body plowed a deep groove on the ground. Although its hard skin offset some of the power of the explosion, a huge bloody hole was still blown in its chest, and internal organs and flesh flew out. Then, the third-level zombie's legs went soft, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Sun Hao let out a long sigh and said, "Send someone to check if this third-level zombie has left any crystal cores." A soldier approached the corpse of a third-order zombie cautiously, and after carefully searching around its head for a while, he excitedly raised a crystal emitting a faint blue light in his hand and shouted, "Captain, we found a third-order crystal core." Sun Hao's eyes lit up instantly. The base had never obtained a third-level crystal core before. If he took it back, he could exchange it for a lot of good things. He secretly thought that if he gave this crystal core to young Master Jiang, he would at least be able to be promoted to battalion commander. Victoria Hospital. Jiang Feng was playing cards with 4 girls in the conference room. Su Qingyi's luck was so bad that she was only left with her stockings on. At this moment, there was a loud noise of tanks killing third-level zombies in the distance. Everyone was shocked, and Jiang Feng's face became serious. He walked to the window and looked in the direction where the sound came from, but due to the blocking of the building, he found nothing. "What's that sound? It sounds like an explosion. Could it be the army?" Yifei looked puzzled. Jiang Feng did not answer immediately. He was concentrating on thinking. Judging from the loud noise, this force could not be caused by ordinary zombies or survivors. It is very likely that armed forces were exchanging fire nearby. Zhou Qingyu frowned. "If it's the army, we have to be careful. Don't forget, Zhang Jijia was the son of the army commander, and there were soldiers looking for us last time." Jiang Feng nodded. "Qingyu is right. But don't panic. I'll let the projection check out what's going on." After saying that, Jiang Feng summoned 2 projections. Projection number 1 that was killed by a rocket before can now be summoned again, and the one on guard on the roof now is projection number 3. Jiang Feng asked projection number 1 and number 2 to be teleported to the outside of the hospital. He had already left marks on the other 3 projections outside so that they could be teleported out at any time. After the 2 projections were teleported outside the hospital, projection number 1 immediately used the cat's heart skill, turned invisible, and sneaked in the direction of the explosion. Projection number 2 stayed on the first floor of the hospital to deal with the situation. Jiang Feng brought the 4 girls to the rooftop to check the situation. After walking for a while, projection number 1 saw an armored unit slowly moving forward on the street. The steel shells of tanks and armored vehicles reflected cold light in the sun, and the roar of the engines and the roar of the zombies being crushed were intertwined. Projection number 1 was observing the team keenly. When he was about to get closer, he suddenly heard a soldier complaining in a low voice, "I really don't understand why we have to go to Weimei Hospital to find those people. There are so many zombies along the way. It's so troublesome." Another soldier responded, "Hush, keep your voice down. This is an order from above. I heard that they want to kill everyone in Weimei Hospital. I guess they have offended some big shot." After hearing this conversation, Jiang Feng, who was always connected to the spirit of projection number 1, instantly understood that the target of this armored force was actually him and others. Projection number 1 turned around again, and after confirming that there were no other troops, it retreated to the outskirts of the hospital under Jiang Feng's order to meet up with projection number 2. Jiang Feng informed the 4 girls of the news. "Armored units? They even have tanks." The 4 women were all shocked. "Then do we have to give up the hospital as our stronghold?" Su Qingyi asked with a little reluctance, looking at Jiang Feng with her beautiful eyes, waiting for him to make a decision. Jiang Feng smiled slightly and said in a relaxed tone, "It's just a small army. It's not our turn to escape." There were less than 100 people on the other side. Due to the threat of zombies, they could only rely on armored vehicles and tanks to move forward in formation, which gave Jiang Feng the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. It just so happens that his wind blade has been upgraded to level 3, which is perfect for group fights. Chapter 62. Wind blade covering the sky. An armored vehicle slowly appeared at the corner at the end of the street, followed by 5 tanks, 5 armored fighting vehicles, and 4 self-propelled howitzers. The convoy was like a steel torrent, and the sunlight shining down reflected a cold and dazzling light. "Bring your infrared night vision goggles." Sun Hao was sitting in the armored command vehicle, and he could already see the building of Weimei Hospital. After reading the information, he knew that the other party had the ability to hide. The two sides were about to come into contact. In order to prevent the other party from launching a sneak attack, he ordered the soldiers to wear infrared night vision goggles. As for why I didn't wear infrared night vision goggles all the time, it's because they are not that comfortable to wear. Moreover, wearing it all the time will consume battery. Don't wait until you really need to use it, and it runs out of battery, which will be embarrassing. "Captain, there's something going on," a scout nearby shouted. "There are 2 people ahead. There are zombies swarming around, and it is indeed strange to see people on the street." When Sun Hao heard the sound, he looked and saw 2 identical men standing less than 100 meters away. It's the target's clone. Sun Hao had already imprinted the images of the 5 targets in his mind. At this moment, he knew it was the only man among the 5. "You didn't use invisibility?" Sun Hao was very confused about this. He didn't understand why the other party didn't attack in stealth mode. Was he planning to confront his armored company head-on? He shook his head and got rid of this unrealistic idea. The psychics did have some strange methods, but he just didn't believe that they could resist an armored force. "Machine gunner, shoot down these 2 clones." Sun Hao gave the order directly. Since it's a clone, there's nothing to communicate about. If you want to surrender, the real owner has to come, right? "Yes." The machine gunner on top of the tank responded. But before he could pull the trigger, the 2 clones not far away were already enveloped by a spherical water curtain. The crystal-clear water curtain emits a faint blue light, tightly protecting projections number 1 and number 2. Da-da-da. Although he didn't know what the water curtain was, the machine gunner pulled the trigger without hesitation. A series of bullets rained down on the water curtain, creating countless ripples on it, but the water curtain was extremely tough and showed no signs of damage. Their defense is really strong. Even machine guns can't penetrate them. No wonder the special forces can't take them down. Sun Hao was surprised at the powerful protective capabilities of the water curtain, which was almost as powerful as his own armored vehicle. "Where are the tanks? Give them a try. If the gun doesn't work, I'll switch to a cannon." He doesn't skimp on the ammunition. The tank received the order and was slowly adjusting the muzzle and aiming at the target. Sun Hao was looking forward to the performance of his own tank, but was surprised to see one of the clones suddenly move. Passing through the transparent water curtain, he saw one of the clones waving his hands, and then countless green wind blades instantly appeared around the 2 clones. "What is this? Wind blades? Damn, how can there be so many wind blades? Get out of the way." Sun Hao's face suddenly changed, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. However, thousands of wind blades shot out, and a huge green storm seemed to appear in front of the armored company. The speed of the wind blade was very fast. Before Sun Hao's shout had completely subsided, the wind blade had already poured down like a rainstorm. Most of the soldiers were in tanks and armored vehicles. Although there were a large number of level 1 wind blades, they could not cut through the heavy armor at once. But the soldiers on top of tanks and armored vehicles who had to expose their heads to operate their weapons were not so lucky. The wind blades were like the sharpest knives, piercing through their bodies in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, and the soldiers who had exposed their heads fell down one after another with shrill screams. A large number of wind blades hit the tanks and armored vehicles, making a dense and crisp clang 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 sound, and countless sparks flew everywhere. The soldiers inside the tank were frightened by the sudden attack, and the originally calm operator's hands were now trembling slightly. Thousands of level 1 wind blades continuously attacked the tanks and armored vehicles, and the soldiers did not even dare to look outside. "Captain, there are too many wind blades." Fortunately, they didn't all attack one vehicle. Otherwise, our armored vehicles might not be able to withstand them, the communications soldier thanked. Sun Hao frowned. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down and shouted, "Why are you panicking? With so many wind blades, how many times can he fire? Tell the tanks to aim and fire." A tank has adjusted its position, with its gun muzzle pointed steadily in the general direction of the 2 projections. The tank driver's eyes were focused, his finger already on the trigger. If he applied a little more force, the powerful shell would be fired. However, Sun Hao and the tank driver saw at the same time that projection number 2 swung his right hand forward, and 5 huge wind blades, each 1 meter wide, appeared out of thin air. Although there were many wind blades before, their width was less than 1/3 of these 5 wind blades. Anyone who sees these huge wind blades will understand that their power will definitely be different. The level 3 wind blade shot towards the tank that was about to fire. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. The next second, 5 wind blades accurately hit the same part of the tank. The first 4 wind blades only made a hole in the tank's thick armor, but the 5th wind blade directly cut the tank neatly in half from the middle, revealing the tank crew, who was also dismembered. The wind blades seemed to have cut a shell. With a deafening bang, flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke mixed with tank fragments flew all around. This sudden change threw the entire armored force into chaos. How is this possible? Sun Hao's face was full of disbelief. He never thought that a psychic could even destroy a tank. All tanks, howitzers, and machine guns, head towards that position and attack with all your might. Blast them into pieces. Sun Hao, shocked and angry, shouted orders at the top of his lungs. Projection number 1 felt the powerful threat coming towards it, and without any hesitation, it activated its supernatural power again. I saw its hands dancing quickly, and in an instant, countless wind blades rushed out from its body. These wind blades were densely packed, like a sea of green sharp blades, completely covering the space in front. Almost at the same time, the armored units fired shells like raindrops. However, when the shells rushed into the area covered by the wind blades, it was like hitting a dense net, and countless wind blades and shells collided with each other in midair. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded in the air, flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. These shells were simply unable to break through the wind blade's blockade and were detonated by the wind blade in midair, turning into dazzling fireballs. Projection number 2 had a cold gaze, locking onto the remaining 4 tanks. Chapter 63, Team Annihilation. Projection number 2 once again released 5 level 3 wind blades, shooting at a tank. With a loud boom, the cut tank was instantly blown into pieces, and the wreckage splashed everywhere. Before the other tanks could react, projection number 2's second burst of level 3 wind blades fired towards another tank. Several wind blades directly penetrated the side armor of the tank. The powerful impact instantly destroyed the equipment inside the tank, and the fuel was ignited, causing a raging fire. Under the continuous attack of projection number 2, 4 tanks were quickly killed, and the entire armored force fell into chaos and panic. Captain, let's retreat. In the armored command vehicle, the communications soldier looked at Sun Hao anxiously. I'm afraid it's too late. There was a hint of trembling in Sun Hao's voice. The signalman turned his head and looked into the distance, only to see a large half-meter-long wind blade shooting towards him in the sky, full of flames and thick smoke. Thousands of level 2 wind blades will cover the armor of the lost tank. Ordinary armored vehicles and self-propelled howitzers do not have armor as thick as that of a tank. Just because level 1 wind blade doesn't work doesn't mean level 2 wind blade won't work either. The first to be hit was a self-propelled howitzer. The wind blades were like huge electric saws, instantly cutting through the gun body. With the sound of crackling, the solid steel shell was torn apart easily like paper. The shell magazine was detonated, making a deafening noise, and the wreckage rose into the sky with flames and thick smoke. Immediately afterwards, the group of wind blades pounced on the armored vehicle. An armored vehicle tried to speed up and escape, but was hit by several wind blades at the same time. The body of the vehicle was instantly cut into several pieces, and parts and soldiers' limbs flew everywhere with the blast. Under the crazy attack of thousands of level 2 wind blades, armored vehicles and self-propelled howitzers were cut into wreckage. The screams of the soldiers and the explosions of weapons and equipment were intertwined, and the position of the entire armored company was like a bloody battlefield. Sun Hao watched all this with his heart filled with despair. He couldn't understand why his entire company, armed with tanks and cannons, couldn't defeat a person with special abilities, and was completely wiped out. Yes, he knew that the other side only sent out 1 psychic. You can't count him as 2 psychics just because he has 2 clones, right? Sun Hao snatched the radio receiver from the signalman's hand, and his voice was trembling and desperate. Report to the commander. The enemy is too strong, and our unit failed to complete the mission. Our unit has already. Before he could finish his words, a wind blade cut through the thick smoke like lightning and shot straight towards the armored command vehicle. Immediately afterwards, more wind blades followed. The wind blade instantly enveloped the armored command vehicle, and the armored command vehicle was like fragile thin paper under the cutting of the wind blade. With the sound of crackling, the car body was torn apart quickly. Sun Hao only felt a flash of cold light in front of his eyes, and before he could make any reaction, the wind blade had cut him and the communication soldier in the car into countless pieces. On the other end of the communication, Chu Mingqing was waiting for Sun Hao's report when he suddenly heard a noisy sound, and the communication was interrupted. Sun Hao? Sun Hao! Chu Mingqing shouted loudly, but the only response he got was this sizzling sound of electricity. Chu Mingqing's face turned pale in an instant. He held the microphone tightly in his hand, and his knuckles turned white from the force. He never imagined that a well-equipped armored company could be wiped out so easily. Damn it! Chu Mingqing angrily smashed the radio receiver to the ground. Captain, what happened? The adjutant beside him asked cautiously. Chu Mingqing took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. The armored company was completely wiped out, and Sun Hao is also dead. It seems that the strength of the superpowers of the 5 people the commander wanted is beyond our imagination. When the adjutant heard this, he was shocked. What should we do? Chu Mingqing frowned and thought for a moment before saying, don't mess with Weimei Hospital for now. Our mission this time is to rescue key people. 1 armored company is enough to report to the commander. As for what he wants to do next, that will have to wait until this mission is completed. Then, I will report to Commander Zhang later, the adjutant asked hesitantly. Chu Mingqing nodded, his face full of regret. He had lost an armored company before saving a single person. Would all his troops be wiped out in this mission? Wow, Brother Feng, your projection is so powerful. It's not even afraid of tanks. Yi Fei shouted excitedly on the rooftop of Weimei Hospital. The 5 people were on the rooftop, witnessing the fierce battle below. The 4 girls were amazed at Jiang Feng's powerful fighting ability. Lin Sairu looked at Jiang Feng with admiration in her eyes. Jiang Feng, if it weren't for your projection skills, we would have to give up this comfortable base in the hospital this time. Zhou Qingyu also nodded in agreement. Yes, we all like it here very much. Su Qingyi blinked her lively eyes and said with a smile, with you here, we feel very safe. But, after a pause, Su Qingyi asked in a puzzled tone, aren't your abilities the same as ours? Then who did this projection skill come from? After saying this, she and the other 3 women looked at each other. Hearing Su Qingyi's words, Lin Sairu pretended to say in a sour tone, need I say more? They must have found another sister for us. When will they bring her to the hospital? Jiang Feng was stunned. This female boss who can run such a beauty hospital on her own is indeed meticulous. He laughed. Let's talk about it later. I'm going to go see if there are any spoils of war. After saying that, Jiang Feng quickly teleported out of the hospital. Seeing Jiang Feng, who seemed to be fleeing in panic, the 4 girls all giggled. They didn't really want to interrogate Jiang Feng, they were just joking. Jiang Feng came to the place where the armored company was located. Under his command, the 2 projections had already begun searching for spoils, and from time to time, they used wind blades to kill the zombies that were attracted. Looking around, the battlefield was in a mess. Most of the armored vehicles, tanks and self-propelled howitzers had been cut into pieces by the wind blades and were severely damaged and could no longer be used. However, even if there was a complete tank here, Jiang Feng would not drive it. At most, he would store it in the space. Projection number 1 rummaged through the wreckage of an armored vehicle and found a few relatively intact guns in the corner, with a few boxes of bullets scattered around. Projection number 2 found 2 intact RPGs in the remaining half of an armored vehicle. Jiang Feng took it and took a look. There were diagrams of how to use it printed on the outer wall of the rocket launcher. It seemed very simple. The diagram uses simple and clear lines to show the steps of assembling, loading, and firing the rocket launcher. Even people who have never come into contact with this type of weapon can understand the general idea with a little study. After thinking about it, Jiang Feng put the rocket launcher into the space. Under normal circumstances, he would not need to use the rocket launcher, as it would be more useful than his own special abilities. Chapter 64 Planning. Jiang Feng walked to a corpse with only the upper body. Judging from the captain's shoulder straps on the corpse's uniform, this man should be the commander of this unit. He squatted down and searched the body carefully. In the collar pocket of the corpse's uniform, Jiang Feng found a transparent glass bottle with several crystal cores inside. There was actually a blue crystal core among them, and it was a 3rd-level crystal core. Jiang Feng has not yet encountered any 3rd-level zombies or mutant creatures, and he has not yet exchanged for a 3rd-level crystal core. In addition to the 3rd-order crystal core, there are also 2 green 2nd-order crystal cores and 5 white 1st-order crystal cores. Don't these soldiers need crystal cores? They actually keep them and don't absorb them. Jiang Feng was very confused. He didn't know that because the genetic medicine was about to be successfully developed, the military had issued strict orders that all soldiers were not allowed to absorb crystal cores without authorization, and the crystal cores obtained could be exchanged for military merits or supplies at the base. There must be not many third-level zombies now. This person was actually lucky enough to obtain a third-level crystal core. But, since you were so lucky, why did you take this task? Roar, roar, roar. A large number of roars coming from all around interrupted Jiang Feng's thoughts. He looked up and found countless zombies pouring in from various streets. The smell of blood on the battlefield stimulated the zombies. The zombie hordes increased like a tide and were so densely packed that there seemed to be no end. The two projections kept hunting zombies with wind blades. Under the attack of the wind blades, zombies kept falling down. But there were too many zombies, and they kept coming forward without any sign of retreating. After putting away the crystal core, Jiang Feng sent the two projections back to the parallel space and teleported himself directly back to the hospital. In the previous battle, the two projections consumed a lot of their mental energy. Facing these seemingly endless zombies, they couldn't kill them all even if they ran out of mental energy. Moreover, killing zombies did not have much appeal to Jiang Feng, and he could not absorb the crystal cores he obtained. It would be better to go back and play with the beauties for a day, and then spend gold coins to buy it. Who would want to stand when you can make money while lying down? Waste! Zhang Jinlong cursed loudly and threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. The exquisite teacup shattered into pieces in an instant, and the tea splashed everywhere. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he paced back and forth in the room, cursing. The armored company sent out this time was completely wiped out, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him. As the commander of the 11th Army, he had always been proud of his military deployment and the combat effectiveness of his subordinates, but this failure made him lose face. Sun Hao is such an idiot. With such sophisticated equipment, he can't even deal with a few psychics. Zhang Jinlong said, gritting his teeth. Although the 11th Army was a large and powerful army, his heart was still bleeding after losing so many tanks and armored vehicles at one time. This is the end of the world. Although he has set up an arsenal, it can only produce some guns and bullets at present, but not tanks. This means that the 11th Army's tanks cannot be replenished in a short period of time. Losing 5 tanks at once would be heartbreaking for anyone. At this time, Zhang Jiming walked into the room and saw the debris and tea all over the floor, and his heart tightened. He asked cautiously, Dad, did Captain Sun and his team fail in this operation? Well, the entire armored company was wiped out. Zhang Jinlong glanced at him and said in a deep voice, It seems that I underestimated the strength of the psychic. Yes, Dad. I told you a long time ago that people with special abilities are very powerful. Look at me. I can release 3 big fireballs at once. Zhang Jiming was showing off his special abilities with pride, but he was unexpectedly interrupted by Zhang Jinlong. Don't mention your fireball to me. You're not afraid of other people's machine guns and cannons, but you only know how to grill meat. Zhang Jinlong got furious when he heard Zhang Jiming talk about superpowers and glared at him fiercely. He was well aware of what his son had done. Zhang Jiming's smile froze instantly after being yelled at. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he quickly changed the subject. Dad, are you still going to send people to avenge your brother? Forget it for now. There are still a few high-ranking officials in the base who don't like me. If we lose an armored company all of a sudden and send more people there, it will give people more reason to talk. Zhang Jinlong's face was gloomy. He couldn't even avenge his son's death. For him who held a high position, this was a great shame and humiliation. Dad, how about I just take some people to kill those old guys? Zhang Jiming said with a fierce look in his eyes. Why are you in such a hurry? If we kill them all at once, what will happen to their troops? Zhang Jinlong cursed. I'm already making plans. Let's start with their troops. Zhang Jiming looked at his father in confusion and muttered, Starting from the army? How long will it take to succeed? With a cold snort, Zhang Jinlong sat down and said slowly, What do you know? Those old guys have been in the army for many years and have a group of loyal followers. If we attack them directly, it will probably lead to civil unrest, and then my father and I will be in danger. We should first divide and disintegrate their troops, leaving them without any troops, and then we can take action. Zhang Jiming scratched his head and nodded, not quite understanding. Dad, whatever you say, I'll do it. I'll listen to you. Zhang Jinlong stood up, walked to the map, pointed to several marks on it, and said, These places are the main garrisons of several of their forces. We will first send people to spread rumors and create conflicts to make them chaotic. Then we can secretly win over some weak-willed officers, promise them huge benefits, and make them work for us. Once the genetic drug is officially developed and a super team is built, we will take them down in one fell swoop. Zhang Jiming's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Dad, this is a great idea. Once we get rid of them, we, father and son, will have the final say in the 11th Army. Don't be happy too soon. This matter can't be rushed. We have to proceed step by step. In the meantime, you better behave yourself and don't cause trouble everywhere, ruining my plans. Zhang Jinlong said seriously. I understand, Dad. I will definitely listen to you. Zhang Jiming responded quickly. Captain, as our number of survivors increases, many of them want us to distribute food to them. The food we brought is not enough for so many people. The adjutant reported to Chu Mingsheng with a worried look on his face. Food is easy to find. There's a large supermarket just across the street. There are even more supermarkets in the city center. After rescuing the researchers, we can empty out a few supermarkets along the way and we'll have enough food. Chu Mingsheng said calmly. Notify the other 2 divisions to do the same. The base is currently short of people, so it would be good to bring more people back. Okay, I'm glad you have an idea. The adjutant nodded. However, some of the survivors don't follow the rules. Some of them steal and molest women. Chu Mingsheng's face instantly turned cold. These are the dregs of humanity. There's no point in keeping them. Pass the order down. Anyone who follows us and breaks the law will be shot. Killing them will save food. Yes. The adjutant saluted and turned to convey the order. Chapter 65 Erica. On a street not far from the Municipal Research Institute, a convoy of vehicles was moving slowly forward under the siege of zombies. Under the machine gun fire, zombies fell to the ground in large numbers, but more zombies still rushed forward fearlessly. Among the ranks of armored vehicles and tanks, there were several dump trucks. The truck bed, which was originally used to carry cargo, is now filled with survivors. The survivors had different expressions, including fear, confusion, excitement, relief, etc. Most of them huddled together, their eyes revealing their worries about the unknown. On one of the trucks, a short-haired, slightly plump young man walked up to a blonde beauty with what he thought was a charming smile on his face. Hey, beautiful lady. It's the end of the world. You may not be able to return to your country. Why don't you follow me from now on? I will make sure you have everything you want. As the young man spoke, he shook his hair in a pretentious manner, but the greasy hair only moved slightly and then stuck back to his scalp. Erica Miller raised her head, revealing a beautiful face full of exotic charm. Under her high nose bridge, her rosy lips were like delicate roses. Even though she was sitting in the car, the tight jeans still outlined the beautiful curves of her curvy figure. Her slender legs and exaggerated hip line made it difficult to look away. Glancing coldly at the young man standing in front of her, Erica said in fluent Chinese with a slight accent, Stay away from me. I don't need your protection. Brother Fei, it seems that this foreign girl doesn't give you face. There were 2 followers following the young man, and one of them started to tease him. The young man called Brother Fei blushed, turned around and glared at his follower in anger, and shouted, You know shit. In this end times, women are reserved at first. If I spend more time, I will definitely be able to win her over. After saying that, he turned to Erica and smiled again. Beauty, don't get me wrong. I really don't mean anything else. I just think it's not easy for you to be alone in this foreign country, so I want to help you. Erica frowned slightly, her eyes full of annoyance, and ignored him, turning to look outside the car. The other follower became angry when he saw Erica ignored them. He rubbed his hands, walked forward with a lewd look on his face, and reached out to hold Erica's hand. Erica's eyes flashed with fear and anger. She shook off the dirty hand that was reaching out, and at the same time raised her leg and kicked the younger brother's lower body hard. The younger brother grabbed Erica's calf and let out an obscene laugh. And was about to grab Erica's upper body with his other hand. An armored patrol car drove in front of the convoy, and an officer holding a megaphone loudly conveyed orders. Please abide by the rules. Anyone who takes the opportunity to cause trouble in the convoy will be shot. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp-eyed soldier saw that the younger brother was harassing Erica, and without hesitation raised the gun in his hand. With a bang, the bullet shot accurately at the younger brother. The younger brother opened his eyes wide, with a lingering ferocity on his face, and then he fell straight down. The remaining 2 people were frightened by the sudden gunshots, and their faces turned pale. Their legs went limp, and they quickly squatted down with their heads in their hands, not daring to breathe. There was fear in their eyes, but in addition to fear, they also looked at Erica with hatred, as if all this was Erica's fault. Erica was also startled. Looking at the body lying in a pool of blood, she felt a sense of fear in her heart. You two, throw the body out of the car. The officer in the patrol car used a loudspeaker to command the two men next to Erica to throw away the body. The two men did not dare to say anything and stepped forward to throw the body out of the car. Then, the officer looked at Erica. A look of amazement flashed across his face. Next time you encounter something like this, just call for help. There is no order here. Erica nodded slightly and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Thank you, sir." "Captain, the research institute is ahead. Should we rush in directly?" A staff officer reported to Chu Mingxing. "Clear the zombies around and drive the convoy directly into the gate of the research institute. The people from the third company go in to rescue people. According to the requirements of the researchers, take away all the equipment and data that need to be taken away." Chu Mingxing gave the order decisively. "Yes." The staff officer quickly turned around and conveyed the order. The convoy immediately took action, and the onboard machine guns fired crazily, knocking down the zombies around the research institute in large numbers. The armored vehicle directly crashed through the obstacles and drove straight into the research institute. After the convoy stopped, a team of soldiers armed with live ammunition walked out of the armored personnel carrier and quickly rushed into the research institute under the cover of the convoy's firepower. Soon, the soldiers of the third company discovered the scientific researchers hiding in the basement. There is little food and water left in the basement, and a dozen researchers are falling into despair. After hearing the soldiers' shouts, they excitedly opened the door, as if they had been reborn. The soldiers followed the instructions of the researchers and quickly moved important equipment and materials. In just over 10 minutes, all personnel, equipment, and materials were loaded onto the truck. Return. At Chu Mingxing's command, the entire convoy began to drive in the direction they came from. When the convoy passed a large supermarket, Chu Mingxing saw through the telescope that although the door of the supermarket was closed, he could vaguely see that the shelves inside were neatly arranged, and it did not seem to have been looted. "Stop," Chu Mingxing said into the intercom. The convoy slowly stopped, and he turned to the staff officer beside him and said, "Take some people to clean out the supermarket supplies and arrange a large truck to transport them. There are a lot of survivors, and we don't have enough supplies on our own." The staff officer took the order and quickly organized a team of soldiers, cautiously approaching the supermarket. They smashed open the door of the supermarket with the butts of their guns. It was silent inside, with only a few bodies lying in a mess, as if they had been dead for a long time. The soldiers dispersed and began to search for supplies in the supermarket. They took out food, drinking water, daily necessities, etc. from the shelves and passed them to the soldiers waiting outside, who loaded them onto the trucks. "Hurry up, move quickly," the staff officer urged, while looking around vigilantly in case any zombies suddenly appeared. In a short while, the supplies in the supermarket were almost completely looted, and the truck compartment was filled to the brim. "Report to the regiment commander. The supplies have been looted. Can we continue our return journey?" The staff officer reported to Chu Mingxing through the walkie-talkie. "No rush. Let's distribute the food first, and then set off." Chu Mingxing understood that after being trapped for such a long time, these survivors must be extremely hungry and thirsty. After receiving the order, the soldiers distributed food and drinking water to the survivors in the convoy in an orderly manner. Erica was given a bag of bread and a box of milk. She sat in a corner of the carriage and ate the bread in silence. "Deep down, I am confused about the road ahead. Can I reach the military base safely? Is the base really good? Choose a different path from the one you came from, and rescue as many ordinary survivors as possible." The above notification has also been sent to the other two teams. Seeing that the food had been distributed, Chu Mingxing gave the order to set off. The convoy started again and headed towards the base. Chapter 66: Heavy Rain Strikes. Boom! A huge thunder roared through the sky. Jiang Feng, who was walking on the street, heard the sound, looked up at the sky, and found that a few blood-red clouds had appeared in the originally cloudless sky without him noticing. More blood clouds kept appearing, and soon even the sun was covered by the blood clouds. The whole world suddenly became dim and dark, as if it was shrouded by a layer of blood-colored gauze, revealing an indescribable weirdness. "Is this a sign that the bloody rain is about to come?" Jiang Feng muttered. After thinking about it, Jiang Feng flashed into a convenience store that had already been emptied. People with special abilities still cannot be exposed to blood rain. If they are exposed to blood rain for a long time, they will still be infected. He did not return to the hospital directly, but conveyed a message to the 4 women through Yi Fei's mark and asked projection number 3 to move to the inside of the hospital. When Chu Mingxing heard the thunder, he quickly opened the window of the armored vehicle and looked at the sky. Thunder is usually accompanied by rain, but this rain at the end of the world can be deadly. As expected, Chu Mingxing looked up and saw those strange blood clouds. His face changed, and he quickly grabbed the intercom and shouted, "Quick! Find a suitable building. All people outside the vehicle must move into the building quickly and close the windows of all vehicles." Most of the soldiers were confused when they heard the order and didn't know what was going on. However, Chu Mingxing's next words made everyone act in fear. "The bloody rain is coming." The soldiers were instantly in an uproar. No one was unaware of the horror of the blood rain. Anyone who was drenched by the blood rain would immediately mutate into a zombie. Although they were well aware of the danger of blood rain, their long-standing strict discipline prevented them from rioting. They fought off the zombies while looking for suitable buildings. But it was different for the survivors. They knew from the soldiers' discussions that a bloody rain was coming. Fear instantly took over their hearts, and they began to stir desperately. Some people ran around in panic, some jumped directly from the truck, and the situation was out of control for a while. Seeing this, Chu Mingqing's face turned pale, and he ordered without hesitation, "Soldiers, fire your guns as a warning." Suddenly, gunshots rang out, and sharp gunshots rang out above the chaotic crowd. However, fear had overwhelmed the minds of some survivors, and they still ignored orders and continued to flee frantically. Chu Mingxing ordered again, "Shoot those who don't obey orders." Upon hearing this, several soldiers immediately opened fire. After a few gunshots, several survivors who were leading the running fell to the ground. Seeing this, the other survivors finally came to their senses and stopped in fear, and order was barely maintained. At this time, the blood clouds became thicker and raindrops could fall at any time. Chu Mingxing looked around and found a large warehouse not far away. He made a prompt decision and ordered, "Tanks lead the way and break open the warehouse door." A tank received the order and rushed forward with a roar, aiming its thick gun barrel at the warehouse door. With a loud bang, the door was directly knocked open, and wood chips and dust flew everywhere. Many soldiers protected the survivors as they entered the warehouse. At the same time, other tanks and armored vehicles moved quickly, blocking the warehouse entrance tightly, forming a solid line of defense to resist the pursuing zombies. When everyone entered the warehouse, the blood rain finally poured down. The crackling sound was like dense drum beats, hitting the hulls of armored vehicles and tanks, splashing strange blood. Inside the warehouse, the survivors were still in shock, and many were crying quietly. The soldiers stood vigilantly at the door and windows, always paying attention to the movements outside. Jiang Feng stood at the door of the convenience store. Through the rain, he saw countless zombies walking onto the streets, like black tides pouring out from every corner of the city. These zombies seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force and were bathed in blood rain. The scene was extremely weird. Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he stared at the zombies closely. They seemed to be enjoying the blood rain. Their originally stiff movements became relaxed, and some zombies even let out low roars, as if venting some kind of pleasure. What shocked Jiang Feng even more was that some zombies actually began to evolve directly in the blood rain. A relatively thin zombie, under the rain of blood, gradually swelled up its body, its muscles bulged, and its originally tattered skin became tough, shining with a strange luster. Its claws became sharper and longer, like a sharp blade. With a slight swing, several deep marks were left on the door of an abandoned car nearby. There was also a zombie with a severely rotten head. Under the effect of the blood rain, the wound on its head healed quickly, new flesh grew out, and its eyes turned red, revealing a murderous light. Blood rain can actually promote the evolution of zombies. Jiang Feng was shocked by the scene in front of him. The end of humanity is actually a carnival of zombies. Although zombies are mutated from humans, if they continue to evolve, who knows if they will develop consciousness and become a new race. In a narrow alley, a group of survivors were running desperately, trying to find a place to hide from the blood rain. But the blood rain fell mercilessly, and a young man was unfortunately splashed on the arm by a drop of blood. He watched in horror as the drop of blood quickly penetrated his clothes. The moment it touched his skin began to turn black and fester. Then, an uncontrollable madness and bloodthirstiness surged into his heart. His eyes turned red instantly. He let out a low roar, and without hesitation pounced on his companion, biting the other's neck, blood splattering. The survivors around were terrified and screamed as they fled everywhere, but more blood rained down, and more people were infected and mutated into zombies. The alley instantly turned into a living hell. Outside an abandoned factory, a few survivors had just come out of the factory when they were surrounded by blood rain. One of the girls had blood splattered on her face. She covered her face in pain and let out a shrill scream. In just a moment, her body began to twist, her limbs became stiff and uncoordinated, her teeth became sharp, and disgusting saliva flowed from her mouth. She completely turned into a zombie and turned around to pounce on her companions who were still in shock. A rat poked its head out of the sewer, and a few drops of blood splashed on it. Instantly, the mouse screamed, and its body swelled rapidly, growing to the size of a house cat in the blink of an eye. Its eyes, originally as black as beans, turned red, flashing with bloodthirsty ferocity, and its front paws opened, with sharp claws that were as long as a finger. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mutant rat turned and barked a few times towards the sewer. Soon, more rats crawled out and were exposed to the blood rain. Most of the mice mutated, and only a few remained unchanged. The probability of animal mutation seems to have greatly increased. Chapter 67. The Fish Being Shared. The rainstorm came quickly and went away quickly. After just over 10 minutes, the pouring blood stopped abruptly. Then, the thick blood clouds began to slowly dissipate, and the sunlight struggled to penetrate the clouds and fell on the land that had been baptized by blood. After the sun appeared, it seemed to have a magical power that quickly acted on the street. The remaining blood rain was quickly evaporated under the scorching sun. The streets looked like a post-apocalyptic scene, with zombies and mutated animals everywhere, as well as the miserable corpses of the survivors. Chu Mingqing naturally saw the zombies evolving in the blood rain. He had already seen several third-level zombies that were nearly 3 meters tall. He even saw through the telescope that there was a zombie more than 4 meters tall in the distance, standing in the middle of the street like a small hill. The ugly head looked like a huge, deformed tumor, and the naked body was covered with dark skin, as if covered with a layer of hard armor. Putting down the telescope, Chu Mingqing's heart sank to the bottom. All the zombies have evolved, and some zombies above level 3 have appeared. The journey back will probably be extremely difficult. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. He had to work out a feasible evacuation plan as soon as possible with the troops at his disposal, otherwise everyone would be in dire straits. Because there are more zombies in the city center, Chu Mingqing brought an armored battalion and an artillery battalion this time, and the other 2 divisions each had only 1 battalion of troops. He quickly raised the intercom and issued an order in a calm and decisive voice. Armored battalion, listen up. All armored vehicles form a tight protective formation. Protect the transport vehicles and survivors' vehicles in the middle, advance steadily, and pay attention to defending against the impact of zombies on all sides. The artillery battalion is ready. If you find a high-level zombie approaching, immediately start fire coverage. The first company will send people to clear the way ahead and pay special attention to the movements of the high-level zombies. If there is any danger, send a signal immediately. The second company will be responsible for the rear guard to prevent the zombies from attacking from the rear. The third company will take good care of the survivors on the truck and ensure their safety. Understood. The heads of each unit responded in unison. Their voices came through the intercom with a determination to fight to the death. Soon, the soldiers began to carry out orders in an orderly manner. The warehouse door slowly opened, and a company of soldiers rushed out first, holding guns and looking around vigilantly. The armored vehicle started slowly, making a dull roar, and the artillery battalion's artillery had been loaded and was ready to go. The convoy moved forward cautiously. The surrounding zombies seemed to become more manic after the blood rain. After sensing the movement of the convoy, they roared and rushed towards this side. Ordinary zombies were easy to deal with, but those evolved zombies were much more difficult to deal with. A third-level zombie suddenly rushed towards the convoy. It was so fast that it broke through the outer defense in an instant. Open fire. The company commander saw this and gave a loud order. The guns in the soldiers' hands spewed flames, and dense bullets were fired at the third-level zombies. However, the skin of the third-level zombie was extremely hard, and the bullets hitting it only created sparks and could only slow down its speed slightly. Just as the third-level zombies were about to approach the convoy, an armored vehicle rushed up and rammed the third-level zombies with its body. With a loud bang, the third-level zombie was knocked back a few steps, but quickly stabilized its body and continued to attack. Chu Mingqing saw this scene in the command vehicle and decisively ordered, "Artillery battalion, prepare, lock on to this third-level zombie, and blow it up." The soldiers of the artillery battalion quickly adjusted the angle of the artillery and locked the target firmly on the third-level zombie. Boom, boom, boom. Several shells landed accurately around the third-level zombies. Flames shot up into the sky in an instant, and the powerful blast blew away the surrounding zombies and debris. When the smoke cleared, the third-level zombie had been blown into a bloody mess and fell to the ground, motionless. But this was just the beginning. More zombies and high-level zombies rushed towards the convoy, and the situation remained serious. Keep moving forward, don't stop. Chu Mingqing shouted into the walkie-talkie. The convoy struggled forward amidst the hail of bullets and the siege of zombies. Ouch! A mutant stray dog was hit by a wind blade, and after a miserable howl, its body was cut in half. Jiang Feng walked forward, took a look, and found no crystal core. He found that the mutation rate of animals had indeed increased a lot, and he had killed several mutated stray cats and dogs along the way. Jiang Feng heard the sound of gunfire coming from afar and planned to go see what was going on. He stopped and walked along the way, and did not use the cat's heart to hide his body. He killed many zombies and mutant creatures, but obtained only a handful of crystal cores. As he continued to move forward, he finally came to a bridge. This bridge spans the wide river. Before the end of the world, Jiang Feng had passed through the bridge countless times. At that time, there was an endless stream of vehicles on the bridge, people were in a hurry, and the river water under the bridge was sparkling, reflecting the prosperity of the city. He stepped onto the bridge again, but what he saw was deathly silence and desolation. When Jiang Feng walked to the middle of the bridge, a gust of wind blew, bringing with it a pungent stench. He frowned, slowly approached the bridge, and looked under the bridge. He saw a lot of mutated fish in the river. These mutant fish are incredibly large, some are even longer than a small car. Their scales are no longer round and smooth like those of ordinary fish, but have become sharp and thick, like sets of hard armor. The shapes of fish heads are even more bizarre. Some have huge tumors on their heads, which are covered with dense spikes. Some have extremely twisted and expanded mouths, revealing a mouth full of sharp and intertwined teeth like steel knives, as if they can easily tear apart any prey. Jiang Feng was observing when suddenly, a mutant fish jumped out of the water like an arrow, opened its bloody mouth, and tried to pounce on him. However, despite the mutant fish's aggressive approach, the height they could jump to was limited, and they could not reach the bridge. They could only draw an arc in the air some distance away from the bridge deck, and then helplessly fell into the water, splashing huge water. A mutant fish jumped out of the water again, trying to attack Jiang Feng. Seeing this, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed, and several wind blades appeared out of thin air and shot towards the mutant fish. Puff, puff, puff. The wind blade hit the mutant fish accurately, instantly leaving deep wounds on its body and blood gushed out. The mutant fish let out a painful roar, then fell back into the river. After its huge body tumbled violently in the water a few times, it became motionless. What was shocking was that the dead mutant fish was instantly swarmed by other types of mutant fish, which bit and ate it frantically. The river water turned even redder, and the smell of blood became stronger. The mutant fish began to scramble for the food, and even had brief fights with each other. The scene was chaotic and bloody. Chapter 68 Water Purification Fish Eyes. The river is already full of dangers. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh that the survival of mankind in the end times will become even more difficult. Just as Jiang Feng was thinking, suddenly, a larger third-level mutant catfish flew out of the water. The catfish's originally flat head has now become unusually wide and covered with sharp bone spurs. Its two long tentacles have become as thick as a python and are covered with a layer of fine black scales. The huge body was 3 meters long. The fins were wide and the edges were as sharp as blades. The tail swung vigorously, and it crossed the bridge directly and pounced towards Jiang Feng fiercely. Jiang Feng's face changed slightly. Feeling the huge threat posed by this third-level mutant catfish, he did not dare to take it lightly. He instantly activated his supernatural power, and countless wind blades shot towards the third-level mutant catfish like dense bullets. The sound of puff 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 was endless, and the wind blade drew white marks on the hard scales of the third-level mutant catfish, splashing sparks. Although the scales of the mutant catfish are hard, there are too many wind blades, and many scales are broken under the continuous impact of the wind blades, and blood flows out from the wounds. The mutant catfish felt the pain and was unable to cross the bridge under the impact of the wind blade. Its huge body fell heavily on the bridge. It struggled violently, trying to return to the surface. But how could Jiang Feng give it a chance? He took advantage of the victory and launched several wind blades whizzing out, accurately piercing the vital parts of the mutant catfish. Under Jiang Feng's violent attack, the mutant catfish finally stopped moving and died completely. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward to check the body of the mutant catfish. When his eyes fell on the bulging eyeballs of the mutant catfish, he found that its eyeballs were flashing with a strange light, as if hiding a mystery. Out of curiosity, Jiang Feng carefully dug out the fish eyes. When the fish eyes were separated from the flesh, they instantly turned into a pair of crystal balls the size of fists. There seemed to be a vortex of lively blue light slowly rotating inside the balls, exuding a soft and mysterious atmosphere. Jiang Feng concentrated his mental power on the fish eyes, and a vague message directly flooded into his mind. This pair of fish eyes can continuously purify the water contaminated by the blood rain. He was delighted, as water was extremely important in the apocalypse. With this pair of fish eyes, he could support a small team. Although Jiang Feng cannot use it, the value of this pair of water-purifying fish eyes is still very high. Tang Li seems to have brought a few people with her. She can be given one. Jiang Feng thought about it, and put away his fish eyes. The mutant catfish's body was very large, and Jiang Feng didn't find anything special except the fish's eyes. However, for such a large fish, the scales and fish meat on its body should be useful. Jiang Feng simply put the whole fish into the space and placed it together with the mutated garden spider he had obtained earlier. After collecting the mutant catfish, Jiang Feng walked to the bridge, looked down, and tried to attract more third-level catfish to attack him. But I don't know if there was only one third-level mutant fish nearby, or if the other third-level mutant fish sensed the danger, but no more mutant fish rushed onto the bridge. After waiting for a while, Jiang Feng couldn't catch any fish even with his body as bait, so he had to give up and continued walking towards the other side. When it comes to fishing, catching nothing is a common occurrence, not to mention that Jiang Feng even caught a big fish. Quick! There are 2 more level 3 zombies coming over there. Where's the artillery? Blast them away for me. Chu Mingqing sat in the command vehicle, his eyes fixed on the chaotic situation outside the vehicle, and shouted loudly into the walkie-talkie. At this time, the convoy was struggling to break through the zombie horde, with roaring zombies all around. Firearms can only deal with zombies below level 2. Even heavy machine guns have limited damage to level 3 zombies, so we can only rely on artillery and tanks. The artillery battalion responded quickly, and several artillery pieces adjusted their angles at the same time, with the black muzzles aimed at the target. With a command, boom, 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 several shells flew out like meteors and accurately hit 2 third-level zombies. The 2 third-level zombies were instantly blown to pieces, with their limbs and arms scattered all over the ground, and a large number of the surrounding zombies were also cleared out. Chu Mingqing felt a little relieved when he saw this, but he knew that the crisis was not over. Keep the formation and move forward quickly, he ordered again into the walkie-talkie. However, after the 2 third-level zombies were killed, the huge noise of the artillery finally attracted the attention of more zombies. At the end of the street in the distance, a huge zombie over 4 meters tall slowly appeared. Every step it took caused the houses on both sides to tremble. Chu Mingqing's face turned pale instantly. This zombie, which was at least level 4, finally noticed him and his group. According to the Kyoto Research Institute, whether it is zombies or mutant creatures, the 4th level is a watershed, and 4th level creatures will have the power to completely crush creatures below the 4th level. The power of the 4th level zombie was far beyond his imagination. With the current firepower of the convoy, it would be difficult to fight against this 4th level zombie and the large number of zombies it led. The 4th level zombie let out a deafening roar. The sound was like rumbling thunder and could be heard from miles away. As it roared, a large number of zombies farther away seemed to be driven by some invisible force and rushed towards the convoy frantically. Attention all units, the 4th level zombies are coming. Tanks will attack the 4th level zombies with all their might and try to weaken their strength. Artillery will continue to carry out covering strikes on the surrounding zombie groups. Armored vehicles and soldiers will hold the line and absolutely cannot let the zombies get close to the convoy. Chu Mingqing suppressed his inner fear and gave orders loudly. The tank crew quickly adjusted the muzzle of the gun and aimed at the 4th level zombie. Armor-piercing shells whizzed out and shot towards the 4th level zombie. Feeling the incoming artillery shells, the 4th level zombie simply used his hands to protect his head, while the rest of his body was completely exposed to the artillery fire. Boom, boom, boom. The armor-piercing bullet hit the body of the 4th level zombie, splashing sparks, but only left some shallow marks on its hard-skinned surface and failed to cause any substantial damage to it. The 4th level zombie seemed to be enraged. It quickened its pace, and the ground shook every time its huge feet landed. It stretched out a huge arm and grabbed the last tank left. Seeing this, the tank crew tried to dodge, but the speed of the 4th level zombies was far beyond their imagination. It grabbed the tank as if it were a toy and swung it hard. The tank flew out like a cannonball and hit the ground heavily in the distance, making a loud bang and igniting a raging fire. At the same time, artillery attacks on the zombie horde continued, with shells exploding in the zombie horde, blasting large swaths of the zombies to pieces. But there were too many zombies and they kept coming in, quickly filling the gaps created by the explosion. The armored vehicles and soldiers fought desperately at the defense line. Heavy machine guns fired crazily, and the soldiers' guns also kept shooting, but the zombies still poured in like a tide, gradually approaching the convoy. Chapter 69. The Fall of the Fourth Order. Commander, there is a bridge ahead. The staff officer on the side reported the road conditions loudly. Chu Mingqing was delighted when he heard this, and he shouted into the intercom, "Artillery and tanks provide full cover to stop the attack of the fourth-level zombies. The convoy will break through madly, aiming for the bridge. Once we pass the bridge, blow it up immediately to cut off the zombies' pursuit." The tanks turned their guns and fired at the fourth-level zombies again. Powerful shells continued to explode around the fourth-level zombies, with flames shooting into the sky and smoke filling the air. Although it did not cause much damage to the fourth-level zombie, it needed to protect its head, and the huge impact force of the shells prevented it from successfully chasing the convoy. The artillery fire also continued without stopping, bombarding the zombie horde surrounding the fourth-level zombie continuously, trying to open up a path for the convoy to break out. Under the cover of firepower, the convoy rushed forward like trapped beasts. The roar of the engine was deafening, and the wheels turned wildly on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, in this chaotic situation, a truck carrying survivors lost its way. Due to nervousness and fear, the driver took the wrong route and drove in a different direction from the convoy. Erica held on to the edge of the car tightly to steady herself and watched the car moving further and further away from the main group, but she was powerless to do anything. "What's wrong with that truck? Contact them quickly and ask them to return to the team." Chu Mingqing noticed something unusual in the rearview mirror of the command vehicle and shouted anxiously. The operator immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to call the truck, but there was only a noisy electric sound in the walkie-talkie and no connection was made. Obviously, the truck had been dispersed by the zombie swarm and lost contact with the convoy. Damn it! Chu Mingqing punched the dashboard, his heart full of anxiety and helplessness. But at this time the convoy's breakout was urgent, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to direct the convoy towards the bridge. Although the fourth-level zombie was temporarily stopped by the attack of tanks and artillery, it became more and more angry. After letting out a loud roar, the fourth-level zombie waved its huge arms and swept away the zombie debris that were blown away around it. Ignoring the artillery attack, it continued to chase the convoy with difficulty. The convoy finally rushed onto the bridge amidst the hail of bullets and the crazy pursuit of zombies. The vehicle sped across the bridge, making harsh braking and starting sounds. Chu Mingqing sat in the command vehicle, his eyes fixed on the rear, his forehead covered with sweat, and he prayed silently in his heart that the convoy could reach the other side safely. Finally, the last car successfully drove to the other side of the bridge. "Quick, artillery battalion, listen up, blow up the bridge immediately." Chu Mingqing shouted into the intercom, his voice becoming hoarse due to tension and fatigue. The artillery camp was already ready. With Chu Mingqing's order, several powerful artillery shells landed accurately on key parts of the bridge. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions sounded, and the bridge was instantly engulfed in flames and thick smoke. The bridge began to tremble violently, and huge blocks of concrete and steel components fell into the river one after another. But at this moment, the fourth-level zombie rushed to the center of the bridge with a large group of zombies. The impact force of the explosion caused some zombies to be blown away and fall into the river, but the fourth-level zombie relied on its powerful strength to hold on to the bridge tightly. Its huge body was looming in the thick smoke and flames, looking even more terrifying and hideous. The fourth-level zombie let out an angry roar, then tried his best, kicked his legs hard, and used the force of the collapsed bridge to leap to the other side. The leap was so powerful that it was like a huge cannonball flying towards the convoy. "Oh no, get out of the way!" Chu Mingqing shouted in horror. However, just as the fourth-level zombie was about to jump to the other side, an equally huge mutant scavenger suddenly jumped out from under the bridge. The size of this mutated scavenger fish has become beyond imagination, at least 5 or 6 meters long. Judging from the yellow mark on its forehead, it is obviously another fourth-order mutant creature. The scavenger's originally flat body became thick and broad, and the scales on its body became extremely hard, showing a dark bronze color, and each scale was closely connected like a shield. The extremely wide mouth was filled with fine and sharp teeth, like countless small daggers. The fourth-level scavenger rushed out of the water at an extremely fast speed and bit the fourth-level zombie's leg hard. The fourth-level zombie's hard skin, which even a tank couldn't break, was actually bitten through by it, and black blood flowed out and merged into the turbid river water. Then, The fourth-level scavenger swung its huge fish tail vigorously and dragged the fourth-level zombie into the river. In an instant, the river water was stirred into turbulent waves. Huge splashes of water rushed into the sky, forming waves several meters high. Everyone in the convoy was still in shock. They stopped their cars and stared at the river nervously. There were huge noises coming from the river, and the fourth-level zombies and the fourth-level scavengers were fighting fiercely underwater. Relying on its powerful strength, the fourth-level zombie wrestled with the fourth-level scavenger fish underwater. Its hands grasped the body of the mutant scavenger fish tightly like iron pliers, tearing off a large piece of scale from time to time. The fourth-level scavenger kept twisting its body, using its flexible and powerful fishtail to slap the fourth-level zombies, while shaking its head wildly, allowing its dense teeth to tear wounds on the fourth-level zombies' bodies. The river water was dyed black and red by the blood flowing from the two mutant creatures, emitting a pungent smell mixed with decay and blood, which made people feel nauseous. The battlefield was in the water, the scavengers had the advantage of terrain, and the balance of victory slowly tilted towards them. After a few minutes, the fourth-level zombies gradually lost their strength. The scavenger found the right moment and bit off the neck of the fourth-level zombie with one bite. Then he opened his mouth wide and swallowed its entire body in a few bites. After swallowing the fourth-level zombie, the scavenger's stomach began to wriggle violently, as if a powerful force was surging in his body. A strange light was faintly visible under its bronze scales, and the wounds caused by the fourth-level zombies were slowly healing. Chu Mingxing keenly noticed that the scavenger seemed to be in the critical stage of digestion at this time. Although it did not launch an attack for the time being, once the digestion was completed, the team would have no chance of winning given its current state. He quickly shouted into the intercom, "All units, move out quickly." Amid the roar of engines, the convoy set off again and headed towards the suburbs. 10 minutes later, the scavenger, whose body had grown larger again, slowly turned his head and looked at the departing convoy with his gong-like eyes, revealing a deep reluctance. The huge fishtail slapped the water angrily, splashing water several meters high. After a tumble, the fourth-level scavenger slowly swayed its body and gradually disappeared in the turbid river water. Chapter 70. Can I help you? A truck full of people was rampaging on the street, followed by a dozen zombies. Erica desperately grabbed the edge of the car to keep herself steady, and her fingers turned white from trying so hard. Boom! With a loud bang, Erica felt a huge force coming at her, and her body couldn't help but lean towards the front of the car. Because she held onto the carriage tightly, she was not knocked down by the huge force, but her arm was almost dislocated. After stabilizing herself, Erica suddenly found that the truck had stopped. She looked up and saw that the truck had crashed into the lobby of a building on the first floor. After carefully identifying the interior environment, she found that it seemed to be a bank. Most of the survivors in the truck fell together due to inertia, emitting screams and groans of pain. As the truck crashed into the bank lobby, the zombies outside were attracted by the loud noise and rushed over here. Erica heard the zombies' roars and became anxious. She quickly climbed out of the truck using her hands and feet. The army had tied a rope ladder on the side of the truck to make it easier for survivors to get on and off, so it wasn't too difficult for her to get off. After standing in the lobby, Erica could see at least dozens of zombies gathering outside through the glass wall of the bank. Fortunately, after the truck crashed open the bank's door, the entire body of the truck blocked the hall tightly, and the zombies could not get in for the time being. Erica felt a little relieved, knowing that she would not become a meal for the zombies for at least a while. But after a while, she became worried again. She had ventured out to seek shelter from the military because she had run out of food, but now she was separated from the military. This bank didn't look like a place where there would be any food. Besides, she wasn't the only one stranded here. All the survivors in this truck needed to eat. There is another point, which is also what Erica is most worried about. She is a foreign woman trapped in a confined space with many foreign men. She can't imagine what she will encounter next. "Hey, foreign girl, I didn't expect that we would be trapped here together." Just as Erica was worried, a man's obscene voice suddenly came from behind her. She looked back and saw it was Phineas and his followers who had harassed her in the truck. At this moment, the two men were staring at her with lustful and resentful eyes. "I just pulled your hand, and my little brother was beaten to death by those damn soldiers. Damn, now you don't have those soldiers backing you up. I wonder if you can escape from my clutches." Brother Fei said hatefully. Erica suddenly became nervous after hearing what the other party said. She pointed at the other survivors who were getting off the truck one after another and said, "You, what are you going to do? There are so many people here. We won't let you do whatever you want." Brother Fei looked in the direction Erica's hand and then laughed. "So many people? Do you think they will help you, a foreign girl? Then, he pulled a dagger from his pocket and shouted towards the truck. Hey, there's a hot foreign chick here. Come and have a look if you want to be with her. Women and those who are not interested, don't come over. Be careful. My knife has no eyes. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen men suddenly ran over from the truck, and several of them anxiously climbed down from the car, shouting, "Wait for me." This scene made Erica turn pale. Although she had already anticipated human nature in the last days, it was still hard to accept when she really encountered it. She bit her lip and thought about it countless times, but still couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Looking around, it seemed that even suicide had become a luxury. Can I help you? Just when Erica was extremely desperate, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears. She looked up suddenly and saw a handsome, clean-cut young man quietly appearing on the other side of the hall with a faint smile on his face. The young man was wearing a spotless white shirt with the corners tucked into his black casual trousers. He had on a slim-fitting black suit jacket. His black leather shoes were so clean that they reflected light. He looked out of place in this chaotic scene of the end of the world. Erica was in a trance for a moment, as if the scene before her was not the end of the world, but an ordinary social occasion. But the roar of the zombies outside the wall and the threats from the greedy survivors on the other side quickly brought her back to reality. Who are you? Why are you here? Why are you helping me? Erica asked vigilantly. She was absolutely sure that this young man was not a survivor on the truck. Most of the survivors were ragged and starving, and even those with better conditions could not be as neat as this young man. I'm afraid that some of the big military figures would do this, but it's impossible for such people to squeeze into a truck with so many survivors. The young man was naturally Jiang Feng. Not long after he passed the bridge, he saw a convoy crossing the bridge and two fourth-level monsters fighting. Jiang Feng was amazed at the strength of the fourth-level creatures, which made him eager to upgrade to the fourth level. By then, he would be able to deal with the heavy firepower of the army more calmly. However, upgrading is something that cannot be rushed. You can only wait until you have enough gold coins. Fortunately, the difference is not far away. Jiang Feng put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Erica slowly and lightly, not caring at all about Brother Fei and a dozen survivors who were glaring at him with daggers in their hands. My name is Jiang Feng. I seem to sense that someone here needs help, and I came here by destiny. This end of the world has caused too many beautiful things to disappear, and you, beautiful lady, you should continue to bloom. Of course he was making this up. He just saw a truck crash into a bank and came over to see the excitement. He didn't expect to meet such an exotic beauty. Can you help me? There are so many of them. You can't defeat them alone. Jiang Feng's words made Erica a little embarrassed and angry. She didn't expect that in front of so many people, he would still have the mood to say such exaggerated and romantic words. However, when she was in despair, a handsome man appeared like a savior and said these words to her, which made Erica feel moved. However, after the surprise, Erica quickly calmed down. Jiang Feng was just a not very strong man, and he had no weapons in his hands. Facing nearly 20 men, he had no chance of winning. Jiang Feng shook his head. Times have changed. Having more people is useless. He looked into Erica's beautiful green eyes. But, after we get rid of them, would you be so kind as to have dinner with me? Erica was slightly startled. Despite being in such a tense situation, Jiang Feng's teasing and romantic words still made her feel a different emotion in her heart. But she still said anxiously, "It's already so late. Stop joking, they." Chapter 71 Western Restaurant. Before Erica finished her words, Fei Gu on the opposite side couldn't help it. He spat with disdain, interrupting Erica's words, and then said to Jiang Feng bitterly, "Stop talking nonsense here. I'll deal with you first, and then I'll slowly compete with this girl." As he spoke, he waved the dagger in his hand, signaling the people around him to surround Jiang Feng. Since the dozen or so men followed, they naturally had ideas about Erica. At this moment, they were stopped by Jiang Feng, and under Fei Ji's command, they all surrounded Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, however, pretended not to hear anything, still gazing at Erica lovingly, and continued, "Beautiful lady, I'm still waiting for your answer." Seeing Jiang Feng surrounded by people, Erica was so anxious that she almost cried. She nodded quickly. "Call me Erica. If you can get rid of them, I will definitely have dinner with you. Be careful." Before he could finish his words, the angry Fei Gu and his men had already pounced on him like hungry wolves. Jiang Feng raised his right hand with a confident arc at the corner of his mouth. Transparent wind blades whizzed out from his fingertips and shot towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Blood splattered wherever the wind blades passed. Before those people could even scream, their throats were cut and their chests were pierced by the wind blades. For a moment, screams were heard in the hall, and bodies fell one after another, with blood spreading on the ground. Superpower. Brother Fei was not hit by the wind blade at the first time. When he saw the miserable state of everyone, he was horrified and wanted to turn around and run away. However, Jiang Feng would never give him a chance. A wind blade followed like a shadow and instantly caught up with Brother Fei and pierced through his back. Brother Fei opened his eyes wide, his face full of fear and unwillingness, and then he fell heavily to the ground with a thump, and there was no movement anymore. In just a moment, nearly 20 people who were originally so aggressive fell in a pool of blood and lost their lives. Jiang Feng clapped his hands gently, turned to look at Erica, with a gentle smile on his face. Okay, they've solved it. Let's go, Miss Erica. Believe me, this will definitely be a sumptuous dinner. Erica looked at Jiang Feng in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. She never thought that Jiang Feng, who seemed to be powerless, actually possessed such a terrifying ability. Her body trembled slightly, her face flushed, and she was about to speak. At this time, dozens of other survivors on the truck heard the noise and rushed over. Except for a small number of men, most of these people were elderly people, children, and women. When they saw the bodies scattered all over the ground, they were immediately furious. A middle-aged man frowned and shouted at Jiang Feng in an angry and questioning tone. Why did you kill people? Although they were wrong, their crimes do not deserve the death penalty. The other survivors also echoed and accused Jiang Feng. That's right, no matter what, you can't be so cruel. This is too cruel. How can we be with such a person? Can people with superpowers kill people at will? Jiang Feng looked calm. His eyes slowly swept over everyone and said, why didn't you stop them when they were about to assault Erica? If I hadn't taken action, wouldn't you have known what would have happened to Erica? Everyone was speechless for a moment, but soon an old man stood up and said, there were so many of them, and they had knives, we couldn't defeat them. Jiang Feng chuckled. Oh, you think you can beat me alone, right? The old man's face turned red and white after being confronted by Jiang Feng, but he still managed to say, no matter what, since you have the ability, you should protect everyone. The end of the world is difficult, and everyone should help each other. You can't just watch us fall into danger. At this time, another woman followed up and said, yes, look at us, the old, the young, and the weak women. Can you bear to abandon us if you don't care about us? Who will help you in this end times? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Others followed suit and fanned the flames, with all kinds of moral kidnapping remarks emerging one after another. We are all in the same boat. You can't be so selfish. If you have a conscience, take us with you. Only when we work together can we survive. Jiang Feng frowned and looked at this group of people, feeling annoyed. He turned to Erica and said, let's go. Whether these people live or die has nothing to do with me. Erica's eyes flashed with pity, but she immediately remembered that when she was about to be humiliated before, none of these people stood up to help her, and she quickly put aside the pity in her heart. She nodded and walked to Jiang Feng. Seeing that Jiang Feng ignored them and wanted to leave on his own, a young man rushed out to stop the two of them and shouted excitedly, if you don't agree today, we will never let you go. Anyway, no one can survive, so why not die together? Jiang Feng raised his hand impatiently and waved it like he was shooing away a fly. A wind blade appeared out of nowhere and instantly cut the young man's throat. The noise suddenly died down, and everyone quickly dispersed. Looking at the warm corpse on the ground, they realized that this young man would really kill someone if they disagreed with him. Whispering sound. Jiang Feng sneered, put his right hand around Erica's slender waist, and with a flash of light, he went straight out of the bank. Inside the bank lobby, a group of people looked around blankly, not knowing how the other party had disappeared. After clearing away the mark left on the ground, Jiang Feng pointed to a place not far away and said to Erica, there is a Western restaurant over there. How about we go there? Erica looked in the direction of his hand and found that although the Western restaurant looked a bit run down, the sign was still faintly visible. A lot of glass was broken, and there were some deformed tables and chairs scattered at the door. Okay. Erica hadn't eaten much proper food all day and was indeed a little hungry at the moment. She nodded to Jiang Feng and then naturally put her arm around Jiang Feng's arm. Feeling the amazing touch through the clothes, Jiang Feng's heart moved slightly, and he took Erica to a Western restaurant not far away. Soon, the two arrived at the Western restaurant. It was empty and quiet inside, with tables and chairs neatly arranged, just covered with a thin layer of dust and no trace of zombies or survivors around. Jiang Feng patted Erica's hand gently, motioning her to wait. Then, he closed his mind and took out a lot of things from his backpack. First, he carefully spread a snow-white tablecloth on a dining table. Then, he took out a set of exquisite tableware, and the silver knives and forks shone faintly in the dim light. A set of grilling tools for the gas stove was placed on the table. Jiang Feng took out 2 steaks. Soon, the surface of the steaks was slightly charred, exuding an enticing aroma. After the steak was grilled, Jiang Feng took out some other food, including Spanish ham, Russian red sausage, exquisite pastries, and some fruits. He used a lighter to light a few thick candles and placed them on the table. The flickering candlelight instantly illuminated a small area, and the warm yellow light danced on the wall, dispelling much of the gloomy atmosphere of the end of the world. In addition, Jiang Feng also took out a bottle of red wine. He shook it gently, and the liquid in the bottle flowed like a ruby. Chapter 72. Driving Experience of Imported Cars. After all, it's the end of the world, and many things are not very convenient to do. I hope you like it. Jiang Feng looked at Erica with a smile. Erica covered her mouth in surprise, tears of joy and surprise flashing in her eyes. In this world full of despair and chaos, such a candlelight dinner was like a dream. Jiang, this is incredible. How did you do it? Jiang Feng gently took Erica's hand, asked her to sit at the dining table, and said softly, "These are just some methods of superpowers. If you also want to become a superpower, I can help you. But now, let's enjoy dinner first." Erica blushed and nodded. During the conversation, Jiang Feng learned that Erica was a foreign teacher at a nearby university. Jiang Feng looked at the charming and sexy Erica. "I guess, in your class, even boys who never skip classes will skip a whole class, right?" Erica, who was already extremely proficient in Chinese, instantly understood what Jiang Feng meant, and laughed and scolded him in shame and anger. The meal was very pleasant, and the two of them quickly finished a bottle of red wine. Erica's beautiful face was flushed, and her eyes were full of lust as she looked at Jiang Feng. After eating and drinking, it's time to get down to business. Jiang Feng reached out and embraced Erica. She did not resist at all, but offered her red lips. He had already summoned a projection to guard the door of the Western restaurant to ensure that no zombies or other people would disturb the two of them. An hour later, the Western restaurant, which had experienced the storm, slowly quieted down. The driving experience of imported cars is indeed different, much more violent. This was Jiang Feng's first time driving an imported car. The driving experience was so different from that of a domestically produced car that he almost got off the car early. Fortunately, the mall system enhanced his endurance. Erica looked at Jiang Feng lovingly and asked happily, "Jiang, is what you said before true? Can I also become a superpower?" "Of course," Jiang Feng nodded, then took out 101 first-order crystal cores and handed them to Erica. "Hold these crystal cores in your hands. After absorbing them, you will be able to awaken your superpowers." Erica took the crystal core, and soon all the crystal cores disappeared in her palm. Puff! A fireball suddenly appeared in front of Erica. The surface of the basketball-sized fireball was dancing with vigorous flames, illuminating Erica's surprised and excited face. I have awakened the element fire power," Erica shouted excitedly, her eyes filled with incredible joy. Erica tried to control the fireball, and with a wave of her hand, the fireball shot towards a shabby chair in the distance. With a bang, the chair was instantly ignited, and the raging fire quickly spread and engulfed the chair. Seeing that she could control fire so easily, Erica felt a sense of accomplishment. Jiang Feng naturally also obtained the same superpower. The first skill of this superpower is Fireball. Level 2 Fireball can release 3 basketball-sized fireballs at a time. With the fire ability, Jiang Feng's means of attack finally increased and were no longer limited to a wind blade. The lethality of fire-based abilities is very strong. Although there is only one Fireball spell now, as long as it is improved, more powerful skills will definitely appear. Yes, this ability is very powerful. It can also be used to grill steak. Jiang Feng praised Erica. Humph! Erica rolled her eyes at Jiang Feng. "I'm going to use this to kill zombies. How can I use it to grill steaks?" Now that Erica has awakened, Jiang Feng plans to take her back to the hospital base. He sensed the mark and pulled Erica to the other side of the broken bridge. It's not that he doesn't want to teleport directly back to Weimei Hospital, but the distance between the hospital and the bridge is exactly 10 kilometers, which is exactly the maximum distance of level 2 teleportation. Fortunately, he left a mark in advance for safety reasons. Otherwise, he would not know how to return after the bridge was blown up. As soon as the two men appeared, they were attracted by a burst of gunfire not far away. I saw an armored vehicle besieged by a large group of zombies. The zombies were densely packed and kept pouring towards the armored vehicle. An officer was holding a machine gun and leaning his head out of the window of the armored vehicle, firing hard. Bullets were fired at the group of zombies, and many zombies fell down in an instant. However, there were too many zombies. As soon as one group fell, Another group immediately came up. The armored vehicles were surrounded by zombie corpses, but more zombies still rushed forward one after another. As time went by, the armored vehicles' firepower gradually weakened, and the gunshots became sparse, as if the ammunition was about to run out. If nothing unexpected happened, the people on the armored vehicle would be eaten by zombies. Erica looked carefully and found that this officer was the one who helped her on the truck before. She turned to look at Jiang Feng and said anxiously, "Jiang, the man with the machine gun helped me before. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Let's help him." Jiang Feng followed Erica's gaze and frowned slightly. According to his own personality, he usually would not save people for no reason, but the other party had helped Erica before, so these zombies were not a big problem for him. So, after thinking for a moment, Jiang Feng said, "Okay, then give them a hand." Erica nodded, her eyes flashed, and she quickly condensed 3 fireballs and threw them towards the area where the zombies were most densely packed. 3 fireballs with scorching heat shot into the zombie group as fast as meteors. A second-level zombie was hit by the fireball, and a big hole was instantly blown out in its chest. Although it did not die immediately, it collapsed to the ground, screaming as it was burned by the flames. The other 2 fireballs directly blew off the upper body of a zombie and ignited several zombies nearby. Erica was delighted to see the fireballs causing damage to the zombies. She quickly waved her hands and continuously fired fireballs at the back of the zombie group. A series of fireballs ignited a raging fire in the zombie horde, setting each zombie on fire, and the original siege formation became chaotic. However, a large number of zombies still rushed forward fearlessly. Some zombies closer to Jiang Feng and the others even rushed towards them. Erica had to use fireballs to get rid of these rushing zombies first. At this time, the officer in the armored vehicle saw a fire behind the zombie group and noticed Jiang Feng and Erica in the distance. Although he was surprised by the opponent's fireball ability, after looking at the densely packed zombies around him, he felt that the woman's fireball ability alone could not solve the problem. After thinking for a while, the officer shouted loudly, "My 2 friends, leave us alone and retreat first. There are too many zombies." While he was shouting at the soldiers in the vehicle to hurry and reload their ammunition, he was also working harder to shoot at the remaining zombies besieging the armored vehicle with his machine gun, trying to reduce the pressure on Jiang Feng and Erica. Jiang Feng was obviously stunned when he heard the officers shout. Having seen many evil deeds in the apocalypse, such as kicking someone when they are down, moral blackmail, and bullying the weak, he was a little uncomfortable when he first saw the other party consider others first. However, we have to admit that although many people do not necessarily want to be a good person, many people hope to meet good people. So, without any further hesitation, Jiang Feng took action. Chapter 73, Marks on the Armored Vehicle. Jiang Feng stood firmly on his feet and raised his hands, and rich wind elements condensed around him. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of 50 centimeters long wind blades appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Feng. The green wind blades flashed with cold light, which was frightening to look at. Jiang Feng waved his hand, and hundreds of wind blades, with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, swept towards the dense group of zombies. Jiang Feng was using a level 2 wind blade. He had already observed that there were no level 3 or higher zombies on the opposite side, and a level 2 wind blade was enough to kill a large number of these zombies. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the wind blade passed, it pierced through the zombies' bodies easily, just like cutting vegetables. For a moment, the zombies' limbs flew everywhere, and black, dirty blood fell like raindrops. In just a blink of an eye, the zombie swarm that had surrounded the armored vehicle was instantly cleared out of a large area. Only a few zombies on the edge survived by chance, and the surrounding area was filled with zombie limbs and broken arms. Seeing this scene, the officers and soldiers in the armored vehicle couldn't help but widen their eyes, their faces full of shock and awe. They had never seen such a powerful psychic who turned the situation around with just one move. Erica also looked at Jiang Feng in surprise, her eyes full of admiration and love. She knew that Jiang Feng was powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could kill hundreds of zombies with one move. After using wind blades to get rid of the remaining zombies, Jiang Feng took Erica towards the armored vehicle. The door of the armored vehicle opened, and the officer jumped out first. He had an upright posture, a determined look in his eyes, and a look of fatigue on his face as if he had survived a disaster. He walked quickly to Jiang Feng and Erica, saluted them with a standard military salute, and said gratefully, "Thank you both for your help. If it weren't for you, we would be in danger this time. My name is Song Yu, and I'm an officer at the Zhonggang base." Jiang Feng nodded slightly in return and said, "Jiang Feng, Commander Song is too polite. It's just a small favor. And Erica said you helped her before. Now that you've met her, there's no reason not to lend a hand." Song Yu looked at Erica and said with a smile, "It's you, little girl. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. I was just doing my duty at that time, but I didn't expect that you would save all of our lives today. Erica smiled and responded, Captain Song, don't say that. If it weren't for you, I might have met with an accident. By the way, why are you here? Where is the main force? Song Yu's face darkened and he said, a large number of level 3 zombies appeared. Our car and the main force were separated and were chased here by the zombies. Then he said to the two of them, do you want to come with me to the Zhonggong base? Your abilities are so strong, you will definitely be treated as honored guests when you arrive at the base. The person in charge of the Zhonggong base is surnamed Jiang, right? Jiang Feng did not directly answer Song Yu's question. Song Yu replied, yes, the base is now under the charge of Zhang Jinlong, the commander of the 11th Army. We will go to the Zhonggong base, but not now. One of the enemies in the base is his enemy. Jiang Feng doesn't plan to go there now. He will at least wait until he reaches the 4th level. Seeing that Song Yu wanted to persuade him, Jiang Feng waved his hand to interrupt him. We have things to do in the city, so we won't go there for the time being. Commander Song, can you ask a few soldiers to help me collect crystal cores? Jiang Feng refused so firmly that Song Yu could not say anything else. Of course, this is no problem. He turned to several soldiers and ordered, go and collect the zombies' crystal cores and hand them over to me later. Don't let me find out that you are hiding them. Boss, what you said is true. He saved our lives. How could we hide the crystal core? A soldier retorted dissatisfiedly. Now that you know, just get to work. Why are you dawdling? Song Yu scolded with a smile, and several soldiers immediately took daggers to dig out the crystal core. Your team doesn't seem to have any psychics? It should be easy for you to hunt zombies with so many thermal weapons. Even if the crystal core explosion rate is low, you shouldn't be without any psychics, right? In the previous attacks, Jiang Feng didn't see any people with special abilities in the army, nor in Song Yu's team, and he felt very confused. Brother Jiang, you don't know that, on the one hand, although using thermal weapons to kill zombies is fast, it is also easy to attract a group of zombies. Under the siege of the zombies, it is more difficult to collect crystal cores. On the other hand, Song Yu paused, hesitating whether to tell the other party the following content. After thinking about it, he realized that the other party was his and others' savior, and the army had never issued an order to keep it strictly confidential. So, Song Yu continued, the military is researching gene drugs. All soldiers will be injected with gene drugs in the future. Compared with the difficulty of obtaining crystal cores, once the gene drugs are successfully developed, large quantities of gene soldiers can be stably produced. However, people with special abilities cannot be injected with gene drugs, so the military has already ordered that all soldiers are not allowed to use crystal cores. Gene medicine? What stage is it at now? Jiang Feng asked with interest. Before I left, I heard from someone at the base that it was already in clinical trials, and it will probably be available for official injections soon. After listening to Song Yu's words, Jiang Feng pondered, I don't know how effective the gene medicine is. Will the mall system have new products by then? However, people with special abilities cannot inject gene medicine, so I probably won't be able to use it even if it's new. While Jiang Feng was thinking, Erica and Song Yu chatted and exchanged information about the base. Seeing the two people talking, Jiang Feng walked to the armored vehicle calmly and left a mark on an inconspicuous place on the body of the vehicle. The Zhonggong base is 50 to 60 kilometers away from here, and level 2 teleportation is definitely not possible, but Jiang Feng has a hunch that level 3 teleportation is likely to be possible. Now that I have the opportunity, I will naturally leave a mark first, so that I don't have to rush to the base later. Platoon leader, we have contacted the main force. They have arrived at the outskirts of the city. They asked about our situation and said they could wait for us there for a while. In the armored vehicle, a communications soldier leaned his head out and shouted to Song Yu. Just at this time, several soldiers had collected all the crystal cores and handed them to Song Yu. They were all wearing tactical gloves, so there was no need to worry about the crystal cores being absorbed. Brother Jiang, these are all the crystal cores we can find. Take a look. Song Yu handed a handful of crystal cores to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng reached out to take it. There were more than 20 crystal cores in total, including 5 second-level ones and the rest were first-level ones. Okay, thank the soldiers for me. Song Yu waved his hands quickly. You saved our lives, so this is nothing to worry about. When you get to the base, remember to come find me, and I will make arrangements for you. No problem, we will also go to the Zhonggong base soon, and we will definitely find you then. Having said that, Jiang Feng thought to himself, if the other party knew that he was going to kill their commander, he didn't know what arrangements they would make. Chapter 74 Attacking Mintai Building. After Song Yu and his group left in the armored vehicle, Jiang Feng took Erica back to Weimei Hospital. Lin Saira was slightly stunned when she saw Erica. After she realized what was happening, she teased Jiang Feng, isn't this the new foreign teacher you found? Yifei deliberately said in a sour tone. Brother Feng must have learned foreign languages from others several times. Jiang Feng knocked on Yifei's head. How can you say several times? You are the only one who likes to imagine. Go and help clean up a room. Oh. Yifei stuck out her tongue and obediently went to clean the room with Lin Sirer. Su Qingyi and Shou Qingyu walked up to Erica, took her hand, and took her to visit the hospital, leaving Jiang Feng alone in the corridor. Early in the morning, in an abandoned residential building not far from Manhwa Building, a projection of Tang Li was holding a sniper rifle, hiding by the window, observing the situation in Manhwa Building intently. The sunlight shines through the mottled glass and onto that cold and beautiful face. In front of the Manhwa Building, a bus was parked quietly. The body of the bus was a bit old, but the windows were cleaned. Looking closely, the bus seemed to be full of people, even in the aisles between the seats. Outside the bus, 4 burly men were pacing back and forth, holding assault rifles tightly in their hands and looking around vigilantly. Tang Li and his men had already conducted a rough investigation yesterday. The people on the bus were all captured by the organization these big men belonged to. Some women with good figures and looks were even taken to the interior of Manhwa Building. She had originally intended to launch the attack yesterday, but the heavy rain interrupted her plan. She led her men out early this morning. After Tang Li learned about the situation near the bus through the special connection between the projection and the original body, she acted decisively and sneaked towards the direction of the bus with the other 2 projections and 7 female police officers. They walked lightly, carefully avoiding debris on the road, and trying not to make any noise. As the distance gradually shortened, the situation around the bus became clearer. Tang Li gestured to the female police officers around her, signaling everyone to get ready. Tang Li gave the order in his mind, and the projection in charge of sniping aimed the crosshairs of the sniper rifle steadily at the head of one of the big men. With a bang, the sniper rifle fired, and the big man fell straight to the ground before he could even utter a cry. It's a sniper. The other 3 men were startled instantly, but before they could react, Tang Li led everyone to rush forward quickly. The other 2 projections were as fast as lightning, and instantly appeared in front of the 2 men, wielding daggers and stabbing them accurately in the necks of the men, and the 2 men were instantly silent. The last big man saw this and raised his assault rifle in fear, ready to fire. However, the 7 female police officers reacted very quickly and fired almost at the same time. The big man was unable to dodge and was instantly shot, staggering to the ground. The whole process was done in one go. In just a few seconds, Tang Li and others successfully eliminated the 4 big men and successfully took over the bus. Tang Li walked forward and opened the door of the bus, and a sour and sweaty smell hit her in the face. The car was full of people. All of them were captured survivors, tied to seats, their faces full of fear and exhaustion. Those who couldn't sit had their hands and feet cruelly tied and could only helplessly lie in the middle of the aisle. A rough count revealed that there were more than 50 people. When the survivors in the car saw Tang Li and others in uniform, they were stunned at first, and then a light of hope shone in their eyes. A thin-looking young man shouted excitedly, "You? Are you here to save us?" Tang Li nodded slightly and said gently, "Don't be afraid, everyone. We're here to rescue you." As she spoke, she and the female police officers quickly began to untie the survivors. During the rescue process, Tang Li learned that these survivors were caught in a trap set by the Dawn Chamber of Commerce when they were out looking for supplies. They also didn't know what the Dawn Chamber of Commerce wanted to do with them, and according to the survivors, several similar buses had already left before. "Captain Tang, we have to hurry. The gunshot just now might have alerted the enemies in the building," a female police officer reminded. "The bus can't be started. The key is not here," said another female police officer who was checking the cab. Tang Li frowned slightly, and while speeding up his movements, he said, "Everyone, move faster. After untying them, let them get off the car and hide in a safe place nearby." Just as everyone was busy rescuing the survivors, the door of the Manhwa Building not far away was suddenly knocked open, and a group of armed men rushed out, led by a tall, bald man with a face full of flesh. He shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you ruin the good deeds of our Liming Chamber of Commerce?" Tang Li's eyes shone. He stood up and looked at the bald man coldly. "Are you Yin Mingyu?" After saying this, she signaled the female police officers to prepare for battle and told the survivors who had not yet untied the ropes not to panic. "Do you know our Holy See?" The bald man was shocked. If the other party really knew Holy See Yin Mingyu, he would have to admit defeat. The Dawn Chamber of Commerce is not a real chamber of commerce. It has a strict internal hierarchy, and superiors can have the power of life and death over their subordinates. He is just a 3rd-level waiter who has just been promoted and is still far from the Holy See. "Of course I know him. I wish I could eat him alive," Tang Li said fiercely. "Fuck. Are you kidding me?" The bald man was very angry. "You little girls really don't know your place. You think you can be the savior just because you have a few guns?" But he looked at Tang Li, whose attractive figure and beautiful face made him feel hot. "If you can follow me, I will let you go. I am the only person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce in Linhai City. I have no problem eating and drinking. Isn't it a woman who is in charge here?" Tang Li asked, remembering what director who said before he died. You mean Qin Ziwei? She has been transferred. I have the final say here now. The bald man licked his lips when he thought of Qin Ziwei. Although the other party's appearance was not outstanding, she had an exaggerated figure and dressed boldly, and was also a sexy beauty. Although he really wanted to have a clash with Qin Ziwei, the other party was favored by the holy throne Mingyu and became a waiter earlier than him. The bald man did not dare to have any covetous thoughts. However, the girls in front of me are all good, especially the one leading her, who is simply top-notch. The bald man looked carefully at Tang Li and the others, and found that there were two expressionless people who looked exactly like the leading beauty. They should have special abilities such as clones. There are dozens of people with guns on his side, and a clone-type psychic can't make any waves, not to mention that he himself has psychic powers. The advantage is mine. Chapter 75, Water Curtain Tianhua's Advanced Form. Bang! A loud gunshot was heard, and a sniper bullet shot towards the bald man's forehead at high speed. Just as the bald man was about to die, a bronze color suddenly appeared on his head. The sniper bullet hit his forehead, and it was like hitting hard metal. It bounced off with a bang, and a streak of sparks popped up on the ground. The huge kinetic energy of the sniper bullet caused the bald man to take a few steps back. After he steadied himself, he touched his forehead, where an obvious dent appeared. Sniper rifle? Humph, you can't kill me with that alone. The bald man sneered, his eyes full of disdain. If you have no other means, I advise you to obey me obediently. If you make me unhappy, I can't guarantee that I won't let my men have a taste of you. Seeing that the other party was unharmed, Tang Li's face changed slightly. She wanted to use the projection to snipe the bald man first, and then use the bus as a cover to fight with the remaining minions. Unexpectedly, this bald man's supernatural power could even block sniper rifles. Tang Li looked at the submachine gun in his hand and knew that this thing definitely couldn't kill the opponent. However, Tang Li had no intention of giving up resistance, because she had a backer. Moreover, in the end times when the extraordinary rose, her backer was definitely very strong. After all, Tang Li has experienced it many times personally. Haha. Tang Li sneered. Submit to you? I'm afraid you won't have that fate. You little bitch, you're still talking tough. Let's see if you can still hold on when I catch you later. The bald man cursed angrily and waved his hand to let his younger brothers go forward and capture the other people. But Tang Li calmly took out a card and closed his eyes. The bald man was very confused when he saw Tang Li's actions. He didn't understand what the point of praying to a card was at this critical moment. When Jiang Feng received the message from Tang Li through the mark, he was asking Su Qingyi to absorb 102nd level crystal course. The effect of Water Curtain Tianhua upgraded to level 3 was greatly enhanced. Before Jiang Feng had time to feel it carefully, he received Tang Li's message for help. After feeling the situation around the mark, he directly activated the teleportation skill. In front of the Minai building, the bald man's men had just taken a few steps forward when they saw a flash of light in front of the bus, and a young man suddenly appeared. The young man didn't seem to take the dozens of gun-wielding minions seriously, and instead looked at Tang Li. Is this the person from the Dawn Chamber of Commerce you mentioned? When Tang Li saw Jiang Feng appear, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. He nodded and was about to speak, but was interrupted by the bald man opposite him. Kid, who are you? How did you get here? You want to touch my woman? Do you think I need to answer these questions? Jiang Feng looked at the bald man with cold eyes. We are from the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Are you sure you want to go against us? Seeing that Jiang Feng was fearless, the bald man was unsure of the other party's strength for a moment and brought up the name of the organization. Is an organization that only arrests ordinary people worth my hesitation? Jiang Feng said in a disdainful tone. None of you should leave. Hearing this, the bald man was startled. The young man in front of him made him feel inexplicably frightened. He simply took the initiative and said, Humph, you are asking for your own death. Brothers, shoot and kill this guy and these women together. Following his order, dozens of minions shot at Jiang Feng. For a moment, the sound of gunfire rang out, and bullets rained down on Jiang Feng, Tang Li, and others. Ah, be careful. Get out of the way. A female police officer shouted and reached out to pull Tang Li, but Tang Li had enough confidence in Jiang Feng and did not dodge. Sure enough, when the bullet was about to hit Jiang Feng, a huge transparent water curtain suddenly appeared, covering Jiang Feng and the bus behind him. The bullets hit the water curtain, just like being shot into bottomless water, causing only tiny ripples, unable to break through at all, and fell to the ground one after another. The level 3 water curtain Heavenly Hua will be automatically released when the psychic is attacked. As long as enough mental power is injected, the psychic can control the size of the water curtain at will. Moreover, as long as the psychic's mental power is not exhausted, the water curtain will not break. According to Jiang Feng's current mental strength, the water curtain covering the bus can prevent the bald men from shooting at it for a whole day without breaking it. The bald man was shocked when he saw the huge water curtain. He didn't expect the young man to be so powerful. He was a second-level psychic and knew that such a huge water curtain could never be released by a second-level psychic. The opponent is at least level 3. Although the opponent may not have other attack skills, he still has guns. As long as he hides in the water curtain and shoots at himself and others, he will be shooting at a living target. Although the bald man's ability makes him not afraid of gunshots, it will continuously consume his mental power. Once his mental power is exhausted, his body will be no different from that of an ordinary person. Thinking of this, the bald man began to think about quitting. He was a waiter and had a high status in the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Now was the end of the world, and the things he could enjoy were things he had never dared to think about before. He was not willing to die here in vain. The bald man shouted to his men, "Increase the firepower, don't stop. This water curtain won't last long." After saying this, he quietly retreated, trying to escape in the chaos. "Want to leave? Can you leave?" Jiang Feng had already seen the bald man's little movements. After sneering, he waved one hand quickly, and countless wind blades shot towards the group of minions like a storm. The wind blades flashing with cold light instantly penetrated the bodies of those minions. For a moment, blood splattered and screams rang out one after another. Those minions didn't even have time to react before they fell in a pool of blood. The bald man was horrified when he saw this and backed away as fast as he could. At this moment, several wind blades swept towards him. His face suddenly changed, and he quickly activated his supernatural power. In an instant, the bronze color appeared on the surface of his body again. The wind blades hit the bronze body of the bald man, splashing sparks and making crisp ding-dong-dong sounds. Although this wave of wind blades was blocked, the bald man was also shocked by the huge impact of the wind blades, and his blood was surging, and his steps staggered. Blocked? Try to block another one. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng once again condensed a huge wind blade 1 meter wide. The wind blade was like a huge green sickle, slashing towards the bald man fiercely. The bald man felt the terrifying power contained in the wind blade, and the fear on his face instantly magnified to the extreme. He wanted to dodge, but found that it was too late. No. The bald man roared in despair, but the roar was instantly drowned out by the sharp sound of the wind blade cutting through the air. The huge wind blade slashed in front of the bald man in the blink of an eye. The bronze defense was as fragile as paper in front of this terrifying wind blade. The wind blade cut into the bald man's body without any hindrance, slashing from his left shoulder to his right waist, directly cutting his body in half. Blood spurted out, internal organs and flesh were scattered all over the ground. The scene was extremely bloody. Chapter 76 Tang Li's Base. The water curtain dissipated, and the ground in front of the Mentai building was littered with broken limbs and arms. The smell of blood filled the air, making people sick. Several female police officers followed Tang Li and were so shocked by the scene that looked like hell. Although they had experienced several battles along the way, such tragic scenes still made them feel a chill in their hearts. Jiang Feng, who killed dozens of people by himself, made them full of awe. They were also more in awe of Tang Li, who could call Jiang Feng at any time. Many survivors in the bus also leaned out and were shocked when they saw the body parts scattered all over the ground. Some timid survivors turned pale in an instant, their stomachs churned, and they could not help but bend over and vomit. This is too horrible," said a survivor in a trembling voice, his body shaking uncontrollably. "Captain Tang, these are..." Xiaoxi looked at Tang Li, her eyes full of shock and confusion. Tang Li frowned slightly and said solemnly, "These are all people from the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. My parents and many people in the police station were killed by them. These people have committed many evil deeds, and this is what they deserve." After that, she walked to Jiang Feng and said to him with a smile, "Thank you, you saved me again." Jiang Feng chuckled and looked at Tang Li with a slightly aggressive look. "Is this just a verbal thank you for saving my life?" A faint blush appeared on Tang Li's beautiful face, and the loose uniform could not hide her sexy figure. She said coquettishly, "What do you want? There are so many people here." Her eyes were full of smiles. "Haha." Jiang Feng laughed. "Then let's talk about it when there's no one around. By the way, Jiang Feng, I plan to build a base here." Seeing that the female police officers were looking at her meaningfully, Tang Li quickly changed the subject. "I've been here before. There's a huge parking lot under the building. Through the underground parking lot, you can directly enter the 2 buildings next to it. It's very convenient. Moreover, with so many people from the Dawn Chamber of Commerce here, they must have stockpiled a lot of supplies, which can be used. I have discovered that the Dawn Chamber of Commerce has many people and Yin Mingyu is obviously a high-ranking figure in it. I can't take revenge on my own. I have to build up my power." Tang Li spoke out his thoughts in one breath and looked at Jiang Feng expectantly, waiting for his opinion. Jiang Feng thought about it for a while, then nodded and said, "Well, your idea is right. Fighting alone is not advisable." Of course, this is not true for Jiang Feng. He has many superpowers and can easily destroy an organization by himself. It's just right. I have something for you. If you want to build a base, this thing should be useful. Jiang Feng took out a water-purifying fish eye and handed it to Tang Li. I got this from killing a third-order mutant catfish. It can purify water contaminated by blood rain. I've roughly tested it, and it can purify 1 ton of water in 1 minute. When the entire fish eye turns blood red, it needs to be exposed to the sun for 1 hour before it can be used again. It can purify water for at least 10 hours in a row. The purification effect of the water purification fish eye is quite good. One fish eye can provide at least 600 tons of purified water a day, which is enough to supply an organization of thousands of people. Even with the bus that had just been rescued, Tang Li's team only had a few dozen people, so 1 fish eye was completely enough. Well, after listening to Jiang Feng's introduction, Tang Li exclaimed happily, I was just worrying about how to solve the drinking water problem, but I didn't expect you to give me such a surprise. Tang Li carefully took the water-purifying fish eye, her eyes full of surprise and gratitude. After the bloody rain, all surface water sources were seriously polluted, and clean drinking water became one of the most scarce resources. The water-purifying fish eye sent by Jiang Feng was undoubtedly a timely help. This is such a treasure. Tang Li held the water-purifying fish eye in the palm of his hand, looking at it over and over again. The love in his eyes was beyond words. Jiang Feng looked at Tang Li's happy expression, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. If you build a base, this thing can help you solve a lot of problems and attract more survivors to join. Tang Li nodded heavily. Yes, with it, we will have more confidence to survive in the apocalypse. Jiang Feng, you were so good to me. After saying that, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Jiang Feng on the cheek. Touching his wet cheek, Jiang Feng looked at Tang Li's rosy face. If it weren't for the geographical disadvantage, he would definitely kill the other party on the spot. Officer, do you have anything to eat? We haven't eaten for a day and we are so hungry. A middle-aged man weakly asked a female police officer on the bus. The other survivors also begged for food, which directly destroyed the ambiguous atmosphere between Jiang Feng and the other person. The female police officer did not respond directly, but looked at Tang Li with an inquiring look. The latter thought for a moment and said, Okay, let's eat something first. After saying that, Tang Li took out bread, biscuits, canned food, and other food from his personal space and asked the female police officers to distribute them to everyone on the bus one by one. Jiang Feng had given her a lot of supplies before, and they also collected some on the way to Minai Building. Currently, the supplies are still relatively sufficient. After all the food was distributed, Tang Li stood at the front of the car and said to the survivors in the car, Hello everyone, my name is Tang Li, and I was a police officer before the apocalypse. I plan to build a base in the Minai Building. In the apocalypse, it is difficult to survive alone. I hope everyone can join me to build a base and fight against zombies and other dangers together. Of course, this is completely voluntary, and I will not force anyone who is unwilling to join. The survivors in the car ate their food in disgust and low voices. A middle-aged man with a big belly suddenly stood up and shouted at Tang Li and several female police officers. Since you are police officers, you have the obligation to protect us. I know that the military has established the Zhonggang base, which is safe and comfortable, and is only more than 50 kilometers away from here. You should protect us to the Zhonggang base. There is nothing in this Minai Building. What's the point of staying here? After saying this, the middle-aged man was not finished yet. Besides, I have a big appetite. 1 piece of bread is not enough. Give me a few cans of beef. Shaoxi stood beside Tang Li, furious at the middle-aged man's words. She also saw that many other survivors showed expressions that they should be like that. Do you have any shame? We saved you, and it would be fine if you don't express your gratitude, but you also want us to escort you to the Zhonggang base and give you food. Xiaoxi pointed at the middle-aged man and scolded loudly. You are the police. You should serve as citizens. Don't you agree? The middle-aged man actually instigated others. Chapter 77, The Decisive Female Police Officer. There was a woman sitting next to the middle-aged man, who seemed to be his wife, and she also joined in. That's right. You policemen, it's the end of the world now. You have to take care of us civilians. It would be great to go to the Zhonggang base. I heard there are military protection there, and you don't have to worry about food and drink. In this Minai Building, you never know when it will be breached by zombies, and then we will all die. Many survivors looked shaken after hearing this. After all, in the cruel environment of the end of the world, it is human instinct to seek a safe and comfortable place. Tang Li looked at the middle-aged couple coldly, and when everyone was caught off guard, he suddenly pulled out a pistol. Bang! The middle-aged man covered the bleeding bullet hole on his chest and looked at Tang Li in disbelief. He could never have imagined that this extremely beautiful female police officer would shoot so decisively. The woman next to him was sprayed with blood in the face. She was stunned for a moment, and then she let out a sharp scream. Murder! The police killed someone. Ah! Before she could continue screaming, Tang Li shot her in the head. The car suddenly fell silent, and all the survivors looked at Tang Li with fear, as if they saw a scary monster. Tang Li's face was icy, and he held a pistol in his right hand that was still smoking. He said in a cold voice, "Are there any other people who think the same as them?" None of the survivors dared to speak out. She looked around at everyone, her eyes as sharp as a knife. "I don't want to hear any more unreasonable requests. Either join my base and obey my orders, or leave now and make a living on your own." After all, Tang Li was a police officer before. Although she would not be affected by these unreasonable people, she would not force others to join her organization. At this time, a young man bravely stood up and said, "Officer Tang, even though you killed someone, I understand you. Since the end of the world, I have seen too many selfish people like this. If it weren't for you, I don't know where I would have been caught by the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. I am willing to follow you." With him taking the lead, others also expressed their willingness to stay. Most people who have survived to this day have already seen the reality clearly. Without the army and people with special abilities, it would be difficult for them to survive on their own, let alone go to a military base. Now there is an opportunity to join a team that is obviously not short of supplies, which is a pretty good way out. More than 10 minutes later, Tang Li and his companions got off the car with the survivors. Seeing Tang Li coming out, Jiang Feng cast an approving look at her. He was worried that Tang Li would be soft-hearted and fail to handle the middle-aged couple. Now it seems that she is a decisive and ruthless female police officer. This also made Jiang Feng feel relieved. The ancients said that a kind person cannot command an army. The same is true for the leader of a doomsday team. Being too soft-hearted is not a good thing. Ugh. After the survivors got off the bus, they saw the body parts all over the ground more clearly, and most of them vomited. Jiang Feng frowned slightly, thinking that this would be the entrance and exit of Tang Li's base in the future. So many broken limbs were really too terrible. He raised his right hand, and rich water elements gathered rapidly, and the water vapor in the air became thicker and thicker. In the blink of an eye, a large stream of water condensed out of thin air. The water flow was like a tamed python. Under Jiang Feng's control, it rushed towards the corpses and blood on the ground. Wherever the water flowed, corpses and body parts were easily pushed away, along with the blood on the ground. Soon, the originally bloody and messy ground became clean, as if the tragic scene had never happened. This is too awesome." A survivor couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, his eyes full of disbelief. Everyone at the scene was amazed. After the blood rain, most people could hardly get a sip of clean drinking water, but Jiang Feng had the luxury of using water to wash the ground. Such a powerful ability shocked and awed them. Tang Li looked at Jiang Feng, her eyes flashing with surprise and admiration. She could clearly see that Jiang Feng used his supernatural powers to clean up the area because he was going to build a base here. Tang Li's heart was in turmoil, and she wanted to find a deserted place to hang out with Jiang Feng right away, but she had a lot of things to deal with right now, so she had to hold it back. Tang Li calmed down, walked to Jiang Feng, and then said loudly to the people behind him, "Everyone follow me closely. Let's go to Mintai building to see the situation first." Led by her and Jiang Feng, everyone walked towards the interior of the building. The building was dimly lit, filled with a faint stench of decay, with mottled and peeling walls and occasional traces of dried blood. When they reached the second floor, the scene before them surprised and delighted everyone. "I saw a large amount of supplies piled up in a room here, including food, drinking water, weapons, and even some medical supplies. However, in a room next door, several good-looking women were huddled in a corner, their clothes torn and their faces filled with fear and exhaustion, and they had obviously been tortured. It was also thanks to Tang Li and others that they arrived early, as the bald man and others had just started. If it had been any later, these women would probably have been in a state worse than death." Two female police officers hurried forward and whispered to comfort them. "Don't be afraid. We are here to save you. Those who hurt you have been dealt with." When the women heard this, a glimmer of hope welled up in their eyes. One of the braver women said in a trembling voice, "Thank you. If you had come a little later, we would." As she spoke, she couldn't help sobbing. Tang Li took people to check the third floor and the underground parking lot again. Nothing unusual was found, so he felt relieved. He planned to temporarily occupy the underground parking lot and the 3 floors above ground, and then slowly clean up the floors above later. After a busy period, Tang Li asked several female police officers to continue arranging the survivors. She finally had some free time. She stood beside Jiang Feng and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I didn't expect that building a base requires considering so many things. It's really complicated." Tang Li sighed. "You are running the business seriously. There are also simple and crude methods. but such an organization will never amount to anything. Jiang Feng actually understood the trouble of managing an organization, so even if he had sufficient supplies and powerful superpowers, he was unwilling to establish an organization. By the way, I left 10 tons of diesel for you next to the engine room in the underground garage. I asked around and found 2 electricians among the survivors. There is a generator in the engine room, so we can ask them to modify the line. I stuffed several rooms on the 2nd floor with food and water. Jiang Feng has always been generous to his woman. The diesel was obtained at a gas station before, and he just bought a few containers. In addition to some rice, flour, and other supplies he had obtained in the supermarket before, he also spent 100,000 gold coins to buy supplies in the system mall, all of which were left to Tang Li. If Tang Li wanted to establish an organization, he would of course fully support her. After all, the leaders of this organization were all his women, so what was the difference between this organization and his? Chapter 78, Type 1 Gene Warrior. Oh. Tang Li opened her mouth in surprise. Jiang Feng gave her too much. If she didn't show some appreciation, she would seem too stingy. She looked back at her busy subordinates and survivors, blushed, took Jiang Feng's hand, and went to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was empty, making it a perfect place to do things. Leaving 2 projections on guard in the corridor, Tang Li took Jiang Feng to choose a relatively clean and tidy room. Then, Jiang Feng took out a double bed from his backpack. An hour later, Tang Li, with a flushed face but pretending to be serious, walked down from the 4th floor. Several survivors were stunned for a moment when they saw the beautiful policewoman, who was completely different from the woman who would draw her gun and kill people at will before. As for Jiang Feng, after staying with Tang Li for most of the day, he naturally returned to Weimei Hospital to enjoy the best of both worlds. Commander, the researchers at 721 have just sent news that the gene drug has been successfully tested in clinical trials and can be injected. The guard knocked on Zhang Jinlong's office door and reported to him excitedly. Zhang Jinlong was checking Chu Mingqing's action summary. When he heard the news, he paused with his pen. He looked up, a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Are you sure? Is the news accurate? The guard nodded vigorously. It's absolutely true, Commander. Almost at the same time, other senior military officials in the base also received this exciting news. Soon, a group of people hurried to the temporary station of the 721 Institute. When Zhang Jinlong and others arrived, the institute was filled with a busy but excited atmosphere. When the researchers saw the military leaders coming, they stopped their work and lined up to greet them. A middle-aged scholar wearing thick glasses came forward quickly and said excitedly, "Dear leaders, we have successfully developed Type 1 gene drug. After rigorous clinical trials, it has been proven that its safety and effectiveness have reached the expected standards and can be put into large-scale use." Then, he began to explain the effects of the drug in detail. Type 1 gene drug can instantly make a person have a physique 3 times that of an ordinary adult. Whether it is strength, speed, endurance, etc., will be significantly improved. Moreover, this improvement is not limited by age, except for those who are too young because their bodies are not fully developed and cannot exert the full power of the drug. Even the elderly can get the same effect after injection. In other words, the doctor adjusted his glasses. Type 1 gene medicine has the effect of rejuvenation. After hearing this introduction, these senior military officials, who were already quite old, could not help but feel excited, with desire glittering in their eyes. To have reached such a high position, the youngest among them is already over 50 years old and has long been unable to do many things. Especially Zhang Jinlong, it has only been half a month since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and he has already deeply experienced the feeling of holding power in the world and lying on the lap of a beautiful woman. But he has been looking forward to the birth of the genetic medicine. At this moment, he waved his hand and said, "Director Tang has made great contributions. Please arrange for us to be injected first immediately. We must improve our own strength as soon as possible to better lead the base to deal with the next crisis." Several other senior officials, including Chief of Staff Shin Lingyun, also expressed their agreement. The 721 Institute was originally rescued by people sent by the China-Hong Kong base, and all materials need to be supplied by the base. Naturally, they would not refute the unanimous orders of all the top leaders of the base. Nodding, Director Tang immediately called several researchers, who quickly led Zhang Jinlong and other senior military officials to the special injection area. The sexy nurses prepared the injection equipment, disinfected it, and extracted the medicine in an orderly manner with skillful movements. When the transparent genetic medicine with a faint blue light was slowly injected into the body, several senior executives felt a strange power spreading in their bodies. Zhang Jinlong felt as if his muscles were being gently pulled by countless small hands, and from his bones to his internal organs, he felt a tingling and warm sensation. As this force moved, he could clearly sense that his body, which had been weakened by years of fatigue and aging, was recovering at an astonishing speed and even became stronger than when he was young. Several other senior executives had similar feelings. They first showed an expression of pain on their faces, which was then replaced by surprise. Soon, the injection was completed, and several senior executives slowly stood up. They felt full of strength, and with a light punch, there was a whirring sound in the air. They have become powerful genetic warriors, and their physical fitness has been improved in all aspects. At this time, Director Tang came to Zhang Jinlong and others again, bowed slightly, and reported with a serious face. Leaders, there are some things I haven't finished reporting just now. We are currently facing a production problem. Due to the low success rate of low-level materials and the complicated production process, with the existing manpower and technology, we can only develop a maximum of 10 gene drugs per day. But if we can obtain materials from zombies of level 3 or above, it will greatly increase the production capacity of genetic drugs. Level 3 zombie materials can not only simplify the production process, but also greatly increase the success rate. The daily output is expected to increase to 50 or even more. Zhang Jinlong frowned. Level 3 zombies are not that easy to deal with. Ordinary firearms are not very useful against level 3 zombies. Cannons are necessary. However, the arsenal currently has limited technology and is unable to produce cannonballs on its own. If all the artillery shells in the base were used to hunt zombies for making genetic medicine, it would be difficult to cope with the base once it was attacked by a tide of zombies. After all, it is still unknown how effective the Type 1 gene warriors are in the zombie horde. Chief of Staff Shen Lingyun seemed to see Zhang Jinlong's thoughts. He stepped forward and said, Commander Zhang, the base is currently unable to achieve self-sufficiency in weapons of mass destruction, and it is still difficult to hunt down third-level zombies. I suggest that we use materials from first and second-level zombies first. We can increase our manpower. With so many people in the base, we should be able to find some people with relevant technology. Several other senior executives also nodded in agreement, thinking that this was the best solution at the moment. After a brief thought, Zhang Jinlong nodded heavily, approving Shen Lingyun's proposal. Chief of Staff Shen is absolutely right. Under the current circumstances, it is safer to use first and second-level zombie materials to increase production as much as possible. However, his face turned grim and he gave an order. However, the gene drugs currently produced must be supplied to the Special Forces first. As the spearhead of the base, the Special Forces are the first to bear the brunt of various crises. Improving their strength can ensure the safety of the base to the greatest extent. When the other senior executives heard this, they all understood that the Special Forces were Zhang Jinlong's direct line of success, and that his actions were somewhat selfish. But the reasons Zhang Jinlong gave were legitimate and concerned the safety of the base, so no one could refute them for a moment. Deputy Commander Chun frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, Commander Zhang, although Special Forces are indeed important, other conventional troops are equally indispensable. Shouldn't we also distribute some medicines to boost morale? Zhang Jinlong looked at him calmly and said slowly, Old Chun, I understand what you mean. But our current production of medicine is limited, so we must use the best steel on the blade. When the subsequent production increases, the conventional troops will definitely be allocated accordingly. But now, the Special Forces are responsible for the most dangerous tasks, so they must be armed first. After listening to Zhang Jinlong's explanation, although Old Chun was unwilling, he could only nod helplessly. Chapter 79, School Beauty Schoolgirl. Victoria Hospital. Jiang Feng was thinking in the room about which two abilities he should prioritize improving tomorrow. Erica's fire ability can be given priority. It is always a good idea to enhance output. Yifei's teleportation skill is very practical, but at the moment the 10 kilometers teleportation range is completely sufficient, so you can wait until the next time to upgrade it. Zhou Qingyu's Beast Heart ability is similar to Yifei's, so you can wait for it later. Then there is only Tang Li's Space Y ability left. I wonder what the effect will be after the projection skill is upgraded. Crunch. Just as Jiang Feng was thinking, his door was pushed open with a noise. Jiang Feng looked up and saw Lin Sairu walking in with a cat-like gait. She was wearing a tight suspender stepmother skirt, and her slender waist and round and perky hips were clearly visible. A pair of straight and slender beautiful legs are wrapped in gray stockings. The stockings fit the leg lines perfectly, revealing an indescribable sexiness and temptation. Zero? What are you going to do so late at night? Jiang Feng asked in a tone that seemed to indicate he already knew the answer. Of course I will. Lin Sairu looked at Jiang Feng seductively with her beautiful eyes. If we don't count those long and graceful onomatopoeia, there would be no words spoken that night. The weather in the apocalypse after the bloody rain was actually very good. Except for the heavy rain 2 days ago, it was sunny all the time. Linhai University of Science and Technology. Jiang Feng stood alone at the school gate. The school that used to be bustling with people coming and going was now dead silent. The fountain at the school gate had long dried up, and the sculptures were covered with bloodstains. Jiang Feng had graduated from Linhai University of Science and Technology many years ago, and he no longer had any familiar faces in the school. He came here not to look for anyone, but for the school library. Linhai University of Science and Technology is about 8 kilometers away from Weimei Hospital. Jiang Feng just chose a direction to search for available supplies. After looting 2 large supermarkets occupied by zombies, he found that he had walked to the vicinity of his alma mater. The school library has a large collection of books of all kinds, which is a huge spiritual wealth in the end times without the internet. After a little thought, Jiang Feng decided to move the library to his backpack space. Ouch! Just as Jiang Feng was about to step into the school gate, a scream was heard, as if a woman fell down and quickly got up, followed by a burst of hurried footsteps. There are still survivors in the school? Jiang Feng stood at the door for a while, but didn't see anyone. He thought the entire school had been relocated or occupied. Senior? A pleasant female voice sounded with a hint of surprise and panic. Jiang Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl in a light blue dress running towards him desperately. Her face was full of fear and her hair was a little messy and scattered on her shoulders. What was chasing her closely were not humans, but several mice the size of cats. The mice did not seem to want to kill the girl directly. When they saw the girl stop beside Jiang Feng, they stopped instead and quickly formed a circle to surround the two of them. It looked like these mutant rats were waiting for their superiors to come and deal with the prisoners. Jiang Feng naturally didn't take the mutant mice seriously. He looked at the girl standing next to him with confusion. Taking a closer look, he discovered that this girl was actually a school beauty. She had an exquisite oval face, skin as white as snow, and a pair of originally bright big eyes under her curved eyebrows, but now they were covered with a layer of moisture because of fear, giving her a somewhat pitiful charm. Do you know me? Jiang Feng searched his memory and found that he did not know the person in front of him. But the other party nodded. Senior Jiang Feng, my name is Xiaoning Yue. A month ago, the department launched a volunteer service to help the elderly. Our tutor led the team to Jingyuan community. You trained us. It was Xiaoning Yue's first time to participate in an elderly assistance service. She was curious and had a deep impression of the activity. In addition, Jiang Feng introduced himself as a graduate of Linhai University of Science and Technology during the training, so she had a deep impression of Jiang Feng and recognized him at once. Is that so? Jiang Feng recalled that it was indeed the case. However, he was forced to do the training by the community leaders at that time. Impatient, he just quickly finished the course and left, without noticing that there was such a school beauty in the crowd. Of course, even if Jiang Feng noticed it, he would only be amazed for a moment. At that time, he was just a community grid worker, and he would not dream of winning the favor of the school beauty. What happened to you? You're being chased by some rats. While speaking, Jiang Feng casually swung out a few wind blades, killing several mutant rats. The mutant rats didn't even have time to scream before they were cut into several pieces by the wind blades, and blood splattered on the ground. Senior, be careful of these old. Xiaoning Yue was just about to remind Jiang Feng to be careful of these scary mutant rats, but she didn't expect that the other party had superpowers and killed all the rats with just a few casual moves. You know, several of her male classmates were bitten to death by these mutant rats before. For a moment, Xiaoning Yue looked at Jiang Feng with shock and admiration in her eyes. Senior, when did you become so powerful? She pursed her lips slightly. Her delicate lips were as tempting as rose petals, and her eyes were shining with curiosity and admiration. Jiang Feng shrugged and smiled faintly. As for superpowers, I know a little bit. So that's how it is. Senior, your abilities are truly amazing. After Xiaoning Yue praised sincerely, she suddenly thought of something and her expression changed. But, Senior, let's go quickly. These rats are controlled by General Rad of the Biological Reshaping Society. He wants to capture me and bring me back. If you kill his rats, I'm afraid he won't let you go. Biological Reshaping Society? General Rat? What the hell are those things? Jiang Feng was slightly stunned. He had never heard of these strange names. The Biological Reconstruction Society is an organization that specializes in studying mutants. They use humans and mutants to conduct experiments, hoping to transplant the various abilities of mutants into humans. Xiaoning Yue explained to Jiang Feng, and then her face darkened. My sister and I were captured by them, and they planned to combine us with a pair of twin peacocks. My sister found the right opportunity to send me out, and now I am still locked up in the basement of the main building." As she spoke, Xiaoning Yue suddenly looked at Jiang Feng with hope. Senior is a person with special abilities and seems very powerful. I wonder if he can save my sister? She then thought of the terrifying General Rat and the many monsters that the biological reshaping society had placed in the basement. Jiang Feng probably couldn't handle them all by himself. Jiang Feng noticed Xiaoning Yue's eyes, but he did not respond. He could help her out, but it was impossible for him to risk his life to save people for no reason. What about General Rat? Chapter 80 Rat-Headed Man. Seeing that Jiang Feng had no intention of leaving, Xiaoning Yue thought that he did not understand the horror of General Zishu, and hurriedly said anxiously, "General Rat has fused with a rat king that has been trained to the 3rd level. In addition to greatly improving his physical fitness, he can also control countless mutant rats. He is very powerful. Xiaoning Yue, you can't run away. You'd better come back with me obediently. After the twin peacocks merge, we can become a couple, right?" Just as Xiaoning Yue was speaking, a sharp and piercing strange laugh came from far away. The two looked into the school and saw a monster with a human body and a rat head walking slowly towards them with strange steps. The monster was tall, more than 2 meters tall, with a strong human body in the upper half, bulging muscles, and wearing a black robe covered in blood. The lower half was covered with a layer of dark brown rat hair, and his 2 hind legs were thick and powerful, supporting his slightly weird body. The rat's head looked hideous and ferocious, with triangular ears standing upright and 2 long front teeth sticking out from the side of its mouth, flashing a cold light. Its pair of green bean-sized eyes flashed with greed and viciousness as it stared at Xiaoning Yue. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. The image of the monster in front of him made him feel a little disgusted. He glanced at Xiaoning Yue and said with a smile, "It wants to form a partner with you. How can you eat it?" Xiaoning Yue saw that General Zishu had already caught up with her, and her face turned pale. Seeing that Jiang Feng was still in the mood to make fun of her, she said angrily and anxiously, "Senior, stop joking. This is General Rat. He is extremely cruel. Let's find a way to escape." "Ha ha ha. A rat-headed man can be called a general?" Jiang Feng laughed. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, General Zishu's already ferocious face twisted instantly, and his green eyes flashed with flames of rage. The technology of the Biological Reconstruction Society is still imperfect. During the fusion process, some organs of the human body will be assimilated into the appearance of mutant organisms. Since General Rat merged with the 3rd-order Rat King, the degree of assimilation was stronger than that of the 1st and 2nd-order mutant creatures, and his entire head turned into the appearance of a rat. Having lost his human appearance, General Zishu's temperament became distorted. He hated being called a rat-headed man the most. In the past, all those students and teachers who dared to call him that were fed to rats alive by him without exception. Jiang Feng's ridicule at this moment was like pouring salt on his already sensitive wound. "Boy, you are looking for death." General Zishu let out an angry roar, waving his hands wildly and muttering something. In an instant, the surrounding ground seemed to boil. Countless mutant rats of various sizes rushed in from all directions like a black torrent. Their numbers were so large that they seemed endless, and they surrounded the area where Jiang Feng and Xiaoning Yue were. There was a bloodthirsty light flashing in the eyes of these rats. They squeaked and rushed towards Jiang Feng one after another. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed, and his supernatural power burst out instantly. Countless wind blades flew out, like rotating sharp blades, cutting the swarm of rats that were rushing up. For a moment, rat blood splattered, rat limbs and arms flew everywhere, and miserable, squeaking sounds were heard continuously. However, there were so many rats, coming in waves, that it seemed as if they would never be killed. Xiaoning Yue was amazed at Jiang Feng's powerful abilities, but worry also spread like a tide. Although the wind blades killed a lot of rats, the number of rats that continued to pour in did not decrease. Even if Jiang Feng's supernatural powers are powerful, if he continues to consume them endlessly like this, he will most likely run out of mental energy. General Rat stood in the distance, watching Jiang Feng being drowned by the rats, with a cruel smile on his face. "You dare to laugh at me? Today is the day you die. So what if you can use wind blades? I have controlled a lot of 2nd-level female rats. Mutated rats like this can give birth to hundreds of them every day." After saying that, he raised his rat paw and commanded more rats to join the battle. Jiang Feng released another wind blade and frowned slightly. The wind blade's killing power against the rats was not very ideal. Although each wind blade can kill a rat, there are many rats and they are scattered all around, so the linear killing effect is effective. In that case, let's try a new skill. Jiang Feng whispered. Jiang Feng just waved his hands, and the hot fire elements began to gather in his palms. Immediately afterwards, countless fireballs the size of wash basins whizzed out from around Jiang Feng and smashed into the rat group like a meteor chasing the moon. Wherever the fireball passed, the air was distorted by the burning, making a sizzling sound. The fireball exploded in the rat group, and in an instant, the flame shot up into the sky, forming a huge sea of fire. The raging fire engulfed the mice. Those mice that were directly hit by the fireballs had their fur catch fire instantly and screamed in pain. The mice whose fur was ignited by the fireballs fled frantically due to the severe pain, and more mice were set on fire wherever they passed. For a moment, the entire rat colony was in chaos, and the fire spread rapidly with the help of the rats. More rats were caught in the sea of fire, their fur crackling, and the air was filled with a disgusting burnt smell. When General Rat saw this scene, a hint of surprise flashed across his small green bean-sized eyes, but was soon filled with anger. He hadn't expected that this human had the skills to unleash such a powerful fire attack. Waving his rat claws in anger, General Rat tried desperately to control the remaining rats that had not been affected by the sea of fire and rushed towards Jiang Feng desperately, attempting a final counterattack. Jiang Feng noticed General Zishu's intention. His eyes became fierce, and he pushed his hands forward suddenly, sending out another large wave of fireballs. This wave of fireballs was denser and hotter than the previous ones, like a series of small suns, crushing towards the surging group of rats. The scorching flames instantly submerged all the rats completely. The screams of countless rats gradually faded away in the sea of fire, and their bodies turned to ashes in the flames. General Zishu watched helplessly as all the rats he had carefully controlled were burned to death by Jiang Feng. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and his rat face became extremely distorted with anger. He let out a sharp roar, staring at Jiang Feng with bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. MD, you dare to destroy my rat army. I will make you pay a heavy price. After saying that, General Zishu's figure began to swell, and on his already ferocious rat face, two sharp fangs grew even longer, flashing a cold light. In just a short moment, General Rat's body swelled to more than 3 meters tall. His legs were as thick as buckets, and the claws on his hands became as sharp as long swords, shining with a metallic luster. Prepare to die, boy. General Zishu roared, and stomped the ground with his strong legs, causing the entire ground to tremble. Then he rushed towards Jiang Feng like an out-of-control heavy tank. Seeing the other party rushing towards him, Jiang Feng's eyes focused, and a string of fireballs the size of wash basins blasted towards General Zishu like a string of cannonballs. Chapter 81 requires additional money. The fireball, with its scorching heat and powerful impact, instantly arrived in front of General Rat. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions sounded, and fireballs exploded on General Rat's body one after another. Flames shot up into the sky, and heat waves spread around like a surging tide. In order to avoid being affected by the heat wave, Xiaoning Yue had to hide behind Jiang Feng. General Rat was caught off guard by this sudden and fierce attack. Although he immediately mobilized his energy to form a defensive air wall in front of him, the power of the fireball was too strong, and the air wall was crumbling in a series of explosions. Finally, with the explosion of the last fireball, the defensive air wall was shattered, and General Rat was blown back. As the huge body retreated, it knocked down several roadside trees before it could barely keep its balance. General Zishu looked extremely miserable at this time. His hair, which was originally as hard as steel needles, was blown to pieces. Black smoke was coming out of several places, and his skin was burnt black by the flames. The small green bean-like eyes were filled with resentment and anger, and they made a sharp and piercing squeaking sound. Immediately afterwards, General Zishu opened his big mouth full of fangs, and a beam of black energy shot out from his mouth, like a black sharp arrow, shooting straight towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng ignored the energy beam emitted by General Zishu and instead swung out a huge fireball with his right hand. The fireball was like a burning meteor, whizzing towards General Rat with unparalleled momentum. Xiaoning Yue stood behind Jiang Feng, watching the black energy beam coming towards her. Just when she thought that the two were about to be shot to death, a crystal-clear water curtain suddenly appeared before her eyes. Squeak! The energy beam hit the water curtain manhwa hard, causing a loud roar, like an extremely hot soldering iron instantly inserted into the water. The water curtain trembled a few times, and water splashed everywhere where the energy collided. After a moment, the energy beam dissipated, but the water curtain still stood firmly in front of the two people. When General Rat on the opposite side saw that the energy beam was blocked by the water curtain, his small eyes, which were originally full of resentment, suddenly widened into a round shape, and his face was full of disbelief. This is impossible. General Rat let out a sharp roar, his voice filled with a mixture of panic and anger. But the fireball shot by Jiang Feng instantly drowned out his words. General Rat had just used energy to launch an attack when his own energy wall had already been destroyed, leaving him no way to defend himself. The fireball instantly hit General Zishu's head. With a loud bang, General Zishu's head exploded instantly, and brains and flesh splattered everywhere. Senior, you are so awesome. This is General Rat who can kill even third-level zombies, and you actually killed him. Xiao Ningyue shouted in surprise, with admiration flashing in her eyes. It's okay. This General Rat is indeed stronger than the average third-level creature. Jiang Feng said calmly. I don't know how this biological reconstruction was integrated to create such a monster. Okay, I'm going to the library. What are your plans? Jiang Feng turned and asked Xiao Ningyue. If possible, he wouldn't mind accepting her. However, this is a junior schoolmate from his alma mater, and she knows him. If she doesn't want to, Jiang Feng has no intention of forcing her. Senior, can you go and save my sister? Xiao Ningyue raised her head and looked at Jiang Feng with her big eyes eagerly. Jiang Feng could even kill General Zishu, so those people left behind in the Biological Reconstruction Society are definitely not his match. If he takes action, his sister will be saved. I'm very busy and don't have time to save your sister. Jiang Feng shook his head. Besides, what good will it do me if I take the risk to save your sister? Xiao Ningyue was stunned. Jiang Feng's words made her at a loss for a moment. In the past, none of the male classmates would reject me. Even at the beginning of the apocalypse, there were still many male classmates who saved their food for me. However, the situation changed when the people from the Biological Reshaping Society arrived. In order to save their lives, several male classmates actually offered Xiao Ningyue and her sister to General Zishu. Fortunately, the Biological Reshaping Society had just captured a pair of twin peacocks, and the top management decided to use the two sisters as their fusion targets. Before the fusion, no one is allowed to infringe on the two of them. Once the fusion is successful, the two sisters will become senior members of the Biological Reshaping Society. In order to create a chance for Xiao Ningyue to escape, the elder sister took the initiative to talk to the leader who was guarding her and promised to become his girlfriend after the fusion, which gave Xiao Ningyue the opportunity to sneak out. Seeing that Xiao Ningyue didn't say anything for a while, Jiang Feng simply raised his leg and walked towards the direction of the library in his memory. I can give you a reward, Xiao Ningyue said hurriedly when she saw Jiang Feng leaving. Oh, what reward? Jiang Feng stopped but did not turn around. Money? That thing is useless. Food? I have plenty of it. It seems that you don't have much bargaining chips. Xiao Ningyue's heart darkened, knowing that what the other party said was true, and her most valuable thing was only. Thinking of her imprisoned sister, Xiao Ningyue hardened her heart. I can give myself to you. After saying this, Jiang Feng finally turned around and looked at Xiao Ningyue. Xiao Ningyue's pretty face flushed red, but her eyes were full of determination. Xiao Ningyue gritted her teeth and continued, as long as you rescue my sister, I will be yours, and I will obey you in everything. Jiang Feng did not express his opinion directly. I have just saved you once, and logically you should repay me with your body. Saving your sister means fighting against the Biological Remodeling Society, and we will have to fight against them for a long time in the future. Moreover, even if I rescued your sister, you two girls have no food, weapons, or superpowers, and there are zombies and mutants everywhere. How are you going to survive? Senior. Seeing that Jiang Feng seemed to have more to say, Xiao Ningyue had to interrupt him. Just say what you want to say. You have to pay more. Jiang Feng said in a deep voice, you and your sister have to become mine. It's not that Jiang Feng was deliberately making things difficult for her. The main reason was that after he rescued the other person, he would definitely keep her by his side. He wasn't in the mood to keep a woman who didn't belong to him by his side. When Xiao Ningyue heard this, her expression instantly became complicated. On the one hand, she understood that what Jiang Feng said was not unreasonable. In this end times, if one wanted to survive, one really needed to rely on powerful people. Moreover, Jiang Feng was very powerful, and following him would indeed give one more chance of survival. But on the other hand, asking her and her sister to share a husband always sounded a little hard for her to accept. Senior, this. Xiao Ningyue hesitated, biting her lips, her eyes full of confusion. Jiang Feng was not soft-hearted. Think about it, and tell me when you have made up your mind. You can go to the library with me now. After saying that, Jiang Feng walked towards the library again. Chapter 82 heading. Jiang Feng walked forward a few steps and found that Xiaoning Yue did not follow him, so he turned around to look. Xiaoning Yue's face was full of determination. Okay, I promise you. As long as you rescue my sister, we will both be yours. Let's go. It's in the main building, right? Since Xiaoning Yue has already agreed, Jiang Feng naturally won't delay. The sooner he rescues people, the sooner he can enjoy college life. Well, don't we need to discuss countermeasures and make some plans first? Xiaoning Yue nodded, and then asked again, there are still many people from the Biological Reshaping Society in the main building, and there is also a very powerful leader. Jiang Feng shook his head, his tone full of confidence. No need. Rescue your sister as soon as possible, so that I can enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives. Jiang Feng teased Xiaoning Yue casually. It was not that he was arrogant. With the level 3 Shui Mu Tianhua, he didn't have to worry about sneak attacks. Even if he was defeated, he could teleport away at any time. Xiaoning Yue's pretty face turned slightly red as she recalled General Zishu who was killed by Jiang Feng. She felt that with Jiang Feng's strength, it should not be a problem for him to deal with that leader. She said no more and followed Jiang Feng obediently towards the inside of the school. As they walked along, the two encountered no zombies or living people, and the entire campus seemed deserted and dead silent. As if she had seen Jiang Feng's confusion, Xiaoning Yue took the initiative to speak. Not long after the blood rain stopped, the entire school was occupied by the Biological Reshaping Society. The teachers and students who survived either obeyed them or were used to feed the mutants. Those pretty female students were all raped by the Biological Reshaping Society. And those boys who joined the Biological Reshaping Society were even more cruel when they raped their former classmates. Thinking of all the evil deeds she had witnessed before, Xiaoning Yue couldn't help but tremble. He and his sister were saved from the murderous clutches because they wanted to fuse the twin peacocks. But the price was that they would become inhuman monsters, which was also a fate worse than death. Seeing that Xiaoning Yue was obviously in a state of fear, Jiang Feng patted Xiaoning Yue on the shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine. I will rescue your sister and let you live a good life. His voice was low and firm, and seemed to have a magical power to reassure people. Xiaoning Yue heard Jiang Feng's words of comfort and remembered his powerful abilities, so she calmed down and continued. All the zombies in the school were eaten by General Rat's rats. Usually, rats are used for security, so there are hardly any people in the school. The two continued to move towards the school's main building. After walking for a while, they finally saw the tall main building. At the gate on the steps, 2 big men with guns were standing at the door chatting. From the hall, girls' shouts could be faintly heard, mixed with the roars of several men. Moving a little closer, Jiang Feng could hear clearly what the 2 men were chatting about. Isn't that girl a classmate of these guys? They stayed up all night last night, and now they are forcing her into the hall. The big guy on the right glanced at the hall and asked casually. It seems that these guys pursued that girl and were rejected. Now that they have the chance, they want to take revenge. The big man on the left replied, then asked with a smile, Why? You want to join in? Me? Forget it. 2 girls came to see me last night, and I still haven't recovered from the shock. It's only 2, and you're already exhausted. You look a little weak. Who are you? Stop. The big man on the left suddenly noticed Jiang Feng and the other man approaching and shouted immediately. The other big man also quickly pointed a gun at the 2 men. Jiang Feng's eyes were cold. From the content of their conversation, he could tell that these 2 people were not good people. There were indeed few good people in the end times. After being discovered, he did not hesitate at all. With a thought, 2 wind blades flew out from his hands. Before the 2 big men could react, the wind blades hit them accurately. The wind blades easily pierced their throats, drawing 2 streams of blood. The 2 men's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. They wanted to shout for help, but could only make gurgling sounds. Then they fell straight to the ground, and the guns in their hands fell to the ground with a clang. After dealing with the 2 guards, Xiaoning Yue's eyes flashed with worry. Senior, if we rush in like this, will we be ambushed by the people inside? Jiang Feng waved his hand slightly and said, It doesn't matter to me. After that, he took the lead and walked towards the hall. As soon as I stepped into the hall, I saw the infuriating scene. Several boys were surrounding a girl. The girl was struggling desperately. Her clothes had been torn for the most part, and her eyes were full of despair and fear. It's broad daylight, and you guys seem quite interested. Jiang Feng's faint voice rang out in the hall. When the boys heard the voice, they all turned around. After seeing Jiang Feng and Xiaoning Yue, one of the boys with scars on his face was stunned for a moment, then taunted. Isn't this Sha the school beauty? What? Did you figure it out and come back? You probably don't know, do you? Lord Wuming has said that if he doesn't capture you tonight, he will make your sister serve him and Lord Zishu together. Anyway, one person can't be used to fuse the twin peacocks, so it's better to use them instead of raising them for nothing. The scarred man paused for a moment, with a lewd smile on his face. I guess after the 2 adults get tired of it, we will be able to have a taste of the campus beauty. Xiaoning Yue's pretty face turned red with anger, and she said angrily, "You are dreaming. Where is my sister? Your sister is still locked up in the basement. I advise you to run away quickly. If you can escape, you can escape. If you wait for Wu Ming to come out, you won't be able to escape." The girl who was surrounded by the boys sat on the ground, and she was so haggard that she even reminded Xiaoning Yue. "Oh, thank you." Xiaoning Yue looked at the girl on the ground. Her miserable condition made her feel very sympathetic. "Don't worry. I have asked a senior to come over. He will kill those beasts from the Biological Reshaping Society and rescue us all." The girl didn't react much to Xiaoning Yue's words. After reminding the other party, she sat on the ground as if she had accepted her fate. After hearing this, the scarred man on the side glanced at Jiang Feng beside Xiaoning Yue, and then sneered. "Is this the senior you're looking for? Xiao Xiao? You might have found a gigolo. Listen to me, a skinny guy like this won't do. You need a strong guy like me to make you feel the fun." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and bent his arm to show off his muscles. Ha ha. The scarred man's words made the boys present burst into laughter, and they all looked at Xiaoning Yue with lustful eyes. Although the girl they just violated was pretty, she was far inferior to the school belle like Xiaoning Yue. They really have to thank the end of the world, otherwise, they would not have the opportunity to enjoy so many beauties at will. Chapter 83 Semi-Finished Product. Jiang Feng's face darkened instantly, and the murderous intent in his eyes emerged like a substance. He slowly raised his hand, and the wind element quickly condensed in his palm. The boys were still laughing wildly, completely unaware of the impending danger. "MD, it would be fine if you said anything else, but you actually said that I'm not good enough. You really think you were living too comfortably," Jiang Feng said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind element in his palm instantly turned into several wind blades and shot towards the boys frantically. The wind blade was extremely fast, making a sharp whistling sound. The scar-faced man and the other boys were just new members of the Biological Remodeling Society and had never seen such a scene before. The smiles on their faces froze instantly, and before they could react, the wind blades had already penetrated their bodies. Blood splattered, accompanied by miserable screams, as several boys' bodies were pierced by wind blades. They fell to the ground one after another, twitching a few times before becoming motionless. Because she was too close to the boys, the girl's face was splashed with a lot of blood. She stared blankly at the corpses scattered all over the place, not daring to believe what she saw. Seeing this, Xiaoning Yue walked to the girl and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid. I told you that the senior will rescue us all." Although Jiang Feng only came to save Xiaoning Yue's sister, according to his temperament, all the people from the Biological Reshaping Society who were here would definitely die, and the others who were captured would naturally be saved. Woo, they all deserve to die. They are finally dead. The girl finally reacted and burst into tears. After wiping away her tears, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Feng and Xiaoning Yue. "Thank you, thank you." However, the commotion here soon attracted other guards in the main building. Several guards with guns quickly rushed into the hall from the corridor. When they saw the boy lying on the ground, their faces changed and they raised their guns and shot at Jiang Feng and the other two without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed, and before the bullet got close, a transparent water curtain instantly covered the three of them. The bullets hit the water curtain, making a puff sound, and were easily blocked by the water curtain, splashing water. Jiang Feng sneered and swung a few fireballs with his right hand. The fireballs were so fast that the guards had no time to dodge. They were instantly blasted through the body by the fireballs and fell down screaming. After dealing with the guards, Xiaoning Yue looked at Jiang Feng and said, "Senior, you are amazing. Let's go to the basement and rescue my sister." Jiang Feng nodded and summoned a projection to guard the hall just in case. Xiaoning Yue was surprised to see Jiang Feng casually create an identical clone, but as the situation was urgent, she did not ask any more questions. The two walked down the stairs towards the basement. When they stepped into the basement, a pungent smell of medicine hit them. The huge basement was converted into a laboratory, with each room separated by iron fences. Through the iron bars, Jiang Feng and Xiaoning Yue saw that most of the rooms were filled with terrified students, while some rooms were filled with mutated creatures of various shapes. These mutant creatures were firmly trapped by iron chains, struggling and making bursts of roars. At this time, in a room deep in the basement, Wu Ming was lying on a recliner with a look of enjoyment on his face, while a girl in cool clothes and with a sexy figure was serving him tremblingly beside him. Wu Ming fused with a mutant turtle. The huge turtle shell was lying not far from the recliner, flashing a cold luster under the dim light. When they first merged, the turtle shell grew on Wu Ming's back and could not be removed, causing a lot of inconvenience to Wu Ming's life. But Wu Ming was a ruthless man. He found the researchers in the association and cut off the turtle shell. After taking off the tortoise shell, Wu Ming originally only wanted to use it as a shield. But what he didn't expect was that he could control the tortoise shell at will with his mind. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Wu Ming frowned and cursed in displeasure. Who is that blind bastard who can't see that I'm enjoying myself? The men outside the door shouted anxiously, Sir, it's bad. Something happened in the main building lobby. It seems someone broke in. The brothers were all killed. Wu Ming's face changed, and he stood up from the recliner abruptly and kicked the girl aside. Useless. You can't even guard the door. He straightened his clothes, and with a thought, the tortoise shell beside him instantly moved to his right hand, like an indestructible shield. Wu Ming held the tortoise shell in his hand, his face gloomy, and strode out the door. Anyone who interrupted him while casting a spell should be damned. After opening the door, Wu Ming said to his younger brother beside him, Go, release those semi-finished products that have not been fully fused. Let them meet the newcomers first. Wu Ming was certainly not stupid. There were General Zishu's group of rats on guard outside. Since the other party was able to get into the basement, Zishu was afraid that something must have happened. His strength is about the same as Zishu's. If Zishu can't defeat him, he will probably be in big trouble if he goes up rashly. However, as the basement of the Biological Reshaping Society in Linhai City, there are still other forces. Those semi-finished products that were not fully integrated, except that they had no wisdom and only knew how to kill, were still quite powerful. Let these monsters consume us first, and then it would be much easier for us to go out and pick up the heads. Wu Ming was quite satisfied with his tactics. He had already begun to imagine spending the night with the disobedient school beauty. Jiang Feng and his companion were moving towards the depths of the basement when they suddenly saw hidden doors on the walls on both sides of the passage slowly opening, and a group of half-human, half-beast monsters rushed out from inside. These monsters have different shapes. Some have human upper bodies but thick animal legs in the lower body and run like the wind. Some have huge wings on their backs and make sharp cries. Others are covered with spikes all over their bodies, like moving hedgehogs. Their eyes emitted a bloodthirsty red light, and they pounced towards Jiang Feng and shouting Yue without hesitation. Jiang Feng's expression was stern. These should be monsters created by the Biological Reshaping Society using humans and mutated creatures. Senior, why are there so many monsters? Shouting Yue exclaimed when she saw the group of monsters in front of her. She didn't know there were so many monsters hiding here, and she couldn't help but feel worried. It's okay, just follow me. Jiang Feng's tone remained calm and did not change because of the many monsters in front of him. Roar. Many monsters roared and then rushed towards the two. In the narrow passage, Jiang Feng had a stern expression and waved his hands. Wind blades were like sharp blades flashing with cold light, shooting towards the half-human, half-beast monsters at an extremely fast speed. The 1-meter-long level 3 wind blade was extremely sharp. Most monsters were cut in half by the wind blade before they could react, and blood splattered all over the passage. Although those monsters with larger bodies and thicker skin and flesh could resist a little, they would only suffer a few more wind blades. Under Jiang Feng's fierce attack, they were also unable to hold on and fell down one after another. Chapter 84 Twin School Bells. Suddenly, a monster with a wolf-like body but a human head opened its mouth and spewed out a black flame from its mouth, attacking Jiang Feng and shouting Yue like a burning meteor. As soon as the flame was emitted, a layer of crystal-clear water curtain appeared in front of Jiang Feng and the others. The black flames instantly hit the water curtain Tianhua, making a sizzling sound and water vapor rising, but it could not break through this thin layer of defense at all. Immediately afterwards, several monsters fired sharp bone spikes from a distance and flew towards them with a whistling sound. Jiang Feng didn't care. He just continued to send out wind blades to kill the monsters. The bone spurs hit the water curtain, bounced off one after another, and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. After all, it was in an underground space. In order to avoid igniting the entire basement, Jiang Feng did not use fireballs to attack. Under his continuous and fierce attacks, the monsters in the passage were soon killed or injured. The corpses of the monsters were lying all over the ground, and the blood gathered into a stream, flowing slowly along the passage. At the end of the passage, Wu Ming appeared with an extremely ugly expression. He didn't expect that Jiang Feng could deal with these half-finished monsters so easily. Looking at the bloody scene in the passage, he felt a little scared. But soon, Wu Ming suppressed his fear and thought about how to escape. Wu Ming took a deep breath, forced a seemingly friendly smile on his face, and said, My brother, when has my biological remodeling ever offended you? If so, please point it out, and I promise to give you a satisfactory apology. Oh, I killed so many of you, and I can still let it go peacefully. Jiang Feng asked, pointing at the corpses on the ground. Those are just semi-finished products. You can have as many as you want. It doesn't matter if they die. I also killed a rat general, is that okay? Upon hearing that General Zishu had indeed died at the hands of the other party, Wu Ming's heart tightened. The third level was already the highest level in the association, and the death of one would be a huge loss. But he didn't dare to say it clearly, and still maintained that hypocritical smile on his face, saying, "Although General Zishu was a high-ranking member of the organization, it doesn't matter now that he's dead. If you are willing to join our biological reshaping society, not only will our previous grudges be settled, but we can also give you a higher status than General Zishu." Indeed, the other party was able to kill General Zishu, so his strength is self-evident. If he could bring great help to the organization, General Zishu would be nothing. Jiang Feng sneered and said, "Joining you? What's the benefit? We, the Biological Reshaping Society, are strong and have abundant resources. As long as you give us a nod, we will give you as many crystal cores, women, and food as you want." Xiaoning Yue was a little anxious, fearing that Jiang Feng would agree, so she couldn't help but say, "What you did was against the will of heaven and earth, and I will never go along with you. You used living people for experiments and created these monsters, which is simply insane." Wu Ming frowned slightly and looked at Xiaoning Yue, with a hint of impatience in his tone. "Woman, you have no right to speak here. In the end times, all creatures are evolving. The human body is too weak. Only by reshaping can it continue. Let's put it this way. I came here to find someone." Jiang Feng pointed at Xiaoning Yue. "She paid me to rescue her sister. You hand over her sister first, and then we can talk about other things. I wonder what reward she gave to you, brother? I can give you double, but I hope we can live in peace." Wu Ming did not agree to hand over the person immediately. Jiang Feng shook his head. "You can't give me this reward, so hand me over first." "Are you kidding? She is the school belle. How can a master Rashi like you compare to her?" Hearing Jiang Feng say this, Wu Ming also understood what the reward Xiaoning Yue gave was. He looked at the extremely beautiful Xiaoning Yue and thought of her equally beautiful sister. He should have enjoyed her himself that night, but now he had to give her to the boy in front of him. He felt unwilling. Wu Ming hesitated, and when he looked up and saw that Jiang Feng looked a little impatient, he hardened his heart and decided that a woman was not as important as his own life. "Go, bring Xiaoning Yue from room 3 here." A subordinate standing behind Wu Ming took the order and left. After a while, he came over with a girl. The girl stood in the passage, her black hair falling like a waterfall, her skin as white as mutton fat jade, radiant and lustrous. Her eyes were clear and bright, her nose was straight, her lips were beautiful, her figure was graceful, and her fragility carried a gentle temperament. Xiaoning Yue and her sister Xiaoning Xue are actually twins. Jiang Feng's eyes swept between the two of them, as if he saw two twin flowers, equally stunningly beautiful. Xiaoning Yue's beauty is lively and agile, like an elf jumping in spring, while Xiaoning Xue's beauty is gentle and soft, just like the quiet moonlight in the night sky. This pair of breathtakingly beautiful twins made Jiang Feng dazed when he first saw them. When Xiaoning Yue saw her sister coming out, she shouted anxiously, "Sister," and wanted to rush over regardless of everything, but was stopped by Jiang Feng. Wu Ming looked at Jiang Feng and said in a deep voice, "Brother, I have brought the people here. If you don't want to join us, you can take them away now. I promise not to embarrass you." After saying that, he signaled his subordinates to release the restraints, and Xiaoning Xue ran towards Jiang Feng and Xiaoning Yue. Wu Ming looked at Xiaoning Xue's graceful back and felt extremely angry. He secretly decided that after he mastered the fourth-order technology, he would definitely bring people to tear this guy into pieces. As for the twin sisters, he would definitely make them feel like they were in heaven. "Ning Yue, why are you back? Didn't I tell you not to come back?" Xiaoning Xue grabbed Xiaoning Yue's hands and asked with a slightly blaming tone. "Sister, don't worry. I've asked a senior to rescue you. He's very capable and will definitely get us out. But I agreed to some of his requests." As Xiaoning Yue spoke, her voice became softer and softer, so much so that Xiaoning Xue couldn't hear clearly at all. "Senior." Xiaoning Xue looked at Jiang Feng. "What is your name, Senior? Thank you for saving me." "Jiang Feng. There's no need to thank me verbally. There will be other opportunities later." Jiang Feng had recovered from his previous astonishment. The women around him were no less beautiful than the two sisters. He was just curious because it was his first time meeting twins. After saying this, ignoring Xiaoning Xue's puzzled look, Jiang Feng said to Wu Ming and his group, "Since the person has been found, you can prepare to die." "Boy, you're kidding me." Wu Ming's eyes instantly widened and his face was filled with anger. He never thought that even after he handed over his people, the other party had no intention of letting him go. Jiang Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. "What? Can't play." Chapter 85 Turtle Shell. Wu Ming laughed in anger. "You really think I'm a soft persimmon, don't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ming raised his right hand and threw out the huge tortoise shell. The tortoise shell spun rapidly and shot towards Jiang Feng like a cannonball. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed, and the wind elements around him instantly boiled, condensing into several sharp wind blades, slashing towards the turtle shell. Swish, 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 the wind blade collided with the turtle shell, causing a series of harsh sounds, and sparks flew in the air. Although the turtle shell was hit by the wind blade, it stopped in the air with a flash of light, leaving only a few shallow marks on the surface. While Jiang Feng was dealing with the turtle shell, Wu Ming attacked again. He pushed his hands forward and shouted, "Water arrow breaks the wind." In an instant, the water vapor around it quickly condensed and turned into dozens of sharp water arrows, which shot towards Jiang Feng with a whistling sound. Seeing that the opponent had condensed water arrows in addition to the tortoise shell, Jiang Feng thought, "These fused monsters are stronger than ordinary psychics, and they have more than one skill." The previous General Rat was the same. In addition to being able to control the rat swarm, he also had long-range attack and defense skills. I don't know what the future potential of the people in this biological reshaping society is. If they can continue to improve their levels, they will be very powerful. While thinking, Jiang Feng activated Water Curtain Tianhua. The water arrows shot by Wu Ming hit the water curtain fiercely, making a series of muffled puff-puff sounds. As the water curtain rippled, the water arrows turned into drops of water and fell to the ground. There really is something there. Upon seeing this, Wu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his fierce look. He waved his hands again, controlling the tortoise shell to rotate, and a burst of light emanated from the tortoise shell. He was about to control the tortoise shell to crush Jiang Feng, but he saw several wind blades condensed in Jiang Feng's hands and shot towards him. Wu Ming had no other defensive skills, so he quickly controlled the turtle shell to return. As his mind moved, the tortoise shell shone brightly. The tortoise shell, which was originally only 1 meter long, expanded and instantly grew to 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, firmly protecting the entire person. Several wind blades hit the turtle shell, making crisp dang-dang-dang sounds, as if hitting steel, and were all blocked by the turtle shell. Wu Ming saw this and showed a smug look on his face. He mocked Jiang Feng loudly, "Haha, kid, you think you can hurt me with just this little attack? That's just wishful thinking. I advise you to quit while you're ahead and take your people away quickly." Although he blocked the opponent's attack, Wu Ming knew his own business and he could not keep the opponent. It would be best if the opponent retreated. Jiang Feng snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "You dare to be so arrogant in front of me with just a broken tortoise shell?" Before he finished speaking, Jiang Feng danced his hands quickly, and wind blades, like a high-speed cutting machine, continuously hit the same place on the turtle shell. The wind blade hit the turtle shell, splashing countless sparks, and each hit made the turtle shell tremble slightly. The smugness on Wu Ming's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a trace of panic. He felt the pressure on the tortoise shell increasing, and the light of the tortoise shell began to flicker where Jiang Feng concentrated his attack. "You, don't waste your energy. This tortoise shell is indestructible. There is no way you can break it." Wu Ming shouted in a timid tone, but his voice already revealed a hint of lack of confidence. Jiang Feng ignored his shouting and continued to send out wind blades frantically. The sound of wind blades hitting the turtle shell became more and more frequent, like a never-ending storm. Finally, under Jiang Feng's series of wind blade attacks, a tiny crack appeared on the attacked part of the turtle shell. The crack was like a gap, and then it spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, with continuous cracking sounds. "No, this is impossible." Wu Ming looked at the cracks that were spreading on the turtle shell in horror, his heart filled with despair. With a loud bang, the turtle shell could not bear the weight and finally shattered into countless pieces scattered all over the ground. Wu Ming, who lost the protection of his tortoise shell, was completely exposed to Jiang Feng and others. Wu Ming's face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were full of fear. He never thought that the tortoise shell that he was so proud of would be shattered by Jiang Feng. At this moment, he was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Jiang Feng's eyes were cold as he walked towards Wu Ming step by step, and every step seemed to be stepping on Wu Ming's heart. Wu Ming wanted to escape, but his legs seemed to be nailed down and he couldn't move. Fear had completely taken over his body and mind. "You, don't come over here," Wu Ming shouted in a trembling voice. Jiang Feng ignored his shouting. When he walked in front of Wu Ming, he raised his hand and a wind blade appeared. The wind blade, with its fierce momentum, instantly cut across Wu Ming's throat. Wu Ming's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that he was going to die like this, and then his body fell straight down. "Brother, please spare us. We were all forced to join the biological reshaping society." When several subordinates saw that Wu Ming was in danger, they immediately knelt down and begged Jiang Feng for mercy, kowtowing repeatedly. "Senior Jiang Feng, we can't let them go. They don't know how many female students they have violated." Jiang Feng turned his head and saw Xiaoning Xue speaking. At this moment, Xiaoning Xue's face was flushed red and she seemed to avoid Jiang Feng's gaze. Sister Xiaoning Yue has already told Xiaoning Xue what she promised Jiang Feng. At this moment, the biggest boss Wu Ming has been killed, and it is estimated that the time to pay the reward will soon. Xiaoning Xue couldn't help feeling shy when she thought about serving Jiang Feng together with her sister. She didn't want to go back on her word. Jiang Feng was so powerful, and she and her sister, two weak women, had no ability to resist. Moreover, The other party also saved her two sisters, and everything was agreed upon in advance, so there was no coercion. After being captured for many days, Xiaoningshue had already understood that the end of the world was different from before. This was the era of the strong, and without strong power, one could only be controlled by others at will. Compared to those female classmates who were tortured to death by the beast of the biological reshaping society, the two sisters were undoubtedly lucky. Following a powerful man like Jiang Feng was better than hiding around and living in fear. Jiang Feng saw Xiaoningshue's blushing face and roughly understood what was going on. Seeing that the other party did not object to Xiaoningshue's promise, he could not help but nodded. This is undoubtedly a smart woman. Don't worry, I don't intend to let any of the people from the biological reshaping society go. After he finished speaking, before the people on the ground could react, several wind blades had already slashed across their heads, and several people fell to the ground instantly. After walking a short distance forward, I saw a room filled with a number of people in white coats. They should be researchers from the biological reshaping society. Chapter 86 Wound Healing. Jiang Feng turned his gaze to these researchers again. Fear and despair were revealed in their eyes. They had already witnessed the previous scenes and knew that this man would never let them go. Sure enough, Jiang Feng did not hesitate at all. The wind blade in his hand flashed and killed these researchers directly. Is there a cleaner, quieter room here? After dealing with the researchers, Jiang Feng roughly confirmed that there were no people from the biological reshaping society in the basement, and asked the twin school beauties behind him. The two sisters looked at each other, as if they had thought of something, and their faces flushed. Yes, there is a room on the second floor reserved for a vice president of the biological reshaping society, but I heard from Wu Ming and others that he has basically never been here, so it should be very clean inside. Sister Xiaoningshue spoke first. Since she had already made the decision, it would be better to be straightforward and generous instead of being hesitant and leaving a bad impression on others. Jiang Feng nodded and motioned for her to lead the way. Xiaoningshue led Jiang Feng and her sister Xiaoningyue up the stairs to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor seemed particularly empty. The green plants that were originally placed there had long since withered, and many of the flower pots had been knocked over on the ground. The doors of several lounges were closed. Xiaoningshue brought them to the lounge reserved for the vice president. She gently pushed the door open, and it slowly opened with a creaky sound, and a faint scent of sandalwood wafted towards her face. The layout of the room is extremely luxurious and comfortable, forming a sharp contrast with the dilapidated scene outside. A huge European-style carved bed was placed in the center of the room. The bedspread was made of top-quality velvet, soft and gorgeous. Next to the bed was an exquisite solid wood coffee table, on which was placed a set of valuable blue and white porcelain tea set, and next to it was a crystal ashtray. There is also a separate bathroom in the room. I tried it, and there was actually water in the faucet. I really don't know where the Biological Reconstruction Society gets the water from. This shows that the Biological Reshaping Society is indeed very powerful, and this unknown vice president is also a person who knows how to enjoy himself. However, for now, Jiang Feng will accept all these things with a smile. When flowers are in bloom, they must be picked, let alone two twin flowers. After Xiaoningshue and Xiaoningyue entered the room, Jiang Feng closed the door. He had already summoned a projection to guard the corridor to ensure that no living creatures would disturb him in the following time. There was a subtle atmosphere in the room. Xiaoningshue and Xiaoningyue's cheeks were lightly flushed. They had just escaped from trouble and had experienced a great battle with Jiang Feng. Their emotions were still fluctuating. Now that they were in the same room with Jiang Feng, the two sisters knew what was going to happen next, and they couldn't help feeling shy when they looked at each other. Jiang Feng looked at the shy and charming pair of sisters in front of him and felt a little excited. He slowly walked over to the two of them, gently embraced the two sisters in his arms, felt their slightly trembling bodies, and gently comforted them. Believe me, you won't regret this decision. Happy times are always short, and 2 hours seemed to pass in a flash for Jiang Feng. Senior, are my abilities really useful? I don't even have a chance to try them out. Xiaoningyue, who had changed into a new JK outfit, suddenly asked Jiang Feng. After the work was done, Jiang Feng naturally awakened the twin school beauty's special powers. The younger sister Xiaoningyue awakened the healer special power, and the current skill she mastered was healing. Level 2 healing could instantly heal most wounds. Xiaoningyue had just gained supernatural powers and was eager to try them out. But now that the three of them were not injured, their supernatural powers were useless. Aren't there a lot of your classmates imprisoned in the basement? There should be some injured, right? Why don't we just try it with them? Jiang Feng didn't just remember that there were people locked in the basement. but he deliberately waited until after the event to bring it up in order to prevent these people from disturbing his in-depth communication with the twin school beauties. Oh, I forgot about that. Let's go and rescue them all. Sister Xiao Ningxue slapped her forehead. She had really just remembered it. After all the trouble, her thoughts were not as clear as before. Xiao Ningxue hurriedly adjusted the same white JK suit on her body, with the buttons on her chest stretched tightly, and white over-the-knee socks on her legs, and walked towards the basement first. Jiang Feng and Xiao Ningxue followed closely behind. The basement was still filled with a bloody smell. The corpses of monsters killed by Jiang Feng filled the aisles. The pungent, fishy smell mixed with the damp smell made people frown. Xiao Ningxue covered her mouth and nose slightly, frowned slightly, and carefully looked for a place to step among the corpses. Jiang Feng was no longer surprised by corpses. He followed behind with a relaxed look on his face, admiring the sisters' graceful backs. Many students were imprisoned in several rooms. Most of them looked listless and their clothes were tattered. Several beautiful girls were locked up in a room alone. Apart from a big bed, there was no other furniture inside. One could tell the purpose of the room at a glance. Some students had obviously been beaten by the bio-reshaping society, with bruises and wounds on their faces, arms, and legs, and blood all over their bodies. After seeing this, Xiao Ningxue immediately walked to the injured classmate closest to her. She squatted down slightly, and her hands emitted a soft white light, gently covering the deep wound on the classmate's arm. Wherever the light reached, the wound seemed to be quickly sutured by an invisible hand, and the skin and flesh grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the wound disappeared without a trace, leaving only a piece of smooth skin, as if it had never been injured. The student stared with eyes wide open, looking at his restored arm in disbelief, and then said excitedly, "Senior Ningxue, you are so amazing. This is simply a miracle. Thank you so much." Xiao Ningxue smiled slightly and said softly, "We are all classmates. Don't be polite, it's okay." After saying that, she walked towards another classmate who had a leg injury. The same white light lit up again. Under the cover of the light, the wound on the leg healed quickly, and the classmate's face, which was originally distorted with pain, gradually relaxed. "Thank you, classmate. Thanks to you, otherwise my leg." Xiao Ningxue used her special ability while comforting him. "It's okay. It's all over." Then, she treated other injured students one by one. The students who received treatment all looked at her with gratitude and kept expressing their gratitude. Xiao Ningxue wiped the sweat from her forehead. Although she had consumed a lot of mental energy, she felt very happy in her heart. Jiang Feng was standing aside and couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw Xiao Ningxue using her skills to heal even some people's minor scratches. Perhaps it was because of Xiao Ningxue's kindness that she was able to awaken the supernatural power of healer. Healer supernatural powers are very important to Jiang Feng. With the crisis of the end of the world everywhere, who can guarantee that they will not get hurt? Therefore, he also liked Xiao Ningxue very much. But Jiang Feng did not agree with Xiao Ningxue's rescue efforts. After all, some people were not worth saving. Chapter 87 Skeleton Queen. Sure enough, facts soon proved Jiang Feng's idea. "Hey, what are you doing? Where do you want to touch?" A coquettish sound came out of Xiao Ningxue's mouth. She had been paying attention to her sister's actions. All of a sudden, he saw a male classmate taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Ningxue was concentrating on releasing her supernatural powers to heal the wound on his back, and he secretly reached out and touched Xiao Ningxue's beautiful legs in white stockings. Jiang Feng certainly also noticed the behavior of the male classmates. Seeing Xiao Ningxue speak, he quietly dispersed the wind blade in his palm, intending to see how the two sisters would respond. When Xiao Ningxue heard her sister's voice, she quickly turned around. Realizing the boy's intention, she quickly took a few steps back, her eyes full of shock and anger. When other students heard the noise, they gathered around. Even after the truth was exposed, the boy showed an indifferent expression on his face. "How can you be so despicable? Ningxue saved you with good intentions, but you actually wanted to take advantage of the opportunity." Xiao Ningxue was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and she shouted angrily. The male classmate, however, raised a wicked smile and looked at Xiao Ningxue wantonly. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but he said even more arrogantly, "What's wrong with me? You two sisters, don't think you can act like saints just because you saved a few people." In the hands of the Biological Reconstruction Society, she has probably been played by countless people, yet she is still pretending to be innocent. What's wrong with me touching her? Will touching her make her lose a piece of flesh? Some of them were tied up in the room and did not see the scene of Jiang Feng killing the people from the Biological Reshaping Society. They thought that these people from the Biological Reconstruction Society were killed by some strange creatures. As for Xiao Yue, a person with special abilities who could only heal wounds, he was not afraid of her. In his opinion, Jiang Feng, who was standing silently aside, was just a dog to bootlicker of Xiao Yue. At this time, several boys who were not injured stood up, and one of them with dyed yellow hair echoed. That's right. Why are you pretending to be so noble? We are all in the same boat, so stop being so hypocritical. Another slightly fat boy also followed suit. Yes, maybe the two sisters are undercover agents sent by the Biological Reshaping Society, deliberately trying to deceive us. Xiao Yue was so angry that she was shaking all over. She didn't expect these people to be so shameless. The anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She quickly formed seals with her hands, and dark energy waves appeared in front of her. With a burst of black smoke rising, two tall skeleton warriors and two skeleton archers holding bone bows appeared in front of everyone. The bone swords in the hands of the skeleton warriors flashed with a cold light, while the skeleton archers pulled their bone bows to their full extent, aiming the arrows at the boys. When the boys saw this, the arrogance on their faces instantly disappeared, replaced by fear. You are also a superpower. What do you want to do? The male classmate shouted in a timid tone, but there was a slight tremor in his voice. Scum like you don't deserve to live in this world. Xiao Yue's eyes flashed coldly, and she gave the order to attack. The skeleton warriors received the order and rushed forward instantly, so fast that people had no time to react. The two skeleton warriors swung their bone swords and instantly knocked the leading male student to the ground, with blood splattering all around. At the same time, the skeleton archers' sharp arrows pierced the throats of the blonde boy and the slightly fat boy. They fell in a pool of blood before they could even let out a scream. The students around were so shocked by this scene that they stood there in shock. No one had expected that the usually gentle Xiao Yue would have such a cruel side and possess such a terrifying summoning ability. Xiao Yue's awakened ability is Element E Darkness. The first skill is Skeleton Summoning. Level 2 Skeleton Summoning can summon skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. The level of the summoned creature is consistent with the level of the psychic. That is to say, if Xiao Yue is a 9th level psychic, she can even summon a 9th level skeleton warrior. I don't know if a 9th level skeleton warrior can still be considered a skeleton warrior. After a moment, someone whispered, Skeleton Queen. This name was like an electric current, spreading among the crowd in an instant. When everyone looked at Xiao Yue, there was not only shock, but also a bit of fear in their eyes. Jiang Feng looked at Xiao Yue with admiration. This is how the end of the world should be. We must not be merciful to those who harbor evil intentions. He took 2 steps forward, patted Xiao Yue's shoulders, and said, Well done. With you here, I don't have to worry about Yue turning into a real saint. Xiao Yue took a deep breath, suppressed the anger and fear in her heart, and dispersed the skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. She turned to look at Xiao Yue, and saw that although her sister was still a little frightened, fortunately, she was not seriously hurt. She felt relieved. When Xiao Yue heard Jiang Feng's words, she pouted and said unhappily, Senior, I'm not a saint. I'm just too excited to stop because I just got my powers. If I knew they were this kind of people, I wouldn't give them treatment even if they knelt in front of me. Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile. He pinched Xiao Yue's face lovingly, feeling the smooth and soft touch between his fingers. Okay, you are also a decisive queen, okay? The boys around looked at Xiao Yue's beautiful, slightly blushing face, their eyes full of envy. But when they thought of those guys who had just said those rude words, and the corpse was not even cold yet, they were so scared that they quickly lowered their heads and dared not say another word. Some girls were extremely envious when they saw the actions of the 3 men. Those who were able to survive to this day were those with better looks, and they had experienced many unspeakable, nightmarish things. They knew that Xiao Yue and her sister had not been violated by the Biological Reconstruction Society because they were trying to fuse mutant creatures. At this moment, looking at the natural and intimate interaction between Jiang Feng, Xiao Yue, and Xiao Yue, his heart was filled with envy and bitterness. Bang! Just as everyone was thinking about their own things, a loud noise was heard, and the entire basement seemed to shake a few times. What's going on? Everyone looked around in panic. Their nerves that had just escaped from trouble instantly tensed up again. Xiao Yue's face changed, as if she remembered something. She quickly walked to a room to check. Senior, it should be the twin peacocks that escaped. Xiao Yue turned around and said to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng knew that the twin peacocks were the third-order mutant creatures that the Biological Reshaping Society intended to use to fuse the 2 sisters. Although he didn't know what abilities the twin peacocks possessed, he was not panicked. They were only level 3, so even if there were some peculiarities, it was no big deal. Jiang Feng looked around and asked loudly, "Is there any other exit in this basement?" There was my projection in the lobby on the first floor, but I didn't see the twin peacocks. It was obvious that they escaped from another exit. Chapter 88 Twin Peacocks. When everyone heard Jiang Feng's question, they looked at each other in confusion. Suddenly, Xiao Ningyue's voice was heard, and she had walked to the entrance of the basement without knowing when. "Senior, sister, here is the emergency evacuation diagram of the basement. There are indeed 2 exits." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng and Xiao Ningyue immediately walked quickly towards Xiao Ningyue. On the wall on one side of the basement entrance, there was a schematic diagram drawn with simple lines, clearly marking the locations of the 2 exits. One of them was the entrance they came in through, and the other backup exit was at the other end of the basement. The 3 of them followed the direction indicated by the diagram and walked towards the alternative exit. The iron door of the backup exit had been twisted and deformed, as if it had been forcibly knocked open by an extremely powerful force. Broken metal door panels were scattered on the ground, and the surrounding walls were also covered with cracks. Jiang Feng and the other 2 walked down the stairs and found that the exit was right behind the main building of the school. The surroundings were empty, and there were no mutant creatures. "Senior, the twin peacocks have probably gone far away. Should we continue looking for it?" Xiao Ningyue asked. Jiang Feng shook his head. "Forget it. It will be too troublesome to find it if we don't know the direction." If he encounters the twin peacocks, Jiang Feng plans to kill them. He planned to let the twin school beauties stay in the school. There were too many women, and there was no need to squeeze them all together. The school has supplies and equipment left behind by the Biological Reshaping Society, as well as quite a few students. If the sisters leave some supplies behind and develop it a bit, it can become a nice small base. After all, the twin peacocks are third-order mutant creatures, which is somewhat dangerous for the 2 sisters who are still at the second order. It would be better if they could deal with them in advance. As for whether he would suffer subsequent retaliation from the Biological Reshaping Society, Jiang Feng was not worried. As long as he left a mark on the 2 sisters, he could provide support at any time. This place would also serve as his other base. Jiang Feng still knows the principle that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Linhai University of Science and Technology, Mintai Building, and Weimei Hospital. Jiang Feng currently has 3 places to live. Since Jiang Feng said he would not pursue her anymore, Xiao Ningyue and Xiao Ningyue had no objection. The 3 of them returned to the lobby on the first floor, and the rescued students also came to the lobby. Jiang Feng glanced at the students present, then looked at the school beauties and said slowly, "I have an idea. You 2 can take these students and turn Linhai University of Science and Technology into a small base. The power of one person is limited, and it will be more lively with more people. Humans are social animals, and without social interaction, we will always feel lonely." Jiang Feng had already planned that after his strength reached a certain level, he would take the 5 girls from Weimei Hospital to live at the base. Xiao Ningyue thought about it for a while and nodded. "Well, this is a good idea. There are a lot of supplies in the school, and we are familiar with the environment. It would be great to continue living here." Xiao Ningyue, who was standing by, heard Jiang Feng's extra meaning and looked at him nervously. "The 2 of us? Senior, don't you plan to stay here?" "I have other things to do. Don't worry. As long as you carry the card I left with you, I can come here anytime." Jiang Feng has already handed the 2 marked cards to the 2 sisters. Although they usually don't separate them, he still gave one to each of them. As for twins, they must be treated equally. If you kiss one of them less, there might be conflicts. "All right." Xiao Ningyue nodded somewhat disappointedly, but she felt a little better when she thought about Jiang Feng saying that he could come anytime. Xiao Ningyue also looked unhappy, but she quickly adjusted herself and turned to face the students, her voice clear and powerful. "Classmates, my sister Xiao Ningyue and I plan to build this place into a base to defend against the dangers that are everywhere in the apocalypse. Now, it is up to everyone to decide whether to stay or not. I will not force anyone." The students looked at each other, and after a brief silence, no one chose to leave. One of the tall boys stood up and said, "We are willing to stay. It is too dangerous outside now. Going out alone is simply seeking death. If we stay here, at least we have the supplies left by the Biological Reconstruction Society to last for a while, and we feel at ease with you 2 psychics leading us." Other students echoed, "Okay, since everyone is willing to stay, let's work together to build this place into a safe shelter." Xiao Ningyue said with relief when she saw everyone joining in. "Look, what is that?" A boy suddenly pointed at the square in front of the main building and shouted, "Twin peacocks. They didn't go far." Xiao Ningyue exclaimed. Jiang Feng looked in the direction the boy pointed and saw 2 twin peacocks as big as hills standing in the square. They are huge, more than 3 meters tall, the same size as an adult elephant. Their thick claws alone are as long as an adult's forearm, and their sharp nails seem able to tear steel plates easily. The feathers of the two twin peacocks are so gorgeous that it is hard to take your eyes off them. Each feather looks like a carefully crafted work of art. The edges of the feathers sparkled with fine golden light, as if inlaid with countless gold powders. As they moved, the light flowed, which was beautiful beyond words. At this moment, two peacocks were staring at the main building where everyone was with their dark green eyes. There was ferocity and hostility in their eyes, as if they would launch an attack in the next second. Suddenly, the two peacocks lowered their bodies slightly and flapped their wings gently, causing a gust of wind that blew up the dust around them. It was obvious that they were preparing to launch an attack. Since he has planned to use the school as his base, Jiang Feng will not allow the two peacocks to run wild here. Moreover, there are supplies and equipment left behind by the Biological Reshaping Society in the main building, and we cannot let these two peacocks destroy them at will. Jiang Feng's mind moved, and two projections instantly appeared in front of the twin peacocks, blocking their way. The twin peacocks were attracted by the sudden appearance of the projection. They stopped approaching the main building and turned their hostility towards the two projections. The slightly larger peacock raised its head and let out a sharp cry, its voice full of anger and provocation. The feathers on his body glowed brightly, and each feather seemed to be infused with mysterious power. Then, it flapped its wings violently and rushed towards projection number 1 like an arrow, so fast that only a gorgeous afterimage was left. Projection number 1 reacted quickly. As soon as the slightly larger peacock moved, it condensed several fireballs the size of wash basins and shot them towards the peacock. The fireball, with rolling heat waves, drew several blazing trails in the air and instantly met the oncoming peacock. Boom, 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 a series of explosions sounded, flames shot up into the sky, powerful air waves spread out in all directions, and the surrounding ground was shaking. Chapter 89 Fusion. However, the slightly larger peacock showed amazing resilience. It flapped its wings violently in the fire of the explosion, and its originally gorgeous feathers now shone even brighter. It not only withstood most of the impact of the fireball, but also used the reverse thrust of the airwaves to pounce again towards projection number 1 at an even more bizarre angle. Puff! The peacock's huge body hit the water curtain around projection number 1. The seemingly thin water curtain actually withstood the fierce blow, with only slight ripples appearing. However, the peacock did not give up. It flapped its wings vigorously, splashing countless water on the water curtain, and at the same time let out a low roar from its mouth. Projection number 1 had a calm look in its eyes. Facing this fierce attack, it waved its hands quickly and shot out a series of fireballs. These fireballs intertwined with each other to form a chain of fire, sweeping towards the peacock with rolling heat waves. Peacock felt the powerful heat wave coming towards him and knew that this blow was of no small magnitude. It flapped its wings, trying to dodge, but found it was too late, so it had to close its wings to protect its more vulnerable abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. The fire chain instantly hit the peacock. In an instant, a series of explosions broke out. The raging fire engulfed the peacock's entire body, causing it to let out a shrill scream. Dozens of blood-stained feathers fell from the sky. With the powerful impact of the fireball explosion, the peacock quickly retreated backwards. Its body drew a long blood line in the air and slammed heavily into the green belt dozens of meters away, splashing a large amount of dust. When the dust settled, the peacock stood up from the pit with difficulty. Its feathers were disheveled, and its charred skin was exposed in many places. Blood continued to seep from the wounds. Kill him while he's ill. Projection number 1 had a pretty good combat awareness. As soon as the slightly larger peacock stood up, he noticed another large fireball flying towards him. At this time, it was weak, with its wings drooping limply. Faced with the overwhelming fireball, it didn't know how to avoid it for a moment. A trace of despair flashed in the black, gemstone-like eyes, and the peacock let out a shrill cry. Could it be? Jiang Feng and others actually heard a cry for help in this call. There were no other mutant creatures at the moment, so the person they could call for help could only be another peacock. Sure enough, after hearing the cry, the other slightly smaller peacock that was fighting with projection number 2 also cried out. Then, a burst of light burst out from its body, and in the flash of light, the slightly smaller peacock suddenly appeared in front of the injured peacock. Just before the fireball was about to fall, the smaller peacock quickly spread out its huge tail feathers. The colorful tail feathers were like a solid shield, protecting the two peacocks tightly. Fireballs hit the tail feathers like raindrops, causing bursts of roars. The fireballs continued to attack, but were blocked one by the tail feathers, and for a while could not cause further damage to the two peacocks. However, projection number 2 was not idle. While the smaller peacock was defending against the fireball, it waved its hands quickly, and countless wind blades whizzed towards them from the side. These wind blades were extremely sharp, leaving cold traces in the air. The smaller peacock sensed the danger from the side, but it was too late to dodge, so it could only hastily use its wings to block it. Puff, 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 sounds rang out one after another, and a large number of wind blades ruthlessly slashed on the wings. In just a moment, the peacock's wings were cut in half, and blood splattered out and fell on the ground. The smaller peacock felt the pain and let out an anguished cry, but it still guarded its injured companion behind it. When the slightly larger peacock saw his companion injured, a determined light flashed in his eyes, and he neighed again, with a complex meaning in the neigh. With this roar, a magical scene happened. The two peacocks were surrounded by bright light, which intertwined and merged with each other, and a majestic and mysterious force surged between them. Their bodies began to slowly approach each other, and their feathers entangled with each other, as if they were performing some ancient and mysterious ritual. What happened to these two peacocks? The people in the main building originally thought that the two peacocks were about to die, but when they saw this magical scene, they were all surprised. Xiao Ningxue said to Jiang Feng, "I heard Wu Ming mention before that the twin peacocks can merge. That's why we need to find a pair of twins to merge with, hoping to preserve the fusion skills." Jiang Feng was slightly shocked when he heard Xiao Ningxue's words. Merge? They are at level 3. Will they reach level 4 after merging? Xiao Ningxue shook her head. I don't know. This pair of peacocks was cultivated from the first stage of biological reconstruction. I haven't seen them merge after the 3rd stage. As they were talking, the two peacocks were enveloped in light and gradually merged into one, becoming a larger peacock. The feathers that were originally a little messy and injured now glowed brightly again, and the mark on the forehead turned from blue to yellow. It's actually the 4th level, Jiang Feng exclaimed. After the fusion, the 4th level peacock opened its eyes, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out of its eyes, as if it could see through everything in the world. Seeing that the situation was not good, projection number 1 and projection number 2 immediately launched an attack, shooting wind blades and fireballs at the 4th level peacock. The fireballs and wind blades hit the peacock heavily, and only the sound of bang bang could be heard continuously, but unexpectedly, these attacks could not even break through the peacock's feathers. The gorgeous feathers on the 4th level peacock seemed to have a mysterious defensive power. With a flash of light, they blocked all attacks. Upon seeing this, except for Jiang Feng and the twin school beauties, everyone else looked panicked. Although they were not psychics, they knew that there was a huge gap between the 4th level and the 3rd level. The strongest person at the scene was Jiang Feng, who released his clone to fight. However, the attack launched by his clone could not even break the defense of the 4th level peacock. Once the 4th level peacock gets rid of its 2 clones, they would probably all become its food. With this thought in mind, many people began to retreat. Senior, should we retreat first? This fused peacock is a little hard to deal with. A boy couldn't help but ask Xiao Ningxue, and many people around her expressed the same idea. Xiao Ningxue frowned slightly. She didn't want to retreat like this. They had just decided to build a base here, but because of a peacock, they were going to abandon the school and supplies and run away. With her strong character, she felt a little unwilling. But Xiao Ningxue herself is only a 2nd level psychic. No matter how many 2nd level skeletons she summons, she can never be a match for the 4th level peacock. She had no choice but to turn her eyes to Jiang Feng, hoping that this mysterious and powerful man would have a way to deal with it. Chapter 90 Fusion Technique. Flame Wind Cross Slash. The 4th level peacock has no idea what everyone in the main building is thinking, and even if it did, it wouldn't care. I saw it raise its head and let out a loud cry. The voice was full of majesty and dominance. Then, it opened its sharp beak, and a crescent-shaped light that blended red, blue, and purple shot towards projection number 1 like lightning. The 3-color light was extremely fast, and instantly hit the water curtain in front of projection number 1. In an instant, the water curtain began to vibrate violently, and the originally calm surface of the water curtain seemed to be boiling, with water splashing everywhere. The powerful impact caused dense cracks to appear on the water curtain, as if it would break apart in the next second. Projection number 1's expression suddenly changed, and his body shook slightly. After a while, the 3-color light finally dissipated, water light flowed in front of projection number 1, and the water curtain sky hua returned to its original state. Jiang Feng, who was far away, had no time to respond to Xiao Ningxue before he sensed the status of projection number 1 and couldn't help but frown. Level 3, Water Curtain Tianhua, is linked to mental power. If the mental power is not exhausted, the water curtain will not break. Under the attack of Peacock's three-color light, more than half of projection number one's mental power was consumed in an instant. You know, the mental power of projection number one is the same as Jiang Feng's, while Jiang Feng's mental power is the sum of the mental power of many beauties, including 3 third-level ones. In other words, if it were a normal third-level psychic like Su Qingyi, he would be killed instantly by the three-color light. But even if Jiang Feng's projection could block one blast of three-color light, it would be useless. If it came again, the projection would be destroyed. Seeing that the fourth-order peacock began to gather energy again and seemed to be about to launch another attack, Jiang Feng couldn't help but hesitate. Is there really no choice but to retreat? He has upgraded Tang Li to the 3rd level. The level 3 projection can summon 9 projections at the same time. Except for the one left in Weimei Hospital, the remaining 8 projections can be used to deal with Peacock. However, the level 3 Fireball and Wind Blade can't break the defense at all. No matter how many projections there were, they would be destroyed one by one. Jiang Feng frowned, his mind struggling. He looked at Xiao Ningxue and Xiao Ningyue beside him, and Xiao Ningyue said softly, "Senior, why don't we retreat first and think of a solution later?" The school base was still a good one, and Jiang Feng didn't want to give it up unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, this fourth-order peacock was extremely fast, and unless he used the teleport skill, he would definitely be caught up. If he wants to leave, Jiang Feng will only take the twin sisters with him. As for the other students, they can only wish for themselves. When things cannot be done, Jiang Feng will not force it. But just when he was about to teleport with the 2 sisters, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He thought, since the single wind and fire element skills could not cause any harm to the peacock, could the 2 be combined? The wind blade plus the fireball, allowing the wind to take advantage of the fire and the fire to help the wind, may be able to combine into a more powerful skill to break the stalemate. After the idea came to him, Jiang Feng couldn't help but want to try it out. But he can only rely on himself. Projection can only possess the skills that the original body has mastered. Projection cannot do such creative things. Seeing that Peacock had directed his gaze towards projection number 1 again, Jiang Feng quickly summoned projection number 3 and rushed to the side of projection number 1. Not long after projection number 3 appeared, Peacock's second 3-color light shot out. The 3-color light hit the water curtain Tianhua of projection number 3 like lightning. The water curtain trembled violently and finally blocked the attack, but most of the mental power of projection number 3 was also consumed, and it could no longer withstand the second attack. Taking advantage of this brief break, Jiang Feng quickly walked out of the main building, concentrating on mobilizing the power of wind and fire elements in his body. As the supernatural power was activated, Jiang Feng raised his hands, with several fireballs on one side and several wind blades on the other. He controlled the fireball and wind blade to slowly approach. The 2 completely different attribute skills repelled each other and collided violently, but Jiang Feng relied on his powerful mental strength to try to guide them to gradually merge. As his mind pushed forward, the fireball and wind blade finally began to merge. A moment later, a huge cross formed by wind blades appeared in front of him. The cross was filled with blazing flames, which were howling and emitting a violent and terrifying aura. As soon as the cross slash appeared, a name instantly popped up in Jiang Feng's mind: Flame Wind Cross Slash. It seemed that his 2 great abilities recognized the skill he created. This fused skill contained a powerful energy that was totally not at the 3rd level. Jiang Feng was unable to control it for a moment, and the cross slash showed a tendency to explode directly. Jiang Feng's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he clenched his teeth tightly, trying his best to control this violent force. If the cross slash exploded at this moment, he would be seriously injured because his mental energy was greatly consumed. Hold on, Jiang Feng roared in his heart. His mental power surged out like a tide, suppressing the flame wind cross slash that was about to get out of control. The cross slash was like an unruly beast, twisting wildly, trying to break free from Jiang Feng's control. The flames grew stronger, and the wind blade spun wildly, making sharp whistling sounds. Time seemed to stand still as Jiang Feng was fighting a desperate battle with this powerful force. Finally, under Jiang Feng's tenacious will, the flame wind cross slash gradually calmed down, and the violent aura was successfully suppressed by Jiang Feng. Although it still exuded amazing power, it was within his control. Jiang Feng saw the right opportunity and shouted, "Go!" The blue and red interwoven flame wind cross shot towards the 4th level peacock at lightning speed. Peacock was about to launch another attack, but after sensing this powerful threat, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. The human in front of him was clearly not at the 4th level, yet the attack he launched was so powerful. But as a 4th level mutant creature, it reacted extremely quickly and twisted its body in an instant, trying to avoid the fatal blow. However, the speed of the flame wind cross slash was too fast, and the peacock only dodged the vital parts, and the slash still hit its wings heavily. Bah! The peacock let out a shrill scream. A deep wound appeared on its wing. The feathers were ignited by the flames, and the smell of blood mixed with burning spread. The peacock suffered heavy damage from the attack. It was extremely angry. All its feathers stood up and a dazzling light emanated from its body, which was a sign of its full-strength burst. When Jiang Feng saw Peacock like this, he thought to himself that something was wrong. Without having time to think about it, he quickly used his teleportation skill and returned to the main building in an instant. At the same time, the peacock opened its huge beak, and a large area of 3-colored light swept towards Jiang Feng's position like a surging tsunami. As soon as Jiang Feng returned to the main building, he summoned the remaining 5 projections without hesitation. As soon as the projections appeared, they unfolded the water curtains one after another. The 3-color light arrived in the blink of an eye and collided with the water curtain of the projections. The 3-color light hit the water curtain fiercely, erupting with a deafening roar, splashing water and shining brightly. The huge water curtain trembled violently under this powerful impact, as if it would break at any time, but in the end it still stubbornly withstood the attack. Chapter 91 Killing. After resisting the attack of the 3-color light, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with determination, and he quickly gave orders to the projection in his mind. The 8 projections stood separately, and after receiving Jiang Feng's order, they began to condense wind blades and fireballs at the same time. For a moment, the elemental power in the air surged wildly, and after a moment, 8 huge cross cuts burning with flames appeared. 8 flaming wind cross slashes exuded a terrifying aura, and with the tacit cooperation of the projections, they shot towards the peacock from different directions at the same time, leaving traces of burning flames wherever they passed. When Peacock saw that the situation was not good, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but his instinct as a 4th-level mutant creature made him react quickly. The peacock suddenly spread its gorgeous tail feathers, which instantly burst into brilliant 3-color light, like a huge and gorgeous shield, protecting most of its body behind it. The light on the tail feathers and the flames of the fire wind cross slash reflected each other, forming a strange and shocking picture. However, the 8 flaming cross slashes came from different directions, and although the peacock's tail feathers were large, they were unable to completely cover the entire body. With a few puff and puff sounds, 3 cross-shaped flaming winds accurately broke through the defense of the tail feathers and heavily slashed the peacock's body. The flames spread instantly, cutting deep cross-shaped wounds on its body, and blood splattered out. The peacock let out a deafening cry, which was filled with pain and unwillingness. It struggled hard and wanted to fly again, but its body was shaking due to its severe injuries. Before it could react further, another flaming cross slash followed and hit its neck hard. It turned out that Jiang Feng walked out from the main building again. After the projections launched the attack, he took advantage of Peacock being seriously injured and shot out a cross slash. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the peacock's body was knocked to the ground by the powerful impact force, and a huge deep pit was smashed into the ground. The peacock lay at the bottom of the pit in the midst of flying dust, its long neck nearly severed, with only a patch of flesh still connected. After suffering such severe damage, even a 4th-order creature would not be able to survive. The peacock's body twitched a few times before it became motionless. Its once magnificent body was now riddled with holes, and its feathers were scattered all over the ground. Fuck! The 4th-level peacock was killed. Seeing Peacock being killed, everyone in the main building breathed a sigh of relief, but was also amazed. Xiao Ningxue and Xiao Ningyue walked up to Jiang Feng, their 2 beautiful big eyes full of admiration and love. Xiao Ningyue's cheeks flushed slightly. She gently held Jiang Feng's arm, with a hint of tenderness and admiration in her voice. Senior, you are so powerful that you can even kill 4th-order mutant creatures. Xiao Ningxue seemed more steady and reserved. She just stood aside and asked with a smile. Senior, is that cross slash also your ability? It looks to me like a fusion of fireball and windblade. Jiang Feng nodded and said in a relaxed tone, well, I created it temporarily. I didn't expect the effect is really good. Xiao Ningyue's eyes widened in amazement. Senior, you are so amazing. You can create a skill of fusion of superpowers on the spot, and it is so powerful that you defeated the peacock in one go. The look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Feng was filled with even stronger admiration, as if Jiang Feng was the omnipotent hero in her heart. Xiao Ningxue tilted her head slightly, her eyes flickering with thought. The fireball and wind blade belong to the fire element and wind element respectively, and it is difficult to fuse these two elements. Senior, not only did you do it, you were able to transform it into a powerful cross-slash. I believe your control over the elements must have reached an extremely sophisticated level. There was a hint of admiration in her smile. This mysterious man, with whom she had an in-depth conversation after only knowing him for a short time, was indeed extremely powerful. Jiang Feng led Xiao Ningxue and Xiao Ningyue to check on the corpse of the fourth-level peacock. After the three of them leaned over to take a closer look, Jiang Feng discovered that the peacock's originally gorgeous tail feathers had now turned into two fan-shaped objects about 10 centimeters in size, just like two exquisite and gorgeous feather fans. Jiang Feng gently picked up the two feather fans, and with an idea in his mind, he tried to slowly inject his mental power into them. In an instant, a strange scene happened. The feather fan grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it reached more than 3 meters high, standing before his eyes like a solid shield. It seems that this feather fan can be used to resist attacks, just like a peacock spreads its tail feathers to defend against enemies when it is alive. However, the wonders of this tail feather fan go far beyond this. Jiang Feng further mobilized his mental strength and explored deeper. Immediately afterwards, a brilliant three-color light spurted out from the tail feather fan, like a beam of destructive light, shooting straight towards a rockery not far away. In an instant, the rockery melted under the impact of the three-color light and turned into powder. Jiang Feng looked at the tail feather fan in his hand that had shrunk again and nodded slightly. It could not only defend against enemy attacks at critical moments, but also launch powerful attacks. It was truly a powerful weapon for both offense and defense. It's just that the three-color light consumes a lot of mental energy. A newly promoted third-level psychic can only emit three-color light twice. But this does not affect the power of the tail feather fan. The three-color light is a skill of the fourth-level peacock. Except for freaks like Jiang Feng, it can kill other third-level peacocks instantly. What's more, the tail feather fan has extremely strong defensive power. These special items rely on mental power to identify their owners, and can only be transferred to others for use when the owner actively withdraws his mental power. Of course, once the owner dies, the spiritual power will naturally dissipate. Jiang Feng knew very well how precious and powerful these tail feather fans were. After thinking for a moment, he handed one of the tail feather fans to Xiao Ningxue. Ningxue, take this tail feather fan. It is good at both offense and defense, and can protect you at the critical moment. Although activating the three-color light consumes a lot of mental energy, it won't be a big problem after I improve your mental energy. The two sisters had already seen Jiang Feng testing the tail feather fan and understood the peculiarity of it. Xiao Ningxue was slightly startled, with a hint of surprise and hesitation in her eyes. She subconsciously declined. Senior, this is too valuable. You should keep such a divine weapon for yourself. Jiang Feng shook his head gently and interrupted her. Don't refuse. I have many supernatural powers. I don't need this. A warm current surged in Xiao Ningxue's heart, and she was deeply moved. She no longer refused, and solemnly took the tail feather fan with both hands, and said softly, Thank you, Senior. I will cherish it. Afterwards, Jiang Feng handed another tail feather fan to Xiao Ningyue. Xiao Ningyue's eyes instantly widened, full of surprise and disbelief. She was so excited that her voice trembled a little. Senior, are you really giving it to me? This is too good. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. Of course I'll give it to you. My sister already has it. If you don't have it, you'll probably cry, right? Chapter 92, Purple Night Dress. Hearing Jiang Feng say this, Xiao Ningyue said coquettishly, her cheeks slightly red, as if her thoughts were seen through. No way. She took the tail feather fan and began to stroke it lovingly. After a moment, she stood on tiptoes and kissed Jiang Feng on the face. The moist touch on his face made Jiang Feng's heart ripple slightly. This is the trouble with twins. It seems that I have to communicate with them both together in the future. The boys in the main building were envious when they saw the school beauty kissing him. But no one dared to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Are you kidding? He can even kill a fourth-order peacock. So what's wrong with letting the school beauty kiss him? Maybe the school belle has already belonged to someone else, and maybe both of them are someone else's. After sending out the tail feather fan, Jiang Feng did not let go of the peacock's corpse. The fourth-level mutant creature was so powerful, its corpse must have its own unique features. It doesn't matter if you don't know what you can use it for now, just pack it up and take it with you. Afterwards, Jiang Feng gave the remaining water-purifying fish to Xiao Ningxue and told her how to use it. When the two sisters learned that this beautiful crystal ball could actually purify water contaminated by blood rain, their mouths opened in surprise. Water is undoubtedly one of the most important supplies in the end times. There is a natural lake in the school. With the water purification fisheye, the two sisters no longer have to worry about water problems at their base. As for other materials such as diesel and food, biological reconstruction will leave a lot behind. However, just in case, Jiang Feng still bought a large amount of supplies, packed them in 2 second-level space spider bags, and left them for the two sisters. The space spider sack that can store items once again stunned the two sisters. After meeting Jiang Feng, it seemed as if they were witnessing a miracle every moment. Xiao Ningxue looked at Jiang Feng with her beautiful eyes full of gratitude. "Senior, you have thought so carefully about us. These things are just a timely help to us." Xiao Ningxue pulled his arm and said with a smile, "Senior, you are just like Doraemon. You have all kinds of magical treasures." Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Since you are going to build a base, it is always good to prepare more things. This space spider bag is also easy to use. Just inject your mental energy into it, and think about what you want to store or take out." The two sisters hurriedly followed Jiang Feng's instructions and tried to inject mental power into the space spider sack. When they felt the wonderful space and the mountains of supplies inside, the surprise on their faces became even stronger. After several battles in the school, including with the two sisters, Jiang Feng felt a little tired. After explaining things to the two sisters, he took some books from the library and was teleported directly back to Weimei Hospital. The two sisters had a lot of things to do to set up a base, and since they could contact Jiang Feng through the market any time, they let him leave. After returning to Weimei Hospital, Jiang Feng fell headfirst onto the bed, planning to have a good rest. An hour later, Jiang Feng woke up slowly. He stretched himself and then walked out of the room in high spirits. In the hospital corridor, Erica was wearing a tight sportswear and seemed to have just finished exercising. The tank top and tight shorts perfectly outline her graceful figure. The perfect muscle lines show her strength without losing her feminine beauty. A few strands of golden hair on her forehead were soaked with sweat, casually sticking to her fair skin. Crystal clear beads of sweat slowly slid down her cheeks, adding a different kind of charm. She was wiping her sweat with a towel. When she saw Jiang Feng coming out, a warm smile immediately appeared on her face. Her deep blue eyes were like the deep ocean, flashing with moving light. "Hey Jiang, how did you sleep?" Jiang Feng smiled and responded, "I feel much better. Did you just finish exercising?" Erica nodded and raised her eyebrows playfully. "Yes, maintaining a good physical condition is very important in this world. You never know, we might have to face those tough monsters again someday." As he was speaking, Jiang Feng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not given Erica a space spider bag yet. His heart moved, and a smile appeared on his face. He said to Erica, "Erica, I have something good for you." After that, he took out a fused second-order space spider sack from his backpack and handed it to Erica. Jiang Feng only has 2 first-level space spider sacks left, including the ones for the twin sisters and the one given to Erica. It seems he has to use them sparingly. Erica took it with curiosity and felt that the space spider sack was soft, yet had a strange toughness. She couldn't help but look up at Jiang Feng, her eyes full of confusion. "What is this, Jiang? It looks very special." Jiang Feng patiently explained, "This is called a space spider capsule, an extremely rare item. It has its own space inside and can store various things. With it, you can carry your clothes, luggage, etc. with you." When Erica heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly, and her surprise was beyond words. "Wow, that sounds great. This is amazing." Following Jiang Feng's instructions, she tried to inject a trace of mental power into it. Instantly, Erica felt the wonderful inner space, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. "This is incredible, Jiang. This gift is so precious. I really don't know how to thank you." Jiang Feng waved his hand, pointed to his room, and said with a smile, "I think you should know how to thank me." "Oh, of course. Westerners tend to be much more direct and generous about certain things." Erica immediately understood what Jiang Feng meant and nodded with a smile. "But," Erica pointed to her sweat-soaked sportswear, her hair still stuck to her cheeks, and shrugged playfully. "Look, I'm all sweaty and sticky now. I need to take a shower and change into a nicer set of pajamas before I come to see you, okay?" Jiang Feng stepped forward and held Erica's exposed waist, lowered his head and smiled. "Taking a bath alone would be boring. Why not take a bath together?" When Erica heard this, her cheeks instantly flushed with a bright red, and a hint of shyness and coquettishness flashed in her blue eyes. She gently hit Jiang Feng's chest and said angrily, "You are always so direct." However, The smile flashing in her eyes did not reject Jiang Feng's proposal. But I have to get a change of clothes. I have it here. Jiang Feng took out a purple silk suspender nightgown from the space. When Erica saw the nightgown, her eyes lit up with surprise. She gently took it, held it in front of her, and exclaimed, "Wow, Jiang, this is so beautiful. How come you have such a beautiful nightgown?" Jiang Feng smiled, with a sly look in his eyes. "This is a surprise I prepared specially for you. I know you will like it." Erica stood on tiptoe, kissed Jiang Feng gently on the cheek, and smiled. "You are always so considerate." After saying that, she took her nightgown and walked into Jiang Feng's room. And Jiang Feng, naturally, was not willing to lag behind. Chapter 93 Bronze Armor. China Hong Kong Base. Zhao Hu walked to the door of the commander's office with firm and powerful steps, raised his hand, and knocked gently on the door a few times. His enhanced hearing enabled him to clearly hear the suppressed cries of a woman in the room. He took a few steps back, trying his best not to pay attention to the melodious shouting. 10 minutes later, the door of the room opened and a graceful woman walked out. She glanced at Zhao Hu at the door and walked away, twisting her waist. At a casual glance, Zhao Hu discovered that this woman seemed to be a popular female star in peacetime, who happened to come to Linhai City to hold a concert before the Bloody Rain. I didn't expect it to appear here. As expected of a military commander, he plays high-end games. "Zhao Hu, what's the matter?" Zhang Jinlong sat comfortably in his office chair, looking at Zhao Hu, who was saluting in front of him. He did not blame Zhao Hu for disturbing his good deeds. As his confidant, Zhao Hu was sensible and would not disturb him rashly unless there was something special. "Commander, the battle armor has been developed." Zhao Hu's eyes were full of excitement, and he reported with a slightly trembling voice. Zhang Jinlong's originally relaxed expression suddenly changed. He stood up from his office chair with a fiery light flashing in his eyes. "What did you say? The battle armor has really been developed? Take me to see it." The two hurried towards the arsenal at the base. Along the way, Zhang Jinlong's mood was like a surging wave, difficult to calm down. Long before genetic drugs were still in the theoretical stage, the military had already begun researching armor specifically for genetic warriors. Zhang Jinlong set up an arsenal. In addition to producing weapons and ammunition, more importantly, he used the technology obtained from Kyoto to make armor. The armor is currently confidential, and other senior members of the base do not know about it yet. He wants to use genetic warriors wearing armor to truly take control of the entire base. Soon, they arrived at the core area of the arsenal. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, and a cold breath blew in. On the huge operating table, a set of humanoid armor lay quietly. The surface of the armor exudes an ancient and solemn metallic luster, and is engraved with complex and mysterious patterns. Zhang Jinlong walked forward, his eyes full of passion and anticipation. The technical director at the side hurriedly introduced, "Commander, this is the bronze-level armor we successfully developed. It can provide extremely strong defense, enough to resist attacks from sniper rifles and small-caliber artillery. But this armor requires extremely high strength and must be powerful enough to control it. Ordinary people cannot drive it without genetic enhancement." Zhang Jinlong gently stroked the armor, feeling its cold and hard touch, and felt delighted. He turned to look at Zhao Hu beside him and said, "Zhao Hu, come and try this set of armor." "Yes." Zhao Hu nodded in response, walked to the armor without hesitation, and began to put on the armor with the assistance of technicians. As the armor parts fitted his body, subtle mechanical biting sounds were heard one after another. The nano-sensing device built into the armor activated instantly, and countless hair-thin electrodes gently adhered to his skin and quickly established a connection with his nervous system. Then, a warm flow of energy spread out from the core of the armor, flowing along his meridians and strengthening his muscles. As soon as Zhao Hu put on the helmet, a high-definition holographic combat interface immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Various data and information were clearly visible, and it could be quickly switched according to his gaze and thought commands. He tried to clench his fist, and the armor's power-assisted system responded instantly, with a powerful boost that increased his punching power several times. At the same time, he could clearly feel the energy shield surrounding his body, as well as the solid defense provided by the outer layer of high-strength composite metal material. "Colonel Zhao Hu, how do you feel?" The technical director stood beside Zhang Jinlong and asked Zhao Hu, who was like a humanoid Gundam. "It feels great." Zhao Hu's voice came out from the helmet, full of excitement. "Captain, this armor is great. The power assistance is super accurate, and the defense is ridiculously strong. It's like wearing a high-tech fortress. It's tailor-made for genetic warriors. I feel like I can fight a level 3 zombie alone now." Seeing Zhao Hu say this, Zhang Jinlong couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Then, Zhang Jinlong asked Zhao Hu to go to the training ground to familiarize himself with the armor, while he continued to discuss with the technical director. How's the controllability of the armor? This is what Jiang Jinlong cares about most. The ability of the genetic warrior is already very powerful. If it is combined with armor, the lethality will definitely increase exponentially. Unlike psychics who need to take risks to obtain crystal cores to increase their strength, genetic warriors and armor can be mass-produced. Once the number of genetic warriors wearing armor increases, if they cannot be controlled, their position will become unstable. The technical director replied with a serious face, "Don't worry, Commander, each battle armor has a built-in control core, and the status of the battle armor can be monitored at any time through the background. In addition, we have set up permission levels so that only you and the warriors you authorize can fully unlock all the functions of the warframe. Even if ordinary genetic warriors wear armor privately, they can only use basic defense and power assistance functions and cannot exert the full power of the armor." As he spoke, he operated the tablet he carried with him, calling up a series of codes and graphical interfaces, and continued to explain, "Look, this is the underlying code logic of the armor control core. We use the most advanced encryption algorithms to ensure the security of the permission system, which cannot be cracked by outsiders. At the same time, in order to prevent the control core from being maliciously tampered with, we have also set up multiple self-destruction programs. Once an illegal intrusion attempt to modify permissions is detected, the armor will automatically start self-destruction and be completely scrapped, never allowing anyone with bad intentions to take advantage of it." Jiang Jinlong frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and asked, "What if someone from our inner circle, such as some senior generals, tried to use the armor to rebel? How should we deal with this situation?" The technical director pushed up his glasses, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes, and said, "For this extreme situation, we also have corresponding plans. First, the granting of permissions to senior generals not only requires your personal approval, but is also deeply tied to their biometrics and requires re-verification at regular intervals. Once the biometrics are found to be inconsistent or the verification fails, the permissions will be frozen immediately. In addition, we have built a behavioral analysis module into the warframe, which performs real-time analysis of the warframe user's combat behavior, movement trajectory, and other data. If it is found that its behavior is contrary to our preset rules and instructions, the system will issue a warning. If necessary, we can restrict the actions of even the armor worn by senior generals through the background, or even directly initiate the self-destruction program." After hearing this, Jiang Jinlong's tense expression finally relaxed a little, and he nodded slightly to show his approval. "Not bad. Very thoughtful." Chapter 94 Launch. Boom. In the military family area, the door of a luxurious villa was broken open by a huge force, and bricks and stones flew everywhere. A tall figure covered in jet-black armor appeared at the door like a ghost. The lines of the armor were hard and sharp, and the shoulders, elbows, and knees were all inlaid with sharp metal barbs, which flashed a cold light in the sun. There is a shooting port on his left arm, and his right hand is tightly holding an alloy knife. The blade is long and narrow, reflecting a cold light under the light. Behind him, two figures also wearing armor stood in a neat line. Their armor style is consistent with that of the leader. They also have cannons on their left arms and alloy knives in their right hands. They exude a chilling and murderous aura. Inside the villa, the originally quiet and peaceful living room was now in a mess. Deputy Commander Chen's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Through the broken door, he could see that several of his guards had been beheaded. He stood in the middle of the living room, trying to protect his wife and daughter behind him, glaring at the intruder. "Who are you? You were so bold as to trespass into my residence. Who gave you the order?" The leading armored man laughed, and the sound came through the armor's loudspeaker. "We are bronze-level soldiers directly under Commander Zhang. According to Commander Zhang's order, Deputy Commander Chen disobeyed the order and betrayed the organization. He must be arrested immediately. If he resists, he can be shot on the spot. Deputy Commander Chen, please stop struggling in vain." Deputy Commander Chen was startled. He could never have imagined that Jiang Jinlong would actually attack him. Jiang Jinlong, he is absolutely insane. What he is doing is destroying his own foundation and will push the entire base into an irreparable situation. Deputy Commander Chen's eyes were red and he roared angrily. He looked at the bronze warrior in front of him. Although he didn't know what this armor was, he could still feel that ordinary firearms posed no threat to it. I really don't know where Jiang Jinlong got it from. At this moment, similar scenes are constantly happening in every corner of the military family quarters. Groups of fully armed soldiers are quietly sneaking into the homes of senior military officials who were at odds with Jiang Jinlong. The entire family quarters was instantly shrouded in the shadow of fear, with shrill screams and angry shouts intertwined. Several key high-rise residences are led by bronze warriors. Deputy Commander Chen's wife was so frightened that her face turned pale as paper and her body trembled uncontrollably. The daughter snuggled up to her mother, her little face full of fear and tears welling up in her eyes. Deputy Commander Chen looked at his family's terrified expressions, his heart filled with grief and helplessness, but he suppressed his emotions and tried to stay calm, trying to delay time and seek a glimmer of hope. Aren't you afraid of arousing public outrage? The other officers in the base will not sit idly by. You will not end well if you behave recklessly like this. The leading armored man turned a deaf ear to this, slowly raised his left arm, pointed the muzzle at Deputy Commander Chen, and spoke without any emotion. That's not our concern. We only know how to follow orders. Now, surrender obediently, and perhaps I can spare your lives. Deputy Commander Chen looked at the black muzzle of the gun and felt powerless. Although he had used genetic drugs, he was still unable to resist even guns, let alone this armor that looked quite powerful. I surrender. After saying this, Deputy Commander Chen slumped down on the sofa as if he had used up all his strength. The leading bronze warrior waved his hand, and several soldiers came in from outside the door and took several people away. Jiang Hu, wearing armor, swung his sword and cut off one of Chief of Staff Shen Lingyun's arms at the shoulder. Even though Shen Lingyun had been strengthened, the pain of a broken arm still made him scream in agony. Dad! Shinchinga, who was standing by, saw his father injured and rushed over regardless of everything. She held Shen Lingyun and frantically tried to stop the bleeding from his broken arm. Her eyes were red and full of tears, like pear blossoms in the rain. Oh, Major Shen, this scene of yours really makes me pity you. A harsh voice was heard. Shinchinga looked up and saw Zhang Jiming walking in from outside the door. It's you. Shinchinga glared at him, with such hatred in his eyes that he seemed to want to eat Zhang Jiming alive. Zhang Jiming, however, had a playful look on his face. He walked leisurely to Shinchinga, looking down at her with a disgusting smile on his face. Shinchinga, look how embarrassed you are now. As long as you agree to be my woman, I will let you and your father go. How about that? This condition is quite worthwhile, isn't it? As Zhang Jiming spoke, he reached out his hand to touch Shinchinga's face. Shinchinga turned her head away in disgust, dodged Zhang Jiming's hand, and cursed loudly. Zhang Jiming, you despicable and shameless villain. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Although Shen Lingyun was seriously injured, he still managed to shout angrily, Zhang Jiming, stop dreaming. Even if I risk my life, I won't let you hurt my daughter. Zhang Jiming listened, but instead of getting angry, he laughed. Just you? Look at your current state. What else can you do? Colonel Zhao, teach them a lesson. From now on, Zhang Jinlong will be the one who has the final say in the base. As Zhang Jinlong's only son, his status is self-evident. Of course, Jiao Hu would not refuse Zhang Jiming's order. He raised the alloy knife and walked towards Shen Lingyun and his daughter. Shen Lingyun wanted to stand up and resist, but the pain in his body made him unable to do so. He could only watch Jiao Hu approach step by step, his heart filled with despair and anger. At this critical moment, a huge roar suddenly came from outside. Immediately afterwards, an armored vehicle broke open the door like a wild horse and rushed in, followed by a dozen soldiers. The armored vehicle's machine gun instantly spit out flames and fired at Jiao Hu and Zhang Jiming. Jiao Hu's face changed, and he turned around quickly, using his armor to block the bullets for Zhang Jiming. The dense bullets hit the armor, splashing sparks. Song Yu leaned out of the armored vehicle and shouted, Chief of Staff, Major Shen, get in the car. Shinchinga did not dare to hesitate, helped Shen Lingyun up, and walked towards the armored vehicle with difficulty. Song Yu arranged for the people in the car to get off to meet them, and several people worked together to lift Shen Lingyun into the car. The rest of you stay with me to cover our retreat. We must hold them back. At Song Yu's command, more than a dozen soldiers engaged in a fierce firefight with Jiao Hu, Zhang Jiming, and others. The armored vehicle started amidst the hail of bullets and rushed quickly out of the base. Jiao Hu quickly took Zhang Jiming behind the wall and asked two ordinary soldiers to protect him. Then he rushed towards the soldiers who were left behind with a knife. The soldiers fired bullets at Jiao Hu like a rainstorm, but his armor was so hard that the bullets only created a few sparks but could not cause any damage at all. Jiao Hu was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of a soldier, raised his sword and chopped the soldier in half. The other soldiers did not flinch and continued to suppress the attack with fire. Jiao Hu, however, relied on the power of his armor to move flexibly among the crowd. Another soldier attacked from the side, and Jiao Hu kicked him sideways, sending him flying several meters, and he was kicked to death. In just a moment, more than a dozen soldiers who were left behind fell under Jiao Hu's sword, and the ground was stained red with blood. Chapter 95 Escape. Seeing that Jiao Hu had killed all the enemies, Zhang Jiming walked out from behind the wall with a grim face. Chase, catch that stinky bitch Shinchinga for me. He was naturally saying this to his men. Jiao Hu is a colonel and now a bronze warrior. He is not qualified to order the other party to leave the base to carry out missions at will. However, Jiao Hu still led his men to chase after him, because it was Jiao Hu's mission to catch the two men. Jiao Hu had a stern look on his face. He waved to his men waiting outside the door and said, "Let's go." He led his men and quickly boarded the armored vehicles that had been prepared. Accompanied by a deafening roar of engines, several armored vehicles rushed towards the direction where Shinchinga and others were fleeing. At this moment, Zhang Jiming stood there, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. He stared at the receding convoy with his eyes, hatred surging in his heart, and he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Shinchinga, you can't run away. I will make you suffer through countless tortures." Shinchinga sat steadily in the driver's seat, controlling the armored vehicle with a focused expression as it sped along the rugged road. Outside the car window, the scenery passed by quickly like a phantom, and the dust raised formed a long tail behind it. Shen Lingyun was sitting in the passenger seat. Although the bleeding from his broken arm had stopped, his face was still as pale as paper, revealing a sense of weakness. However, his eyes remained firm, and he was always paying attention to the situation behind the car. Songyi was in the back row, closely watching the pursuit movements of Zhao Hu and others behind him through the in-car monitoring system. "Chief of Staff, they are chasing us very closely and very fast. It seems that they are not going to let us go." Songyi frowned, his tone solemn. Shen Lingyun frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "They are determined to win. We can't fight them head-on. There is an abandoned mining area nearby with complex terrain and some leftover weapons and equipment. If we go there, we may be able to use the terrain and equipment to deal with them." Shinchinga nodded without hesitation, his eyes showing determination. "Okay, let's go to the abandoned mining area." As she spoke, she slammed the steering wheel, and the armored vehicle made a sharp turn, speeding towards the abandoned mining area. Zhao Hu, who was chasing behind, clearly saw the turn of Shinchinga and others through the advanced detection equipment of the armored vehicle. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident and cold smile, and he said to the communication device, "They ran to the abandoned mining area, thinking it was a shelter? Humph, they are simply courting death. Speed up and don't let them have a chance to catch their breath." The armored vehicle convoy led by Zhao Hu rushed towards the abandoned mining area at lightning speed. As we got closer to the mining area, the atmosphere became increasingly eerie and strange, filled with a foul smell. The armored vehicle driven by Shinchinga was the first to rush into the abandoned mining area. As soon as I entered, I heard bursts of creepy roars coming from all directions. Shen Lingyun's face changed and he shouted, "Oh no, there are zombies here." Sure enough, dense swarms of zombies poured out from the mines and ruins, rushing towards the armored vehicles like a tide. Shinchinga gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator. The armored vehicle rushed through the group of zombies, splashing blood. Relying on the powerful power of the armored vehicle, they finally managed to rush through the area with the densest concentration of zombies. But Zhao Hu and others who followed closely behind were not so lucky. After a large group of zombies were lured away by Shinchinga and his men, they immediately turned their target to Zhao Hu's convoy. The armored vehicle convoy led by Zhao Hu followed closely behind Shinchinga and others and rushed into the abandoned mining area at lightning speed. As soon as I entered, I was shocked by the swarm of zombies that were rushing towards me like a tide. Dense swarms of zombies poured out from every dark corner, making creepy roars. The soldiers on the armored vehicles reacted quickly, operating the vehicle-mounted machine guns to fire wildly at the horde of zombies. For a moment, there was a burst of gunfire, and the zombies fell down in rows, but there were so many zombies that it seemed endless. What's even more terrible is that there are quite a few level 3 zombies mixed in with the zombie group. Ordinary bullets hitting them only cause a burst of sparks and are unlikely to cause fatal damage to them. Zhao Hu frowned, watching the situation becoming increasingly critical, and shouted to the 2 bronze warriors beside him. "No, we have to deal with these 3rd-level zombies ourselves, otherwise we won't be able to continue the pursuit." After saying that, he opened the car door first, holding a special longsword and jumping off the armored vehicle in armor. The 2 bronze warriors followed without hesitation. As soon as they got off the car, Zhao Hu and his 2 companions rushed straight towards the 3rd-level zombies like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Zhao Hu was agile, and the longsword in his hand turned into cold light. Every time he swung it, he accurately cut into the vital points of the 3rd-level zombie. A bronze warrior who was good at close combat, relying on the power of his armor and the powerful impact of his punches and kicks, fights in close combat with a level 3 zombie. Another bronze warrior held a special short blade and moved flexibly among the zombies, specifically looking for weak points in defense. After a fierce fight, Zhao Hu and his 2 companions successfully killed more than a dozen 3rd-level zombies. And those ordinary 1st- and 2nd-level zombies fell down in large numbers under the machine gun fire of the soldiers on the armored vehicles. The roars of the zombies on the battlefield gradually weakened, and corpses were everywhere, emitting a disgusting stench. After the battle, Zhao Hu and others didn't even have time to collect the crystal cores in the bodies of the zombies on the ground, so they planned to continue chasing Shinchinga and others. However, just as they were about to get on the bus, an exceptionally tall and imposing zombie slowly walked out of the ruins. This zombie was 4 meters tall, its eyes glowed with a faint green light, and there was a yellow mark on its forehead. It turned out to be a 4th-level zombie. When Jiahu saw the huge zombie, his face suddenly changed. He signaled several soldiers to use the RPG in the car to test it. Several rockets landed on the 4th-level zombies, and the explosion was deafening. But when the smoke cleared, the 4th-level zombie was still standing there unharmed, as if those attacks were just tickling it. Jiahu's face turned extremely ugly. Seeing that the 4th-level zombies had noticed him, it was too late to get in the car and escape. He gritted his teeth and said to his 2 companions, "Get ready for battle." The 4th-level zombie launched the first attack. It was like a black lightning, instantly pouncing on the bronze warrior closest to it. The bronze warrior reacted quickly, dodging to the side and stabbing the zombie's leg with the short blade in his hand. The 4th-level zombie roared, raised his leg and kicked the bronze warrior several meters away. Jiahu and another bronze warrior took the opportunity to attack from both sides, and Jiahu stabbed the zombies back with the special long knife in his hand. Another bronze warrior jumped high and punched the zombie on the head. The 4th-level zombie felt the attacks from behind and above, turned his body slightly, and actually blocked Jiahu's weapon with his arms. At the same time, he tilted his head to avoid the bronze warrior's fist, then swung his hand back, knocking the 2 men back several steps. Chapter 96, Camping. Jiahu and another bronze warrior took advantage of the gap when the 4th-level zombie was attacking its companions and pounced on it from both sides like tigers. Jiahu grasped the long sword tightly in both hands and jumped high. The long sword reflected a sharp cold light in the sunlight, and he chopped it fiercely at the zombie's neck. This attack gathered all his strength, trying to chop off the zombie's head directly. At the same time, another bronze warrior clenched his fist like a hammer, and with the help of his armor, he slammed into the zombie's side with an unstoppable momentum, trying to disrupt its rhythm. The 4th-level zombie felt the attacks from both sides, but was not at all panicked. It tilted its head slightly and used its shoulder to block Jiahu's powerful blow. The long knife chopped on its skin as hard as steel, only creating a string of sparks and leaving only a shallow white mark. As for the attack from the bronze warrior on the other side, it just turned slightly and blocked it with its arm, and the powerful forces collided with each other. The bronze warrior felt a huge force coming, his arm instantly became numb, and he staggered back a few steps. The attack missed, and Jiahu twisted his body forcefully in the air and landed steadily on his feet. Before he could stand firm, the 4th-level zombie turned around, opened its bloody mouth at him, and spewed out a black mist. Jiahu's face changed drastically, and he quickly used his long sword to block, while desperately retreating backwards. When the black mist touched the long sword, it made a sizzling sound, as if it was corrosive, and some tiny pits quickly appeared on the surface of the long sword. At this time, the bronze warrior who had just been kicked away struggled to stand up, and regardless of the pain in his body, he rushed towards the zombies again. He drew his long knife from his waist, waited for the right moment, and stabbed at the zombie's leg joint with all his strength. The 4th-level zombie sensed the danger, turned around suddenly, swung his huge arms, and smashed towards the bronze warrior with a whistling sound. But the bronze warrior was determined to die and did not retreat at all. He stabbed the zombie's leg joint accurately with his long knife. But he was also hit by the zombie's full-strength attack. He flew backwards like a broken rag doll and fell heavily to the ground, without any movement. Seeing this, Jiahu and the remaining bronze warriors' eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and they were heartbroken. But there was no time to be sad at this moment. The 4th-level zombie became even more furious after being injured. It dragged its injured leg and pounced towards them at an even faster speed. Jiahu gritted his teeth and shouted to the remaining companions, "Hurry up and get in the car." The 2 men tumbled and crawled towards the armored vehicle. At this time, the soldiers on the armored vehicle had already started the vehicle, opened the door, and waited for them. After the 2 got in, the armored vehicle sped away like an arrow from a bow. The 4th-level zombie behind was roaring angrily and wanted to catch up, but due to his leg injury, his speed was greatly reduced. He could only watch the armored vehicle gradually go away. Jiahu sat in the car, looking at the scenery rapidly receding outside the window, feeling unwilling. This time, not only did he fail to catch up with Shinshinga and others, but he also lost a bronze warrior. He would be punished when he returned. Shinshinga drove the loading truck at full speed without releasing his pressure on the accelerator for even a moment. Bang! The armored vehicle hit a mound of earth and stopped. Shinshinga turned around with an ugly expression. "Dad, the car is out of gas." Shinlingyun looked solemn as he slowly opened the car door and walked out. What comes into view is a vast wilderness with withered yellow weeds trembling in the wind. There is no other sound except the sound of the wind and the occasional growl of unknown wild animals. Songyu also got out of the car soon after. When he saw the situation around him clearly, his originally calm expression instantly became extremely ugly. Shinlingyun frowned, and after quickly looking around, he returned to the armored vehicle and gently patted the body of the vehicle with his only remaining arm. I didn't expect to run out of gas in this remote place. This is really troublesome. Shinling Yun's voice was low and contained a hint of helplessness. Song Yu gritted his teeth, a trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Chief of Staff, we don't have much food or water, and this area doesn't look safe. I'm afraid we're going to have a hard time. Shinchinga also got out of the car. She looked around and tried to calm herself down. Don't worry, it's getting late. Let's get some dry wood to start a fire and talk about it tomorrow. Shinling Yun nodded slightly, enduring the discomfort from the wound, and said, Xiao Song, you and Shinga go find some dry firewood. Move quickly. I'll be on guard here. Song Yu and Shinchinga responded and then went their separate ways. Shinchinga was holding a short-handled axe and looking for dry firewood at the edge of the nearby woods. She looked around vigilantly, taking every step carefully, fearing that danger might suddenly emerge from any corner. The woods looked a little eerie. The branches and leaves of the trees rustled in the evening breeze, as if hiding countless pairs of prying eyes. Song Yu was collecting dry branches near a small hill. Just as he bent down to pick up a thick branch, he suddenly heard a slight rustling sound coming from not far away. His heart tightened and he slowly straightened up, his eyes fixed on the direction where the sound came from. The bushes swayed slightly, and a dark shadow loomed. Song Yu held his breath nervously and slowly reached for the dagger on his waist. Song Yu, how are you doing over there? Shinchinga's voice came from not far away, and this voice seemed to give Song Yu a reassurance. There seems to be something going on here. Song Yu responded in a low voice. Shinchinga immediately became alert, gripped the axe tightly, and walked quickly towards Song Yu. When the two men approached the bush, Shinchinga winked at Song Yu, and the two of them approached from the left and right, forming an outflanking posture. Just as they were about to take action, a dark-furred fox jumped out from the bushes and disappeared into the depths of the woods. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. After a few close calls, the two men finally collected enough firewood and returned to the armored vehicle. Shinling Yun had already set up some simple warning devices around. When he saw the two people coming back, he signaled them to start a fire quickly. The blazing bonfire warmed the bodies of the three people, but it could not dispel the worries in their hearts. Although the genetic medicine strengthened Shinling Yun's physique, it was still unable to make the wound heal quickly, let alone such a serious injury as a broken arm. His broken arm was already showing signs of infection and his complexion was getting worse. Shinchinga looked at his father's increasingly haggard face and the bleeding wounds, and his heart was filled with worry. Dad, we can't delay healing your wound any longer. We have to find some medicine tomorrow no matter what. Shinling Yun nodded slightly. Well, let's walk along this road tomorrow. Maybe we can find a village or something. Song Yu added a piece of wood to the fire and said, I hope we will have good luck tomorrow and find a place with supplies. As the night deepened, the three of them sat around the campfire, taking turns to keep watch. No one noticed that on the other side of the armored vehicle, a coin-sized hexagram was flickering. Chapter 97 Rebirth of Broken Limbs. Jiang Feng has been traveling back and forth between Mintai Building, Linhai University of Science and Technology, and Weimei Hospital in the past 2 days, and he is very busy. Under his management, the beauties around him have all been promoted to the 3rd level. After the teleport skill is upgraded to level 3, the maximum teleportation distance is linked to mental strength, the upper limit of marks is increased to 50, and up to 10 people can be teleported together. Every 1 kilometer of teleportation requires 100 points of mental energy. Yufei's mental power can transmit up to 200 kilometers, which made the girl very excited. She hugged Jiang Feng and kept thanking him. In order not to dampen the girl's enthusiasm, Jiang Feng refrained from telling her that his mental power could transmit a maximum of more than 1,000 kilometers. After passively enjoying the whole process, Jiang Feng, out of boredom, tried to sense the mark left on an armored vehicle. But they found that the mark was more than 100 kilometers away. The Zhonggang base is only 60 kilometers away from Linhai City. How could this armored vehicle still be in the wild more than 40 kilometers away from the base so late at night? Moreover, Jiang Feng could sense that there were not many living creatures around the armored vehicle, only 3 vague human figures. Forget it, let's go check it out tomorrow. It just so happens that we can reach the 4th level tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Feng didn't think any more and fell asleep while hugging Yufei's soft body. The next morning, Shinchinga woke up from the armored vehicle and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Looking out from the window of the armored vehicle, it was already bright. The sunlight was shining on the withered grass, but it did not bring much vitality to this wilderness. She pushed open the car door and got out, and found that her father Shinling Yun was already next to the armored vehicle, examining the wounds on his body with a serious look on his face. Song Yu was on guard not far away, checking the surrounding situation and analyzing whether there was a possible road leading to the residential area. Dad, how's the wound? Shinchinga quickly walked to Shinling Yun and asked with concern. Shinling Yun raised his head and forced a smile. Not bad. I feel a little better than last night. But when Shinxinga saw his increasingly paler face, he knew that his father was just holding on. We must find medicine today. We can't delay healing your wound any longer. Shenlingyun nodded. I hope so, but safety is still the most important thing. After eating some compressed biscuits and drinking a few sips of water, the three of them were about to set out on a journey to find supplies and medicines. Platoon leader song? A cold voice was heard, and the three people who were about to get up were startled and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a figure slowly walking towards me not far away. It was Jiang Feng. Song Yu's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, Brother Jiang? Why are you here? Jiang Feng smiled, pointed at the armored vehicle and said, I used my supernatural power to mark this vehicle before, intending to teleport it to the base, but I didn't expect it to end up here. He pointed to the uninhabited wilderness and asked in confusion, What are you doing here? Song Yu didn't care too much about Jiang Feng making a mark on the armored vehicle. His life was saved by the other party, and it was just a mark. It didn't do him any harm. Song Yu replied, The base's commander, Zhang Jinlong, eliminated dissidents and arrested all senior military officials who disagreed with him. I managed to escape with Chief of Staff Shin and Major Shin, but after running all the way here, my car ran out of gas. We had to stay here for one night, and now we are trying to find a residential area. As he said this, he turned around and introduced Jiang Feng to Shenlingyun and his daughter. Chief of Staff, Major Shin. This is Jiang Feng, a very powerful psychic who saved my life when I was performing a rescue mission in Linhai City. Brother Jiang, this is the 11th Army Chief of Staff Shenlingyun, and this is his daughter, Major Shinxinga. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and greeted Shenlingyun and Shinxinga politely. When his eyes fell on Shinxinga, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Shinxinga has neat short hair that sets off her delicate and resolute face. Her clear and bright eyes reveal a heroic spirit. Her slightly pursed lips under her high nose bridge make her look particularly stubborn. The originally clean and tidy commander was now stained with a lot of blood, but her slender and agile figure was still perfectly outlined. Shinxinga's unique charm and heroic spirit made Jiang Feng a little dazed for a moment. However, Jiang Feng quickly came back to his senses. His eyes fell on the wound on Shenlingyun's broken arm again, and he was thinking secretly in his heart. The injury has become infected, and if it is not treated quickly, it may be life-threatening. Jiang Feng's heart moved, thinking that this was a great opportunity, so he said, Chief of Staff Shin, to be honest, I have the ability to heal your wounds. Shinxinga, Shenlingyun, and Song Yu were all stunned, with surprise flashing in their eyes. Shinxinga asked hurriedly, Really? Mr. Jiang, can you really cure my father's injury? Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Of course it's true. But we have no friendship, so I have no reason to take action. Song Yu, who was standing by, couldn't help but say after hearing this, Brother Jiang, the Chief of Staff is a good man. You saved me back then, but why are you doing this now? Before Song Yu could finish, Jiang Feng raised his hand to interrupt him. Song Platoon Leader, I saved you only because of Erica. Shenlingyun frowned and said, Brother Jiang, if you have any requests, just tell us, as long as it is within our ability. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Feng's eyes slowly fell on Shinxinga and said, If Major Shin becomes my woman, then I will have sufficient reason to take action. Shinxinga's face changed, and Shenlingyun glared at him angrily and shouted, Jiang Feng, don't go too far. Even if I, Shenlingyun, die, I will never trade my daughter's happiness for profit. Jiang Feng explained calmly, Chief of Staff Shen, please don't worry. The treatment I'm talking about is not just healing the wound. I can also make your broken arm grow back. What? Can you make my dad's arm grow back? Shinxinga became excited instantly. Shenlingyun couldn't help but be moved. No one wants to be a one-armed man, but he was still unwilling to exchange his daughter for an arm. Jiang Feng continued to tempt. I can still carry out the treatment first, and Major Shun can wait until the arm grows back before fulfilling his promise. Besides, weren't you driven out of the base by Zhang Jinlong? I can help you return to the base, kill Zhang Jinlong, and take back the base. Shinxinga was very conflicted. On the one hand, there was his father's life and the possibility of regeneration of his severed arm. On the other hand, there was his own lifelong event. She knew that her father had sacrificed too much for her and the army, and now that her father's life was hanging by a thread, she really couldn't bear to refuse. Gritting his teeth, Shinxinga said, Okay, I promise you, but if you dare to lie to me, I won't let you go even if I risk my life. Jiang Feng was delighted and nodded. Don't worry, Major Shun. I, Jiang Feng, will keep my word. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a soft light surged out from his palm, slowly spreading towards the wound on Shenlingyun's broken arm. Wherever the light passed, the redness and swelling of the wound began to gradually subside, and the signs of infection seemed to be dispelled bit by bit. Chapter 98 updated again. The twin school beauties have been upgraded to level 3. and their level 3 healing skill has the effect of regenerating severed limbs. The soft light in Jiang Feng's hand became stronger and stronger, and strange runes flickered faintly in the light. These runes seemed to have life and slowly swam to the stump of Shun Lingyun's broken arm. As soon as the rune touched the wound, it seemed to merge into it and began to repair the damaged muscles, blood vessels, and bones. In fact, the regeneration of severed limbs consumes a lot of the psychic's mental energy. If Xiaoning Yue were to perform it, she would probably find it strenuous. But Jiang Feng's mental power is so huge that this consumption is not a problem at all. As the runes continued to merge, new granulation tissue began to grow on Shun Lingyun's broken arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. The granulation tissue quickly extended and differentiated, gradually forming the prototype of bones, and then muscles and blood vessels began to grow in an orderly manner. Shun Qingge stared at his father's broken arm nervously, his eyes full of expectation and worry. Finally, with Jiang Feng's continuous treatment, a complete arm was regenerated at the place where Shun Lingyun's broken arm was. The skin of the new arm is pink and tender, and there is no difference at all compared to the original arm. Shun Lingyun tried to move his fingers, then clenched his fists. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and his eyes were full of surprise. Success! I'm really reborn. Shun Qingge's eyes were red with excitement. She looked at Jiang Feng. Although she still felt reluctant about the conditions he proposed, she couldn't help but feel amazed and grateful for his abilities. Shun Lingyun still couldn't believe that his arm could grow a new one. He moved the newly grown arm a few times and felt extremely comfortable. He tried to jump lightly on the spot, and he jumped more than 2 meters high with ease. When he landed, his footsteps were light, and there was no sound at all. Jiang Feng was surprised when he saw this. Chief of Staff Shun has such good physical fitness? He can actually jump more than 2 meters high. Shun Qingge looked at Jiang Feng's surprised expression, chuckled slightly with pride, and then explained. My father was injected with a genetic drug that can greatly enhance the body's functions. This is a new product developed by the military and is not available outside. There are also battle armors specially made for genetic warriors to wear. A genetic warrior wearing the battle armor can completely slaughter third-level zombies. I didn't expect that genetic medicine had actually been developed. Just as Jiang Feng was thinking, the mechanical sound of the shopping mall system suddenly rang in his mind. A special power system has been detected in the real world. The mall system has been updated and new products have been launched. The host can check them at any time. How did the mall system update instantly? Is it because after the level of supernatural powers is upgraded, there is no need to wait for the update time? The mall system did not answer Jiang Feng's doubts, so he didn't think about it anymore and opened the mall interface in his mind to check it out. Jiang Feng understood that only the products in the special interface could be updated. Sure enough, under this special interface, gene medicine and armor appeared. The price is also very high. Type 1 gene potion is 500,000 gold coins per bottle, and bronze armor is 500,000 gold coins per piece. As for higher level potions and armor, they were even more expensive, and he simply did not have the financial resources to buy them for the time being. However, according to Shun Qingge's description, a genetic warrior wearing armor can easily defeat a third-level zombie, and one such warrior can be created for 1 million gold coins. After thinking about it, Jiang Feng felt that the price was fair. It also costs him 1.1 million gold coins to upgrade a beauty to the 3rd level, but the awakened supernatural power does not necessarily have the ability to attack. Although auxiliary abilities also play a big role, such as the healing skill that just restored Shun Lingyun's broken arm, this is, after all, the end of the world where zombies and mutant creatures are rampant, and killing is the protagonist. It's not bad to get a super soldier for 1 million gold coins. Check the balance, 636,198,4 gold coins. 1 million is nothing. Just buy a whole set and try it out. Ding. Consumed 1 million gold coins. 1 type 1 gene potion and 1 bronze armor have been stored in the backpack. The goods arrived, and the relevant information was also imprinted in Jiang Feng's mind. Genetic drugs can only be used by non-superpowered people. The host is the highest authority holder of the armor, and can use mental power to control the armor's built-in program, forcibly stopping it from running or self-destructing it. A maximum of 1 second-level manager can be set. The other party must have mental power. The second-level manager can force the armor to stop running. Self-destruction requires the host's consent. The armor does not need additional charging and can absorb free elements to replenish energy on its own. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh that this genetic medicine and armor were definitely powerful tools for building an army. Although he himself didn't want to create an organization, Tang Li and the twin school beauties had their own team. If he gave them a few sets of these, they would surely become a first-class organization. Jiang Feng put away his thoughts and did not take out the purchased potions and armor. There must be these things in the Zhonggong base. As long as they take over the Zhonggong base, Shen Qingge and others will naturally not lack potions and armor. He turned his head and found Shen Qingge staring at him with her beautiful eyes. In fact, not much time had passed. Shen Qingge was just looking at this mysterious man curiously. Jiang Feng looked calm and said to Shen Qingge, "Let's go. I wonder if Major Shen still knows the way back to the base." Oh, are you leaving now?" Shen Qingge came back to her senses, her face slightly red. It was the first time she stared at a man so seriously. "But our armored vehicles are out of gas. It will take hours to walk back to the base." "Oil. That's easy." Jiang Feng smiled gently, and in the surprised gazes of the three people, he took out a few barrels of diesel from the space and placed them steadily on the ground. Is this a portable space?" Song Yu widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Shen Lingyun and Shen Qingge were also shocked. They didn't expect that Jiang Feng actually had a personal space. "Yes, I have some food here. Let's get in the car and eat something before we go," Jiang Feng said to Song Yu. "Platoon leader Song, please fill up the tank. Let's set off as soon as possible." Song Yu woke up as if from a dream and hurried forward to pour diesel into the armored vehicle's fuel tank. After refueling, several people got on the armored vehicle. Jiang Feng took out some compressed biscuits and energy drinks from his personal space and handed them to the three people. "Come on, everyone, eat something to replenish your energy. We still have a battle to fight when we get to the base." Having said that, Jiang Feng did not take Zhang Jinlong and the base too seriously. With so many supernatural powers in his body, Zhang Jinlong would definitely die this time. Shen Qingge took the food and became more curious about Jiang Feng, but when she thought of the conditions Jiang Feng had proposed before, she felt a little conflicted. But at the moment, he was really hungry, so he didn't think any more about it and just opened the compressed biscuits and started eating. Shen Lingyun looked at the food in his hand, nodded slightly to thank Jiang Feng, and then ate in silence. As the engine roared, several people got on the armored vehicle and drove towards the base. Along the way, Shen Qingge looked at the desolate scenery outside through the car window with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Chapter 99 Encounter with a Level 4 Zombie. The armored vehicle sped across the wilderness and finally saw the house after a while. As the distance gradually shortened, Jiang Feng and his three companions discovered that it was a small town. The national highway passed through the center of the town, and on both sides were shops with dilapidated signs. As the armored vehicle slowly drove into the town, an eerie silence enveloped us. There was no sign of human life on the streets, only garbage and discarded items rustling in the wind, and a few long-rotten corpses could be seen from time to time. Shen Qingge frowned, looked around vigilantly, and whispered, "It seems that there is no living person in this town anymore." Shen Lingyun nodded slightly, his face solemn. Song Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly, swallowed, and sped up, wanting to leave here as soon as possible. At this moment, the ground shook violently, like an earthquake. A 4-meter-tall zombie suddenly appeared behind a 3-story building. The zombie was huge, with skin that was a disgusting blue-gray color, bulging muscles, and 2 long fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth, dripping with foul-smelling mucus. Shen Qingge caught a glimpse of the zombie and couldn't help but gasp. His face instantly turned as pale as paper, and he screamed. Fourth level zombie. How could it appear here?" Shen Lingyun's expression also frightened. Even a bronze warrior wearing armor could not deal with a 4th-level zombie, not to mention that he didn't have any armor. Song Yu also saw the huge figure of the zombie. His face turned pale instantly, and he subconsciously stepped on the accelerator hard. The armored vehicle roared and rushed forward like a wild horse. However, the 4th-level zombie was extremely fast, and even though Song Yu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, he was gradually caught up by the zombie. Shen Qingge's face turned pale, and he clutched the seat tightly, feeling a surge of despair in his heart. "I finally restored my father's arm, but I didn't expect to encounter a 4th-level zombie again. Is my luck so bad?" She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Jiang Feng, only to see that this mysterious young man still looked calm and composed, as if he didn't take the 4th-level zombie that was so close to him seriously. "This guy said he would help us take back the base, so he should be quite powerful, but can he really deal with a 4th-level zombie?" Just when Shen Qingge was distracted, Jiang Feng saw that the armored vehicle could not get rid of the 4th-level zombies at all, so he simply shouted to Song Yu, "Song platoon leader, stop the car." Song Yu seemed to have heard a fairy tale. He turned back to look at Jiang Feng in disbelief and shouted, "Brother Jiang, are you kidding me? Stopping the car means death." Qinga was shocked by Jiang Feng's words and came to his senses and urged anxiously. Jiang Feng, don't be impulsive. This is not a joke. We can't deal with a fourth-level zombie at all. Lingyun also looked at him with confusion and worry, not understanding why Jiang Feng would make such a risky decision. But Jiang Feng's face was calm, and his confident voice sounded again, "Stop the car. Trust me." Song Yu gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and stepped on the brakes. The armored vehicle stopped with a harsh friction sound. Jiang Feng pushed open the car door without hesitation and calmly got out of the car under the shocked gazes of the three people. After signaling the armored vehicle to move to the side, Jiang Feng immediately waved his right hand, and three huge wind blades about 2 meters long, whoosh, flew towards the fourth-level zombies. After the element wind ability was upgraded to the fourth level, not only new skills were gained, but the power of the wind blade skill was also increased again. The huge wind blades, accompanied by sharp wind sounds, were like sharp steel knives and instantly appeared in front of the zombies. The fourth-level zombie seemed to feel the threat of the wind blade. It stopped moving forward, roared, and waved its strong arms quickly, trying to resist the sudden attack. The wind blade collided with the zombie's arm, making a hissing sound and splashing sparks. Although the zombie successfully blocked the wind blade, its arm was also cut with several deep wounds, and black blood oozed out. This made the zombie even more angry. It roared and rushed towards Jiang Feng at a faster speed. Its huge feet stomped heavily on the ground, causing dust to fly. The fourth-level zombie was extremely fast and huge in size. It rushed in front of Jiang Feng in just a few steps and stomped hard at Jiang Feng. That huge foot was like a small mountain, carrying a tremendous force, and wherever it passed, the air was compressed and made a dull explosion. Careful! In the distance, Qinga, who was sitting in an armored vehicle, saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged, and his supernatural power was activated in his mind. In an instant, an invisible gust of wind wrapped around his body, and the whole person moved behind the zombies in an instant like a gust of wind. After the element wind ability is upgraded to the fourth level, a new skill, Wind Escape, is obtained. Level 1, Wind Escape, able to move instantly with the help of the power of wind, with a maximum distance of 100 meters. Boom! The fourth-level zombie's huge feet stepped on the ground, and a loud noise was heard. The surrounding houses shook violently. Some of the already shaky walls collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. There! Seeing the zombie's foot stepping down, Qinga quickly stood up and saw Jiang Feng appear behind the zombie. An expression of relief appeared on his face. When Lingyun saw his daughter's performance, his brows furrowed slightly. Although his daughter had to agree to marry Jiang Feng because of his broken arm, he still felt bad seeing his daughter worried about a man. Jiang Feng, who was in the battle, was naturally unaware of Lingyun's troubles. After stabilizing his body, he immediately continued to attack the zombies. Several wind blades shot towards the back of the zombie's head again, leaving twisted traces in the air and reaching the target in the blink of an eye. With a few puff sounds, several wounds were cut on the zombie's head, and black dirty blood spurted out like a fountain. The zombie felt pain and let out an earth-shaking roar, his voice full of anger and pain. It twisted its body wildly, and its already hideous and terrifying face became even more distorted. Then, the zombie suddenly turned around, stared at Jiang Feng with its blood-red eyes, opened its big mouth full of fangs, and spewed out a black mist towards Jiang Feng. The black fog was filled with a sickening stench. Wherever it passed, the surrounding air seemed to be corroded, causing strange ripples. Although the black fog was fast, it did not hurt Jiang Feng, but was blocked by a water curtain. The black fog hit the water curtain, making a sizzling sound, like hot oil dripping into water, and countless tiny bubbles instantly appeared on the surface of the water curtain. The black fog continued to corrode the water curtain, but it could not break through the defense of the water curtain for a while. While resisting the black fog, Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he waved his hands to condense the wind element again. Several wind blades took shape in an instant, and this time, the wind blades were no longer fighting each other, but were connected end to end, forming a chain, like a long dragon made up of sharp blades. Chapter 100 Entering the base. Go! Jiang Feng shouted softly, and the long wind blade dragon shot towards the fourth-level zombie with a fierce momentum. The long wind blade dragon rushed directly into the black mist spewed out by the zombies, and wherever it passed, the mist was forcibly torn open. In the blink of an eye, the long wind blade dragon came in front of the zombie and shot straight into the zombie's mouth. The zombie seemed to realize the deadly danger and wanted to shut his mouth, but it was too late. The long wind blade dragon was unstoppable. It went straight through the zombie's mouth and pierced through its head like a dragon. With a puff sound, a long wind blade dragon pierced through the zombie's head, bringing out a large amount of black blood and broken brain tissue. The zombie's body suddenly stiffened, and its limbs that were dancing wildly stopped moving instantly. Its blood-red eyes that were filled with murderous intent gradually lost their luster. The huge body shook a few times, and with a bang, it fell heavily to the ground like a collapsed mountain, splashing a large amount of dust. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to try out the effect of his supernatural powers after being promoted, so he did not use projection, but went on the field himself to kill the 4th-level zombie. He slowly walked towards the body of the 4th-level zombie to see if there was a crystal core or any special items. At this moment, the door of the armored vehicle opened, and Shun Qinga, Shun Lingyun, and Song Yu walked down with shocked expressions. They looked at the fallen 4th-level zombie, then looked at Jiang Feng, their eyes full of admiration and disbelief. Shun Qinga spoke first, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Jiang Feng, you are so amazing. You actually solved the 4th-level zombie. Shun Lingyun nodded slightly. A complex look flashed in his eyes, with admiration and a hint of fear of Jiang Feng's strength. Song Yu scratched his head and laughed. Brother Jiang, I was worried about you before, but I didn't expect you to be so awesome. My worry was really unnecessary. Jiang Feng smiled, appearing quite indifferent. He walked forward. There was no crystal core in the head of the 4th-level zombie, and he didn't know what the huge corpse was used for. Shun Lingyun said, the brains of 4th-level zombies can be used to extract materials for making genetic medicines. You can take them back and sell them to the base later. Is this how genetic medicine comes about? Jiang Feng was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he could understand it. Zombies are able to continue to evolve, and their physical fitness becomes stronger and stronger, so it is not surprising that they contain the raw materials for genetic medicines. Jiang Feng did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand and swept his mental power across, putting the huge head directly into the backpack space. Afterwards, the 4 of them quickly got into the armored vehicle and continued on their journey. The atmosphere in the car was much more relaxed. Jiang Feng killed a 4th-level zombie by himself. His powerful strength shocked the other 3 people and increased their confidence in returning to the base. An hour later, several people arrived at the outskirts of the Zhonggong base. Jiang Feng looked through the window of the armored vehicle. The entire base covered a very large area and should be built in an industrial park. The original wall has now been raised and reinforced, with surveillance cameras installed at regular intervals on the wall to monitor the surrounding movements at all times. There are also teams of fully armed soldiers patrolling back and forth. They have sharp eyes and always remain highly vigilant. The gate of the base is heavily guarded, with several heavy machine guns mounted in conspicuous positions, and the black muzzles of the guns seem ready to tear any invading enemy into pieces at any time. The soldiers at the door were wearing heavy protective armor and holding guns, checking everyone entering and leaving the base with a serious look on their faces. Zhang Jinlong must have issued an arrest warrant for us. If we want to get in, we'll probably have to force our way in. Shun Qinga frowned and looked at the heavily guarded gate of the base in the distance, and said to Jiang Feng, no need, just point me to where Zhang Jinlong might be. Jiang Feng didn't want to force his way in. These soldiers were just following orders. There was no point in killing them. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Shun Qinga didn't understand what Jiang Feng was going to do, but she still obediently pointed out the location of Zhang Jinlong's residence and the base's military office building to Jiang Feng. After Jiang Feng took note, he summoned 2 projections. Under the shocked gazes of Shun Qinga and the other 2, the projections became invisible and walked towards the interior of the base. Is this the ability to clone oneself? Song Yu widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Shin Lingyun also had a solemn look on his face, and he felt even more wary of Jiang Feng's strength. Shin Qinga looked at Jiang Feng curiously and asked, Jiang Feng, can your clone become invisible? Jiang Feng smiled slightly and nodded. This is my projection. It has all my abilities. Then you can also become invisible. Shin Qinga seemed to have thought of something. He crossed his arms across his chest and looked at Jiang Feng vigilantly. Haha, what's there to block? Jiang Feng chuckled. Once we take down Zhang Jinlong, you'll be mine. Do I still need to be invisible? Snort. Shin Qinga snorted in mock anger, her face flushed. At this time, the 2 invisible projections were moving around the base like ghosts, quickly moving in the direction pointed by Shin Qinga. Soon, a projection appeared outside Zhang Jinlong's residence, which was an independent 3-story building. The base was not originally a residential area. Most of the remaining survivors lived in warehouses and abandoned office buildings, and only the high-rise buildings had independent houses. There were 2 fully armed soldiers guarding the gate. The projection did not alarm them and directly used the wind escape skill to instantly move to the inside of the first floor. After searching around, no men were found inside except for a few beautiful maids. Zhang Jinlong was not at his residence. Jiang Feng received the message from the projection and hoped that another projection could find the target. The commander's office is on the 4th floor of the base's military office building. Commander, you are so strong now. A woman's voice came from the room, carrying with it a seductive charm. You little slut, do you mean I wasn't good enough before? Huh? Zhang Jinlong cursed angrily. No, you were strong before, and you are even stronger now. You've got to be smart, otherwise I'll have to send you back to the camp. Bang! The office door was suddenly kicked open, and Zhang Jinlong, who was standing behind the desk, was startled. Damn it! Who is the one who dares to kick my door? Guards! While shouting to the guards, Zhang Jinlong fastened his belt. The woman sitting on the desk quickly jumped down and pulled her bodysuit down to her thighs. Commander Zhang, it's a good idea. Did you inject the gene drug just to have fun with women? Jiang Feng and 3 others appeared outside the office door, and Shun Lingyun was looking at Zhang Jinlong with a gloomy expression. After the projection discovered that there was someone in the commander's office, Jiang Feng brought Shun Lingyun and the other 2 here. In order to facilitate transmission, each projection has Jiang Feng's mark on it, and Jiang Feng also has the mark of each projection. Chapter 101 Special Method of Torture. Shun Lingyun, you are still alive. Zhang Jinlong was shocked when he saw several people suddenly appear. Hadn't these people already fled outside the base? There were wanted warrants issued inside the base, so how could they still come to his office safely? You're not dead. How could I die? Shun Lingyun retorted bluntly, and he and Song Yu pointed guns at Zhang Jinlong, then swaggered into the office. Jiang Feng and Shun Qingge also followed in. Since you are not dead, you should live your life well. Why come back to seek death? Don't you know that the entire 11th Army belongs to me now? Zhang Jinlong stared at Shun Lingyun fiercely. Suddenly, he looked outside the door and shouted, Quick! Capture these people for me. Shun Lingyun, Shun Qingge, and Song Yu turned around, only to find that there was no one outside the door. Knowing that something was wrong, Shun Lingyun quickly turned to look at Zhang Jinlong. Zhang Jinlong suddenly pulled the frightened woman over and used her graceful body to block himself. Then he reached into the drawer of his desk and quickly pulled out a pistol. As soon as the gun was pointed at Shun Lingyun, Zhang Jinlong wanted to pull the trigger. Shun Lingyun secretly thought that something was wrong, and his body instinctively wanted to dodge. However, the one who was faster than Zhang Jinlong was Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed like lightning, and with a flick of his wrist, a green wind blade shot out instantly. The wind blade was accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it accurately cut towards Zhang Jinlong's gun-holding hand. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the wind blade directly cut off Zhang Jinlong's hand holding the gun. The severed hand and the gun fell to the ground with a bang, and blood gushed out from Zhang Jinlong's severed arm. Zhang Jinlong felt severe pain and subconsciously let go of the woman in front of him. The woman fled away, tumbling and crawling, hiding in a corner, trembling. Zhang Jinlong's face was covered in cold sweat, and his facial features were distorted beyond recognition due to severe pain. He looked down at his broken arm and uttered incoherent curses. When he raised his head again, his gaze met Jiang Feng's calm, yet cold eyes. In an instant, his pupils shrank suddenly, as if he recognized Jiang Feng. It's you, Zhang Jinlong shouted at the top of his lungs. You're the one who killed Jijia. I want you dead. I want to cut you into pieces. While roaring, he dragged his broken arm and pounced towards Jiang Feng like a mad beast, completely ignoring his own desperate situation and Jiang Feng's powerful abilities. Shun Lingyun took a few steps forward and kicked Zhang Jinlong to the ground. It's already this late, and you still dare to act wild. Shun Lingyun shouted angrily. Zhang Jinlong lay on the ground, looking at Jiang Feng and others with resentment, panting and saying, Don't get complacent. My people will be here soon. None of you can escape. The entire 11th Army is mine. You are dead. Jiang Feng stood in front of him and looked down at him. You are just an 11th Army, and you still want to keep me? You sent so many people to kill me. What is the result? Zhang Jinlong gnashed his teeth. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and said hatefully, That's just your good luck. This time, you will definitely not be able to escape. Before he could continue, Jiang Feng kicked him on the head and said, I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you. Give your guards an order to have all the middle and high-level military officers come to the meeting. Zhang Jinlong's eyes flashed with determination. Although he felt dizzy from the kick in the head, he still said stiffly, "Don't even think about it. I won't let you succeed. You killed my son and you still want to control the 11th Army? It's just a daydream." Jiang Feng's eyes turned cold instantly. Without saying a word, he took the pistol from Song Yu. With a loud bang, the bullet accurately pierced Zhang Jinlong's thigh. Zhang Jinlong suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered and rolled on the ground in pain. Although Zhang Jinlong used to be a tough warrior, years of luxury and indulgence in alcohol and sex have made him lose the toughness of his youth. At this moment, the severe pain in his arms and thighs and the fear of Jiang Feng made it difficult for him to breathe. His face was as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, and his eyes were full of fear and despair. Under this double torture, he finally broke down, reached out his hand tremblingly, and picked up the phone on the table. Under the supervision of Jiang Feng and the other three, an order was issued for all middle and senior management to come to the conference room for a meeting. After the call, Zhang Jinlong collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, his eyes empty, and he kept muttering, "You all have to die. You all have to die." Jiang Feng glanced at him coldly and said to Shun Lingyun and others, "Chief of Staff Shun, when these people arrive, ask Zhang Jinlong to hand over the military power in front of everyone. If anyone refuses to obey, I will handle it." Shun Lingyun nodded, his expression solemn. "I understand, but some people have been following Zhang Jinlong for a long time. I'm afraid they won't give in easily. We have to be careful." Jiang Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes revealing confidence. "Don't worry, they can't cause any trouble." As he spoke, Jiang Feng slowly walked to Zhang Jinlong. When Zhang Jinlong saw Jiang Feng approaching, a hint of fear instinctively flashed across his eyes, and his body unconsciously shrank back. Jiang Feng squatted down and stretched out his hand to put on Zhang Jinlong's broken arm. Zhang Jinlong wanted to dodge, but Jiang Feng held him down. Jiang Feng was surrounded by a layer of soft light, which gradually covered Zhang Jinlong's broken arm, and the gunshot wound on his thigh. Under the cover of light, the flesh of the severed arm began to grow and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones were reconnected, and the skin slowly recovered. The bullet wound on the thigh quickly closed, leaving only a faint red mark, as if he had never been injured. Zhang Jinlong widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He could never have imagined that Jiang Feng not only possessed such powerful attack abilities, but also had such magical healing abilities. This unknown powerful force made the fear in his heart burst forth like a flood. The stubbornness and ruthlessness that he had maintained just now had now disappeared without a trace. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that his throat seemed to be choked by something, and he couldn't utter a word. Jiang Feng stood up, clapped his hands, looked at Zhang Jinlong, and said coldly, "Now you are intact. You will know what to do when you meet your men later, right? If you dare to do anything, congratulations, you can experience the feeling of having your limbs chopped off countless times for free." Zhang Jinlong nodded quickly, his eyes full of fear. I understand, you. Don't worry, I will do it." When Xinqinga and the other two heard Jiang Feng's words, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This ability was originally used to save the dying and the wounded, but Jiang Feng used it as a means of torture. It was simply too effective. Chapter 102. Do you want to rebel? Jiang Feng and 4 others took Zhang Jinlong straight to the large conference room on the 3rd floor. After entering the conference room, Jiang Feng took a quick look around. In the spacious space, there was a long conference table with chairs neatly arranged around it. Zhang Jinlong was pushed by Song Yu and reluctantly sat in the main seat, while Shun Lingyun sat in the deputy seat with a serious expression. Jiang Feng and Shun Qinga sat behind the two of them, and Song Yu stood beside them like a bodyguard. Jiang Feng had no intention of taking control of the 11th Army himself, because he had no idea about military management. Secondly, no one would obey him as an outsider in the leadership role. Even if he relied on the use of force, it would not be a long-term solution. Therefore, the best way is to let Shun Lingyun, who is the original chief of staff of the army, take control of the 11th Army. Then, Jiang Feng would take control of the other party's only daughter, and in this way, the 11th Army would be in his pocket. Not long after, the division commanders, regiment commanders, and other middle and high-level personnel of the 11th Army entered the conference room one after another. They were dressed in neat military uniforms and had different expressions, but without exception they all looked dignified. When they saw Shun Lingyun sitting in the vice-presidential seat, many of them were visibly stunned. They all knew about yesterday's riot. Shin Lingyun escaped from the base, and Zhang Jinlong issued a wanted warrant for him. But now he is sitting here safe and sound, which is really surprising. A burly regiment commander couldn't help but ask directly, Shin Lingyun, why are you here? Didn't the commander issue a warrant for your arrest? His voice was particularly loud in the quiet conference room, carrying a hint of anger and confusion. Shin Lingyun's expression was calm. He ignored the captain and signaled Zhang Jinlong with his eyes. Zhang Jinlong's face turned pale and blue, his eyes were evasive, and he didn't dare to look at the people at the scene. He took a deep breath, seemed to muster up all his courage, and slowly stood up. The conference room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Zhang Jinlong said in a trembling voice, Everyone, I have called you all here today because I have an important decision to announce. I feel that I am no longer suitable to be the army commander. After careful consideration, I have decided that from now on, the position of army commander will be temporarily taken over by Chief of Staff Shin Lingyun. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room suddenly exploded. Commander, are you kidding me? What on earth happened? Why did he suddenly give up the position of army commander to Shin Lingyun? The officers were talking among themselves, shock and confusion written all over their faces. A white-haired division commander frowned and asked seriously, Commander, for such an important decision, you must give us a reasonable explanation, right? Other officers echoed this, their eyes revealing their dissatisfaction and doubts about Zhang Jinlong's decision. Zhang Jinlong was in a panic. He secretly glanced at Jiang Feng behind him. Jiang Feng's cold eyes were like a sharp blade, piercing his heart. He gritted his teeth and stammered, I have done a lot of wrong things over the years, and am no longer worthy of being the commander of the army. Chief of Staff Shun is an upright person with outstanding abilities. I feel relieved to have him temporarily take over the position of army commander. However, the officers were apparently not satisfied with this explanation. The burly regiment commander snorted coldly and said, Commander, did Shin Lingyun force you to do this? As long as you give the order, I will bring people to capture him immediately. As he said this, he looked at Shin Lingyun with unfriendly eyes. You want to rebel? Jiang Feng slowly stood up and looked at him coldly. The burly captain not only did not restrain himself, but glared at Jiang Feng and cursed loudly. Where did you come from, you bastard? You are meddling in other people's business here. You want to act wildly without even looking at the place. Believe it or not, I will execute you right here. A cold light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, and the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. Without saying a word, he waved his right hand, and a scorching fireball instantly condensed into shape. The basketball-sized fireball flew towards the burly captain. The burly captain had no time to dodge and could only watch helplessly as the fireball hit him at lightning speed. In an instant, the fireball exploded, and dazzling light and rolling heat waves swept over his whole body. With just a scream, the burly captain was instantly engulfed by flames. In just a few seconds, he turned into a pile of charcoal, fell to the ground with a bang, and there was no movement anymore. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. The originally noisy conference room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Feng in horror. You dare to kill someone. A division commander was the first to react, glaring at Jiang Feng and yelling. With this angry shout, the other officers woke up as if from a dream. They stood up one after another, quickly took out the pistols from their waists, pointed them at Jiang Feng, their faces full of anger and murderous intent. Jiang Feng was not afraid at all, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His mental power was activated instantly, and as he waved his hands, the dark elements quickly gathered. Accompanied by a burst of black smoke, terrifying figures of skeleton archers emitting dim light appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen skeleton archers were neatly lined up in front of Jiang Feng. Strange light flashed in their empty eye sockets. The bone bows in their hands were already fully drawn, and the sharp bone arrows were aimed at the officers present. Seeing this, the officers were shocked and frightened, and their hands holding the guns began to tremble involuntarily. They had never seen such a strange and powerful force. The scene of Jiang Feng killing the burly leader in an instant was still vivid in their minds, and now these more than a dozen skeleton archers made them feel despair. At this moment, although their hearts were filled with anger and unwillingness, they dared not act rashly anymore. They could only stare at Jiang Feng and those skeleton archers with fearful eyes. In this extremely tense atmosphere, Zhang Jinlong's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground again. Shinshinga stood beside Jiang Feng. When she saw Jiang Feng summoning the skeleton archer, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. I really don't know how many magical abilities this man has. Jiang Feng glanced coldly at all the officers, his voice as piercing as the cold wind of winter. I say it again. Zhang Jinlong voluntarily gave up the position of army commander to Shun Lingyun. This is an established fact. Anyone who dares to resist will end up like him. As he spoke, he glanced at the pile of coke on the ground. The officers looked at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, the conference room fell into deathly silence. Only the buzzing sound of the trembling bone bows in the hands of the skeleton archers echoed in the air. Seeing this, Shun Lingyun coughed lightly, breaking the suffocating silence. He looked at the officers present sincerely and said slowly, "My dear colleagues, I, Shun Lingyun, hereby assure you that if I take over the position of commander temporarily, I will never retaliate against you because of what happened today. The development of the base and the 11th Army is inseparable from your efforts and contributions. Let the conflicts and differences of the past disappear. I just hope that everyone can put the overall situation first, work together, and lead the 11th Army to a better future." Chapter 103 Zhang Jinlong and his son died. When the officers heard Shun Lingyun's statement, their worries and doubts were slightly alleviated. They looked at each other and saw a hint of hesitation in each other's eyes. The powerful strength that Jiang Feng had just demonstrated made them feel afraid, but Shun Lingyun's sincere words gave them a glimmer of hope. Finally, a commander who looked older put down his gun first, slowly sat back in his seat, and said in a deep voice, "Chief of Staff Shun, I trust you this time. I hope you can do what you say and lead our 11th Army to greater glory." With the division commander taking the lead, the other officers also put away their weapons and sat down again. Although they are still unwilling, they can only choose to compromise under the current circumstances. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another, agreeing that Shun Lingyun should temporarily take over the position of army commander. Seeing that the situation was settled, Shun Lingyun felt relieved, but at the same time he was a little excited. Commander, if it were peacetime, he would probably not be able to hold this position even after retirement. Although he has not yet received an official appointment as the army commander from the capital, it is now the end of the world and the garrisons in various places have long been fighting on their own and only nominally still obey the leadership of the capital. As long as he can stabilize the 11th Army internally and externally, he, the acting commander, is actually equivalent to the real commander. Just as everyone was congratulating Shun Lingyun on taking office as army commander, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Everyone in the room looked over and saw Zhang Jiming walking in with an arrogant look on his face, followed by Zhao Hu, who was wearing armor but no helmet. "Dad, Shun Lingyun and Shun Qingge haven't been found yet. Why don't you send me a few more bronze warriors and I'll lead a team to look for them?" As soon as Zhang Jiming finished speaking, he noticed that the atmosphere in the room was not right. He looked towards the main seat in the conference room and saw Shun Lingyun looking at him coldly. His father, the former army commander, was sitting on the ground like a puddle of mud, his face pale. Zhang Jiming was immediately shocked, rushed to Zhang Jinlong, and asked anxiously, "Dad, what's wrong with you? What's going on?" As he spoke, he suddenly raised his head, glared at Shun Lingyun, and asked, "Shun Lingyun, what did you do to my dad? You despicable villain. Did you use any shameful means?" Before Shun Lingyun could speak, Zhang Jiming waved his hand viciously and said to Zhao Hu, "Colonel Zhao, hurry up and take Shun Lingyun down." Zhao Hu also felt something was wrong, but he was Zhang Jinlong's confidant. Seeing Zhang Jinlong slumped on the ground in an abnormal state, and hearing Zhang Jiming's words, he was about to step forward and take action. After all the officers compromised, Jiang Feng dispersed all the skeleton archers. After all, it was a meeting, and it was inappropriate to have a group of skeletons attending the meeting. Zhao Hu's attention was focused on Zhang Jinlong and Shun Lingyun, and he did not immediately recognize Jiang Feng, whom he had led a team to attack. When Zhang Jinlong heard his son's words, he did not say anything to stop him. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, wondering if Zhao Hu, a bronze warrior, could catch Shun Lingyun and others in one fell swoop. A fierce light flashed in Zhao Hu's eyes, and he rushed towards Shun Lingyun without hesitation. But the sharp-eyed Jiang Feng had already recognized that Zhao Hu was the leader of the group that had led people to attack him. His eyes turned cold, he snorted coldly, and waved his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a huge wind blade condensed into shape, like a crescent moon, and shot towards Zhao Hu with a sharp whistling sound. "It's you." Zhao Hu heard the noise, turned his head and finally recognized Jiang Feng, but he also saw the huge wind blade shooting towards him. His intuition told him that this wind blade contained extreme danger. He tried desperately to dodge it, but found that it was too late. The wind blade was extremely fast and hit him in an instant. With a crisp crack, the wind blade easily cut him in half, including his armor. Blood splattered on the surrounding walls and the ground, and the scene was extremely bloody. Seeing this, Jiang Feng showed a look of horror on his face, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He roared, "Who are you? How dare you kill someone here? Are you looking for death?" As he spoke, Jiang Feng waved his hands quickly, and the fire elements around him condensed crazily. A fireball the size of a wash basin quickly took shape in his hands. He let out an angry roar and fiercely shot a fireball towards Jiang Feng. The fireball had a long flame tail and was moving at an extremely fast speed like a burning meteor. Jiang Feng looked at the fireball flying towards him with a look of disdain on his face and said sarcastically, "How dare a mere third-level psychic act so presumptuously in front of me?" He just waved his hand, and another 2-meter-wide wind blade whizzed out. The wind blade and the fireball collided in the air, and with a loud bang, the fireball was instantly chopped into pieces, turning into countless sparks that flew everywhere. The wind blade continued to move forward and flew directly towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng wanted to dodge, but his speed was no match for the wind blade. The next second, the wind blade pierced through his chest and cut his body in half. At both ends of Jiang Feng's body, his eyes were wide open, his faces were full of disbelief, and he soon lost his breath. Jiang Feng was instantly agitated when he saw his son being killed. He ignored his own embarrassment and struggled to stand up. His eyes were red as he shouted angrily at Jiang Feng. You killed my son again. I will fight you." As he said that, he was about to pounce on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked cold and said to Jiang Feng coldly, "Jiang Feng, you and your son are plotting rebellion and destroying the base. Your crime is unforgivable. You must be executed." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng condensed a wind blade in his hand again and shot it directly towards Jiang Feng. The wind blade instantly hit Jiang Feng, cutting him in half. Jiang Feng's body fell heavily to the ground, and blood quickly spread. At this moment, the conference room was dead silent. Everyone present was looking at this bloody scene, feeling shocked and terrified. Shen Lingyun did not expect things to develop to this point. According to his original intention, he planned to imprison Jiang Feng first, and then kill him after he had control over the 11th Army from top to bottom. He didn't know that Jiang Feng's primary purpose in coming to the base was to kill Jiang Feng. If it wasn't for the purpose of allowing Shen Lingyun to take down the 11th Army faster, Jiang Feng would have killed Jiang Feng long ago, and would not have waited until now. Jiang Feng glanced at everyone and said in a cold voice, "Anyone who attempts to undermine the stability of the 11th Army and intends to rebel will end up like this." The officers present looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. They witnessed the ruthlessness and decisiveness of Jiang Feng's methods and understood that in the face of such absolute strength, any small move would only lead to their own death. A few people who originally had ulterior motives and planned to pretend to obey Shen Lingyun, but actually disobeyed him, completely gave up the idea. A division commander who already had a good relationship with Shen Lingyun nodded slightly. With such a strong helper like Jiang Feng, Shen Lingyun might be able to lead the 11th Army to survive better in this doomsday. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Mr. Jiang is right. In the face of the end of the world, the 11th Army must unite as one. We should all fully support Commander Shen." The other officers echoed one after another, and for a moment, the conference room was filled with echoes. Chapter 104. Contrast of Shen Qingge. Jiang Feng and his son are dead, and the officers present have all acknowledged Shen Lingyun's leadership, so there is no need for Jiang Feng to stay in the conference room to listen to their discussions. "Major Shen, now that the situation has been decided, Commander Shen probably has a lot of things to discuss with the officers. How about you take me to a place to rest first?" Jiang Feng turned his head and looked at Shen Qingge beside him. The work was done, and it was time to reap the rewards. Shen Qingge's heart tightened. She anticipated what might happen next, and a blush instantly appeared on her face. She secretly glanced at Jiang Feng and saw that Jiang Feng looked calm, but there was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Shen Qingge bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and nodded slightly. She took Jiang Feng out of the conference room and walked along the winding corridor. Along the way, Shen Qingge's heart was pounding. She could feel Jiang Feng following behind her, and his steady footsteps seemed to step on her heart. Occasionally, soldiers passed by and saw Shen Qingge and Jiang Feng and cast curious glances at them. But when they saw Shen Qingge's slightly red cheeks, they tactfully did not ask any more questions. The two of them walked all the way to the high-rise residential area in the base, where there were small buildings. The environment was particularly quiet compared to other places in the base. Shen Qingge stopped in front of a 3-story building, took out the key, opened the door, and said to Jiang Feng, "This is my home. Come in first." Jiang Feng followed Xinqinga into the house. The first floor was decorated warmly and elegantly, with simple furniture arranged in an orderly manner and a soft carpet in the middle of the living room. Xinqinga led Jiang Feng upstairs to his room. The room was not big, but it was tidy. A pink bed was placed against the wall, and next to it was an exquisite dressing table filled with various bottles and jars. There is a desk in front of the window, with a few books spread out casually on the table. Xinqinga said awkwardly, "Well, you rest here for a while. I need to take a shower first. I feel uncomfortable after running around outside for 2 days." Jiang Feng nodded and looked around the room. Xinqinga took out some clothes from the closet, then walked out of the room and went to the bathroom to wash up. Jiang Feng sat on the edge of the bed, recalling the scenes that happened in the conference room today and Xinqinga's shy look just now. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he was secretly looking forward to the scene after Xinqinga finished washing up. Squeak! After a while, the door of the room opened. Xinqinga walked into the room with soft steps. She had just finished a shower, and her neat short hair was still a little damp. A few strands of hair were playfully curled up, making her look more lively. She was wearing a loose white nightgown with a slightly open neckline, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small piece of skin as delicate as snow. The hem of the nightgown just barely covered her long and well-proportioned thighs, and her slender calves glowed softly under the dim light. Xinqinga's face was flushed, as if it was steamed by hot water, and as if she was shy about facing Jiang Feng. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look Jiang Feng in the eye. Her hands unconsciously tugged at the corner of her nightgown, and her toes rubbed lightly on the ground, acting like a shy little girl. Jiang Feng's breathing paused when he saw Xinqinga, who was in sharp contrast to his previous heroic appearance. Xinqinga felt Jiang Feng's burning gaze, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The bang 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 sound seemed to be clearly audible in the quiet room. Jiang Feng stood up, walked forward and hugged Xinqinga. The faint scent of lavender invaded his ears and nose. He took a deep breath and held the crystal-clear earlobe in his mouth. An hour later, Jiang Feng leaned against the pink bedside and asked Xinqinga, who was lying on his chest, "Xinga, why aren't you a psychic yet? Although crystal cores are hard to come by, your father is the chief of staff, so he should be able to get a lot, right?" Xinqinga raised her head. The blush on her face had not completely disappeared. "My father wants me to inject genetic medicine. For my personal physique, genetic medicine is better than supernatural powers." "Oh, what about your own ideas? I have both crystal cores and gene medicines. Moreover, I can directly upgrade you to a 3rd-level mutant, and you will reach the 4th level very soon." When Xinqinga heard this, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief and surprise. She sat up slightly, not even paying attention to the spring light that was leaking out. "Jiang Feng, are you telling the truth? Do you really have a way for me to become a 3rd-level psychic so quickly, or even reach the 4th level very quickly?" Jiang Feng smiled, stretched out his hand and gently stroked the hair on Xinqinga's forehead, and nodded firmly. "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? With my ability, this is not difficult." Xinqinga bit her lip. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, and then she said firmly, "Actually, I still want to become a superpower. Although my father thinks that genetic medicine is more suitable for me, superpowers have an inexplicable attraction to me. That feeling of having special powers under my control is what I have always longed for." Jiang Feng looked at Xinqinga's determined eyes and felt a little more admiration for her. Of course, he would rather Xinqinga become a superpower so that he could gain one more superpower. However, he would not force too much on his woman and would respect her choice as much as possible. Jiang Feng purchased 101 first-order crystal cores and 100 second-order crystal cores from the mall system and gave them to Xinqinga. "You have so many crystal cores?" Xinqinga's eyes were filled with shock when she saw a pile of crystal cores. The faint light emitted by the crystal cores illuminated her surprised face. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Quickly absorb it. I will give you a 3rd-level crystal core in 2 days." Xinqinga nodded and held the crystal core in his hand. After a faint flash of light, all the crystal cores disappeared. I really became a superpower." After a while, Xinqinga opened his eyes and said to Jiang Feng excitedly, "Yeah." Jiang Feng nodded. "The element Earth ability is very good. The first skill is Earth Spike. The damage effect of the level 3 Earth Spike is very strong." How do you know so much about my special abilities?" Xinqinga was very confused. She hadn't even told Jiang Feng about her special abilities yet. "Because there is a bond between us, I will also have your supernatural powers," Jiang Feng said casually. Shinshinga widened his eyes, full of disbelief. How could such a miraculous thing happen? Could it be because of what we did before? When she thought of the intimate actions between them, a blush appeared on her face. Woo-woo. At this moment, a sharp and piercing sound instantly broke the charming atmosphere between the two. Oh no, this is the highest level 3 alarm in the base. Something big has happened. Shinshinga's face changed. After explaining to Jiang Feng, he quickly got up and put on his clothes. Chapter 105. The zombie tide is coming. Jiang Feng and Shinshinga dressed neatly and walked out of the high-rise residential area. As soon as I came to the street, I met a group of soldiers who were rushing to gather at the entrance of the base. They walked hurriedly and looked serious. Upon seeing this, Shinshinga hurriedly grabbed a soldier who looked a little immature and asked about the situation. The soldier was suddenly stopped and was stunned at first. After seeing that it was Shinshinga, he immediately saluted and said, "Reporting to Major Shun, a zombie horde is coming in huge numbers and has begun to attack the base's walls. The army commander and other officers have already rushed to the front line to command the battle." Shinshinga's heart tightened, and he looked at Jiang Feng and saw solemnity in each other's eyes. "How many zombies are there? What levels are they?" Jiang Feng stepped forward and asked with a sharp gaze. The soldier swallowed and answered with a slightly trembling voice. "The number of zombies is still unknown, but I heard that the scale is particularly large, and there are many high-level zombies among them. We have already discovered 4th-level zombies." Shinshinga frowned slightly. The 4th-level zombies posed a huge threat to the 11th Army base. She had seen Jiang Feng fighting with 4th-level zombies. Although 4th-level zombies were no match for Jiang Feng, ordinary soldiers had almost no ability to fight back. Even with heavy weapons, it was difficult to cause fatal damage to 4th-level zombies. Shinshinga gritted his teeth and said to Jiang Feng, "Let's go and help too." Jiang Feng nodded, and the two of them flashed and ran quickly towards the entrance of the base. Along the way, they saw that the atmosphere in the base was becoming increasingly tense, with people running towards the shelters while the soldiers were heading in the opposite direction, towards danger. Jiang Feng and Shinshinga walked against the crowd, appearing particularly determined. When they arrived near the base wall, the scene before them was horrifying. Countless zombies rushed towards the base wall like a black tide. They roared and rushed, and the wall was shaking under their impact. On the wall, the soldiers of the 11th Army were fighting desperately. The sounds of gunfire, shouting, and zombies' roars were intertwined and deafening. Shinshinga searched around and finally found his father Shinlingyun. As the army commander, he was directing the battle on a temporary platform. Shinshinga hurriedly ran towards the platform, and Jiang Feng followed closely behind. After finally reaching the platform, Shinshinga shouted, "Dad, why are you here? Why don't you command in the office building, but come to such a dangerous place as the battlefield in person?" Shinlingyun turned around and saw his daughter. A hint of relief flashed across his eyes, but then he said seriously, "How can I grasp the situation at any time if I am not on the battlefield in person? Only here can I clearly know the movements of the zombies and the weak points of the defense line, so that I can adjust the tactics in time and make the most correct command." Jiang Feng looked at Shinlingyun and couldn't help but admire the commander's responsibility and courage. At this time, a staff officer hurriedly ran up to the platform, saluted Shinlingyun, and reported anxiously, "Captain, we don't have many shells left, but the number of zombies is not decreasing. If this continues, I'm afraid our defense line won't hold out for much longer." Shinlingyun frowned tightly, and a trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. After thinking for a moment, he decisively ordered, "Let the bronze warriors fight." As Shinlingyun's order was given, more than a dozen warriors wearing bronze armor quickly rushed towards the group of zombies. Shinlingyun has taken control of the arsenal and gained command of the bronze warriors. The bronze warriors were strong enough to crush zombies below level 4. They wielded special long swords in their hands. The blades flashed, and every swing accurately harvested the zombies' heads. Black blood splattered, and the zombies fell down one after another. However, the number of zombies is too huge, like an endless black ocean. Although these dozen bronze warriors were extremely brave, they were just a drop in the bucket against the surging tide of zombies. The zombies came one after another, quickly filling the gaps left by their fallen companions, and continued to rush towards the wall frantically. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the gate of the base collapsed under the impact of countless zombies. Amid the smoke and dust, a dozen level 3 zombies, like ferocious monsters, led a large number of zombies, aggressively past the bronze warriors, and rushed madly into the base. These zombies were extremely fast and rushed into the group of soldiers in an instant. Many soldiers were unable to dodge and were knocked down by the zombies, and shrill screams rang out immediately. When Shun Lingyun saw this scene, his face turned pale instantly, and he shouted anxiously, "Let the tanks attack! Quick! We must stop them!" When Shun Qingge saw this, her heart tightened. She immediately mobilized all her supernatural powers and waved her hands. The ground began to tremble violently, and a huge wave of earth rolled up. Then, a large number of sharp spikes more than 3 meters high suddenly emerged from the ground and instantly strangled the zombie in the front. The zombies' bodies were pierced by the spikes, and they let out painful roars, with black, dirty blood flowing down along the spikes. Not only that, Shun Qingge continued to release his mental power, and the ground spikes continued to extend, actually sealing up the collapsed gate of the base again, forming a temporary barrier that temporarily blocked the zombies from continuing to pour in. "Qingge, when did you awaken your superpowers? And you're so powerful." Shun Lingyun was shocked to see his daughter so brave, but then he became confused, wondering where his daughter got so many crystal cores to enhance her superpowers. Just now, when Shun Qingge heard her father's question and thought of the origin of her supernatural powers, her cheeks turned red. The situation was critical, but Shun Lingyun did not notice anything abnormal with his daughter. He looked into the distance, and his expression changed again. Behind the tide of zombies, 4 tall figures slowly appeared. Their bodies, more than 4 meters tall, were like moving hills, and the ground shook with every step they took. They were actually 4 4th-level zombies. Shun Lingyun's heart sank. If these 4th-level zombies joined the battlefield, the defense line would definitely collapse. He acted decisively and shouted into the communicator, "Artillerymen, listen up. Concentrate all your firepower and attack those 4-level 4 zombies. Make sure they are prevented from getting close to the base." In an instant, cannons roared, and countless shells poured towards the 4 4th-level zombies like meteors. Flames shot up into the sky, explosions were deafening, and the earth was shaking violently. However, when the smoke cleared, everyone was shocked to find that although the 4 4th-level zombies had some scars on their bodies, they had not suffered fatal injuries. Above the 4th level, the lethality of thermal weapons has gradually fallen behind. The 4 4th-level zombies roared angrily, and the sound was like thunder exploding in the low sky, making people's eardrums hurt. In anger, 4 4th-level zombies took huge steps and rushed towards the base desperately. Wherever they passed, the zombies avoided them, as if they were in awe of these powerful beings. Every step left a deep footprint on the ground and raised a lot of dust. Chapter 106. Let me do it. Let the bronze warriors go. They must stop the 4th-level zombies, even if they die. Shun Lingyun ordered loudly. "Is the long-range rocket launcher ready? When can it be launched?" Just when Shun Lingyun was about to let the bronze warriors charge forward, Jiang Feng stepped forward to interrupt him. "General Shun, the bronze warriors can't be a match for the 4th-level zombies. Letting them go up will only result in their deaths in vain." Shun Lingyun was extremely anxious, but he still suppressed his emotions, looked at Jiang Feng with burning eyes, and said, "I know, but the situation is critical now. If you have any better ideas, just tell me." Jiang Feng looked at Shun Lingyun and said calmly, "Let me do it." He was planning to bring Lin Sairu and several other girls to live in the base. If this group of zombies destroyed the base, he would have to run somewhere else. Shun Qingge was shocked when he heard Jiang Feng's words. He looked worried and said hurriedly, "Jiang Feng, don't be impulsive. There are 4 level 4 zombies in front of you, and countless other zombies are around. This is too dangerous." Jiang Feng turned his head and gave Shun Qingge a confident smile. "It's just a zombie tide. It's just a small problem for me." After he finished speaking, the spatial energy on Jiang Feng's body fluctuated, and 4 projections instantly appeared around him. As soon as the 4 projections appeared, they used the wind escape skill and instantly moved outside the base. After several consecutive wind escapes, the 4 projections gradually approached the 4th-level zombie. At this moment, 4 4th-level zombies were leading an overwhelming swarm of zombies, rushing towards the base like a dark cloud. A strong stench of decay and chilling black mist emanated from their bodies, and the ground trembled slightly with every step they took. Sensing the projection approaching, the largest 4th-order zombie was the first to let out a deafening roar. The other 3 4th-order zombies also became alert in an instant, locking their blood-red eyes on the projection. The 4 projections did not hesitate, and waved their hands like phantoms, and rich wind elements quickly gathered. In an instant, the void seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, and countless 2-meter-long wind blades condensed out of thin air, flashing a cold light, and whistling towards the 4 4th-level zombies. Wherever the wind blade passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp and piercing whistle. The first fourth-level zombie reacted quickly. It raised its huge, scaly arm, and black energy flowed out from its palm like ink, trying to build a defensive barrier. The wind blade collided violently with the black energy, making a series of dense, sizzling sounds. Although the black energy was instantly cut into pieces by the wind blade, it still slightly slowed down the attack of the wind blade. However, even so, many wind blades still penetrated the defense, leaving deep blood marks on the hard skin of this fourth-level zombie, and thick black blood flowed out. The other 3 fourth-level zombies were unable to dodge, and the wind blades pierced into their bodies like dense arrows. The shoulder of a 4th-level zombie was completely cut off by the wind blade, and the broken arm splashed out with black blood mist, and it let out a painful and angry roar. But the 4th-level zombies are worthy of being the strongest among zombies. After being injured, they not only did not retreat, but rushed towards the projection even more frantically. Their huge bodies did not slow them down. After a few steps, they instantly closed the distance with the projections. With the help of wind escape, the 4 projections flashed like lightning, instantly disappeared from their original place, and appeared in another direction. Immediately afterwards, a new round of even more fierce wind blades swept towards the 4th-level zombies. This time, a slightly smaller 4th-level zombie was unable to dodge, and the wind blade submerged it like a surging tide. Its body was instantly cut into pieces by countless wind blades. After letting out an unwilling roar, it fell to the ground with a bang, turning into a pool of broken flesh and blood. Under the continuous attack of the wind blade, the other 3 4th-level zombies had more and more wounds on their bodies, and their movements became slower and slower. However, they still relied on their tenacious vitality and fierce nature to try to make a final struggle. The projections did not give them a chance to breathe. Relying on the flexibility and maneuverability of wind escape, they constantly changed their positions and released wind blades from various tricky angles. Under round after round of fierce attacks from the projections, another 4th-level zombie couldn't bear it anymore. His legs went soft, and he fell heavily to the ground, never to move again. At this time, there were still 2 4th-level zombies left. They seemed to realize that the projection in front of them was extremely tricky, and after looking at each other, they began to command the surrounding zombies to rush towards the projection frantically, attempting to use the numerical advantage of the zombie group to interfere with the projection's actions and then destroy it. However, the projections remained unmoved and continued to use wind blades in an orderly manner. Under the dense wind blade attack, the head of a 4th-level zombie was directly chopped off by a huge wind blade. After the headless body rushed forward a few steps, it fell to the ground with a bang. The last 4th-level zombie let out a desperate and angry roar when he saw his companions falling one after another. He rushed towards the projection desperately, wanting to fight to the death. But the projections cleverly used wind escape to dodge continuously, while sending out wind blades to attack. Finally, after being hit by a blast of dense wind blades, this 4th-order zombie was covered in blood and fell heavily to the ground. The 4 projections used the teleportation skill to instantly teleport back to Jiang Feng's side. The death of 4 4th-level zombies caused the entire zombie tide to fall into brief chaos. Inside the base, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed a little, and they broke out into warm cheers. The giant 4th-level zombies that ignored the artillery fire almost drove the survivors and soldiers in the base to despair. At this moment, this suffocating 4th-level zombie was killed, and everyone became excited. Shinshinga looked at Jiang Feng with her beautiful big eyes, full of admiration and love. "Captain, the bronze warriors are running out of energy." Seeing the death of the 4th-level zombie, Shen Lingyun just felt relieved when the staff officer next to him reported bad news. He looked at the tide of zombies outside the base. Although the 4th-level zombies were gone, there were still a lot of zombies, so densely packed that it seemed like a black ocean with no end in sight. The smell of blood and the continuous sound of gunfire that filled the base stimulated the zombies' senses, and they rushed towards the base frantically. Shen Lingyun acted decisively and gave a loud order. "Let the bronze warriors withdraw quickly and preserve their strength. All tanks, move forward immediately, block the entrance of the base, and stop the tide of zombies." Military orders are as heavy as mountains. As the orders were issued, the bronze warriors who were fighting zombies on the front line, under the cover of their companions, evacuated quickly and orderly into the base. The tank troops that had been on standby at the base for a long time, their engines roared loudly, and tanks weighing dozens of tons slowly drove towards the gate of the base like steel behemoths. The tanks were lined up in a row, with their huge guns aimed at the surging tide of zombies. Chapter 107 Dawn Chamber of Commerce's Plan. Fire! Shin Lingyun gave the order, and deafening cannon fire sounded instantly. One shell after another shot towards the zombie group like meteors. The shells exploded in the zombie horde, flames shot up into the sky, and the huge impact force blew the surrounding zombies into pieces, with broken limbs and black blood splattering everywhere. For a moment, large blank areas appeared among the zombie group. However, there were too many zombies, and they still rushed towards the tanks like a black tide. In this surging tide of zombies, the number of third-level zombies is astonishingly large. They do not have the ability of fourth-level zombies to control the entire zombie horde and can only drive a small number of zombies to act. Even so, with the leadership of these third-level zombies, the attack of the zombie horde was still extremely crazy. A third-level zombie with bulging muscles and skin as rough as rock and covered with black lines rushed to the front like a wild horse. It is extremely fast, and each leap can cover a distance of several meters. Ordinary bullets hitting it will just bounce off in vain, leaving only insignificant white dots. This third-level zombie roared, jumped high, and pounced directly on a tank. Its two sharp claws pierced into the tank's armor like sharp blades, and then it began to tear it hard, trying to tear a big hole in the tank. Behind it, there was a group of level 3 zombies, leading more zombies to attack the base. Seeing this, the soldiers concentrated their firepower on these third-level zombies, pouring dense bullets at them. However, firearms have little effect on these powerful third-level zombies. Only a small number of bullets that are lucky enough to hit weak parts, such as the eyes and mouth, can make them roar in pain. A level 3 zombie with one eye shot was rampaging angrily among the zombies. Its loss of control briefly disrupted the rhythm of the zombies' attack, but soon after, more level 3 zombies filled the gap and continued to lead the zombie swarm forward. Oh no, bazooka! Quickly use the bazooka to kill these level 3 zombies. Shin Lingyun saw this scene on the high platform and immediately gave loud orders. In an instant, several soldiers carrying rocket launchers rushed out from behind the bunker and aimed at the third-level zombies that were approaching the base without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several rockets whizzed out with a sharp sound and hit the target accurately. Accompanied by a series of violent explosions, the third-level zombies were blown to pieces by the powerful impact force, and black blood and flesh splattered everywhere. But this only temporarily repelled some of the third-level zombies close to the base. The zombie group in the distance was still rushing towards this side like a turbulent undercurrent. Among them, the number of third-level zombies is still considerable. They hide in the zombie group, roaring from time to time, and continue to drive ordinary zombies to charge forward desperately. Moreover, in this fierce and protracted battle, the soldiers' ammunition was consumed at an extremely fast rate, and the sound of empty barrels could be heard from the gun barrels of many people. Report to the commander, the ammunition reserves are running low. A communications soldier hurried to Shin Lingyun and reported in a panic and nervous manner. Shin Lingyun's face instantly turned gloomy. He knew clearly that once the ammunition was exhausted, everyone in the base would be in dire straits with only the existing cold weapons in the base, facing the endless stream of zombies. Just as he was racking his brains to think of a countermeasure, the intercom rang. After hearing the content, his brows instantly twisted into the shape of a Chan character. Shin Lingyun thought for a moment, called Shun Chinga over, and said solemnly, "Chinga, there is a group of survivors on the other side of the base who are clamoring to open the door and escape. The leader is a third-level psychic who can control lightning. You must go and deal with them immediately. You must stabilize the situation and never let them open the door." Shin Chinga nodded without hesitation. Just as she turned around to leave, Jiang Feng stopped her and said, "Chinga, I'll go with you." Shin Chinga's eyes were extremely gentle, and then he nodded slightly, and the two of them quickly ran towards the commotion. When we arrived at the scene, we saw a group of survivors in chaos, shouting at a deafening sound. In front of the crowd, a tall man with disheveled hair stood on a scrapped vehicle, waving his arms wildly and shouting to seduce the crowd. "We can't defend this base. Look at the countless zombies outside. If you stay here, you'll die. Follow me out. Maybe you can save your life." Beside him stood several men armed with guns, with sinister eyes, glaring viciously at the soldiers who tried to stop him. Shin Chinga strode forward and shouted loudly, "Everyone calm down. The defense of the base is impregnable. We will definitely be able to hold it. There are zombies everywhere outside. Going out now will undoubtedly be courting death." However, the leading third-level psychic raised his head and laughed disdainfully. His voice was sharp and piercing. "Major Shin, stop talking nonsense here. Look at the zombies outside. What can you do to resist them? We have decided to open this door today." Shinchinga still tried to dissuade impatiently. "As a third-level psychic, you should be more aware of the consequences of running away at this moment. There are so many zombies outside, and without the protection of the base, we will all die. But the superpower was not moved at all. Instead, he glared at her and roared, "Stop talking nonsense. Get out of the way if you know what's best for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, Shinchinga's face suddenly turned cold, and he decisively ordered the soldiers beside him, "Take coercive measures, and never let them open the door." The soldiers rushed forward like tigers, trying to control the rioting crowd. Seeing this, the third-level supernatural being's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He raised his hand and a thick lightning bolt shot towards Shinchinga like a dragon, while shouting wildly, "Come on! Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed." Several of his men beside him also raised their guns and shot wildly at the soldiers. Shinchinga was prepared. He stomped his feet on the ground, and the ground rose instantly. A thick spike rose from the ground and accurately blocked the lightning. Lightning struck the ground spikes, emitting dazzling sparks and a crackling sound that echoed all around. At the same time, Jiang Feng casually fired a few small fireballs, and the men with guns were hit by the fireballs one after another, falling to the ground with screams. Shinchinga took advantage of the moment when the psychic was surprised and activated his mental power again. An extremely sharp spike instantly emerged from the ground where the psychic was. The ground spike appeared at an extremely fast speed. The psychic sensed the fatal danger and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The ground spike directly pierced his body. After being hit by the ground spike, the psychic did not die immediately. He showed an extremely crazy look on his face and shouted wildly, "Haha, do you think you can hold on? I'm from the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. The base will be breached sooner or later. Once the zombies kill all of you, the Dawn Chamber of Commerce will come and collect the crystal cores on the ground, and you won't be able to escape." Before he could finish his words, he died. Chapter 108 Skeleton Army. The survivors who had been bewitched by the third-order psychics turned pale with fright when they saw their leader being killed, and the scene became a mess. Some stood there in a daze, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Others looked around in panic, not knowing what to do. Shinchinga asked the soldiers to disperse the crowd, then turned to Jiang Feng and said worriedly, "Jiang Feng, is it true that the base cannot be defended? Do you want to defend it?" Jiang Feng did not answer directly, but asked back. "Of course I do," Shinchinga said in a firm tone with a gleam of determination in his eyes. This base was built from scratch by the 11th Army. Countless soldiers have lost their lives for the base, and they have relatives and friends here. My father has also devoted countless efforts for the 11th Army and the base. There are so many soldiers fighting side by side in the base. They are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect this place. Not to mention the survivors who trust us and rely on us. They put their hopes of survival on the 11th Army. How can I watch it fall? Jiang Feng looked at Shinchinga, his words full of confidence. "If that's the case, then let's hold on. But there are so many zombies outside. How can we defend it?" Shinchinga was not blindly optimistic. There were a lot of level 3 zombies in the zombie tide, and the base was short of artillery shells. Even if there were some long-range rockets, they would not play a decisive role against the huge number of zombies. "I'm here. If I say we can hold it, then we can hold it." Jiang Feng then turned around and walked towards Shinling Yun's command desk. "Let's go. Leave the rest to me." Although Shinchinga was full of doubts, looking at Jiang Feng's determined back, for some reason, she felt an inexplicable confidence in her heart. She quickly followed Jiang Feng's pace. The two men came to the command platform, and Shinling Yun was listening to the staff officer's report on the battle situation with a serious expression. "Get ready to launch the rockets and attack where there are many level 3 zombies." Jiang Feng walked closer and heard Shinling Yun's heavy voice. "No need, Commander." Jiang Feng said to Shinling Yun, "Leave it to me next." Since Jiang Feng was planning to take action, there was no need to waste the limited number of rockets in the base. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Shinling Yun was slightly stunned. He looked him up and down with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Shinling Yun naturally knew that Jiang Feng was very powerful, and the 4 most threatening 4th-level zombies all died at his hands. But now the zombies outside are overwhelming and there is no end in sight. What can he change by himself? After all, the power of one person is too limited in the face of such a huge tide of zombies. Shinling Yun spoke slowly, with a hint of worry in his tone. "Jiang Feng, I know your abilities are very strong, but there are too many zombies outside, and there are many 3rd-level zombies among them. Even if you have clones, you can't kill them all. Although there are not many rockets, they may play a key role." Jiang Feng smiled confidently, without further explanation, and said calmly, "Then wait a moment, if I can't do it, then launch the rocket." Seeing Jiang Feng say this, Shinling Yun stopped persuading him and looked at him with hope. Jiang Feng's special ability was activated, and a space wave was transmitted. A light flickered on the open space in front of him, and 4 projections appeared with expressionless faces. Including the 4 projections that had previously killed the 4th-level zombies, Jiang Feng summoned a total of 8 projections. Level 3 projection can summon up to 9 projections. Each projection consumes 1/10 of the mental power. Now Jiang Feng only has 1/5 of his mental power left. Despite this, Jiang Feng's mental power is still much greater than that of an ordinary 4th-level psychic. His mental power is the sum of that of many beauties. And every beauty has reached the full crystal core level, and her mental strength is extremely strong. Go ahead. Don't use other skills. Use all your mental energy on skeleton summoning. Jiang Feng gave an order to the 8 projections, then waved his hand, and the 8 projections dispersed, 2 went to the gate, and 6 went as several walls. The projections quickly arrived at the location. The 2 projections at the gate took the lead. They pressed their hands down suddenly, and black mist poured out from the ground. In the black fog, skeleton warriors kept flashing out. In the blink of an eye, thousands of 3rd-level skeleton warriors appeared in front of everyone. These skeleton warriors are tall, with bones that glow metallically, green flames burning in their empty eye sockets, and bone swords emitting cold light tightly grasped in their hands. A huge number of skeleton warriors filled the open space in front of the base gate. Not long after they appeared, they marched in unison under the command of the projection and launched an attack on the zombies. Their metallic bones flickered coldly in the sunlight, and ghostly green flames danced in their eye sockets, as if they were messengers from hell, emitting a chilling aura. These skeleton warriors are all at level 3 in strength, and they have an absolute advantage in numbers compared to the level 3 zombies in the group of corpses at the door. As for those 1st and 2nd level zombies, they were no match for the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors swung the bone swords in their hands, and with a flash of cold light, the heads of the 1st and 2nd level zombies were easily chopped off. Their bodies fell to the ground with a thump, splashing a cloud of dust. As for the 3rd-level zombies, although they were relatively strong, they soon fell into trouble under the siege of 2 or 3 skeleton warriors. A 3rd-level zombie with a sturdy body and a foul smell was trying to break through the skeleton warrior's defense line, but was immediately surrounded by 3 skeleton warriors. A skeleton warrior swung out his bone sword swiftly, stabbing straight at the throat of the 3rd-level zombie. The 3rd-level zombie instinctively dodged sideways, but another skeleton warrior attacked from the side, and the bone sword chopped hard on its arm. With a click, a large piece of rotten meat was chopped off the zombie's arm, and black, dirty blood gushed out. Before the 3rd-level zombie could fight back, the 3rd skeleton warrior jumped high, and the bone sword in his hand slashed on its shoulder with a sharp sound, and the sword was deeply embedded in the bone. The 3rd-level zombie let out a painful roar, struggled for a few times, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The pressure on the tank soldiers who were originally surrounded by zombies at the gate of the base was suddenly relieved. They looked at the scene in disbelief through the observation holes of the tanks. Those skeleton warriors exuding a gloomy aura were like the gods of death descending from the sky. They launched a ruthless slaughter on the zombies in a terrifying yet extremely shocking manner. Inside a tank, the young gunner's eyes were as big as bells and his mouth was so wide open that a fist could almost fit in. He stammered, "What the hell is this? It's incredible." His hands were still shaking slightly due to excitement and shock. Chapter 109 Committee. Inside the command tank, Regiment Commander Chu Mingqing was watching the skeleton warriors fighting zombies, feeling filled with emotion. He had seen the scene of Jiang Feng summoning skeleton archers in the conference room, and knew that these skeleton warriors were also summoned by Jiang Feng. If these skeleton warriors had not appeared in time, the consequences would have been disastrous once the base gate was breached by zombies. Although Jiang Feng killed Zhang Jinlong, without him, even if Zhang Jinlong was alive, he would be helpless in the face of such a massive tide of zombies. This guy is simply too strong. Fortunately, I didn't go to deal with him personally. Chu Mingqing's eyes were full of relief for surviving a disaster. At the beginning, Zhang Jinlong asked him to send people to kill Jiang Feng. He sent an armored company, but they were wiped out by the other side. Now that the opponent has shown even greater strength, he is extremely glad that he did not make a direct enemy with the opponent. The tank soldiers recovered from their initial shock and quickly returned to the battle. The tanks roared again, and shells poured down on the zombie horde like raindrops, coordinating with the skeleton warriors' offensive, creating a bloody storm among the zombie horde. While the skeleton warriors were showing their power, the 6 projections on the wall were not idle either. They waved their hands quickly, and black mist flew out of their hands and landed under the wall. Immediately, a large number of skeletons walked out from the black fog, including warriors, archers, and mages. Jiang Feng's mental power at full state is enough to summon more than 4,000 3rd-level skeletons. The projections completely inherit his abilities, and each projection can summon more than 4,000 skeletons. There are 8 projections at the scene. Even if 4 of them have consumed a lot of mental energy in the battle with the 4th-level zombies, they can still summon an army of 20,000 to 30,000 skeletons when combined. The skeleton warriors took the lead and rushed towards the zombie group like a black torrent. The bone swords in their hands flashed with a cold light, and every swing would bring up a splash of blood. The uniform footsteps seemed to carry an invisible sense of oppression, causing the zombies to pause. Following closely behind the skeleton warriors are the skeleton archers. They are light and nimble, and they quickly stand in the right position and draw their bows and arrows in one go. Accompanied by the dense sounds of swoosh, whoosh, whoosh, sharp arrows made of bone shot towards the group of zombies like meteors. These arrows were extremely accurate and could instantly penetrate the zombies' heads or bodies. Many zombies were nailed to the spot by the arrows before they could even react. The skeleton mages stood further back, holding up their bone staffs and muttering something. Rays of green magic light burst out from the top of the bone staff, then transformed into a huge magic ball and blasted towards the group of zombies. Where the magic ball landed, there was an explosion. The powerful impact force shook the surrounding zombies into pieces, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Everyone on the base wall witnessed this scene and were all shocked. This is too much. A survivor of the base widened his eyes in disbelief. Where did these skeletons come from? They are simply an invincible army. Jiang Feng. Who is he? He actually possesses such terrifying strength. A senior military official standing on the side of the command desk muttered to himself, his voice full of awe. Shenlingyun stood on the command platform, his face full of shock. He knew that Jiang Feng was very powerful, but seeing the tens of thousands of skeletons fighting as if they were his own arms still had a great shock on his mind. He clenched his fist and thought to himself, Jiang Feng's strength is far beyond my imagination. It seems that my previous cooperation with him was the most correct decision I have ever made. Shinchinga's eyes widened with shock and surprise. She couldn't help but whispered, Dad, look at Jiang Feng. He's so powerful. These skeleton warriors are like his own army. Shenlingyun nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, and said, Yes, Chinga, Jiang Feng's strength far exceeds my expectations. With his help, the base may really be able to survive the crisis this time. Since these skeletons are all level 3, which is higher than most zombies in level, the zombies can hardly resist this tidal attack. Large groups of zombies fell under the attack of the skeleton army, and the blood dyed the ground red. A strong stench and bloody smell filled the zombie group. Under the fierce attack of the skeleton army, the soldiers in the base were also greatly encouraged, and they all cooperated in the attack. The tanks roared again, and shells rained down on the zombies. The infantrymen, armed with weapons, followed the skeleton army and launched a siege against the zombies. With the close cooperation between the two sides, the defense line gradually expanded to the periphery of the base. Although the zombies are numerous and crazy, their numbers are gradually reduced under the joint efforts of the skeleton army and the base fighters. However, the zombies' crazy counterattack also brought tremendous pressure to the skeleton army. The bodies of some skeleton warriors were torn apart by the zombies, and some skeleton archers were approached by the zombies and had to pick up bone swords for close combat, and were eventually overwhelmed by the zombies. The skeleton mages continued to consume magic power, and many of them turned into ashes due to the exhaustion of magic power. This brutal battle lasted for a long time. Finally, after most of the skeleton army was damaged, no zombies could rush up from the base. Outside the base, corpses were everywhere, including zombies and skeletons. The stench and bloody smell filled the air, making people sick. The soldiers looked at the devastation and smiles of surviving a disaster appeared on their tired faces. It's finally over. Shenlingyun looked relieved. Jiang Feng, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the base would be in great danger. It's my duty. Chinga, and you are here. I will naturally not let the base be breached. Jiang Feng replied. Shinchinga, who was standing by, blushed slightly when she heard Jiang Feng say this, and looked at Jiang Feng with admiration in her eyes. Shenlingyun didn't pay attention to his daughter's abnormality and continued to say to Jiang Feng, I plan to set up a base committee as the highest decision-making body of the base, with 5 members tentatively. Jiang Feng, I want you to be one of the members. What do you think? Shenlingyun actually understood what Jiang Feng meant. It was only because he and his daughter were here that Jiang Feng was willing to do his best to protect the base. Of course, the most fundamental reason is Shinchinga. Jiang Feng himself doesn't have much affection for the base. If the base encounters difficulties in the future, Jiang Feng may not help with all his strength, but will directly take the 2 people away. But the base was established by the 11th Army, and Shenlingyun poured a lot of effort into it. His comrades and subordinates all live here, and he can't abandon them easily. In order to keep Jiang Feng, Shenlingyun came up with this idea. He let Jiang Feng serve as a senior executive of the base and enjoy the highest treatment. If the base is in trouble in the future, he would feel embarrassed not to help. Moreover, Jiang Feng saved the entire base this time, and there was nothing better to reward him, so it would be fine to just give him the highest position as a thank you. Chapter 110 New Home. No problem. Jiang Feng agreed to Shenlingyun's proposal after a little thought. Since I'm going to live with Lin Sairu and others in the Zhonggang base, it will be much more convenient to have a good identity. Okay, you can live in Zhang Jinlong's building. There's no better place to live in the base. Shinling Yun felt much more relieved when he saw Jiang Feng agreed to serve as a committee member of the base. With Jiang Feng around, the safety performance of the base improved a lot. The commissioner will have extremely high authority within the base. You can mobilize troops under 100 people at will. If you need protection, I can arrange a guard company for you. Jiang Feng shook his head. He didn't want to find guards directly from the army. No, I plan to recruit guards from the survivors. Is that okay? Of course. Shinling Yun paused, however. If the number is too large, there may not be enough weapons to provide you with. It's okay. I'm responsible for the people I recruit. Jiang Feng had never intended to use military weapons to build guards. In addition, the base now implements a contribution point model. Everyone earns contribution points through work and uses the contribution points to exchange for various supplies. A can of food costs 3 contribution points, and an ordinary person works for a day, which is about 20 contribution points. While Shinling Yun had his men arrange for soldiers to clean up the battlefield, he said to Jiang Feng, "You saved the base this time and killed so many zombies." The demand for zombie crystal cores at the base is not great, but the corpses of 3rd and 4th level zombies contain important raw materials for genetic medicines. I hope you can contribute them to the base research institute. Of course, it's not for free. How about 1 million contribution points? I'll have someone make your ID card for you later, and the contribution points will be directly recorded into the card. Jiang Feng did not refuse. The zombie corpse was of no use to him, and Shinling Yun was generous enough. As they were talking, the skeleton warriors had already collected most of the zombie crystal cores. A small portion was collected by the soldiers, and they were also handed over to Jiang Feng. The soldiers all planned to be injected with genetic drugs. In addition, they had seen how powerful Jiang Feng was. The base was preserved entirely thanks to Jiang Feng, so no soldiers secretly collected the crystal cores. The skeleton warrior handed Jiang Feng a large bag of crystal cores. Jiang Feng took a rough look and saw a 1/4 level crystal core, dozens of 3rd level crystal cores, and thousands of 1st and 2nd level crystal cores. The 11th Army also killed a lot of zombies. Jiang Feng did not keep all the crystal cores. He gave a part to Shinling Yun and put the rest into his backpack. Shinling Yun was very satisfied with Jiang Feng's performance. Although the 11th Army did not plan to develop psychics, the base still needed psychics. These crystal cores were enough to cultivate several level 3 psychics. The excess can be placed on the contribution point exchange platform for the survivors to redeem themselves. The war had just ended and there were still many things to deal with at the base. As the army commander, Shinling Yun was naturally very busy. Upon seeing this, Jiang Feng said hello and asked Shinchinga to take him to his residence to rest. The two of them walked through the base. When the surrounding soldiers saw Shinchinga, they stood at attention and saluted. Shinchinga just nodded slightly in response. Many soldiers did not know Jiang Feng. Even though they knew that it was a powerful psychic who saved the base, they did not recognize him. Along the way, the logistics personnel transporting supplies and the medical staff treating the wounded were busy in a tense and orderly manner. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant mixed with gunpowder. As Shinchinga walked, he introduced the current situation of the base to Jiang Feng. Although the zombie siege has been resolved, the subsequent defense reinforcement, the placement of the wounded and other matters are complicated, and the whole base is doing its best. Jiang Feng nodded. In this apocalypse, it is really not easy to keep the base running. Soon, they came to an independent 3-story building. Shinchinga stopped and said, "This was originally the residence of Army Commander Zhang Jinlong. I have arranged for someone to come and clean it up, and all kinds of living utensils have been replaced with new ones." Jiang Feng looked up at the small building. It was not a villa, but a renovated office building. There was a courtyard around it with green plants planted inside. Judging from the outside, there are quite a few rooms in the building, which should be enough for him and the girls to live in. "Chinga, do you want to move in with me?" Jiang Feng asked teasingly. Shinchinga's originally serious face instantly flushed. "What? Of course I still live in my original home." Suddenly, a soldier came running over, stood at attention and saluted Shinchinga and reported anxiously. "Major Shin, something bad has happened. There is trouble in Area 3 and the situation is getting out of control. Please go over and deal with it." Shinchinga was originally responsible for the security of the base, and if someone took advantage of the chaos to cause trouble, she had to go and deal with it. Shinchinga came back to her senses, and the shyness on her face was instantly replaced by a stern look. She immediately straightened her military uniform and said to Jiang Feng, "Jiang Feng, I have something to deal with at the base first. You can check in first. If you need anything, you can tell the guard." After saying this, he quickly left with the soldiers. His hurried back revealed the courage and perseverance unique to soldiers. Jiang Feng looked at the direction where Shinchinga was going away, shook his head slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he turned and walked into the small building. Stepping onto the first floor, Jiang Feng was stunned by the luxurious decoration in front of him. The floor is paved with expensive marble tiles, which are mirror-like and reflect the gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling, refracting colorful light. There is a set of genuine leather sofas in the living room. The color of the sofas is deep and elegant, and the texture is soft. You can tell at first glance that they were made by a famous designer. The coffee table is carved from a whole piece of high-quality jade, with delicate texture and warm luster. Jiang Feng walked up the stairs covered with thick wool carpet to the second floor. There were more rooms on the second floor, with their doors lined up on both sides of the corridor. He casually pushed open the door of a bedroom, and a huge carved bed came into view. The bed frame was made of rare wood, and was carved with exquisite auspicious patterns of dragons and phoenixes, which looked lifelike. The bed was covered with soft silk bedding, which felt smooth to the touch and exuded a faint fragrance. In a corner of the bedroom, there is a European-style dressing table filled with various high-end cosmetics, all of which are top brands before the end of the world. Continuing forward, Jiang Feng came to a room that looked like a study. The walls of the study were inlaid with bookshelves made of golden manhwa wood, exuding a simple and elegant atmosphere. The books on the bookshelf are mostly bound in genuine leather and inlaid with gold and silver, showing their luxury. In the center of the room is a huge desk, also made of precious wood. On the desk is an exquisite feather pen and a bottle of ink that seems to never run out. This is a picture of Jin Long and his son who really know how to enjoy themselves. It's just right. I'm sure Lin Sairu and the others will like it. Although these luxurious things are no longer so valuable after the end of the world, they are still not something that ordinary people can enjoy. For ordinary survivors, even eating is a problem, so how can they care about whether to sleep on a ribbed skeleton or a Simmons mattress? Chapter 111. One sock counts as one. After a while, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Jiang Feng went downstairs and opened the door. A soldier came with several women. The women were holding cleaning tools and some furniture supplies. The soldier saluted and said, "Mr. Jiang, Major Shen asked us to clean the house and give you new furniture before he left. These ladies are all meticulous workers in the base, so don't worry." Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Come in." The women smiled politely, tiptoed into the house and started to get busy. One of the older ladies with curly hair said as she placed new tableware, "Mr. Jiang, you may not know that this house was previously occupied by Commander Zhang. The layout was exquisite, and Major Shen specifically instructed to replace it with the best items for you. It took a lot of thought." Jiang Feng's heart moved. Shinchinga was quite attentive. "Mr. Jiang, the house is clean. I'll take the sisters out first. I'm in the sentry box outside. If you need anything, you can tell me at any time." After the women finished their work, the soldier spoke to Jiang Feng, who was sitting on the sofa to rest. "Oh, okay, thank you. Go ahead." Jiang Feng nodded, and several people left the room. Now that the room has been tidied, it's time to move. With a thought, Jiang Feng was teleported back to Weimei Hospital. He walked to the door of the conference room and heard a pleasant laugh from inside. "Erica, you are the referee. Please judge for yourself. Do socks count?" This is Zhou Qingyu's voice. "Why doesn't it count? Didn't Sister Sairu just take off her socks?" It was not Erica who responded, but Yi Fei. Sillerin stockings are one-piece stockings, but they only count as one piece. How can you count your short socks as one piece? Zhou Qingyu continued to argue. "Ha ha. Qingyu, please spare Fei Fei. She only has one pair of socks left, so it's okay to count it as one more piece." Su Qing also smiled and spoke up for Yi Fei. "Yeah, Fei Fei's luck is really bad today." Erica, the referee, seemed a little reluctant. "Well, okay." Zhou Qingyu hesitated for a moment and let Yi Fei go. An expression of triumph immediately appeared on Yi Fei's beautiful little face. "Let me see. Is there anyone who lost and wants to cheat?" The door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open and Jiang Feng walked in. In the conference room, 5 extremely beautiful women were sitting on a large sofa playing cards. The room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere and a spring scene. Su Qingyi was wearing a low-cut silk pajamas with a wide neckline, revealing her deep cleavage and her fair skin glowing alluringly under the light. The long and beautiful legs were crossed, revealing the smooth lines of the calves, and the hem of the pajamas barely covered the base of the thighs. Zhou Qingyu was wearing a tight suspender nightgown, which showed off her graceful figure. Her slender waist was so thin that it could be held in one hand, and her full breasts pushed up the suspenders. The subtle cleavage made people want to take a few more glances. Lin Sairu was wearing a black silk nightgown, which looked conservative, but was slit at the neckline and cuffs, revealing her skin inadvertently, exuding a mysterious temptation. Erica wore a backless tight dress, exposing a large area of skin on her back, and her perfect backline was fascinating. A JK suit was placed beside Yi Fei. She was naked from the upper body and wore a pair of white socks on her feet. When they saw Jiang Feng coming in, the 5 girls were stunned at first, and then expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. Jiang Feng / Brother Feng / Jiang, you're back. The 5 girls greeted Jiang Feng almost at the same time. After saying hello, Yifei realized that she was not wearing a shirt, and quickly crossed her arms across her chest to cover her private parts. Hey, Brother Feng, I'm not wearing any clothes. Why did you just come in? Yifei pouted and pretended to be dissatisfied. Jiang Feng joked. I have carefully observed it many times, so there is no need to cover it up. He glanced across the room and saw the table covered with cards and a few pieces of clothing scattered around, which were obviously the fruits of the 5 girls playing cards. Zhou Qingyu said with a smile. Jiang Feng, you came at the right time. Come and judge for me. Fei Fei is playing tricks. She thinks a sock is a piece of clothing. Jiang Feng looked at Yifei. Yifei blinked her big eyes pitifully and said coquettishly, Brother Feng, my luck is so bad today. If I take off my clothes again, I will only have the last piece of clothing left. Qingyu is bullying me. Jiang Feng smiled and was about to speak when Lin Sairu coughed lightly, elegantly gathered her nightgown that had fallen off her body, and said, Okay, stop arguing. Jiang Feng just came back, so don't argue about such a small matter as soon as you meet. As her eyes moved, there was a hint of anger and a hint of smile, and her mature and charming charm was undoubtedly revealed. Erica nodded beside him, her long golden hair swaying gently with her movements, her blue eyes sparkling. Yes, it's rare for Jiang to come back. Let's be happy. The unique exotic style is fully displayed at this moment. Su Qingyi took Jiang Feng's hand and pulled him to sit on the sofa, then held Jiang Feng in her arms, gently massaged his head with both hands, and said softly, Did you fight a hard battle this time? She noticed that Jiang Feng looked a little tired, and quickly tried to comfort him in her own way. Jiang Feng leaned his head against something soft and took a deep breath. The elegant fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. The force at his temple was just right. He felt comfortable, and the fatigue caused by the huge consumption of his mental energy dissipated a lot. Well, this time we encountered a large-scale zombie tide at the Zhonggong base. We summoned all 8 projections, which consumed a lot of mental energy. Yifei came over and looked at Jiang Feng with a worried look on her face. Brother Feng, are you okay? Her delicate little face was full of concern, and her eyes revealed a hint of heartache. Jiang Feng smiled at her and indicated that he was fine. At this time, Zhou Qingyu also came over, sat next to Jiang Feng, and gently held his hand. Jiang Feng, be careful when you go out next time. We are all worried about you. Her voice was soft and a little coquettish. Lin Sairu stood up gracefully and took out a bottle of wine and a few glasses from the cabinet beside her. Come on, have a drink and relax. The slender fingers held the bottle and slowly poured the wine. The movements were graceful and charming. The amber liquid swayed in the glass, exuding an alluring aroma. Erica also came over, picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Jiang Feng, staring at him with her blue eyes. Jiang, take a sip. You will feel better. Jiang Feng took the wine glass and took a sip. The spicy liquid flowed down his throat, refreshing him. He looked at the 5 stunning women in front of him, each with their own unique charm, and an irresistible thought surged in his mind. They're already at level 4, so dealing with 5 at once shouldn't be a problem, right? Spring is coming. Chapter 1, 12 Women's Guard. In a square of the Zhonggong base, many survivors gathered around the bulletin board and talked. Recruiting 100 female guards? 100 contribution points per day? That's a really good salary. I only get 20 contribution points for moving bricks a day, but this guard gets 100 points a day. What's the point of contribution? Didn't you see what's behind? After you pass the training, you will be injected with genetic medicine, and you will be the captain and have a battle armor. These are all free. If I had a set of armor, I wouldn't have to do this job of carrying supplies. I could go out to search for supplies or hunt, which is better than this. A thin young man said enviously. During the previous zombie tide, Jiang Feng donated many 3rd and 4th level zombie corpses he hunted to the base research institute. The base's production of genetic drugs increased significantly, and the number of bronze warriors gradually increased. Forget it. They clearly require a female, and she has to have a good appearance and temperament. A middle-aged man next to him said something to discourage her. You mean they all want beauties? This guard team is directly managed by Commissioner Jiang Feng. Humph, I'm afraid they are looking for a harem for this Commissioner Jiang. When the thin young man said this, the people around him had different expressions. Some showed agreement, while others looked hesitant. After the military's propaganda, everyone in the base knew that it was Jiang Feng who took action to resist the last tide of zombies. It was equivalent to that all the people in the base were rescued by Jiang Feng, But the words of the thin young man and the recruitment requirements still made many people feel uneasy. Shut up. A fully armed soldier next to the notice board suddenly shouted loudly. Don't insult Commissioner Jiang at will. If you do it again, I will shoot you dead. The thin young man was so frightened by this shout that his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The people around were also shocked by the warrior's stern attitude. They all shut their mouths, with more or less fear in their eyes. The soldier looked around with a cold gaze and continued. Without Commissioner Jiang, the entire base would have been devoured by zombies long ago. How can you slander them at will? We are recruiting female guards this time because the mission is special. Don't judge others by your own standards. After being warned by the soldiers, everyone dared not discuss the matter casually. After carefully writing down the contents of the notice, they went back to discuss it with their relatives and friends. In the temporary dormitory cubicle converted from a factory building, a pretty woman sat by the bed, looking at her sick husband. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke. Honey, I just heard from other survivors that the base is recruiting female guards, and the treatment is very good. I want to give it a try. The man on the bed looked pale. Hearing this, his brows slightly frowned. No, it's too dangerous. This end of the world is full of dangers. You don't know what dangers you might encounter if you go out as a guard. I can't let you take risks. The woman gently held her husband's hand, with a firm light in her eyes. But husband, you are sick and need treatment. The contribution points I earn from washing clothes are not enough for the two of us to eat and drink, let alone buy medicine for you. This is an opportunity. As long as I get the job, our future life may be better. The man remained silent. He knew that what his wife said was true, but how could he bear to let his wife take risks? After a long while, he slowly said, How about? Let's think of other ways. There will always be a way out. The escort team sounds unsafe. I'm afraid you. The woman interrupted him. Hubby, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Moreover, this escort team is directly under the management of Commissioner Jiang. I heard that Commissioner Jiang is very powerful, so there shouldn't be any big problems following him. Besides, how can you know if you don't try it? The man sighed helplessly. He knew his wife's temper and knew that once a decision was made, it was difficult to change it. Okay, go ahead and try it. But if you feel it's not appropriate or dangerous, don't force it and be sure to come back. The woman nodded heavily. Yes, I know. Just rest and recuperate, and wait for my good news. Similar scenes were played out all over the base, and many female survivors were eager to try. After all, apart from the soldiers of the 11th Army, there were no good jobs in the base. What's more, it is a position suitable for women. The training ground at the base was bustling with activity. After hearing the recruitment news, hundreds of female survivors rushed to sign up. Jiang Feng and Shun Qinga appeared at the training ground together, ready for the interview. Jiang Feng knew that he lacked experience in military management, so the interview would be mainly conducted by Shun Qinga. He also planned to give full authority to Shun Qinga to train this guard team. Afterwards, the escort team will be divided into 10 small teams, each of which will be assigned to serve as escort for several women. Shun Qinga was wearing a neat black suit that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Her long hair was tied up high, making her look heroic. She held a list in her hand and scanned the female survivors one by one with a sharp and professional look. Everyone be quiet. Shun Qinga spoke. His voice was clear but carried with it unquestionable authority, instantly quieting the noisy training ground. We are recruiting female guards this time. You don't need to worry too much about your physical fitness. We will inject you with genetic drugs later. But we have extremely high requirements for your character and your awareness of obeying orders. Next, there will be a series of tests. Shun Qinga first narrated a fictional crisis scenario and asked everyone to make a choice among them. Suppose you were separated from the main force while performing a mission. There is a seemingly safe passage ahead, but your superior orders you to stay where you are and wait for rescue, even if it may be dangerous. What will you do? The female survivors began to discuss in low voices. Some said that they should obey orders and wait where they were. Others thought that they should find a way out themselves and not sit and wait to die. Shun Qinga moved among the crowd, listening carefully to everyone's answers and asking some pointed questions from time to time. If waiting means you might be surrounded by zombies and lose your chance of survival, will you still insist on obeying orders? Shun Qinga asked, staring at a woman who looked somewhat weak. The woman bit her lip and said after a moment's hesitation, I will obey orders. My superior must have his reasons for making such arrangements, and acting without authorization may bring greater danger. Shun Qinga nodded slightly and looked at the others. At this time, a short-haired woman said loudly, I will obey orders too. In the end times, team discipline and obedience are the basis of survival. If everyone does things according to their own ideas, the team will fall apart, not to mention completing the mission. A hint of admiration flashed in Shinchinga's eyes. Then, she set up a session to test one's character. She placed a box in the middle of the training ground, which contained some tempting-looking supplies, and then arranged for everyone to walk past the box one by one, telling them that it was just an ordinary aisle and did not mention what was in the box. Secretly observe everyone's reactions. Some female survivors couldn't help but glance at the box, and some even couldn't control their curiosity and reached out to touch the box when no one was paying attention, trying to open it and see what was inside. There were also many people who walked straight past the box without looking away, as if the box did not exist at all. Chapter 113 Departure. The test ended quickly and Shinchinga quickly selected 100 women. Based on everyone's performance, she carefully selected 10 team leaders. Jiang Feng looked up and saw that these 10 team leaders all had good looks and sexy bodies. He personally stepped forward and took out 10 genetic medicines and 10 bronze armors from the space. He spent gold coins to buy all of these from the system. The armor in the system is different from the armor in the base. It not only allows Jiang Feng to firmly control the person wearing the armor, but also allows him to recover on his own. But the cost was also huge. These 10 sets of equipment cost him 10 million gold coins. Jiang Feng handed the genetic medicine to the 10 team leaders. After the injection, the 10 people put on bronze armor one after another. As the bronze armor was put on, a strange and powerful aura emanated from the 10 team captains. They already have outstanding looks and sexy figures, and now they look even more heroic and mysterious. Jiang Feng looked at the people in front of him who looked brand new, nodded secretly in his heart, and then said, "From today on, you will be my guard team. I hope you will do your job well." The 10 team leaders looked at each other, their eyes full of excitement and confidence. They moved their bodies to feel the power brought by the armor and genetic medicine. Jiang Feng did not plan to provide genetic drugs for the remaining 90 people. As a member of the base, he naturally has a share of genetic drugs, and he just needs to wait for the research institute to gradually fill it up. As for the bronze armor, it is currently only provided to the team leader and should be distinguished from the team members. Jiang Feng took out the weapons he had obtained from the Public Security Bureau and asked the team leaders to distribute them, and then asked Shinchinga to continue training them. Genetic drugs can instantly give you powerful strength, but they cannot provide you with things like fighting skills and shooting abilities, which still require training. 10 kilometers away from the Zhonggang base, a Porsche SUV was speeding on a deserted highway. The car body reflected a cold light in the sun, forming a sharp contrast with the desolate and silent apocalyptic scene around it. Jiang Feng held the steering wheel with his left hand and looked ahead intently. In the passenger seat, Yifei was wearing a JK short skirt, which perfectly wrapped her perky buttocks. The hem of the skirt swayed slightly with the bumps of the car body, as if inadvertently teasing people's hearts. The white stockings on her legs fit her slender legs as smoothly as delicate milk, and emitted an alluring luster in the sunlight coming in through the car window. It seems that every inch of skin is telling a silent temptation. Jiang Feng inadvertently changed a song with his right hand. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Yifei's slender jade hand quickly reached out, gently took Jiang Feng's hand, and placed it on her thigh wrapped in white silk. "Brother Feng, you are so nice. I thought it would take a long time before I could go find my parents." Yifei turned to look at Jiang Feng, her eyes full of gratitude and admiration. She leaned back slightly, showing off her perfect body curves without reservation. Her towering breast rose and fell slightly with her breathing, and her white neck was long and elegant. There was nothing special happening at the base, so Jiang Feng took Yifei to find her parents. He let Su Qingyi take over his position as committee member, and Shinchinga got along very well with the girls. Several women are 3rd or 4th level psychics. They're a great help to the base, and even Shenlingyun has little objection. As a man, Shenlingyun naturally understood that, not to mention the end of the world, even in peacetime, it would be difficult for a man as powerful as Jiang Feng to have only one woman. Feeling the tempting touch from his right hand, Jiang Feng smiled and teased. "Every time you see Qingga and her father together, your eyes turn red and you are about to cry. If I don't take you with me, you will burst into tears, right?" Among the girls, except Shinchinga, only Yifei's parents may still be alive, and most of the relatives of the others have died at the beginning of the end of the world. Although they also felt sad and upset when they saw Shinchinga getting along with his father, it was not as obvious as Yifei's. "No way. I'm just worried." Yifei refused. "By the way, Brother Feng, our journey to Chanfeng City is more than 400 kilometers. What if the road is blocked and the car can't pass?" Indeed, when the apocalypse broke out, many roads were filled with scrapped vehicles, corpses, and zombies, so driving was not so smooth. The two of them were now driving on the highway. There were not many obstacles on the road, and the lanes were wide, so the driving was relatively smooth. Jiang Feng had already considered this situation. "Don't worry, I can summon skeletons to clear the way. If I can't clear it, I'll use wind escape to get there first, and then you can just teleport to my arms." When Yifei heard this, she smiled with relief and a bit of playfulness. "Brother Feng, you are so thoughtful. I feel much more at ease with you around." As she spoke, she leaned back gently in her seat, but her eyes unconsciously looked at the desolate apocalyptic scene outside the car window. An hour later, a large number of abandoned vehicles suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the road. Those vehicles were piled up in a haphazard manner, completely blocking the entire highway. Jiang Feng slowly stopped the car, turned his head and glanced at Yifei, his eyes sweeping over the snow-white skin exposed by the collar of her uniform. "That's great. Let the skeleton warriors clear the road first, and we can take a break." After saying that, he opened the car window and waved his left hand. A black mist appeared outside the car. As a gloomy and cold breath spread, a group of skeleton warriors appeared. These skeleton warriors are tall, their bones glow strangely in the sun, and they hold huge bone swords in their hands. After receiving Jiang Feng's order, the bone swords in their hands disappeared, and they walked towards the pile of abandoned vehicles in neat steps and began to clean them up in an orderly manner, pushing or moving them. For a while, the sound of metal collision was endless. The third-level skeleton warrior is very powerful and can easily push a car, but there are a lot of abandoned vehicles ahead, so it will take some time to clear a passage. Jiang Feng looked at the situation outside the car, and after confirming that there was no danger for the time being, he shifted his gaze to Yifei. Yifei was also looking at him at this moment. Their eyes met, and it seemed as if there was an electric current passing through the air. Yifei's cheeks flushed slightly, and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. Jiang Feng adjusted the seat to the very end, lowered the seat back, and then lay down. Seeing this, Yifei immediately understood and stood up and crossed over from the passenger seat to the main seat. It was unknown how long it had been, but Yifei's face was flushed as she lay in the passenger seat, looking at Jiang Feng with a dazed look in her eyes, her chest heaving violently. Jiang Feng put on his clothes and looked out the car window. The skeleton warriors had already cleared a path for vehicles to pass through. He turned to Yifei and said, "The road is cleared, let's go." Yifei nodded slightly, tidied up her messy hair and clothes, and there was still a blush on her face. Chapter 114 News. Jiang Feng and his companion walked and stopped along the way, and finally arrived in Chanfeng City in the evening. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on this once prosperous but now devastated city, casting a bleak, bloody glow on everything. The city roads were blocked by abandoned vehicles, which were parked in a haphazard manner, and some were even stacked on top of each other, leaving no space for any vehicles to pass through. There are so many cars stuck in the traffic jam, there's no need to use skeleton warriors to clear it. It seems that the car can't drive through. Let's go inside. It's a good opportunity to ask someone for advice. Jiang Feng frowned slightly and turned to look at Yifei. Yifei bit her lip lightly, a hint of worry in her eyes, and nodded firmly. The two men got out of the car and walked, moving between the gaps between the vehicles. It was eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the empty streets. After walking for a distance, Jiang Feng keenly noticed some movement at the door of a convenience store in front of him. Looking closely, he saw a young man rummaging through supplies. Jiang Feng's heart moved, and he quickly walked forward with Yifei. "Hello, brother." Jiang Feng tried his best to make his tone sound gentle and friendly, without any grudges or hatred. He also didn't want the other party to attack him after misunderstanding. Then, he was killed by himself. The young man was wearing a t-shirt. The originally white t-shirt was covered with stains and its original appearance could no longer be seen. Hearing the sound, the young man raised his head suddenly, holding a tattered dagger tightly in his hand, his eyes full of vigilance and alertness. Jiang Feng waved his hand, indicating that he had no ill intentions, and said, "Don't be nervous, we are just passing by and want to ask you something." The young man looked them up and down, and when his eyes fell on Yifei, he was obviously stunned. Yifei, who looks like a beautiful girl in an anime, stands out among the ruins. Her tall and sexy figure and delicate face exude amazing charm at all times. The young man's eyes suddenly became complicated, first a flash of surprise, then replaced by deep vigilance. His Adam's apple moved unconsciously, and his cracked lips opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but held back. Seeing this, Jiang Feng took out a bag of bread from his backpack and shook it in front of the young man. The young man's attention was instantly attracted to the bread. His eyes widened, his cracked lips trembled slightly, revealing an expression of great desire. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he swallowed his saliva. "As long as you tell us everything you know, the bread will be yours," Jiang Feng said. The young man nodded hurriedly, his voice trembling with excitement. "Okay, whatever you want to ask, I will tell you everything I know." Yifei took out a photo of her parents from her pocket and handed it to the young man. Her voice was filled with anxiety and expectation. "Have you seen the people in the photo? These are my parents. I have been looking for them." The young man leaned in closer to the photo, looked at it carefully for a long time, and then slowly shook his head. "No. At least there is no such person in this area. I have always stayed in this area. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yufei's eyes. Jiang Feng gently patted her shoulder to comfort her, and then asked the young man, "Have you heard of the names Jiang Feng and Yuan Euro?" Jiang Feng had already learned the names of her parents from Yufei. Others might not have seen them, but might have heard of their names mentioned. The young man shook his head again, and then seemed to remember something. "Oh, right. There is a camp set up by survivors in the north of the city, and the leader seems to be surnamed Yi. I don't know his specific name." And the young man hesitated to speak, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "And what? Just tell me." Jiang Feng handed the bread forward, motioning him to continue. The young man gritted his teeth and said, "I heard that the camp has been a bit uneasy lately, and it seems someone is secretly doing something fishy. The boss of this area, Long San, has even brought some people over there. I heard from a buddy of mine that Long San seemed to have reached an agreement with someone inside the camp. He would send people to help the other side take over the camp, but the leader's wife would be left to him to deal with." Jiang Feng frowned, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Yifei's father's name is Yi Yongfeng, and the leader of the North City camp is surnamed Yi. This is probably not a coincidence. If the leader of that camp is really Yifei's father, then the leader's wife should be her mother. Wouldn't they be in a huge crisis? Do you know if this news is accurate? When will Long Sen take action? Jiang Feng asked anxiously. The young man looked embarrassed and stammered. I just heard it from my buddy. I really don't know the exact time. My buddy is just a small fry under Long San, so he can't know too much about such confidential matters." Jiang Feng threw the bread in his hand to the young man and took out a bottle of mineral water. The young man hurriedly took the bread, unscrewed the bottle of mineral water, and took a few gulps. He finally recovered a little, but he still looked helpless in response to Jiang Feng's question. "Brother, I really don't know the exact news. My buddy only heard these from some of Long San's trusted followers when they were chatting. He didn't hear when Long San took action at all." Yifei was also at a loss at this time, tears welling up in her eyes. She tightly grasped the corner of Jiang Feng's clothes and cried, "Brother Feng, what should I do? If it's really my parents, what will they do?" Jiang Feng was anxious, but he did not panic. He comforted Yifei and said, "Don't worry. Now that we know the news, we still have a chance. Let's go to the North City camp now." The young man hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, the road to the North City camp is not easy to travel. There are groups of zombies along the way, and there are other groups of survivors, some of whom are not easy to deal with. You brought this beauty with you. If you were encountered by some survivors, I'm afraid." Jiang Feng glanced at the young man, not caring at all about the danger he mentioned. He took out a large amount of food and water again, almost filling up the small space of the convenience store. "Brother, you should be familiar with the way to the north of the city, right? Take us there, and when we get there, all these will be yours." The young man looked at the pile of food and water, and his eyes instantly lit up. In the end times, these things were simply priceless treasures. But soon, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and he stammered, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to take you there. It's just that the road is too dangerous. Even if I am familiar with the route, there is no guarantee that we can arrive safely. Some of those survivors are ruthless. If we are targeted, we will be in big trouble. There are also countless zombies. If we are not careful, we may be killed by the zombies." Jiang Feng frowned slightly, waved his right hand, and a huge wind blade instantly cut the door of the convenience store into pieces. "What you said is not a problem. Just lead the way and don't worry about anything else." Chapter 115, Blocking the Road. The young man opened his eyes wide, looking at the door that was easily cut open by the wind blade, his face full of disbelief. He stammered, "Brother, are you a wind-type mutant?" When he saw Jiang Feng taking out a large pile of food, he thought that he was a person with spatial ability, but he didn't expect that he had more than one ability. Moreover, judging by the power and length of this wind blade, it is definitely not something that a first or second level psychic can unleash. However, those survivor teams also have people with special abilities and guns. Can Jiang Feng handle it alone? The young man was still hesitating, and when he looked up inadvertently, he found that Jiang Feng's face was gradually becoming impatient, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at him. He was startled and suddenly realized that although the other party was reasonable, if he hesitated any longer, the next wind blade would most likely hit him. The young man was startled and no longer dared to hesitate. He said hurriedly, "Brother, I will lead the way. Let's go quickly." After saying that, he turned around and walked quickly towards the camp in the north of the city. Jiang Feng put away his murderous intent. His expression returned to normal, and he followed the young man with Yifei. Along the way, the three of them remained silent, with only the occasional roar of zombies breaking the silence. Brother, there is a group of zombies in the school ahead, and there is a huge 4th-level zombie among them. Shall we go around this side? After walking for a while, the young man suddenly stopped and pointed to a primary school in front of him. Jiang Feng and Yi Fei looked in the direction of his finger. The school gate was close to the street, and there were several zombies wandering around the gate. Jiang Feng shook his head and said in an unquestionable tone, "Just lead the way and choose the nearest one. You don't need to worry about anything else." When the young man heard this, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face, but seeing Jiang Feng's cold eyes, he didn't dare to say anything more. He had to bite the bullet and continue walking towards the school. As they got closer to the school, the zombies seemed to sense their presence, and a few zombies that had been wandering at the door began to slowly walk towards them, making low roars. As soon as a few zombies moved, they were still dozens of meters away from Jiang Feng and others, but Jiang Feng waved his hand casually, and 2 wind blades whizzed out, instantly cutting the zombies in half. The bodies of those zombies were cut in half by the wind blades, and they fell to the ground with a plop, with dirty blood spreading on the ground. However, this noise completely alarmed the zombies inside the school. All that was heard was a loud roar coming from the school, and then a large group of zombies rushed out from every corner of the school like a tide. Behind the group of zombies was a 4th-level zombie, with a body that was 4 meters tall and eye-catching. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. He just waved his hands, and fireballs as big as millstones flew towards the group of zombies. Wherever they went, ordinary zombies were instantly ignited and turned into ashes amid painful roars. The fireballs exploded one after another, and the airwaves generated shook the surrounding zombies to the ground. The 4th-level zombie roared and strode towards it. Just as it was about to step out of the school gate, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed, and he swung his hands violently. A series of huge wind blades flew towards it like rows of sharp blades. Before the 4th-level zombie could react, a series of wind blades were already approaching its face. Sensing the danger, it hastily raised its arms to protect its head. The arm seemed to be covered with scales and was extremely hard. When the wind blade hit it, a string of sparks flew. At first, this strong arm could barely withstand the attack of the wind blade, but in Jiang Feng's anxiety, the wind blade shot out like a string of arrows. Under Jiang Feng's violent attack, in just a moment, the 4th-level zombie's arm was cut off by the wind blade and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. The zombie let out a painful and angry roar, the sound shaking the surrounding air. However, Jiang Feng did not give it a chance to breathe, and several wind blades instantly cut open the zombie's head. The huge body of the 4th-level zombie shook a few times, and then with a boom, it fell to the ground like a mountain, splashing a large amount of dust. The young man was stunned, and his legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. This 4th-level zombie is the most terrifying existence in this area, and no survivor team dares to provoke it. Unexpectedly, in less than a minute, he was killed by Jiang Feng. At this moment, Jiang Feng was like a god in his eyes. That's awesome, big brother," the young man stammered, his voice full of awe. "Didn't I tell you not to stop? Are these zombies affecting you?" Jiang Feng's tone was a little impatient. The young man was frightened by Jiang Feng's impatient tone and said quickly, "No, it doesn't matter, brother. I will continue to lead the way." After saying that, he quickened his pace and walked forward, but his legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. That was a group of zombies led by 4th-level zombies. Although they were all killed before they walked out of the school gate, how many people could have walked past them with a swagger before they died? Of course, the young man didn't dare say this out loud, for fear that Jiang Feng would throw a fireball at him. The 3 of them walked forward for a distance, and after turning a corner, a group of people suddenly emerged from the alley and blocked their way. The burly man in the lead was of stocky build with a face full of flesh. His leather armor was full of patches and was in tatters. He held an automatic rifle tightly in his hand, and the black muzzle exuded a cold breath. Behind him, a group of his men, most of whom were holding guns, stared at Jiang Feng and the other 2 with unfriendly eyes. The sturdy man recognized the young man at a glance, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. "Hey, isn't this little Leo? Long time no see." The young man's face suddenly changed, and he pretended to be calm and said, "Brother Wang, what a coincidence." But he was secretly groaning in his heart. Wang, who was a well-known ruthless character in this area, he often robbed other survivors of their supplies. Some small teams were directly wiped out by them. They killed all the men and took the women back to play with them first. When they got tired of them, they sold them to other organizations. They had no bottom line at all. Brother Wang's gaze quickly shifted away from Xiao Li and fell on Yi Fei. Yi Fei was wearing a JK short skirt. Her legs wrapped in white stockings were long and straight. The collar of her light blue short-sleeved shirt was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. Because of worry about her parents, tears welled up in her big eyes and her cherry lips were slightly pursed, making her look very charming. Wang Hu's eyes lit up. Such a clean and beautiful woman was rare in the end times. He licked his lips and said with a lustful look, "Little Leo, and this boy, leave this girl behind. You two can leave alive. I promise not to embarrass you." Chapter 116 Werewolf. When Shaoli heard this, he knew something was wrong. He quickly said to Wang Hu, "Brother Wang, this guy is a superpower. You know that fourth-order zombie in the school? He just killed it in 1 minute." When Wang Hu heard what Shaoli said, he frowned at first, then sneered, his face full of disbelief. "Little Leo, stop trying to scare me. This guy can kill a fourth-level zombie in 1 minute? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid who would believe your nonsense?" He glanced at Jiang Feng with contempt in his eyes. "Boy, don't think you can scare me by playing tricks. Hand the girl over quickly, or you will be in trouble later." Jiang Feng was already in a hurry to find Yi Fei's parents, and now he was being harassed by Wang Hu, and he was already impatient. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "There are so many people who are looking for death." After saying this, Jiang Feng waved his hands. In an instant, countless fireballs appeared out of thin air in front of him, smashing towards Wang Hu and others like meteors. Wang Hu's face changed drastically when he saw this, but the ruthlessness he had developed over the years in the apocalypse prevented him from retreating at all. "Shoot! Shoot! Shoot this guy into a sieve!" He shouted at the top of his lungs, and fired wildly at Jiang Feng with the automatic rifle in his hand. The men obeyed the order and pulled the trigger one after another. There was a burst of gunfire and bullets shot towards Jiang Feng like locusts. However, Jiang Feng was not afraid at all. A layer of crystal-clear water curtain instantly unfolded in front of him, covering all three of them. This water curtain was like a substance. When bullets were shot at it, only a few ripples appeared on the water curtain before they were blocked firmly and fell to the ground. At the same time, dense fireballs had already fallen into the crowd. Wang Hu's men were suddenly caught in a sea of fire, with shrill screams emanating one after another. Those who were hit by the fireballs were instantly engulfed in flames. They struggled in pain, trying to put out the flames, but to no avail. The air was filled with the pungent smell of burning flesh, and the scene was horrific. Seeing that most of his men were killed in an instant, Wang Hu was shocked and angry. As a second-level mutant, he has friends and guns, and has been domineering in the Changfeng city. He has never suffered such a setback. Wang Hu roared towards the sky, his bones crackling, and he instantly transformed into a werewolf. The originally sturdy body became even taller and more muscular, covered with long black and gray hair. Its hands turned into sharp claws, 2 long fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth, emitting a cold light, and its speed also increased greatly. He just flashed and dodged a fireball coming towards him like a ghost. However, he did not rush forward to attack as Jiang Feng and the others expected. Instead, he turned around with a flickering look in his eyes and quickly ran away, not forgetting to say a cruel word. "Kid, just wait for me. I will catch you sooner or later and kill this girl in front of you." Wang Hu is not stupid. Judging from the fact that the other party can release so many fireballs with ease, his supernatural power level and mental strength are not comparable to his. It is more important to save his life first. As for those subordinates, as long as there is food and women, they can recruit more at any time. They are worthless. But if Wang Hu wants to run away, Jiang Feng will not agree. He snorted coldly and condensed a bigger fireball again. The fireball was as big as a millstone, and the flames on its surface were rolling violently, as if it would explode at any time. Jiang Feng waved his arm, and the fireball flew like a high-speed cannonball, several times faster than before, and chased straight towards Wang Hu. Wang Hu noticed the movement behind him and was horrified. He ran as fast as he could. But the fireball was so fast that it caught up with him in the blink of an eye. With a loud boom, a fireball exploded behind Wang Hu. The powerful impact instantly submerged Wang Hu's body, flames raged, and Wang Hu didn't even have time to scream before he was blown into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. The scene fell into silence again, with only the burning flames still crackling. The streets were littered with charred corpses, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. "Keep going," Jiang Feng said coldly. Okay. Shaoli suppressed his churning stomach, covered his mouth and nose, and walked forward, avoiding the corpses on the ground. Kicking away a troublesome wolf paw, Shaoli muttered in his heart, "I told you that he is very powerful, but he still does that. This transformation ability might have turned his IQ into that of an animal." While rushing on the road, he occasionally encountered groups of survivors or zombies blocking the way. The zombies rushed over with their fangs and claws, But Jiang Feng easily solved them with a few wind blades and fireballs, and the zombies were turned into powder in the flames and sharp blades. Some of the survivors they encountered thought Jiang Feng was not someone to be trifled with, so they made some probing attempts, injuring a few people, and then hurriedly retreated. But there were also some stubborn ones, like a group of more than 20 people, who relied on their numbers to rush forward. Jiang Feng didn't give in either. He fired wind blades and fireballs at them, instantly defeating them. Amid their screams and begging for mercy, the group was instantly wiped out. In this way, almost an hour later, the outline of the North City camp appeared in front of Jiang Feng and the others. The entire North City camp is surrounded by high walls made of scrap cars and iron plates, with armed guards patrolling back and forth on the walls. Seeing Jiang Feng and the other two approaching, the guards instantly became alert and pointed their guns at them. "Stop! Who are you?" a guard shouted loudly. Jiang Feng and the other two stopped, and Shaoli responded loudly, "We are survivors from the south of the city, and we want to go to the camp." Several guards looked at the three people carefully, and were surprised to see Jiang Feng and Yi Fei dressed neatly. In the end times, not many people can remain so clean. Except for the top leaders of some big forces, ordinary survivors cannot even wash their faces. Especially Yi Fei, who was wearing a short skirt and stockings and a sexy outfit, and was able to walk from the south to the north of the city safely. This is like a little white rabbit wandering among a pack of wolves without getting hurt. Several guards couldn't help swallowing their saliva when looking at the young and beautiful Yi Fei, but they didn't show any excessive behavior. They must have noticed that the three people were unusual. The guards looked at each other, and after a moment, the guard who shouted said, "Wait at the door first. I will report to the higher-ups." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the interior of the camp. Inside the camp, in an open space in front of a villa, two groups of people were confronting each other. In front of one of the groups of people stood two people. One was a bloated middle-aged man with a face full of flesh and greed and cruelty in his eyes. He was wearing a leather jacket that was a bit worn but obviously made of high-quality material. Next to him was a tall and thin young man with a side-parted hairstyle, dressed in a shirt and trousers, like a white-collar worker. "Boss Yi, I advise you to surrender. If we really fight, swords and knives have no eyes. It would be bad if you and your wife get hurt." The young man said to the other person in front of him with a smile. Although his face was full of smiles, there was a sinisterness in his expression. Chapter 117 Confrontation. Inside the camp, in an open space in front of a villa, two groups were confronting each other with swords drawn. There were two people standing in front of one of the groups. One was a middle-aged man with a bloated figure, a face full of flesh, greed, and cruelty in his eyes. He was wearing a leather jacket that was worn but obviously made of high-quality material. Next to him was a tall and thin young man with a side-parted hairstyle. He was dressed in a white-collar shirt and trousers, but his face, which should have been capable, now revealed a sinister and cunning look. "Boss Yi, I advise you to surrender. If a fight really breaks out, swords and knives have no eyes, and it would be bad if you and your wife get hurt." The young man said to the other person in front of him with a smile. That smile was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, seemingly gentle but harboring murderous intent. Opposite them was a middle-aged couple. The man called Mr. Yi had a calm temperament. Even though he was living in the end times, he still had the bearing of a successful man. Next to him was a beautiful woman, exuding a mature and sexy charm. Her well-maintained face had some traces of time. The dress she wore perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and the black stockings tightly wrapped around her long, straight legs. Every line seemed to be telling of the charm accumulated over the years. At this moment, the beautiful woman frowned, revealing a hint of worry about the current situation. Mr. Yi stared at the young man coldly, his eyes full of disappointment and anger. "Zhao Ming, I was so blind that I trusted you so much in the beginning. I promoted you to be the department manager and even helped you to found the camp after the apocalypse. I never treated you unfairly. Why are you turning against me now?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhao Ming's face, but it was quickly replaced by viciousness. "Boss Yi, it's the end of the world, and you're still sticking to the old rules. How can you survive in this chaotic world? I just killed a woman, but you scolded me in public and even wanted to remove me from my position as deputy leader. Humph, you have too many rules. Following you, the brothers can't even have fun with women. They have long wanted to rebel. You, is that an ordinary woman? She is the only daughter of your old boss. If he hadn't saved you, he wouldn't have died. It's okay that you didn't take care of his daughter, but you insulted her to death." The beautiful woman was very emotional, her face flushed, and she pointed at Zhao Ming and cursed, "Are you still a human being? You are worse than an animal." The dozen or so men behind him also looked at Zhao Ming with disdain. The scandal was exposed. Zhao Ming was furious and said angrily, "So what? Who asked her to wear a miniskirt in front of me all day long? Wasn't she deliberately seducing me or something? I'm going to do it for real, and she's unhappy again." "Haha, unhappy? Huh? I'll just make her happy to death. Let's see if she's still happy. As he spoke, Zhao Ming's face was full of madness. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth in anger. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Zhao Ming disagreed. With a twisted smile on his face, retribution? In this end times, fists are the truth. Look at these brothers behind me who are willing to follow me, and you should understand that your set of rules is not suitable for the end times at all. He pointed to the more than 100 men behind him who were holding various weapons. The fat middle-aged man listened with a frown on his face. He had not expected that Zhao Ming would not even let go of the daughter of his savior. He was truly a beast to the extreme. In the end times, as long as there is food, there are plenty of women. Why do you have to go after the daughter of your savior? Even in the end times when morality has declined and order has collapsed, such behavior is truly shameful. He leaned slightly to the side, intending to have no more contact with this guy after achieving his goal. The fat middle-aged man stared at the beautiful woman with lustful eyes. He stuck out his thick tongue, licked his lips, interrupted Zhao Ming, and said, Yi Feng, I see you are also a man. How about this? You offer your wife to me. As long as she can serve me well, I can make the decision to spare your life. How about it? Isn't this a good enough condition? When Yi Feng heard this, he was furious, but he remained calm. He narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at the other person with a sharp gaze, and said calmly, Long San, Yi Feng, built up such a huge business in peacetime, and I have also been struggling for so long in the end times. What kind of storms have I not seen? Do you think that you and Zhao Ming, 200 people together, can force me to surrender? The beautiful woman was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Her delicate face turned red with anger. She stared at Long San with her eyes wide open and fearlessly said, You are a bunch of worse than pigs and dogs. Stop dreaming. Even if I die, I will never let you succeed. Long San had a wanton and arrogant look on his face. When he heard Jiang Feng's words, he sneered disdainfully. The lust and cruelty in his eyes became more intense. He said, Yi Feng, stop pretending to be nice to me. Since we can't come to an agreement, let's fight. Wait until I kill you, and then we'll see how you can still be stubborn. As for your wife. As he spoke, he deliberately shifted his gaze slowly to the beautiful woman, looking her up and down as if he were examining a piece of merchandise. I will definitely love her well. Who knows, I'll also let my brothers love her too. Ha 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 ha. When the dozen or so men heard Long San's abominable words, their eyes turned red with anger. One of the young and strong men with the hottest temper raised the long sword in his hand and roared. WC MD, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you flirt with our lady boss? I'm going to kill you today. After saying that, the subordinate threw the long sword in his hand at an extremely fast speed, shooting straight towards Long San. The blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and its target was exactly Long San's ugly face. When Long San saw the long sword flying towards him, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he snorted lightly and a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. Then, he suddenly raised his right fist and struck at the long sword without fear. A layer of dazzling metallic light appeared on Long San's fist, and that light was like materialized armor, tightly wrapping his fist. With a loud bang, the fist and the long sword collided, splashing a dazzling spark. The originally extremely sharp long sword, at the moment of contact with Long San's fist, was as if it had hit indestructible steel. The blade instantly bent and deformed, then broke with a snap and fell to the ground. With just this little ability, you dare to challenge me? Long San shook his fist, and the metallic light gradually dissipated. He laughed triumphantly, and his laughter was full of ridicule and contempt for Yi Feng and others. Then, he and Zhao Ming looked at each other. Both of them had sinister looks on their faces and ordered their men with guns to open fire. Long San also ordered viciously, Everyone be careful, don't hurt Madame Yi. If anyone makes Madame Yi lose a hair, I will skin him alive and feed him to the zombies. Chapter 118 Reunion. Upon receiving the order, the men immediately raised their guns and pointed the black muzzles at Yi Feng and others. Yi Feng secretly thought that something was wrong and his eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. At this critical moment, he used his supernatural powers without hesitation. I saw several huge steel plates next to the scrapped vehicles in the distance, as if pulled by an invisible force. They rose from the ground in an instant, drew several sharp arcs in the air, and with a few clangs, they steadily blocked the people in front of them. Bang bang bang. Intensive gunfire rang out, and bullets rained down on the steel plates, splashing a series of dazzling sparks. Every bullet hitting the steel plate made a crisp sound, which was particularly harsh in this tense atmosphere. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Yi Feng's forehead. Maintaining his supernatural power to control the steel plate was extremely exhausting for him. He only absorbed a dozen first-order crystal cores, and then used the second-order crystal cores to upgrade to a second-order mutant, so he did not have much mental power and could not control these large steel plates for long. Yi Yongfeng gritted his teeth, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. He stared at Long San and others, thinking about how to break the deadlock. The two men behind him with guns seized the opportunity, carefully leaned out from the edge of the steel plate, and launched a fierce counterattack against Long San's side. However, Zhao Ming and others were well prepared and got several explosion-proof shields from somewhere. Those men had already raised their shields and were closely protecting Long San, Zhao Ming, and the others. The counterattack bullets fired by Yi Yongfeng's men hit the explosion-proof shield, only splashing a few sparks and causing no substantial damage. Ha 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 ha. You still want to fight us with this little ability? Long San laughed wildly. Yi Yongfeng, you can't escape today, so you'd better hand over your wife obediently. Maybe I can give you a quick death. How about you guys stop for a while? I'll find someone first. A clear voice suddenly sounded, and Jiang Feng, Yi Fei, and Xiao Li appeared on the side of the two fighting parties. Because the three of them were positioned closer to Zhao Ming and others, they could not see Yi Yongfeng and others who were blocked by the steel plate. It turned out that Jiang Feng and the other two were waiting outside the camp for the guard's report, but they waited for a long time but received no news. Jiang Feng felt that something was wrong and had a bad premonition in his heart. He decisively killed the guard at the door and forced his way in. Hearing the fierce gunfire in the camp, they hurried towards the villa where the gunfire came from. Jiang Feng didn't know whether these two groups were related to Yi Fei's parents, so he spoke up and asked both parties to stop first. This sudden change stunned Long San and Zhao Ming, and they all turned their eyes to Jiang Feng and others. Long San frowned, looked at Jiang Feng and the others, and snorted coldly. Where did this ignorant person come from? He is ordering your third master around? Are you tired of living? Several of the men did not stop their attack and continued shooting at Yi Yongfeng and the others. Jiang Feng's eyes turned cold. This ugly and fat middle-aged man was definitely not Yi Fei's father. He just didn't know if he had any relationship with her father. It seems that you can't stop unless you increase your intensity. Jiang Feng's tone was cold, and before he finished speaking, a large amount of black mist surged out from around him. Skeleton archers kept walking out from the swirling fog. In a moment, hundreds of skeleton archers were standing beside Jiang Feng. These third-level skeleton archers were agile, with strange green flames flashing in their eye sockets. They quickly surrounded everyone present, and then bent their bows in unison, with arrows flashing coldly, aiming at everyone. This sudden scene stunned everyone. The arrogance of the people on Long San and Zhao Ming's side was instantly suppressed, and their faces were full of fear. The people on Yi Yongfeng's side were also shocked. They didn't know where these skeletons came from. Jiang Feng spoke again, his voice still cold. Now, can you stop? Everyone, including Long San and Zhao Ming, dared not move easily. Long San was both shocked and angry. He never expected that such a Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway, and the strength displayed by Cheng Yaojin made him feel deeply frightened. The eerie aura emanating from those skeleton archers, each of which was no weaker than a third-level zombie, seemed to be able to penetrate his bone marrow, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Zhao Ming also felt the powerful aura of these skeletons. He quietly leaned close to Long San's ear and whispered, "Brother Long, this kid is a bit evil. Let's not act rashly." Long San nodded, pretending to be calm as he looked at Jiang Feng, and said, "What do you want? This is an internal matter of our camp. You'd better not interfere." Seeing that the gunfire from the opposite side had disappeared and his own mental energy had been greatly depleted, Yi Yongfeng controlled the steel plate and placed it on the ground. Fei Fei. As soon as the steel plate fell, the beautiful woman saw Yi Fei beside Jiang Feng and immediately recognized her as her daughter. How could a mother make a mistake with those familiar eyes and eyebrows, even if she hadn't seen them for many days? When Yi Yongfeng heard the noise, he turned around and looked, his eyes full of surprise and worry. Yi Fei also saw the two of them. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes, and she rushed towards Yi Yongfeng and his wife, crying, "Dad, Mom." This cry is filled with longing and grievances from many days. Yuan Yuro rushed forward and hugged Yi Fei tightly, unable to hold back tears, muttering, "My dear daughter, you are finally back. Where have you been these days? I was so worried about you." Yi Yongfeng walked forward, gently stroked Yi Fei's hair, and said with a trembling voice, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." The family of three was immersed in the joy of reunion and temporarily forgot the tense situation around them. Yi Fei and Yuan Yuro, mother and daughter, one is mature and graceful, exuding a gentle charm that has been precipitated by years. The other is young and beautiful, full of vigor and vitality. At this moment, the two of them hugged each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Such a tearful scene made everyone around them stunned. Long Sin looked greedily at Yuan Yuro's plump back, turned his head slightly, and whispered to Zhao Ming, who was also staring at Yi Fei. After I activate my special powers, I should be able to temporarily block the skeleton archer's arrows. You see, since these skeletons were summoned by that guy, if we take the opportunity to kill him, these skeletons should disperse on their own. A hint of hesitation flashed across Zhao Ming's eyes, and he whispered back, Brother Long, this matter may not be that simple. That kid can summon so many weird skeletons, who knows what other methods he has. Besides, Jiang Feng is here too, and his ability to manipulate metals should not be underestimated. Long San curled his lips in disdain. What are you afraid of? Jiang Feng just consumed so much energy. How much combat power can he have now? As for that boy, he was just a young man who appeared out of nowhere. As long as we act quickly and get rid of him first, Jiang Feng will be unable to handle it alone. Then the mother and daughter will be at our disposal. The older one will be mine, the younger one will be yours, and then we can exchange them. As he spoke, a lustful light flashed in Long San's eyes. Chapter 119. Feint to the east and attack in the west. After Long San finished speaking, seeing that Zhao Ming was still hesitant, he emphasized, Don't forget, it was you who initiated this action today, plus what you did. Can Yi Yongfeng still forgive you? With this guy's help, I'm sure Yi Yongfeng will get rid of you. As for me, I just came to help, and I didn't kill anyone. At most I'll have to apologize, but I don't need to lose my life. What Long Sin said was actually not true. He insulted Yuan Yuro so much, and based on his understanding of Yi Yongfeng, the other party would definitely not let him go. He said this just to make Zhao Ming make up his mind. The two of them should give it a try, as there is still a chance. After hearing Long San's words, Zhao Ming's face turned very ugly. He also understood that Yi Yongfeng would not forgive him. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Okay, Brother Long, I'll listen to you. Just tell me how to do it. Long San raised a fierce smile and whispered, I will rush over to attract the attention of those skeletons, and you can seize the opportunity and use your summoned beast to attack that guy directly. Remember, be quick. Don't hesitate. Just bite him to death. It's not that he didn't want his men to attack Jiang Feng with guns first, but several of his men with guns had already been forcibly disarmed by the skeleton archers. Long San roared loudly, and the sound was like rumbling thunder, instantly attracting everyone's attention to him. His entire body instantly turned into metal, and his originally fat body now looked like a demon god made of steel, emitting a cold luster. He stomped his feet so hard that the ground cracked. Then, like a flash of black lightning, he rushed towards Yi Fei and her daughter, who were hugging each other. Several skeleton archers reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the moment when Long Sin started, they shot out the bone arrows in their hands. With a whoosh, the bone arrows broke through the wind and headed straight for Long San. The bone arrows shot at his metal body, making a clang-clang sound, just like shooting at a thick steel plate, only splashing a few sparks but failing to penetrate. However, even so, Long San's speed slowed down slightly, and an expression of pain involuntarily appeared on his face. But he seemed to be crazy, completely ignoring the bone arrows that kept hitting him, and continued to rush forward madly. More skeleton archers noticed his crazy intention and locked their targets on him. For a moment, dense bone arrows kept shooting at him. At the same time, many skeleton archers walked quickly to Yi Fei and her daughter with stiff but quick steps and protected them tightly. These skeletons held bone bows in their hands. Their expressions were empty but revealed a murderous aura. They shot bone arrows one after another, not giving Long San any chance to get close. Jiang Feng saw Long San's almost crazy behavior and saw Zhao Ming, who was ready to make a move, out of the corner of his eye. He immediately understood the other party's plan. But he did not make any other moves, but looked at Long San indifferently. The bone arrows were coming in as densely as a rainstorm. Long San could no longer move forward at all. He could only stay where he was, gritting his teeth and trying his best to resist. His metal skin was already covered with dense pits, and traces of blood were oozing out from the edges of the pits. Why don't you do it? Long San shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with anxiety and anger. When Zhao Ming heard this, his originally gloomy face became even uglier. He didn't expect that in just a short moment, Long San would be killed by the skeleton. But he had no way out and could only take action. Zhao Ming danced his hands quickly, and in an instant, a dazzling white light flashed. Then, 10 tall and ferocious wolves appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The wild wolf exuded a terrifying bloody smell. Its fur was rough and messy, and its dark green eyes were burning with bloodthirsty flames. Go! Zhao Ming shouted loudly, and after receiving the order, the 10 wild wolves rushed towards Jiang Feng. They ran at an extremely fast speed, with their bloody mouths wide open, their sharp teeth flashing a cold light, and smelly saliva constantly splashing out of their mouths. Seeing this, Jiang Feng and Yuan Yuro's expressions changed, and they looked worried. Yuan Yuro grabbed Jiang Feng's arm and said, "Honey, that should be Fei Fei's friend. Please help him." Jiang Feng nodded, and was about to forcibly mobilize the little mental strength left in his body to control the steel plate to intercept the wild wolf. But before he could use his supernatural powers, Yifei quickly reached out to stop him and said to the two of them with a smile, "Mom and Dad, there's no need to help. They're just a few large huskies, not a threat to Brother Feng." Jiang Feng and Yuan Yuro were still a little bit unconvinced about Yifei's words. It was obvious that those 10 wild wolves were not easy to deal with, and they exuded a fierce aura. Even if Jiang Feng was in full condition, he might not be able to handle these 10 wild wolves. The two of them looked at Jiang Feng with puzzled eyes, their hearts full of worry and suspicion. Just as the wild wolf was about to get close to Jiang Feng, its bloody mouth seemed like it could bite off Jiang Feng's throat in the next second. Jiang Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. He just raised his hand slightly and swung out a few wind blades. The wind blade was like a materialized sharp blade, flashing with cold light and howling towards the wild wolf. These wind blades were incredibly fast and instantly penetrated into the wolf pack. The 10 wild wolves were cut into countless pieces in an instant, with blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. Jiang Feng sneered, his eyes shot towards Zhao Ming like lightning, and he said sarcastically, "Fainting to the east and attacking in the west? In the face of absolute strength, it's just a dying struggle." The voice was not loud, but it echoed like a huge bell in the chaotic battlefield, and every word seemed to carry endless contempt. Zhao Ming's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. He never expected that the 10 second-level wild wolves he had carefully summoned would be so vulnerable in front of Jiang Feng. He was shocked and angry, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only stand there. On the other side, Long San's situation became increasingly miserable under the violent attacks of the skeleton archers. Each of those sharp bone arrows carried a powerful impact force. Long San's metal body, which was originally the defense he was proud of, was now like a rag with holes all over it. His body was covered with dense cracks and deep and shallow pits. Blood kept gushing out from these wounds, turning him into a bloody man. Finally, under the continuous attacks, Long San could no longer hold on, his legs went soft, and he fell to the ground with a plop. He stared at the sky with lifeless eyes, gasping for breath, and was dying. Seeing this, Jiang Feng raised his hand to signal, and the skeleton archers stopped attacking instantly. The camp became quiet for a while, with only the heavy breathing of the crowd and Long San's faint groaning being heard. Jiang Feng slowly walked to Yifei's family of 3, his step steady and powerful. Yifei looked at Jiang Feng, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes full of shyness and pride. She gently took Jiang Feng's arm and introduced him to her parents with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. "Mom and Dad, this is Jiang Feng. If it weren't for Brother Feng, you wouldn't be able to see me. Today is all thanks to Brother Feng." Chapter 120 Kill Them All. Jiang Feng smiled modestly, bowed slightly, and greeted Yi Feng and Yuan Yuro. "Uncle Yi, Annie, hello. I just did what I could." No one would stand idly by in that situation. Yifei heard this and couldn't help but turned her head and rolled her eyes. Brother Feng is so pretentious. I asked him to come upstairs to answer her, but he refused. He even took the risk to offer himself to me. Now he can actually say that he won't stand by and watch. However, Yifei did not expose Jiang Feng's plan in front of her parents. She had already developed feelings for Jiang Feng. What's more, Jiang Feng is a powerful psychic who can kill fourth-order zombies and eliminate the zombie tide at will. The fact that he shows such humility and courtesy in front of his parents shows that he holds a very important position in Jiang Feng's heart. This made Yifei so happy that she didn't have time to expose it. Yi Feng and Yuan Yuro looked at each other. From the intimate posture of their daughter holding Jiang Feng's arm and the affectionate look in Yifei's eyes when she looked at Jiang Feng, they both knew that the relationship between their daughter and Jiang Feng was not ordinary. The two of them had actually wanted to find their daughter for a long time, but there were zombies and mutant creatures everywhere. Even if the entire camp went out together, it would be impossible for them to reach Linhai City smoothly, and there was a high possibility that they could not even leave Changfeng City. In addition, Jiang Feng's strength was beyond imagination, and he easily resolved the crisis that the two people regarded as a desperate situation. He was also humble and polite, and was not proud or complacent because of his own strength. This series of performances made Yi Feng and Yuan Yuro very satisfied with Jiang Feng. Yi Feng smiled and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Jiang Feng, you are too modest. If it weren't for you today, we wouldn't be alive. You have done a great favor to our family." Yuan Yuro also echoed with a smile on her face. "Yes, Jiang Feng, from now on, Treat this place as your own home. Don't be polite. Jiang Feng smiled back at the two of them, then turned his gaze to Long San, who was lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive, and Zhao Ming and others who were trembling beside him, and his expression became serious. Uncle Yi, Annie, how should we deal with these people? If it were my temper, I would just kill them. However, this is your camp after all, so it's better for you two elders to decide. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, the couple became even more satisfied with him, and the way they looked at him was as if they were looking at their son-in-law. Yufei was standing aside, trying hard to think about how to behave in the evening to repay Jiang Feng. Yeo Feng looked at Zhao Ming and others opposite him, and his expression instantly became gloomy. He started from scratch in peacetime and worked his way up through the ranks, so he is not a hesitant person. Long San's previous insults to his wife were intolerable to the ear, and Zhao Ming, a subordinate he once trusted, betrayed him without hesitation and even did such a heartless thing. In Yeo Feng's heart, he had no intention of letting these people go. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Ming opposite him suddenly fell to his knees with a plop, crying and shouting, and kowtowed to Yeo Feng with tears streaming down his face, his forehead hitting the ground with a dull bang sound. Boss Yi, I was wrong. Zhao Ming's voice trembled with endless fear and regret. I really know I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I will work like a cow or a horse for you. As Zhao Ming spoke, he slapped himself hard with his hand. The slap was so hard that soon his face was swollen and left with 5 bright red finger marks. Yeo Feng looked at Zhao Ming's miserable appearance, and his disgust did not diminish at all. He said coldly, Zhao Ming, you know how to beg for mercy now? When you betrayed me, why didn't you think that this day would come? You also called Long San. You know what he intends for you, Ro, right? Do you think I can forgive you? When Zhao Ming heard Yeo Feng's words, he kowtowed more and more quickly. Blood was already oozing from his forehead, staining the dust on the ground red. Boss Yi, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time because I have contributed a lot to the company and the camp. At this moment, Long San, who was half dead on the side, suddenly let out a weak sneer. Zhao Ming, you coward. What's the point of pretending to be pitiful now? Let them kill me or chop me up. I'm not as spineless as you. Although Long San's breath was weak, his ferocity was still there. What a pity, Madam Yi, I haven't yet. Seeing that Long San was still about to utter dirty words, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he immediately controlled the skeleton archer with a thought. A black arrow shot out like lightning, and with a puff sound, it accurately shot into Long San's mouth, passed through the back of his head, and left a splash of blood. Long San's eyes widened, the expression on his face froze instantly, his body twitched a few times, and then he was motionless. Yuan Yuro cast a grateful look at Jiang Feng. She didn't want to listen to Long San's unbearable words anymore. When Zhao Ming saw this scene, he was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. His crotch was wet and emitted a pungent smell of urine. He looked at Jiang Feng in horror, his lips trembling, but he could no longer utter the words to beg for mercy. Jiang Feng, kill them all? Yeo Feng said to Jiang Feng with a gloomy face. When Long San and Zhao Ming's men heard his words, they immediately became agitated. They understood that if they did not fight to the death today, they would surely die. A burly man with a hideous scar on his face roared first, raised the long sword full of gaps in his hand, and rushed towards Jiang Feng and others, shouting, Fight with them, we will die anyway. Seeing this, the others also became furious. They picked up their weapons and rushed forward recklessly. Jiang Feng did not panic, but turned to Xiaoli beside him and asked, Is your buddy here? Xiaoli was already stunned by Jiang Feng's endless tricks. When he heard the question, he just shook his head numbly. A hint of coldness flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, and he gave orders to all the skeleton archers without hesitation. Following his order, the sound of bowstrings echoed throughout the camp, and dense black arrows flew out like a swarm of locusts. Those who rushed in the front were instantly pierced by sharp arrows, their bodies were like sieves, and blood splattered. Screams rang out one after another. More than 200 people were completely powerless to resist this rain of arrows. Some were shot in the throat just after taking a few steps, and slowly fell down holding their necks. Some were shot in the chest, and fell straight to the ground before they could even utter a sound. In just a moment, the ground was filled with corpses, and blood was flowing out, forming puddles of blood. But Zhao Ming had already died in the hail of arrows. Yeo Feng winked at the dozen or so men around him, and they understood what he meant. They immediately picked up their weapons, went to clean up the battlefield, and dragged the corpses to a large pit at the edge of the camp to bury them. The family of 3 took Jiang Feng and Xiaoli into the villa. Chapter 121 Another Choice. Inside the villa, although the exquisite crystal chandeliers are dimmed due to the power outage, their luxurious texture can still be seen. Expensive oil paintings are hung on the walls, and there are soft and thick carpets underfoot. It can be seen that the original owner of the villa should be very rich. Seeing that Jiang Feng seemed to be interested in the layout of the villa, Yeo Feng explained to him, This is a villa I bought before. I originally planned to use it as a dowry when Fei Fei got married, but I didn't expect that I can't use it now. Why not use it? Yuan Yuro, who was standing beside him, smiled and said, this house is just right for Jiang Feng and Fei Fei to live in. There are so many houses nearby. Let's move there. Isn't it the same as a dowry? Mom, what did you say? Yifei's face turned red when she heard Yuan Yuro's words. Jiang Feng smiled and thanked Yuan Yuro repeatedly. There were several female survivors in the villa. They had gathered in a corner on the first floor, looking terrified and confused. Seeing them, Yuan Yuro hurriedly walked over with a smile on her face and told them the news that Long San, Zhao Ming, and others were dead. The entire camp already knew what Zhao Ming had done, and those who followed him in rebellion were not good people either. These women are all good-looking. If they are caught by Zhao Ming and others, a fate worse than death will definitely await them. When they heard Yuan Yuro's words, they were stunned at first, then their faces blossomed with joy, and they hugged each other and cried with excitement. Yi Feng looked at everyone and said, thanks to Jiang Feng and Xiaoli, we were able to escape today. Plus, we are reunited with Fei Fei after a long time, so this is a good day worth celebrating. Go, you guys go to the storehouse and get some food, so we can celebrate together. Several female survivors nodded quickly, and one of the girls with a ponytail immediately turned around and ran towards the warehouse. After a while, the girl ran back with a look of horror on her face and said in a trembling voice, Boss Yi, the warehouse is empty. There is nothing left. When Yi Feng heard this, veins popped up on his forehead and he punched the table next to him hard, causing the items on the table to jump up. That damn Zhao Ming, he must have secretly emptied the warehouse. Yuan Yuro was worried. What should we do? All the supplies in the camp are gone. How are more than 20 of us going to survive? Xiaoli stood aside, looking disapproving. Don't you two know that your cheap son-in-law is a rich man? He can easily take out a convenience store's worth of food. Besides, with his hundreds of skeleton archers, the other survivor teams in Jiangfeng City are all granaries. But Xiaoli didn't say these words, because he found that Jiang Feng was just standing aside and had no intention of pretending to be cool. Just when Xiaoli was puzzled, he saw Yifei walk up to Yi Feng and Yuan Yuro, and said to them with a smile, Mom and Dad, why worry about supplies? I have plenty here. After saying that, she waved her hands in the air, and with a flash of light, a large amount of supplies appeared on the floor of the hall and piled up into a small hill. There are bags of rice and flour, boxes of instant noodles and mineral water, various vacuum-canned foods, compressed biscuits, and even vegetables, fruits, and meat. Except for Jiang Feng, everyone at the scene was shocked when they saw the piles of supplies. They haven't eaten many of the things here for a long time, especially the fresh vegetables and fruits. They almost forgot what they tasted like. Yuan Yuro looked at the piles of supplies with her mouth wide open in surprise. It took her a while to come back to her senses. She looked at Yifei with surprise and confusion in her eyes. Fei Fei, how do you have so many supplies? This is incredible. Yifei looked at Jiang Feng proudly and explained, I awakened the space ability and have a portable space. These supplies were given to me by Brother Feng. After Yifei reached the 4th level, the space he had on hand had grown to 64 cubic meters. Since there was such a large space, Jiang Feng gave Yifei a lot of supplies and asked her to save them for emergencies. Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Feng, you are really the savior of our family. You saved Yifei first, then saved my husband and me, and also solved the problem of supplies. Jiang Feng smiled and responded, Uncle Yi, you are too kind. We are a family now, and we should help each other. After getting the ingredients, Yuan Yuro took a few female survivors to prepare dinner, while Yi Feng took Yifei, Jiang Feng, and Xiaoli to chat in the living room. After sitting on the sofa, Jiang Feng said to Xiaoli, Xiaoli, I can fulfill my promise to you at any time. However, I can give you another choice. That is the gene potion and the armor. The gene potion can greatly improve your physical fitness. After wearing the armor, you can ignore firearms. Although you can't beat the 4th level zombies, you can completely defeat the 3rd level zombies. When Xiaoli heard this, a fiery light flashed in his eyes. Ignore the guns. Completely defeat the 3rd level zombies. This is something that the leaders of those survivor teams cannot do. Such a powerful force is an irresistible temptation for anyone struggling to survive in the end times. His heart was beating so fast that he licked his lips subconsciously, but after thinking about it for a while, he quickly calmed down. Xiaoli hesitated for a moment, looked at Jiang Feng with a cautious look, and asked, Brother Jiang, such a good thing must have a price, right? Jiang Feng looked at him admiringly and nodded secretly in his heart. This little Li actually had some brains and was not blinded by interests. Then, Jiang Feng said seriously, the price is that you have to join Uncle Ye's camp and promise not to betray. Of course, if you betray me, you should know that it won't take too much effort for me to deal with you. After hearing this, Xiaoli fell into deep thought. Joining the camp means being subject to certain restrictions and no longer being able to go it alone like before. But now that the apocalypse is full of dangers, it is becoming increasingly difficult to survive alone. Moreover, judging from the strength demonstrated by Jiang Feng, the future of this camp is bound to be bright. Xiaoli thought about it again and finally raised his head and looked at Jiang Feng firmly. Brother Jiang, I choose genetic medicine and armor. I am willing to join the camp and will never betray. Jiang Feng showed a relieved smile on his face. Very good. I believe you will not regret this decision. After saying this, he quickly took out the genetic medicine from the space ring and handed it to Xiaoli. Xiaoli took the medicine without hesitation and injected it into his body. Instantly, a sharp pain swept through his body, his face turned pale, cold sweat broke out, but he resisted making a sound. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. After the potion took effect, he clearly felt infinite power surging in his body. Then, Jiang Feng took out the armor. Under Jiang Feng's guidance, Xiaoli put it on quickly. The armor fit his body perfectly, instantly increasing his momentum. Xiaoli stretched his body and said excitedly, Brother Jiang, this feels great. I feel like I can easily deal with level 3 zombies now. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. After adapting for a while, your strength will be more stable. Yi Feng watched from the side and said with emotion, We have one more brave general in our camp. Chapter 122 Cooking Skills. After dealing with Xiaoli's matter, Jiang Feng asked about Yi Feng and Yuan Yuro's superpowers. Yi Feng's special power is magnetism, and his initial ability is to control metal. His abilities are actually quite strong, but when facing Long San and others, he can only consume a lot of mental power to control the steel plate defense because he has to protect Yuan Yuro and his men. Due to his insufficient mental strength and low level of supernatural powers, he is unable to directly control the fired bullets. Otherwise, Long San and others would not be able to do anything to Yi Feng. Yi Feng still has a bottom line in his heart. He doesn't want to become a person who is unscrupulous and inhumane like the other team leaders in Jiangfeng City. Therefore, the level of his supernatural power improves slowly and is currently only at the 2nd level. After understanding the situation, Jiang Feng admired Yi Feng very much. Judging from the way he dealt with Long San, Zhao Ming and others, Yi Feng is not an indecisive or naive person, but has his own persistence. In the last days, many people may not want to be such a person, because being such a person is too tiring and too difficult. But many people hope that they can meet such a person, because such a person may very likely save your life. Jiang Feng took out a bunch of crystal cores from his backpack and said to Yi Feng, Uncle Yi, I have a lot of 2nd-order crystal cores, but not enough 3rd-order crystal cores. However, I still have 4th-order crystal cores. My suggestion is that you use the 2nd-order crystal core to upgrade to the 3rd order, and then after using up these dozens of 3rd-order crystal cores, use the 4th-order crystal core to upgrade to the 4th order. You are the leader of the camp, so it is best if your ability level is the highest in the entire camp. After destroying the zombie tide at the Zhanggang base, Jiang Feng obtained a large number of crystal cores, but with some of his previous gains, he still only had more than 53rd level crystal cores, which was far from the 100 required for advancement. Yi Feng's eyes widened instantly, his eyes full of incredible shock. So many crystal cores are extremely precious resources in the end times and are the key to improving the strength of the strong. His lips trembled slightly, and he waved his hands and said, Jiang Feng, this is too expensive. I can't take it. You have helped us so much. You should keep these crystal cores to improve your own abilities. I will find a way to get crystal cores myself. Jiang Feng looked sincere and quickly advised, Uncle Yi, please don't refuse. I have my own way to improve my abilities, and these crystal cores are crucial to your improvement at this stage. Yi Feng still shook his head firmly, his attitude firm. No, Jiang Feng, I appreciate your kindness, but so many crystals are too valuable, and I feel bad about it. At this time, Yufei couldn't help but persuade him. Dad, just take it. Brother Feng doesn't need these crystal cores to improve his superpowers. If your superpower level is not high enough, you won't be able to protect Mom. And her face flushed slightly, and then she whispered, I will thank Brother Feng very much. When Yi Feng heard his daughter mention his wife, his heart softened. Seeing Jiang Feng's sincere face, he finally stopped refusing and took the crystal core. Okay, Jiang Feng, Uncle accepts this favor. Without further delay, he immediately sat cross-legged, clenched the crystal core and began to absorb. The light of the crystal core quickly dimmed, and energy poured into his body like a torrent. Yi Feng's whole body was trembling slightly, his forehead was covered with sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. After a moment, the last trace of the crystal core light dissipated, and Yi Feng's aura instantly rose, and a powerful aura overflowed. He slowly opened his eyes and said excitedly, Success. Jiang Feng and Yufei showed joy on their faces. Jiang Feng cupped his hands and said, Uncle Yi, congratulations on your advancement to the 4th level. Yifei also said happily, Dad, that's great. Yi Feng stood up, his face filled with joy, and said in surprise, I have awakened a new skill, force field protection. As he spoke, he raised his hand and a transparent shield emitting blue light and engraved with energy patterns instantly appeared. This shield can protect against all types of attacks, and it is especially strong against metal attacks. Yi Feng introduced to several people excitedly. Jiang Feng smiled and said, If you had this skill before, Uncle Yi, you could have dealt with Long San and Zhao Ming's group by yourself. Having said that, without your help, I would not have been able to reach the 4th level so quickly. Yi Feng would not forget how he got his crystal core. At this time, Yuan Yuro suddenly came over with a plate of fruit. Huh? Yi Feng. As Yuan Yuro approached, she felt a completely different and powerful aura from her husband. She was stunned for a moment, her eyes full of surprise. You have advanced? And those monsters that transformed into zombies frantically attacked the normal humans around them who had not been infected. Speaking of Yuan Yuro's eyes flashed with surprise and relief. She looked at Jiang Feng and said gratefully, Jiang Feng, you have helped our family so much. And he doesn't know how to thank you. Jiang Feng waved his hand quickly. Aunt Yuan, you are too polite. We are all family, and it is only natural for us to help each other. By the way, Aunt Yuan, what is your special ability? Yuan Yuro lowered her head slightly, a blush appeared on her face, and she said a little embarrassedly. Alas, my special ability is not very useful. It is cooking. I can only make food from the meat of mutant creatures. But we haven't hunted any mutant creatures for so long, so there is no place for this special ability to be used. Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing this. Aunt Yuan, what a coincidence. I just happened to have the corpse of a mutant peacock. I hunted it at school before, but I kept it and didn't deal with it. I thought it might come in handy in the future. Now, the opportunity has come. When Yuan Yuro heard this, a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. Really? That's great. With this mutant peacock meat, we can just improve our food. Besides, eating the meat of mutant creatures may even help everyone improve their abilities. Yi Feng also became interested. Jiang Feng, you are really a timely help. Yuro, you have to make good use of your special ability. But, Yuan Yuro paused. What level is your mutant peacock? I am now a 1st level mutant, and can only deal with 2nd level mutant creatures at most. This is a 4th order mutant peacock. Jiang Feng replied casually. As Yuan Yuro showed a disappointed expression, he continued. But Aunt Yuan, I happen to have some crystal cores here, enough to raise your level to level 3. In this way, wouldn't it be just right to deal with the mutant peacock? Yuan Yuro's eyes flashed with surprise, and then she hesitated. Jiang Feng, this crystal core is too precious. How can Annie accept it? Jiang Feng smiled and handed the crystal core to Yuan Yuro. Aunt Yuan, please don't refuse. Considering my relationship with Yifei, this little thing is nothing. Yi Feng also advised. Yuro, Jiang Feng is a child with a sincere heart. Just accept it. Yuan Yuro nodded and looked at Jiang Feng gratefully. Okay, Andy will accept it. When I level up, I will make this mutant peacock into a delicacy for you. After saying that, she took the crystal core from Jiang Feng. The crystal core glowed and quickly merged into her body. Soon, Yuan Yuro's aura became stronger and she successfully advanced to the 3rd level. She stood up excitedly, took a portion of mutant peacock meat from Jiang Feng, and hurried to the kitchen, ready to show off her skills.